You accidentally traveled to a future world where housing is free, food and drink are free, and you don't have to do any work, not even give birth to a child. There is even a 999th generation Tesla Catwoman robot to solve physiological problems. However, you do not like this pig-raising life and choose to become a cleaner. At this moment, you just killed a mouse. Adding 1 to your dynamic vision, killed a goldfish. Adding 1 to your swimming skills, killed a geoduck. As you open your eyes, you find yourself in a highly advanced technological civilization. The people here have weapons to destroy stars, giant interstellar warships hundreds of kilometers long, and mechs that can break the speed of sound by dozens of times. People don't even need to study. A biological chip can give you access to all existing knowledge. But none of this concerns you, because you are a factory-born baby reproduced through technological means. The information about your parents is kept confidential, and humanity itself is gradually divided into 2 classes. Citizens are those who have successfully evolved by injecting gene drugs and can freely move within the Interstellar Federation. Residents are those who have failed to evolve by injecting gene drugs and are bound to their cities for life, unable to implant biological chips, unable to master languages of multiple star systems, unable to withstand various radiations during interstellar travel, and unable to endure the energy impact of spaceship space jumps. Therefore, in the name of protection, they confine residents within the city, providing free housing, free living supplies, no need to work, but also no right to reproduce. If you feel lonely, it is recommended to buy a robot to solve the problem. Of course, customizing a favorite idol robot is quite expensive. You are also an old resident, and your smart wristwatch will provide real-time monitoring and suggestions. For example, if you play games for too long, it will suggest you go out for a walk, do volunteer work, and make friends. Without a smart wristwatch, sorry, you cannot enter any door or any mode of transportation, even your own home. Since you are here, just enjoy it. Maybe being a pig is also good. You have been in this body for some time, and eventually, you can only accept reality. Even if you want to jump off a building now, the drone police will arrive within 20 seconds and shoot you first, because jumping off a building may cause harm to others. Master, your goldfish jumped out of the tank. According to Federal Animal Protection Law Article 482, due to the owner's negligence resulting in the death of a pet, your eligibility to adopt pets will be revoked. The indoor monitor reminded. Understood. You got up to pick up the goldfish, but tripped on the carpet, fell to the ground with a thud, and felt a chill in your hand. Swimming +1. A message flashed in your mind, and you were stunned. It was a benefit for time travelers. Master, your goldfish has died. The video has been submitted to the court. The court will judge your actions. Please wait for further instructions. You took a deep breath and stood up. Tomorrow, find a job. Work hard to buy a house. The current house belongs to the government, under various surveillance. I want to find a job. Please help me screen. You lay on the bed and said, Master, based on your education screening, the job you can do is a cleaner. The intelligence system provided an answer. You pondered. In this world with strict management of hunting small animals, being a cleaner might be the best way to test the golden finger. System Dad, boot up. There was no response. Early the next morning, you left the house. On the spacious and clean streets, intelligent cleaning robots were working hard. On the magnetic levitation bus, looking outside, the upper deck belongs to private cars, mainly consisting of unmanned anti-gravity cars. 2 advanced residents wearing wristwatches on the bus, while those without are citizens. Their status is clear at a glance. The level of citizens is related to the degree of genetic activation, leaving aside awakening abilities. C-level can learn to drive mechs, B-level can learn to pilot fighter jets, A-level can pilot space battleships, and A+ can even pilot space carriers. As for the legendary S-level, they can single-handedly confront a fleet. The Interstellar Federation is divided into 3 major powers, the Azure Empire, the Crimson Federation, and the Eden Alliance, which are in constant conflict and mutual restraint. You are in the city of Wool on the planet Pato in the Eden Alliance. Ping Technology Company has launched the 12th generation of individual weapons, Skysplitter. You mutter to yourself as you look at the billboard. Yobo looked at a billboard on a blue building. An S-shaped weapon, as if it were 2 scimitars put together, had no hilt, and in the center there was a transparent crystal that emitted a fascinating luminescence. The entire weapon took on a golden color and flashed through the air, leaving a golden glow behind. Yang Bo looked at this weapon and shook his head even more. This type of weapon, the minimum need for a C-class citizen to use it. The crystal in the middle of this weapon is an energy stone. 500 grams of energy stone is equivalent to more than 50 billion degrees of electricity. The higher the purity, the more terrifying the energy contained. The weapon is 90% superconducting material. There is a quantum chip inside the weapon, which can link with the biochip inside the human body without any delay. And this weapon has an anti-gravity system, and an energy system that can vibrate tens of thousands of times in 1 second. Unless it is the energy shield of the battleship, the rest of any object in front of this weapon is just like air. With the augmentation of a communication system, the user kills people at the North Pole from the planet from the South Pole for a length of time that depends on the level of performance of the weapon, and the ability of the user. This thing is more powerful than the flying swords inside the novel. Yang Bo finished watching the advertisement and muttered in his heart, of course this kind of weapon also has a weakness. That is communication. So the general user will not put too far away to avoid being interfered with. And such a weapon, in the whole Federation has a record. Many areas are prohibited to carry this kind of weapon into. The Community Service Center, where there are robots with real people. The ladies are very pretty and nice, but it's all formulaic. Yang Bo consulted his own education. Resume, can only be a cleaner, or the lowest kind, cannot operate large intelligent machinery. The training is right over here at the community center. And the low-level cleaner training is very simple, and that's how to protect yourself, what kind of gear to wear for various environments, what kind of cleaner to use for what kind of material, and to provide a service to the individual that respects the individual's privacy and not to take pictures of the individual and steal anything or anything. 12 hours of training is required, and the participant in the training is just himself, but there are several instructors, and the length of the training just takes 12 hours. The food on this side of the training center is just better than your own. You can tell the meals are freshly made, not the kind that comes out of an assembly line. The next morning Yang Bo face calm, but the heart has to explode. Smart wristwatch than their own mom are still nagging. The key is that the advice of the mother's own can be a breeze in the ear. This smart wristwatch advice do not listen to you will let you go to undergo psychotherapy. Yang Bo estimated similar to the psychiatric hospital. Unexpectedly, after the assessment in the afternoon, there was actually a job. A middle-aged fat man, silver white hair, black eyes, wearing a blue plaid shirt, jeans, sneakers, looked about 30 years old, not much hair left on his head, dressed to look not like a boss. Mr. Yang Bo, may I ask if you would like to join our Anji cleaning service company? The fat man looked at Yang Bo, mainly because there are so few people who want to come out and get a job in this day and age, and his own business needs labor, and it needs this kind of resident status. Mr. Liu, I'm willing. Yang Bo looked at it and saw that there was a trial period of 3 days and that he had signed the contract on the community center side. Gee, that's great. Mr. Yang Bo, I'll treat you to dinner, and by the way, I'll tell you a little bit about our company's business, which pays very well. Chapter 3, Sonic Positioning +1. After entering an ordinary-looking restaurant and sitting at a table, the fat boss Liu Jijie spoke. Mr. Yang Bo, I'm afraid you have a lot of questions. Let me start. Yang Bo nodded before Liu Jijie said, our company mainly does high-end cleaning services, which is to provide home cleaning services to some celebrity politicians. Mr. Youngblood might ask, don't these people have smart cleaning robots in their homes? No, Mr. Yang Bo information I also saw, in today's technology, as long as there is a machine, there is no secret. My company's employees are all residents and when they are involved in the work, the watches need to be kept separately. So it's important to follow directions during the service because these celebrities have a lot of valuables. Of course as a service member, client confidentiality is number one, and I don't want anyone to divulge anything they see. When Yang Bo heard this, he almost understood. Those celebrities must have their own secrets, or privacy. Intelligent robots are great, but the risk of leaking is too great. Understood. I will follow the company rules and regulations. Yang Bo nodded. Very well, Mr. Yang Bo. I've read your resume, and at the risk of asking, why are you looking for a job? Liu Jijie looked at Yang Bo again. Yang Bo glanced at the wristwatch on his hand, and Liu Jijie spoke. Mr. Yang Bo, don't worry, this restaurant belongs to the private customized kind, and any intelligence system that enters this restaurant will be in a dormant state. Yang Bo was shocked in his heart. The background of such a restaurant is certainly not simple, but still did not say anything else, just opened his mouth and said, I want to buy a house. Understood. Our company provides dormitories. Is Mr. Yang Bo interested? Liu Jijie understood and asked again. Not for now. Yang Bo didn't know the other party's bottom line. There was no hurry first. Living in someone else's dormitory. Would he be monitored by others? These are old-fashioned barbecued lamb chops, grass-fed and naturally grown without any added technological products. And all the seasonings are just as naturally grown. After a meal, Yang Bo went home, and there was no chance to test the traveler's benefits. Yang Bo was not sure if the wristwatch had any other functions. Master, it is recommended that you exercise for an additional 20 minutes tomorrow. You did not meet the standard for exercise today. Master, it is recommended that you replace the carpet with a thinner one to avoid the danger that exists. Master, it is recommended that you turn down the temperature by 8 degrees. Your pulse is a little fast. Yang Bo feels that his head is about to explode. I do not know how the original owner used to be able to accept Yang Bo lying on the bed. To himself also feel very strange. His last life is to think of food and drink. Do not worry. Want to play the game to play the game. Want to sleep to sleep. And now this kind of conditions in front of them. Why do they have to go to work instead? Master, it has been detected that you have insomnia. We suggest you play soothing music. Yang Bo got up the next morning. The mood is not very good. Hurriedly ate breakfast. The garbage is divided into categories to get good. Take out and throw in a variety of garbage cans. Anzi Clean Services is inside an upscale neighborhood. A stand-alone building. Similar to a villa. With simple decor. Yang Bo, welcome to the job. Most of our service workers here take on projects individually. This is Wu Bing. He will take you on for the first 2 days. After 2 days it's up to you. Lu Jijie took Yang Bo and introduced an old worker. This old worker also wore a wristwatch. Wearing a sweatshirt, jeans, his age was probably in his 30s. Black hair, black eyes, his height was about 1 meter 8. But looking at the somewhat blossomed body, he guessed that he had at least his own housing. Hello, Yang Bo, Wu Bing said as he reached out his hand. Brother Wu, more guidance. Yang Bo also reached out his hand and said. Wu Bing then took Yang Bo to collect his equipment. While speaking, our service over here is all private customized service. The salary is very high, but there are all kinds of requirements. In a word, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't know what you shouldn't know. Understand? Understood. Yang Bo nodded. Today's mission is to go clean up the garden. Just take the mission sheet and everything will be prepared by the logistics department. Wu Bing looked like an average slightly chubby man. After receiving his equipment, Wu Bing added, the company has a car. And of course quite a few of the service recipients will personally send someone to pick us up. This time that is. We can't see out when we get on the bus because from the time we get on the bus, it's already a beginning service. Ask for your wristwatch to be taken off before service and it will be returned to us when you leave. There is no need to worry about that. The company's safety can be guaranteed for every subordinate. The two of them changed into their work clothes and brought their equipment with them. So Wu Bing took the list of tasks to Yang Bo. Get in the car and you'll take a closer look at the services first. These garbage don't need to be sorted separately? Yang Bo asked, looking at the service. No need. The neighborhoods where our owners are located are very upscale, and the property will provide the garbage to be sorted again. Wu Bing spoke up. Yang Bo nodded, and shortly after the two of them went out, they saw a luxurious champagne-colored anti-gravity car stop. Wu Bing looked at the license plate, took Yang Bo got on the car. After the two got on the car window turned gray. Cannot see the outside. Even the front of the car cannot see. The car half of the car is a bit like the last life Yang Bo saw the fighter jet bubble cockpit like. Relax. The wristwatch is also dormant right now because this is a private car. And according to federal law, barring the judiciary, the space of this private car is considered private territory with absolute privacy and rights. There are so many federal laws that without an attorney, you have no idea if there is a violation of the law or not. But of course unintentional violations, and not affecting others, are generally not punishable. When the car window again shows the outside view, found that already a manor door, Wu Bing took Yang Bo off the car, equipment with their own. At the entrance to the manor, a man dressed as security verified the two men's identities, then had them place their wristwatches inside a case and gave each of them a paper badge. This led to the interior of the estate. Very large. Lakes could be seen, meadows, castles, stone-paved roads. An old electric car stopped and the two got in. The castle seemed to have a bit of Gothic style, but not quite, and Yang Bo wondered if this world had anything to do with Earth. And anyway, he couldn't find any information on the internet. The car had stopped on the left side of the castle, where a butler in ancient garb was already waiting. Trouble you two gentlemen. You two gentlemen please do not leave this garden. If you have any needs please press this button here. The butler looked like he was in his 50s. Unsmiling, his tone carried a voice that could not be questioned. Understood. Wu Bing and Yang Bo both nodded. The two of them then began to clean up the garden. That is, pulling out all the plants inside the garden, putting them inside the bag, and cleaning up the ground after leveling the soil. Yang Bo and Wu Bing are officially working in their overalls. Yang Bo was cleaning up some vines. Suddenly a black shadow flew up at once. Yang Bo subconsciously slapped down the shovel in his hand, and a bat fell to the ground, and then blood slowly penetrated out. +1 to sonic localization. Brother Wu. Yang Bo didn't care about the traveler benefits and hurriedly found Wu Bing. Chapter 4. First mission. PS, feel free to invest. It's mainly because the review took too long or I would have signed yesterday. Cannot help but Yangbo anxious who knows to kill these animals? Will face what punishment? This world as small animal protection law is said to have more than 700 regulations. More than 500 can sentence people to life imprisonment. Wu Bing was loading these plants in the back. All of them were loaded inside the big pockets. When he saw the bats, Wu Bing was surprised instead and said, "It's fine. Party A will have to give us extra money. Bats are carrying many kinds of viruses. We don't have this service inside the content of our service. I'll contact the housekeeper right away." Wu, killing small animals is a serious problem. Older brother, this you don't care. Let's finish this order. I'll give you more details. I'll contact the housekeeper. Wu Bing put this bat corpse in a transparent bag, then went over there to find the housekeeper. The butler quickly came over here, looked at the bat inside his pocket, and didn't know what he said to Wu Bing. Then a person dressed like a servant, holding a black bag, loaded the bag in Wu Bing's hand away. Yambo felt the cutthroat nature of society, and the message he got in his original body, which was that no animal should be harmed, and that he would face very serious consequences. But for the time being, no matter. Yangbo found that the plants inside this garden should be very precious. While working, Yangbo's heart was pondering again this matter of his own traveler's welfare, when suddenly Wu Bing exclaimed. A rat scurried out from inside the dirt and charged directly towards Yangbo's side, as there were a lot of plants on Yangbo's side that had not been cleared. "Get it dead," Wu Bing said eagerly. When Yangbo heard this, the shovel in his hand was thrown out in one go, right on top of this rat, which bounced around for a bit and then went into a hiatus. Dynamic vision +1. Yangbo looked intently this time, and such a message did appear inside his head. System? Character panel? Yangbo mentally shouted out various things. Nothing worked. His heart was even more puzzled. Where did this ability of his come from? Don't be afraid. It's fine. This kind of thing is very common. Do you know why other people hire us residents for services anymore? It's because of these things. If you want to hire a professional rodent exterminator, you need to submit a series of applications, reviews from various organizations, and you need to pay a large amount of fees. Wu Bing looked at the frozen Yangbo and explained while cleaning up. Like the rats we exterminated today, we need to apply for one. If we want to get rid of the bats, it's even more of a hassle, and all of this will be recorded throughout. And as a rich person, the garden is your own garden, no one else's. The corpses of these small animals, there are professional companies to deal with them. Rich people just need to pay out a sum of money is all. Instead it's even simpler. Yangbo wore overalls and spoke. Then why can't their own servants do it? Yangbo asked, somewhat puzzled. If they do it themselves, it would be intentional injury, and would be said to be premeditated. Whereas our service company accidentally injured a small animal while cleaning up, the nature is different. Wu Bing continued. So are we responsible? Of course not. We will also have a generous compensation, maybe even a visit to a psychiatrist. After all, no one wants to kill a cute animal. Wu Bing said to Yangbo in a serious manner. I'll believe you. Who just yelled death? But this kind of talk can only be said in places like this. The estates of these rich people are beyond the reach of any device to invade, so after you get your wristwatch back, you should be careful of what you say and do. Wu Bing continued. Thank you, brother Wu. Yangbo learned that rich people had a lot of rights. I won't recognize what I said here. So, Wu Bing added. I understand. Yangbo nodded in understanding. In the future, when you have separate services, just remember one thing. Anything beyond the services, whatever happens, these A's have the ability to handle it and pay for it. Kill a rat with +1 dynamic vision. Kill a rat with +1 dynamic vision. Kill a rat with +1 dynamic vision. When cleaning up later, Yangbo killed 4 rats, and a few centipedes, and found an ant nest, but only killing the rats appeared as a traveler's benefit, and the centipedes and ants didn't have any benefits. Wu Bing also killed a snake. At noon the two ate a boxed lunch provided by the A party, and after eating, they continued to work. Afternoon dry 3 hours. Finally cleaned up. 300 square meters of garden inside. Planting plants probably only 100 square meters. Plants all pulled out. Flower beds leveled out. The ground cleaned up. Cleaned out the garbage loaded on the car. The service is over. Yangbo, how do you feel today? When he returned to the company, Lu Jijie smiled and asked Yangbo first. Boss, it feels acceptable. Yangbo did not say that he couldn't wait, and opened his mouth to reply. Today your salary is 462 credits. In the future you go out on a mission by yourself. The salary is even higher. In addition, after officially joining the company will also buy insurance, pay pension, maternity fund and so on. Lu Jijie for Yangbo such a reaction. has been very satisfied. A large part of the out of a mission once and quit. After all, work where there is at home to eat and drink without worrying about comfort. I'll consider it carefully. Yang Bo nodded. As Lu Jijie watched Yang Bo leave, he took Wu Bing into a room and took his wristwatch down before entering the room. Well, Lu Jijie asked in a lazy tone. Worlds apart from the conversation he had just had with Yang Bo, the chances of staying are high. Today this newcomer killed 4 rats and 1 bat, especially the first bat hit that was almost subconscious. Wu Bing reported with a respectful tone. Those who want to come out to work, one is to experience life, the other is to want freedom. This Yang Bo I feel is to want freedom. Lu Jijie said. Wouldn't that be better? Give some lucrative tasks so that he can afford to buy a house and a car. Then he'll know what freedom means. Wu Bing said with a hefty smile. Tomorrow you take him to see a more violent one. If it works, if it doesn't, then pull back. Some people have violent genes inside their genes. Lu Jijie said. Okay. It's hard on you, and you have to bring in the newcomers. Lu Jijie spoke again. You're joking, sir. I wouldn't be where I am today without you. Let's go. Off duty. Lu Jijie got up and patted Wu Bing's shoulder and spoke. May we, the newcomers, be true cleaners? Yes, our business. More and more bad to do. The amount of business is still very much. Lu Jijie shook his head and finished opening the door to go out. Chapter 5. Second mission. Returning home at night. Yang Bo checked the real estate transaction price of the city, and then sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Real estate prices vary greatly. Almost neighborhoods need hundreds of thousands of credits. Buy a house is not the key. The key is the annual cost. First of all, the property tax, property taxes, and other and so on, are calculated according to the value of your property. $1 million of real estate. A year of various costs is almost close to 10%. Then Yang Bo also searched for information about the civic level. The genetic level. The more powerful the genetic level, the more powerful the ability to show. The A-class geneticist can command a space mothership tens of thousands of combat units, although there is a mothership mastermind to assist. But the ability to respond to the prejudgment is also jaw-dropping. As for the S-class, it was only a legend that there were S-class powerhouses who had single-handedly challenged a fleet of space battleships and then finished the battle. No one knew the exact information. Genetic warrior is the most common as the increase in physical fitness. Physical fitness to a certain extent, before you can learn to manipulate the mech, because the mech in the ground combat, the maximum instantaneous acceleration can be up to 15 times the speed of sound. Ordinary people such speed has long been finished. Genetically evolved people have a myriad of abilities, manipulating various elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, magnetism, electricity, and so on. There have also been evolutions of perspective, even invisibility, and so on. There are even those who have evolved changes that allow them to metallize body parts, woodify them, or make them larger, etc. It's amazing. Yang Bo received the memory inside is not very clear, but see the video inside. Someone manipulates the flame, just like the mage inside the game. Master, you have been continuously surfing the internet for 2 hours. It is recommended that you move around for 20 minutes. Yang Bo was looking intently when a red triangle area was displayed above the virtual image. While the voice of the wise butler came from inside the headset, Yang Bo silently took off his headphones and then began to move around. Master, it is recommended that you replace the carpeting to reduce the potential threat. Master, it is recommended that you apply to adopt a new pet. According to statistics, having a pet with you increases your life expectancy by 12.4%. Master, you took 5 minutes in the shower today, suggesting an extension, according to the stats at. Master, your activity rate is too fast and your pulse is accelerating. We recommend you do soothing exercises. Master, the food bank has your favorite Western bluebonnet tomorrow. Master, your favorite star Edo Lee will be coming to Voto City for a concert in 6 months, and it is recommended that you volunteer in the community, which has free admission tickets. Master, it has been half a year since your last medical checkup. We recommend that you make an appointment with a doctor for a medical checkup in advance. Yobo had no waves inside, but slowed down his exercise and then went for another back to the shower. There was a surge of anger inside, a surge that made Yobo almost cut off his hand and smash his wristwatch. But don't dare, the wristwatch is issued by the government to the user, and if it is destroyed, the consequences are up to them. At night, Yang Bo lay in bed, thinking of something else in his mind, that is, the daytime traveler's welfare. Not to dwell on the origin of this thing, then the result. System, character panel, set, skills. This time right after Yang Bo called out the skill, a message appeared inside his head. Swimming, beginner 1 out of 10. Acoustic positioning, primary 1/10. Dynamic field of view, primary 4/10. Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded for a while. Last time he seemed to shout the system father to come. How did not? But this seems to be not the system, as if it is a kind of self-perception out of the information. Yang Bo tried to breathe evenly and calm down, or else the damn intelligence system would give advice again. And it seemed that the things he knew in his last life weren't in there, and the original owner's original ability wasn't there either. So could it be that he got this ability after he crossed over? This is a house provided by the government, so it is not possible to remodel the house. And it is also not possible to turn off the so-called intelligent security system inside. If you own your own house, it can be made into anything without intelligence at all. If Yang Bo forced to turn it off, maybe a few minutes later the police will break the door. Mainly because they are afraid that someone is messing things up in here. The sonic localization of bats. How should I use it? It's hard to say about the dynamic field of view. There's nothing in the house to experiment with. The sonic localization thing. Yang Bo whistled in his heart. In an instant, Yang Bo felt marvelous. The original dark room instantly formed a three-dimensional image inside his own mind, and even vaguely can see the inside of the walls. How can I put it? This formed image seems like one of those three-dimensional line designs you look at inside a computer. Not the colorful world you see with the naked eye. It's black and white. Yang Bo was so excited that he almost sat up, but this ability lasted only 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds that image inside his mind disappeared. Whistling again, the feeling came back, and Yobo felt it delicately this time. You can feel some of the piping behind the decorative walls, but for the walls, the image is just a centimeter or two, and you can't see what's behind it. Now this ability seems a little weak. Is it just itself, or is it the ability itself? And whistling this a little too conspicuously. After 3 more excited trials, Yang Bo felt tired, mentally exhausted. It looks like this ability still consumes a lot. I don't know how other genetic evolvers, how do they replenish their spirit? Yang Bo thought about things in his mind before going to sleep. Early the next morning, after Yang Bo got up, he did not feel the slightest thing wrong. Before he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the suggestion of the wise housekeeper, he put the quilt cover, bed sheet into the washing machine. This kind of self-drying system. The window had long since been opened by the wise butler himself, and Yang Bo was too lazy to worry about it. It didn't feel like home. It felt like one of those cells with lots of surveillance, and it felt like going crazy to stay in there for 1 more minute. Taking a deep breath, Yang Bo knew that he might have a little problem with his own psychology and thought about things too seriously. Yang Bo did not test anything on the road, because there are many energy sensors in this kind of public area. According to the federal law, the genetically enhanced people are not allowed to display their abilities freely in the human inhabited community. I do not know whether it is to restrain those genetically evolved people, or to say that they will not let these people in the lower class to see the envy and jealousy. Yang Bo, how did you sleep? Lu Jijia smiled as usual and handed Yang Bo a bottle of water before asking. No problem, boss. Yang Bo nodded. Go get the mission. There's a big order today. Lu Jijia patted Yang Bo's shoulder and spoke. Thanks boss. Yang Bo nodded and left. Lu Jijia looked at the back of Yang Bo left. The corner of his mouth showed a smile. A person who has never killed any small animals. Yesterday killed a bat, a few rats, the next day with nothing. Either this kind of people's psychological quality is very strong, or the genes are inside the violent factor. In such a technological society, the status of small animals is higher than that of human beings. So these people have been educated from childhood not to touch those unfamiliar small animals and to stay away from them because they will bring unknown and serious consequences. And the pets that they own, they have to be very careful because there is a microchip in the pet's body. And certain organizations will always be able to direct the owner of the pet to do this, and that based on the data transmitted by the microchip. Yang Bo, or I know Lu Jijia, will look at himself like this. In his last life, not to mention the rats and bats, chickens, ducks and geese, voles, snakes, fish and shrimp killed do not know how many. How will there be psychological pressure? Brother Wu. When Yang Bo saw Wu Bing, he hurriedly greeted him. Yang Bo, just in time. Today you will be my assistant. Today's mission is not something you can access at this level. I will show you around. Pay attention to the command. When Wu Bing saw Yang Bo coming, he opened his mouth and said, Chapter 6, Strange. Brother Wu, what do you mean by that? Yang Bo was a bit puzzled. There seemed to be something wrong with this statement. Wu Bing asked with a hefty smile. Yang Bo, you don't think I'm an F-class resident, do you? Brother Wu, you are wearing a wristwatch. Yang Bo was even more puzzled. Wristwatch. This is officially certified. There are a lot of secrets in this world. What you see is only what they are willing to show you. Let's go. Let's finish up first. If you still want to do this job at that time, I'll explain it to you in detail. Wu Bing shook his head and spoke. Yang Bo felt wrong, very wrong. Can't it be that this cleaning company is doing dirty work? Doing dirty work must also be paid. Thinking of doing dirty work, Yang Bo, on the contrary, was a little bit excited. His last life was mediocre, died once, and did not want to be mediocre again, living like a piece of grass. Even if you become a butterfly, just being able to fly for a few days is enough. At least life was wonderful. The task list is Wu Bing took. Yang Bo level is not enough not to see, but get the equipment to make Yang Bo feel abnormal. A password box. There is a handbag, which is a stack of garbage bags, but this kind of garbage bags actually have not seen themselves. It looks like an ancient snakeskin bag. The mission was still being picked up, and after getting into the car, Yobo felt that he had found the reason for his extreme dissatisfaction with his current life, and that was that he didn't want to live like a blade of grass, or a pile of garbage that was being watched and paid attention to. Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo with a grave face, and muttered in his heart, if it were not for the fact that the social welfare is now too good to find people, there is no way for such a young man to enter the company, and many people are willing to be a happy pig, but also not willing to come out to work. This time the car came to a mountain below. High fences. Security personnel could be seen at the gates. The two men were taken separately to the inside of the band room to be checked. Wristwatches taken off and placed inside special boxes. The two exchanged an ID card and then they were led. A security guard leading the way. Entering the gate was a stone-paved road. The stones looked to be a bit old. Surrounded by greenery. It was obvious that it wasn't planted artificially as a number of the trees were scribbly grown. After walking for a while up the hill, layer after layer of irregular stone slabs paved with steps. There are still some plants inside the cracks of the stone slabs. There are ferns. There are weeds. Surrounded by vines. Shrubs, giving people the feeling as if it is a long time no one walks on the remote path like, to the halfway point of the mountain. By chance to turn back, Yang Bo realized that there is a tarmac under the mountain. In addition to a large area here specifically how to orientation. Cannot see at all. Surrounded by mountains. A temple? When climbing up a flight of steps to go up and seeing the building in front of him, Yang Bo was a bit shocked. And upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a Taoist temple. Several people did not enter this temple or Taoist temple, and could not tell if it was a Taoist temple or a temple without going inside. Following a bamboo forest next to the Taoist temple, in which there is a stone-paved path, you can tell that it leads to different places, as there are several forks in the road. Both of you, this is your work area. Please make sure to abide by the contract. Arriving in front of a small courtyard, the staff spoke. Understood. Wu Bing nodded. The yard looks as if it's one of those small idyllic yards, with a fence made of bamboo, and the inside of the yard is paved with stone slabs and flowers, and there's also a side of a fish pond with what looks like a few goldfish in it. The house is also bamboo built throughout. The color looks like it has been there for many years and it looks very intentional, along with the surroundings, but to Yang Bo a gloomy feeling. Around the bamboo forest is too dense, behind the mountain is too high. This environment looks good, but really live on their own is not good. First of all, moisture. In addition to the bamboo forest is dense and not windy, there are mosquitoes as very much. Every day maybe just midday only have some sunshine to shine in. Today's mission Yang Bo hadn't read it yet, so he opened his mouth and asked, Brother Wu, our mission today? You just stay inside this courtyard. I'll go in and get the stuff. After the stuff is taken out all of it will be thrown inside this pocket. Wu Bing said while opening the box. Good. Yang Bo nodded. Wu Bing opened the box, and the box was probably just 50 centimeters long. 40 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. Yang Bo is also very curious. What is inside this box? After Wu Bing opened the box, inside is a frying pan lid-sized piece of shield. The entire shield took on a bronze color, with some mysterious patterns on it, looking very much like those bronzes that he had seen in his past life when he went to an antique street. There was a second tier to the chest, and underneath the second tier was a short sword, which looked like it was made of purple brass. Remember, don't move anything here. Wu Bing, holding a short sword in one hand and a shield in the other, instructed Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded. There are many questions in his heart. Looking around, did not see a third person. These plants inside the yard. The environment seems to be very ordinary. Kid, don't doubt my words. This world is far more complicated and colder than what you see. Raise a question for you to consider. Since people can be categorized into various grades of genetically enhanced people, what about other creatures? Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo and said meaningfully. When Yang Bo heard this, he was shocked. Yes, since people can become genetically enhanced, what about other creatures? Since human genes can be changed, isn't there a chance that any other creature with genes can be changed? Yang Bo did not ask why, and in his heart, he somewhat regretted coming to be a cleaner and wondered what mysteries this company actually had. Then Yang Bo felt a little strange. Why he was not afraid? Was it because he had died once? Thinking of Wu Bing's instructions, Yang Bo automatically stayed away from the house made of bamboo. In case there was any danger, it would be good to scatter and run away. Yang Bo also looked at the things inside the small courtyard at the entrance of the house. Green stone slabs, color-changing bamboo fence, which was crawling with all kinds of plants. Looking unusual, planting the plants were all kinds of pottery flower pots. Near the bamboo house there was also a small pool, rectangular and irregular, with a rockery in it, and some plants and such on the rockery. The whole environment feels simple, plain and full of rustic style. Just at this time, Wu Bing came out, but with empty hands. Yang Bo felt strange in his heart, making such a big battle, actually came out with empty hands. Brother Wu? Yang Bo hurriedly came up and opened his mouth to ask, "You go clean up that side." Wu Bing's face stiffened a bit as he pointed to the side of the fish pond and spoke. When Yang Bo heard this, he subconsciously replied, "Good," then turned around and left. But just in the moment of turning around, Yang Bo felt that something was wrong. The voice of Wu Bing's speech, how it seemed to be a little wrong, obviously talking in front of himself, but he felt that the voice seemed to be coming from the side. The ability to locate sound waves found this end of the line. Raising his eyes to see the direction of the sound, it was actually the small and inconspicuous fish pond. Mentally, he whistled. Chapter 7. Test Subjects. Accompanied by a whistle. Yang Bo's face was shocked, because the whistle sound waves reflected in the image inside his mind. The Wu Bing who had just talked to him didn't exist at all, but it felt like there was something abnormal about this piece. In the direction of the fish pond, on the other hand, it was as if it was a black hole, and a large area was just pitch black. Yang Bo felt his legs shivering, but it wasn't fear. Instead it was excitement, like the kind of legs that didn't obey after a fight in the past. Yang Bo took a deep breath, took out his tool, a shovel, and approached the fish pond step by step. Fish pond is not big, the hole may be just 3 or 5 square meters. Inside a piece of rockery on the top and moss, ferns, water inside the water plants. There are a dozen small goldfish. Boo! Seeing to approach the fish pond, Yang Bo swung the shovel in his hand and smashed into the fish pond inside. Without looking at the results, directly rushed to the door of the yard. There is a mistake, right, first run again. The moment he rushed out of the courtyard door, out of the corner of Yang Bo's eye, he saw the shovel directly smashed into the inside of the fish pond, and then the water splashed everywhere, and a black fish appeared inside the pond, very hideous, and opened its big mouth, and a mouthful of water was sprayed out toward Yang Bo. Seeing the black strange fish inside this fish pond, Yang Bo knew it was bad and hurriedly rolled on the ground, instantly rolling out of the yard outside. Disguise +4. A message appeared inside his mind and Yang Bo froze. Then Yang Bo continued to run, running behind a rock a dozen meters away from the door before looking inside the courtyard with a big gasp. This look froze. Wu Bing was holding a short sword, a big black fish in front of him, with a very big head, no belly, no waist, and a fish tail behind it, and the short sword in Wu Bing's hand was nailing on top of this fish's head. Yang Bo, come in. Wu Bing wiped his sweat when he saw Yang Bo pop up behind the stone. If Yang Bo turned in here today, he would be a joke. Brother Wu, is it really you? Yang Bo was still a little afraid to go in, afraid that this Wu Bing was a fake, so he opened his mouth and asked, "It's me. I made a mistake this time. Come in." Wu Bing continued. Hearing this, Yang Bo continued to shout, "Brother Wu, what did we do yesterday? Go help someone clean up their garden. What's for lunch?" Only when Wu Bing finished his answer did Yang Bo walk out, his legs still shaking now. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake this time." Seeing Yang Bo's appearance and feeling Yang Bo's heartbeat accelerate, Wu Bing said with an apology, "Brother Wu, what's going on? My brain seems like mush." Yang Bo saw this fish. The head was almost half a meter in diameter and only a meter long. It looked deformed. "You take out your pockets first. I'll tell you in detail after packing." Wu Bing spoke. Yang Bo then picked up the pocket he had received, and Wu Bing dropped the hideous walleye inside the bag, then cleaned up the black and red blood on the ground. Wu Bing threw his gloves, as well as the shovel that Yang Bo had smashed out, inside his pocket together, and after sealing the pocket, Wu Bing said, "Let's go. Go inside and talk." Wu Bing said as he carried his pockets. "Yang Bo, what I'm going to say next, you'd better not go out and say it, because if you do, you'll disappear." Wu Bing opened his mouth and said. Yang Bo nodded his head before Wu Bing opened his mouth and said, "The first thing I want to tell you is that human beings are actually not the masters of the stars. Human beings are actually very small in the stars. Don't believe me? Go back and check how many administrative stars human beings have, and then you'll find that there are several administrative stars, which no longer have any news, because these administrative stars have been destroyed. genetic evolution was not first invented by humans, but by interstellar beings, and in case you didn't know, the technology that humans have created that is capable of destroying planets is not aimed at humans, but at unknown extraterrestrial beings. As for what you see just now, it's actually still because of humans. The blood of some genetically evolved humans, or household waste contaminates other creatures, and then the beasts start to evolve as well. The most powerful creature found by humans in this world is beyond description. I don't know the exact information, but know that one of humanity's main fleets was crippled. Let me tell you about my job, which is really to serve the rich people who have their own starships. So you can hardly imagine what incredible things are inside the collections of these rich people. The garden we cleaned up yesterday had 38 species that I recognized. Starfleet endangered and protected listed plants, and any ordinary person who touched them would face severe penalties. But inside someone else's garden, it was just like garbage that we cleaned up. This one today, I don't know what's going on with the owner here, but my personal guess would be death or something else. The employer's information we just know is a powerful genetic evolver. You won't be able to see the information of this fish anywhere. All I can tell you is that this fish is rated as a D grade, possessing the ability of illusion as well as camouflage, and this fish is also one of the raw materials of the genetic evolution potion. Hearing this, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, "This fish has 2 abilities and he only gained 1? Speaking of genetic evolution potions, Yang Bo, you don't think that those B-class or even higher genetic evolvers are really working on their own? Wrong, because what they use is a B or higher grade gene potion. Gene potion materials are different, and so are the grades. Your genetic evolution failed. My personal guess would be that the potions company has developed a new genetic potion, or it's not a genetic potion at all and you're just a test subject, or they don't need that many genetically evolved people." Hearing this, Yang Bo's heart thumped. Could it be that the original owner died because of this? I'll tell you another fact. Genetic potions have been known to be 100% successful for hundreds of years. It just means that there are variations in the results for each individual. Yang Bo was a bit dumbfounded, but it was normal when he thought about it. If all the genetic evolution succeeded, then how to show the gap in social class? Think about it. If it wasn't for my negligence today, which almost led to your death, you might never have known these things. Wu Bing finished speaking and waited for Yang Bo to digest what he said. Yang Bo carefully ran through it inside his head before he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Wu, is society that dark? Oh, you study history and see what society was like in history." Wu Bing was still impressed with Yang Bo. After saying so many things himself, this kid was actually still steady. When Yang Bo thought about it, he was right. As long as there was a society made up of human beings, the dark side was rare. After waiting for a while, Wu Bing saw that Yang Bo hadn't asked himself yet, so he asked, "Is there nothing to ask? Brother Wu, what level is your current strength equivalent to?" Private Yang Bo asked with curiosity. Chapter 8, The Truth? According to the standards of the Federation, it should be up to level C. However, Yang Bo, don't be too concerned about this level. The impact of the equipment is great. Wu, why do you need a wristwatch for your C rank? Yang Bo, you won't believe those guys bull ***** that biochips are absolutely safe, right? I'll tell you another fact. 90% of those big shots you see on the internet don't implant biochips. As for the remaining 10%, it's because the ability itself is too poor, or it's a puppet itself. Yang Bo opened his mouth wide. Although he had long had a guess in his own heart, he was still shocked to be told by Wu Bing. Of course, the average person implanted with a biochip has no downside, but rather an upside. Why? Because as an ordinary person, you have nothing worthwhile for others to notice. In fact, back many years ago, when the internet started, there were no secrets for individuals. Everything you said, your health, your family, your savings, everything about you, if they wanted to know, they would know. Do you listen to my advice? Wu Bing continued to ask. Wu, go ahead. First, buy a house of your own. Second, as long as your body feels fine with itself, try not to go for medical checkups. I've had a few medical checkups in my life when I was young. And third, change your wristwatch. After Wu Bing finished speaking, he waited for Yang Bo's reaction. Yang Bo pondered slightly. I don't have that many credits. I can lend it to you, but you have to make sure that what happened today doesn't get out. Inside our industry, this kind of thing brings a lot of influence. Wu Bing pondered in his heart. Let this kid buy a house. With a mortgage. This kid will have to work. Wait until this kid enjoys the freedom. Then he will have to work harder. Wu Bing also didn't ask how Yang Bo discovered this genetically evolved creature. Brother Wu, I need to think about it. Yang Bo actually wished to know more about genetics. Well, tomorrow you give me an answer. Go. This hasn't been taken care of yet. It's already done. This mission is to clear this place and then solve any dangers that may exist. These will be given to the other low-level cleaners later on, which means that you should be more careful when you do your own missions in the future. Wu Bing shook his head and said, Yang Bo understands that there are a lot of problems inside the brain, but Yang Bo is not really a teenager, and will not completely believe Wu Bing, who lived for decades in his last life, and who is a human being in the face and a ghost behind his back has seen a lot of people. Wu Bing took Yang Bo back the way he came, and neither of them said anything along the way. Wu Bing gave his pocket to the staff, and then the two of them took back their wristwatches and took the car back again. After returning to the office and paying the assignment, the afternoon was fine. Yang Bo sat on top of the park bench, looking at the lake inside the park. Most of the people here are single and alone. Couples are very few and far between. These people give Yang Bo the feeling of how to say it, as if there is no soul. Everyone's expression is almost the same. Some laziness, some indifference. The posture of walking is also almost the same. It's only occasionally that a couple has a smile on their face and an extra expression. Yang Bo thought a lot in his heart, and did not dare to go back to check things on the internet. Maybe checking certain things will cause the attention of some people. This is much more technologically advanced than the internet age, where in your last life you said you wanted to buy something, opened a shopping app and it was pushed to you. Let alone now. The ability gained today is camouflage. What does this camouflage +4 mean? The previous times were +1. Yang Bo thought of his own ability again. Yang Bo was curious to know what this genetic evolution is all about. What are the abilities and what are the initial manifestations? Just as Yang Bo was thinking about the problem, a middle-aged man passed in front of him and unintentionally glanced at himself, and Yang Bo immediately felt that something was wrong. This person seems to be looking at himself specifically? Yang Bo had a feeling that this person seemed to be passing by here just to look at himself specifically. Yang Bo carefully observed and realized that the other people passed in front of him. Even if they twisted their heads to look at their side, they did not have the same feeling as just now. Is this the ability that comes with disguise +4? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. What kind of people are watching themselves? The company? Or something else? Or is it related to the death of the original owner? Yang Bo's face was as usual, and he was thinking about a lot of things inside his head. On the company side, Wu Bing and Lu Jijie were still in this room of the company. TSK, this kid seems to have something, Lu Jijie said with interest after listening to Wu Bing's detailed explanation. Well, there might be some hidden ability in this kid Yang Bo. If it wasn't for the shovel being thrown inside the fish pond, I wouldn't have found it. I just don't know what the genetic agent this kid was injected with in the first place. Could it be an experimental agent made by some company? Wu Bing nodded and said. Lu Jijie rubbed his forehead. This is not good to check. Once the other party knows, it's not good to deal with it. What I suspect now is that Yang Bo will not be watched by anyone. After all, if it's really a test subject, it's impossible not to be noticed. Hearing this, Wu Bing spoke his thoughts out. When Lu Jijie heard this, he heatedly smiled. Isn't it better that way? Generally as a test genetic potion, the raw materials are definitely rarer or newly discovered. As long as they enter our company, they are our company's people. I'm afraid that this Yang Bo doesn't want to join our company, and now his status says he's still a temporary worker. It's okay, once a person like Yang Bo wants to come out to work, he definitely has an idea. He won't go back to being a happy pig. I'll find someone to try and see if I can find out which company's genetic agent Yang Bo injected back then. Lu Jijie said. Do you want to bring it again tomorrow morning? I'll plan ahead if you don't. You ask him in the morning to see what he thinks, and then go. It's delayed you for a few days. Who are we with? No, I'll talk to him tomorrow. Aha. Yang Bo hard head back to the so-called home. Yang Bo feel as if they have seen a movie Truman World. Do not know how many people are watching themselves in an unknown place. The heart and admonished himself. He is an ordinary person. Is an ordinary person. Master. It is recommended that you make an appointment with your family doctor for a physical examination. Just after entering the door, the intelligent stereo inside the room rang out, and in an unknown place, inside an office, someone was looking at Yang Bo who had just entered the door, and when the intelligent audio sounded, someone opened his mouth and said, Supervisor, the target's response is not normal. According to our previous big data records, after the intelligence system prompts, there is an 80% chance that the target will immediately give an appointment order. There is a 12% chance that he will answer well of it, and an 8% chance that it won't answer, and the target has recently lost signal for a total of more than 20 hours. Did you find out anything? A bald middle-aged white man asked as he looked at the virtual image and noticed Yang Bo entering the restroom. Chapter 9 More Secrets. P.S. The signing has been submitted and is being reviewed. Invested in screwing fast. Checked it. The target has joined a company, but this company is a private company. This is the specific information of the company. A young man with blonde hair took out a document and said, The bald man looked at the paper and realized the seriousness of the problem, and after opening it, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's actually this company? Yes. Supervisor, ONGGS Services, one of the three giants of the gray area, often handles things for those celebrity politicians, rich people who are inconvenient to deal with, but do not touch the black area. The youth spoke up. What do you guys do for a living? When did the target have an abnormal reaction? The supervisor's scalp went numb when he heard this. This kind of dirty work for those politicians. Who knows what could be behind this? The target's observation level is the lowest. The physical examination report from half a year ago had no problems at all. And with 3 more months to reach the age of 20, the observation will be completely abandoned. And if it weren't for the missing data from the target's wristwatch monitoring, all of us would almost never see any data from the target again. The youth opened his mouth with reason. Baldhead spoke up again and asked, what was the success rate of this batch of test targets back then? No, not a single case. Instead there was a 12.4% mortality rate. The youth said again, shaking his head. The baldhead looked at Yang Bo inside the virtual image and reached out to point. A series of data appeared, finding that the data that showed red color exceeded 50%. The bald man had an even bigger headache. The red data represented the various manifestations of the person who was now completely different from before. As for the ones that were green and normal, they were the monitoring data of the wristwatch, the heartbeat, the pulse, and so on. It was only at this time that the youth said, there's good news. The target has not yet signed a formal contractual relationship with ONGGS, and there's still 1 day left in the probationary period. Think of a way to stop him from joining, and give me the program as soon as possible. Hearing this, the bald supervisor immediately spoke. Yes. Hearing this, the youth immediately went to get ready. Baldhead carefully looked at Yang Bo inside the virtual image, and then looked at the piercing big data next to him, which made Baldhead frown. According to the big data statistics, the target's average frequency of talking per hour had also decreased, and recently it was almost zero, which meant that there was almost no talking inside the room. There is a problem. The bald man looked at Yang Bo, who was working in silence. Although Yang Bo had organized the room as suggested by the intelligence system, but the intelligence system suggests more than 5 potentially dangerous rugs, and the target person hasn't changed at all, which is unusual, highly unusual. The bald head carefully looked at Yang Bo's various data now and did not find a trend of genetic evolution. Should we create an accident to get to the hospital to get the overall data? The equipment provided by the government doesn't have the ability to detect energy? The bald man rubbed his chin. Because the government provided equipment, which had strict regulations, did not have energy detection capabilities. While working at home, Yang Bo forced himself to calm down. The last life to work for others. More than this, over time it is a little numb. Now hold this mentality. After packing up, Yang Bo moved a chair and sat behind the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sky over the empty harbor, like a sparkling ring a circle. The brain, on the other hand, was thinking about what Wu Bing said today, how dark this world is, and what kind of creatures would be hidden in the stars. As for what Wu Bing said, Yang Bo did not search for it. In his last life, the world he lived in was so backward that if you were to search for something, it would trigger the attention of certain organizations, not to mention this side of the world. Another thought about the abilities he had gained. Killing normal animals is +1, and this one monster fish is +4 at D rank. So could it be that normal is 1, E rank is 2, D rank is 4, and C rank is 8 doubled like that? When will you verify this for yourself? And also, is this traveler's benefit for yourself incomplete or not fully developed on your own? Then how to develop one's traveler's benefits? Yang Bo mentally calculated. What about genetically evolved ancient martial arts schools? Ask carefully tomorrow. With a stomach full of thoughts. How could I not sleep? Also not sleeping is the bald supervisor. The bald supervisor looks at the submitted program. Because of certain confidentiality reasons, so a lot of things on the bald side are handwritten on paper. Because the network will leave a lot of traces. This program doesn't work. The bald man looked at the youth and shook his head. When the youth heard this, he spoke. According to the big data, the target just loves games, as well as the actress Lee Ado, and his biggest wish is to buy a robot of the same model as Lee Ado. This piece of the game, the company involved is ranked higher than any of us. There's no way but to start with this actress. The youth continued. The bald head looked at Yang Bo's favorite game, which is made by a subsidiary of a company ranked in the top 10 of all mankind, and how powerful this company is. Those intelligent filming equipment, detecting that there is a game screen of this company, automatically coded, or wait for bankruptcy. The bald head is also numb. This involves an entertainment company. This is not something you can do with your own authority. The bald head thought for a moment and said, how about a direct accident? No problem, but the price must be high. But supervisor, once something goes wrong, then our department is the first responsibility, and the previous program needs to ask the superior. The youth whispered. The bald head heard this. His heart was shocked. The company is the company. The staff is the staff. Really out of things. The company will certainly not admit it. Then I am afraid that I am. Afraid. And supervisor, it's not very relevant to us if the target is abnormal. But if the target is involved in the company because of an accident and then the company, will those guys in the company let us take the thunder? The youth continued. I'll report right away. The bald man recognized the youth's words. Yang Bo couldn't sleep in his own home. He had taken in too much today and the room was no longer a home. It was as if it was a prison cell. The next day Yang Bo entered the company in somewhat bad spirits. So Wu Bing took Yang Bo to a room and took off his wristwatch before going in. How about considering it? I can lend you a sum of money to buy a house. Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo, whose face was a bit bad, and asked right to the point. Brother Wu, I feel that what you said is a little less believable. You said that those celebrity politicians don't have chips. Could it be that those celebrity politicians are not genetically evolved? Yang Bo rubbed his forehead and asked. Wu Bing shook his head. Of course not. They are all very strong. So how did they become genetically evolved? That was what Yang Bo was asking. Yang Bo, your thinking has walked into a misunderstanding. Can't you just use genetic potions without biochips? Wu Bing said with a laugh. Yang Bo was a bit dumbfounded. Why hadn't he thought of that? There are many ways for these people to become genetically evolved. The first being the use of genetic potions, the second being ancient martial arts, and the third being some secret arts. Genetic evolution potions aside, these celebrity politicians must be using genetic potions made by their own families. It seems like it's illegal to make your own genetic potions, right? It's not illegal to manufacture genetic agents. It's illegal to manufacture and sell genes for profit. And in addition, it's illegal for genetic agents to cause serious harm to other people. It's not illegal to manufacture your own for your own use. Wu Bing continued. Chapter 10. Signing. Ancient martial arts. This origin has been very early, and there are many schools of ancient martial arts, each different. As for the secret method, this is said to be mysterious and not mysterious. It is to use some methods to stimulate the body to achieve the effect of the body's genetic evolution. Wu Bing explained while looking at Yang Bo. Wu Bing guessed Yang Bo's little mind pretty much and thought that Yang Bo definitely wanted to become a genetic evolver. As to why? Because that was what almost every resident wanted. Brother Wu, so am I being watched at all times inside the house I live in? Yang Bo asked after thinking about it. Wu Bing laughed. They can see anything about you if they want to. Seeing Yang Bo's face change, Wu Bing spoke. Do you want to become a genetic evolver? Brother Wu, you have a solution? Yang Bo asked hurriedly, looking a little anxious. Of course this was for Wu Bing. After all, the original owner was only 19 years old. You can talk to the boss. Is the boss that good? The more powerful an employee is, the more profit he creates for his boss. So you can give it a try. I became a genetic evolver. No, to be precise, I have the strength I have now because the company gave me the opportunity. Yang Bo heart some entanglement, his own ability to lack of opportunity, but to sell for the company, as if some unwillingness? I'll let the boss talk to you. Wu Bing felt that he had said enough. As for how Yang Bo behind, one is to look at the opportunity, in addition to look at their own, but the genetic agent failed. Most of the growth limit is limited. Lu Jijie walked into the room and spoke directly. Yang Bo, Wu Bing has already said so much to you. As long as you sign up for the company to become an official worker, the company will cultivate you. Genetic potions, ancient martial arts, and even secret techniques the company has. But you should not hold too much hope. The most important factor of the strong is their own talent. In fact, you do not know. In addition to some families, most of the rest of the people are born, will be booked through the genetic test. The success rate of the genetic test can be up to 80%. The first-class talent has long been the military stared at, and the rest is divided by the major forces layer by layer. Even if there are still some fish that missed the net, after the genetic potion injection will also be targeted by other forces. Yang Bo opened his mouth and asked, Boss, after signing the contract, will there be any problems? Of course there is. Any job has its dangers. Last year alone, there were hundreds of accidents in the universe. And this is referring to mere accidents. The loss of A-class genetic evolvers reached hundreds. High-energy cosmic rays, which are undetectable by human technology, and unidentified objects traveling at speeds of more than 100,000 kilometers per second. Of course, we have a high degree of job security and there's no way we're going to do anything to you. After all, you're a member of the state, and if something happens to you, it's going to cost us a lot more to undo the effects of this. And the contract is a regular contract. Yang Bo pondered for a moment, then said, Boss, I can sign, but I want to move, and I want the company to provide free housing, and a poorer environment is fine. Oh, are you yearning for freedom? Lu Jijia's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jijia originally just wanted the company to be short of people. But last night Lu Jijia found someone to find out what company Yang Bo was injecting the genetic agent in the first place, which was on the government official website. Then Lu Jijia combined it with some of the things this company had done in the decades before they injected Yang Bo with the genetic agent, and it locked in that this company was perhaps experimenting with some new type of genetic agent, because according to Wu Bing's description, Yang Bo had escaped the monster's attack yesterday, which was abnormal for an ordinary person because Wu Bing hadn't even noticed the monster's disguise. As for what Yang Bo has the ability to say, Lu Jijie does not want to know, because this is everyone's biggest secret, as long as this person can work for the company is. As for the fact that if Yang Bo doesn't sign a formal contract, then Lu Jijie will sell Yang Bo's information to those who are interested. Yang Bo signed a formal contract with Ansheji Service Company. Lu Jijie looked at Yang Bo's contract, and his heart was relieved, because of the special nature of their own company. They need residents. Not only their own company, as long as they do similar services need residents, but most of the residents do not want to come out to work. Yang Bo, we have a points system within our company. Points can be exchanged for anything. This is a list of points exchange for junior employees. Each task will not only pay you, but will also have corresponding points. Lu Jijie took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Bo. D-grade gene evolution potion. 1 million points. Yang Bo looked at the D-grade gene evolution potion, which actually required 1 million points. Grade E genetic evolution potion. 100,000 points. Yang Bo looked down again. The final points mode, where you get as many points for as many payoffs as you can get, has anti-gravity skateboards, anti-gravity flying cars, houses, and more in addition to the gene potion. Our company also provides lending services with lower interest rates than financial institutions, Lu Jijie added. Yang Bo shook his head, then asked, Boss, how do I take the quest? It's very simple. Just pick it up on your wristwatch. You don't even have to come to the office. Of course the logistics department will charge you for sending you the tools. Lu Jijie added. Boss, are there any in ancient martial arts? I failed with my last gene potion, and the success rate of exchanging gene potions again is also a problem? Yang Bo took a sip of water and then asked. Sure, here's the relevant information. Yang Bo took the information. A look at some dumbfounded. The ancient martial arts method is also divided into many levels. The highest hundreds of millions of credits, the lowest free. However, to be carried out in a professional training institution, because there are people over there who will guide as well as contingency measures. The minimum hour of this training institution is 1,000 credits. Yang Bo, in this society, you have to remember one thing. Want to live a better life. There is no free stuff. The company's policy is fair. Of course there are some issues that I can give you advice, but my advice is to give it to you from my point of view. Maybe it won't be very suitable for you, and in the future, no matter who gives you advice, you have to consider it carefully yourself. Lu Jijie spoke again. Okay, boss. The wristwatch you can prepare yourself or you can get it in the company. Of course if you have a higher rank later then you need our company's own customized wristwatch. Right now you're not at a high enough rank to get your own wristwatch. You can move out from your current place that and live in the dormitory arranged by the company. I'll take you to your dormitory first. You can be assured of our company quarters. Yang Bo nodded. This company's business. Obviously not so simple. Not enough strength cannot dare to engage in this business. Just do not know what people behind this company? Chapter 11 Abilities brought by disguise +4. The dormitory is in the suburbs of a private community inside. A small apartment building. Only 3 floors only. A layer of about 5 units. Is a one-room single room? Then Yang Bo now live in a lot smaller. The decoration is also simple. The door here is the kind of old-fashioned door. The kind of self-unlocking. The house inside the internet service. Here's your employee card. You'll need it when you enter. We don't have a lot of employees on this side, and most of them have their own residences. This is your entry and exit card. There are vigilant bodyguards at the entrance of the private community. The vigilante bodyguard Lu Jijie was talking about was a laser emitter, a security type of weapon. Once someone forced their way into the guarded area, then this thing would emit lasers. Lu Jijie drove Yang Bo to buy a wristwatch again, and went to the community to apply for the return of the house. And the community personnel came to the door together, and Yang Bo brought a few pieces of his clothes, and the rest of his clothes, and the wristwatch that belonged to the government was also turned in. Inside the dormitory, the private community environment is even better than where Yang Bo lives, where you can barely see the residents next door, all shaded by trees. The rooms are simple, with manual flushing toilets, manual faucets, temperatures that need to be manually adjusted, even the windows have to be opened manually, and the air conditioning is manual. Mard is one cheap, coming to the future world, and living in a rented house similar to one's previous life. Yang Bo felt a circle. His heart felt much more solid for no reason. The wristwatch is a product of Ping and Technology Company Limited, although it is an old model. But according to what Lu Jijie said, for your sake, those hackers messed with Ping and Technology Company, which is completely impossible. The implication of the words is that you are not qualified enough for others to mess with Peace Tech. There is no smart housekeeping system on this watch. And the reason everyone inside the government house has to wear it is because the government is responsible for the safety of those people. Or else something will happen and those politicians will get slammed. This kind of wristwatch is completely owner-centered. And Yang Bo removed most of the functions, leaving a contact function, similar to making a phone call, and then a mail service function, and the rest is gone. As for buying things, they can be purchased on a wired virtual computer, and then the property staff here will deliver them to a designated location, a locker in the downstairs lobby, or a locker at the elevator entrance. Trash doesn't need to be sorted either, just throw it away. The property has this service: eat what you want, drink what you want. Yang Bo took a shower and came out, then found that the wristwatch came a message alert. It is a game that the original owner used to play. The game engaged in activities. The original owner used to pay attention to a certain female star's concert activities. Continue to play the game, you can get concert tickets. Not interested? Yobo blocked the messaging game, then sat down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room in his shorts. Skill. Yang Bo's heart fluttered as he called out for skills. Swimming, beginner 1 out of 10. Acoustic positioning, primary 1 out of 10. Dynamic field of view, primary 4/10. Camouflage, primary 4/10. The information appeared in his mind. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Sonic positioning, this ability is still good. But where there are so many bats to kill? In his past life, if he went back to his hometown and found a cave, it would be dark everywhere. Disguise. When I saw someone watching yesterday, I immediately sensed it. Also disguise this ability? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Closing his eyes, Yang Bo silently thought about the disguise in his heart. And suddenly Yang Bo was enlightened. Coming to the restroom, looking at himself inside the mirror, Yang Bo's heart moved, and something magical happened. Double eyelids became single eyelids, then the heart fluttered again, and the big eyes turned into squints. Then there was another heartbeat and a change in his eyebrows. A minute later, Yang Bo looked at himself inside the mirror. From a pure boy into a greasy uncle, or squinting eyes kind. A look is the kind of colorful. Ahem. You can change muscle hair. No way to change bones. Could it be because the camouflage level is not enough? The change lasted for 20 minutes. The ability disappeared. And Yang Bo felt a bit of an empty feeling in his body, as if he was in sage mode. Yang Bo also tested it out. This level of camouflage could change the muscles and hair. I just wonder if there are any energy fluctuations after the change? Want to buy an energy detector? Or not? Feeling hungry, Yang Bo mentally mulled over the ability to disguise himself while shopping for groceries. Now hunting that kind of creature. It is estimated that it is more difficult. Go online and check the ancient martial arts to see. Yang Bo was ready to look up ancient martial arts to inspire genes after dinner. Cooking your own meals is just as good, just a little more of a hassle. The virtual computer used here is also a big brand. According to Lu Jijie, try to choose a big brand, because the reputation of a big brand is very important. Unless your value is so big that it is incalculable. No one wants to mess with these big brands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Bo manually searched for the ancient martial gene school, and the information displayed made Yang Bo directly burst out. Above the virtual image was shown a square piece of metal debris, on top of which was a diagram of the body's acupoints as well as meridians. One of the fronts was complete and the back was mutilated. There's also the note that this one sheet of metal burst out of hyperspace 4,500 years ago when the Blackstone Empire, the predecessor of the Three Alliances, was conducting its first test of opening a space jump. According to research, it was an unknown civilization, one that was strange and had shoddy methods of making metal debris. But what was depicted on it was shocking. Scientists are beginning to think this metal plate is a joke. The human body is not just blood vessels, nerves, what are these labeled? But one scientist, perhaps mad, stimulated these labeled points with an electric current, and then turned on extraordinary abilities. This is what allowed the scientists to continue their research. And then the scientists found some suspicious information behind this golden plate, which when translated was an ancient martial arts method. Looking for death. Stimulate the acupuncture points with electric current. Yang Bo looked at this metal piece. This one be a detector launched by the Earth or something like that. Or are the humans on Earth also from an alien planet? Continue reading. This one of stimulating acupuncture points with electric current later develops into a secret method to turn on genetic evolution. As for the gene potion, this is not described on the network, only that it utilizes advanced biogenetic technology. Practicing kung fu. This I don't know, but acupoint sinews I can. In his last life, Yang Bo would push the massage, or because his parents were getting old and had pains here and there, he taught himself a lot of means of pushing the massage. In his previous life, Yang Bo also liked to read novels, and when he was young, he also liked to read martial arts school novels, and he even bought some secret books of what martial arts to read. Inside reality there are people who have entered the path, but it's too dangerous and not recommended for the average person to try. But what kind of feats are the feats? Are they the same as on Earth? Are Earthlings also aliens? Yang Bo did not dare to try it easily. The things on the internet were not necessarily true, and there was no specific gong method. Let's earn money first. In the end, Yang Bo could only think about earning money first, and after that. Chapter 12. Induction. The next day, Yang Bo made his own breakfast and ate it at home, and when he went out, he incidentally threw the garbage downstairs where the garbage collection was, where there was no need for garbage sorting. Cool. After walking out of the community gate, Yang Bo was ready to head to the company. This side of the public transportation. Before Yang Bo did not need to pay, but now it is necessary to pay. The hours vary. The distances vary. The prices vary. There aren't a lot of people waiting at the bus stops. Over 90% of the residents don't come out to work, and most of those citizens, for the most part, have their own anti-gravity cars. Looking forward to what the day's mission would be, Yobo arrived at the bus stop and realized that the bus was still 5 minutes away from arriving. So Yobo found a place to sit down. Just as he sat down, a young man also walked into the waiting place. A young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes. But Yang Bo felt different. This person walked in the first time to look at himself. The rest of the people walked in, is to see if there is a seat first. Being followed again? Thinking of the previous afternoon when he felt he was being followed, Yang Bo frowned slightly. The youth walked into the waiting room and the first thing he saw was the target person this time. A 19-year-old resident with an all-too-simple mission. But this is not the place to do it. It's a public area. And once it's done, the drone police will be there in less than 20 seconds. The youth found a seat and sat down, using the corner of his eye to look at the target person. A very ordinary resident. You could tell by the way he was dressed. And the youth didn't know what kind of person needed a blood sample from this resident. The youth touched the ring on his finger. There were still a few minutes before the bus arrived. Using the opportunity to get on and off the bus to use the ring to obtain a sample of the other person's blood. This mission was to give himself money. It was too simple. Yang Bo looked at one of the incoming buses, stood up at once, and then boarded the bus in an instant. Even though the bus was not to the company, the youth was stunned by Yang Bo's action. According to the intelligence, the target person should not be this bus. The youth hastened to his feet, but it was too late. The bus had already started. Damn! The youth cursed, then hurriedly rushed to where the cab had hit, just a short distance away. After getting on the bus, Yang Bo walked to the end of the bus and frowned when he saw the youth rushing towards the cab stand in a hurry. It seems like it's really coming for himself. Yang Bo was certain this time. Yang Bo thought about it for a while, before taking a closer look at this bus route and getting off at the next stop. After waiting for a few minutes for the car to the company to come, Yang Bo's heart was a little heavy. Who was following him? The company? Shouldn't I? What should we do now? Yang Bo felt a little flustered. After arriving at the company, Yang Bo was hesitating to tell the truth about someone following him. Yang Bo, this is the next arrangement. Although your current rank is very low, to deal with the dangers that will likely arise, you will be given a series of induction training. Lu Jijie took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo's heart is a little suspicious. Training? Formal entry before training? In fact, this is Lu Jijie to Yang Bo's resources tilt, because Yang Bo may be genetically evolved. So Lu Jijie will give this opportunity. If the average person may be dry for a period of time before there is entry training. Boss, where is the training? Yang Bo took a closer look. It was mainly about recognizing some dangerous creatures or items and then handling them correctly. Virtual training? We have virtual helmets. You have 1 month. And since you don't have a biochip to assist you, you'll need to get at least a 60 rating when it comes time for the test. Because of the reason of the group of customers we are in contact with. Who knows what kind of things these people would put in their homes for the sake of seeking excitement. Lu Jijie spoke up. Those rich people, they'll do anything for a thrill. Boss, I'll try. The virtual helmet you bring back. You can train at home. The daily online length should reach 4 hours. In addition, this month will give you a salary. Lu Jijie added. Understood. Then Yang Bo left the company with a box, and directly took a taxi back to the place where he lived. Someone tracking on tracking. Living in a private community is not afraid. Yang Bo made himself a cup of tea before he sat on the sofa and opened the box. Inside the box was an old virtual helmet, like a motorcycle helmet, with a large face mask, and then a pair of silver-white gloves, with wires linking on top of the virtual helmet. The virtual helmet had been activated, and Yang Bo looked at the brand of this virtual helmet, which was again from Pinyin. After putting on the helmet, Yang Bo found himself like the Vision when he was riding a bike. There was only one software on it. The software was named E-Level Safety Training. After opening the software, there were several options on it. The first one was dangerous plants. The second one was dangerous animals. The third one was how to dispose of dangerous plants. The fourth one was how to deal with dangerous animals. The fifth one was how you should save yourself. And the sixth one was the simulation of the examination. TSK. Yang Bo moved his hands and opened the first option. The poisonous plants in it were rare and strange. There were blood-seeing plants as well as fruits that exploded. There were also strongly paralyzed poisonous spikes all over the body. There were also mediocre but highly poisonous ones. There were also mushrooms releasing poisonous spores and so on. Yang Bo feel these nothing, because when doing cleaning work, will wear protective clothing? In general, after the release of the task, the company will have someone to assess, and then receive the task when the protective clothing corresponds to different environments. At noon, he made himself a bibimbap, and after eating it, he continued to read it. After all, Yang Bo did not want to lose his life in the future because of mistakes or inaccurate intelligence. Because of the private territory, the service member will not necessarily be rescued in a timely manner, as it will take someone from the company to do so, not an official agency, and once the official agency gets involved, the service member's private planting and breeding of these creatures will come to light. For the next 10 days, Yang Bo was at home, trying to memorize as much as he could of what he had learned, because it was about his money. Yang Bo at home, someone outside is anxious crazy. Tracking. Yang Bo originally thought that from an ordinary person to obtain some blood samples is easy. While on the bus, or walking when encountered, casually can obtain a little blood. Did not expect the other party back to the place where they live. Actually do not come out. Damn it, asshole, I'm going to kill this scumbag. The youth who took the mission shouted in his heart. Yang Bo sighed, ready to carry out the simulation test, took a deep breath, clicked on the simulation test, and saw that the place where he is a garden. The test is to find out the dangerous items inside the garden and clean up. A few plants were found. Protective gear was put on. And then the plants were put into special trash bags, because different plants require different trash bags, and poisonous plants require special trash bags. Inside the fish pond in the garden, there are some goldfish. Yang Bo knew that it was not so simple. After all, it is an examination, and soon found a black thing under a rockery. Electric eel. When Yang Bo saw this thing, he held a shovel in his hand and knocked the wigwam hard. Swimming +1. Swimming +1. Swimming +1. With the goldfish inside the fish pond tumbling around, Yang Bo was dumbfounded as a message flowed inside his mind. WOJ, this scene is real? Yang Bo was a bit dumbfounded, but then his eyes glowed as he stared at the electric eel that was discharging inside the fish pond. Chapter 13 Light Energy Mastery. Yang Bo now does not care why this examination scene is real. Changed into an insulated protective suit, picked up a shovel and directly poked this electric eel. The electric eel was so stimulated that it continued to discharge, and all the goldfish inside the fish pond died out. All turned belly up. Click. The electric eel was pained by Yang Bo's shovel attack and scurried out in a flash, and was brought down by the quick-eyed Yang Bo with a shovel. Electricity manipulation +1. Yang Bo hemmed and hawed in his heart, but on the surface, he still took out a garbage bag and packed up the corpse of the electric eel whose head had been exploded by the shovel, as well as those goldfish corpses. The entire garden was cleaned up, and the final evaluation score for the mock test was 85, with deductions for items that should have been specialized tools when dealing with electric eels, and a poisonous plant that wasn't found and was mixed in with other plants. Just now, the reaction was quick. The electric eel moved. One almost knew what place this guy was heading towards. Could this be the ability of dynamic vision? Yang Bo took off his virtual helmet and pondered while drinking tea. Skill. Mentally murmur a skill. Swimming, intermediate 24/100. Dynamic field of view, primary 4/10. Camouflage, primary 4/10. Electricity control, primary 1/10. Acoustic positioning, primary 1 out of 10. TSK. This company's strength is perverted. I just went into the simulation training and I think there is a little problem. Some of them are too realistic, but they are not real. Is the image processed? Electricity control? What's this about? Is it discharging electricity in the same way as an electric eel? Yang Bo was pondering in his heart what to test, and inside the Yanshiji company, Lu Jijie got a copy of the data and looked at the data, which was red, green, and gold. Nerve reaction so fast. Is it awakened the ability in this area? Lu Jijie opened the computer, carefully watched the image of Yang Bo breaking the electric eel's head with a shovel. Fast and accurate. The general public can never do. To say that chopping on the electric eel's body, this is easy. But the head, or in the water. Let's observe first. However, Lu Jijie didn't dare to be sure. After all, some of the abilities were actually still quite ribbed. Yang Bo's side decided not to do any experiments for the time being. What should we do first? Of course it's wool gathering. The mock exams are up to twice a day, and because of the time of year, one test is all about cleaning up the garden, cleaning up the room, cleaning up the basement, and so on. Yang Bo somewhat regretted that he didn't find out earlier, but there was nothing he could do, because the previous few items couldn't reach the length of time, and there was no way to open the examination. Kill a fluorescent poison frog, +1 light energy mastery. Kill an electric eel, +1 electricity mastery. Kill a bat, +1 to sonic localization. Kill a snake, +1 thermal imaging vision. With 1 day to go before the 1 month of training, Yang Bo checked the skills he had acquired. Swimming, advanced 103/1000. Camouflage, primary 4/10. Acoustic positioning, intermediate 18 of 100. Dynamic field of view, intermediate 12 of 100. Thermal imaging field of view, primary 5/10. Electricity control, primary 6/10. Light mastery, beginner 4 out of 10. It's a pity that there are no mutated creatures. Otherwise, there are a lot of skills. Yang Bo looked at his own abilities. The main thing is that obtaining abilities is random. The simulation test inside the poisonous creatures. A lot of insects inside, such as spiders, centipedes, ants and so on will not obtain the ability when killed. Otherwise, Yang Bo felt like he had developed. Looking forward to the final test tomorrow. Yang Bo stood inside the window and looked at the neighborhood outside. It was already dark outside, except for the lights on the road. Mentally, thermal imaging vision. Then Yang Bo realized that his field of view had changed to a thermal imaging mode, and the distance was only about 100 meters. Light energy mastery. Electricity control, how should I test it? Yang Bo was afraid of making a big commotion, although there is no intelligence system monitoring. But who dares to guarantee that the release of electrical energy will not cause the room to lose power or something? While Yang Bo was hesitating, Lu Jijie was also paying attention to Yang Bo's training progress. TSK, this kid has the violent gene. There's no dragging his feet when it comes to laying a hard hand on this critter. This is good. Other branches recruited some people. The front took the task. The back reported the company. Lu Jijie's heart was relieved, although other people reported no evidence. But the impact brought his very bad. What will the A party think? Yang Bo's side. Inside the bathroom. Lying inside the bathtub. Yang Bo, looking at the glowing finger, which felt as radiant as a 15-watt energy-saving lamp, was a little confused. This is light energy manipulation? Could it be that the level is too low? Yang Bo looked at the glowing finger and just now tested it. The glowing part could be anywhere, but there was no way to leave the body. In his heart, Yang Bo looked at the glowing index finger, and then put up his middle finger as well. And the first half of the 2 fingers glowed, and then the light became brighter and brighter and brighter. It's really okay. Yang Bo clearly felt the heat released from his fingers. Then put your fingers inside the bathtub water. Zigzag. The water in the bathtub immediately bubbled up and made a zippy sound. Yang Bo looked at his bottom again, and pondered in his heart. If this thing is heated. Cough. The key is glowing hot eyes. It seems the ability isn't quite enough. Can it be like light spells at intermediate level? The light on his fingers dispersed, and Yang Bo was eager to test the electrical energy, but he was afraid of making a commotion. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the release of light energy. Some chicken. The release time is long and the temperature is too low. Can't see any application scenarios for now. Yang Bo experimented and felt a bit mentally exhausted, but the effect was not very satisfactory. And this skill increase can only be gained from killing prey. The skill didn't increase after unleashing the skill myself several times. Skill level points are increased tenfold. 10 for beginner, 100 for intermediate, 1000 for advanced. So what level comes after that? Yang Bo thought for a while and went to rest. Releasing his supernatural energy was still a great exertion. The next day, I got up early in the morning, washed up, cooked myself some random food, made the tea, and prepared for the final assessment. The higher the score of the final assessment, the more tasks I can take later. Putting on the virtual helmet, Yang Bo prepared for the final exam. To put it bluntly, this kind of exam is programmed, choosing different tools for different poisons and different operating procedures. First and foremost is self-safety as a prerequisite. But being able to encounter these poisonous objects while on a mission is, well, a plus. The virtual image turned around, and Yang Bo found himself at the entrance of a garden. And Yang Bo didn't know whether this test was real or not, because the image could be optimized, optimizing the real into the fake, and the fake into the real. Countdown begins. There was a time limit for the real assessment task, and a voice sounded inside Yang Bo's ears. Chapter 14, Mech Piloting +8. Ugh. Looking around the bare garden, Yang Bo was speechless. Inside the garden were mainly poisonous plants and then with poisonous insects. Animals were none. That means the expected idea of gaining competence from the test fell through. The appraisal score was 98 points, and the deduction was for irregular behavior in handling a poisonous spider, the size of a pigeon's egg, which was killed by Yang Bo with a slap. Yang Bo really did not mean it. This spider jumped out at once. Subconscious behavior, according to the norms, should be backed up to maintain a safe distance, and then use the tools to cope with the poisonous animals and plants. As far as possible, do not have direct contact, even if it is the state of wearing protective clothing. Forget it, go to work tomorrow. Yang Bo was depressed in his heart after he finished his assessment. Yang Bo's examination results came out. Lu Jijie stared at Yang Bo's ranking with wide eyes. It's actually 98 points. Is Yang Bo's genetic evolution direction in the IQ area? Lu Jijie but know the difficulty of the test, because ordinary people are difficult to remember all the poisonous plants, animals, so Lu Jijie specifically said that the test 60 points pass. However, Lu Jijie was not sure, because to determine the direction of the genetic program, very complicated tests were needed, and the most basic ones required blood samples. Even now, still no one knows how many directions of genetic evolution. The first is because everyone's physique is not the same. The direction of genetic evolution is not the same. The other is confidentiality. Genetic evolutionists for personal ability is confidential, because once others know the genetic evolution ability, then can be targeted to make a variety of programs. The next morning, Yang Bo woke up with a start and felt especially comfortable, because Yang Bo used light energy control to consume his energy every night, so that sleeping was especially comfortable. After packing up and coming to the bus station, Yang Bo thought in his mind to ask his boss some questions at the company and see if he would answer. Yang Bo did not notice a youth wearing sunglasses, wearing a hooded sweatshirt. This youth's sunglasses underneath the ice cold. Look at Yang Bo's eyes full of anger. This world is full of people who go out and wear sunglasses, sweatshirts, and keep their hats on, because most of them are residents. And these residents have developed nerdy personalities over time, and have little to no social circle. The bus came. Yang Bo lined up to get on the bus. Unknowingly, the youth wearing sunglasses approached Yang Bo, and the back of his hand touched the back of Yang Bo's hand. Suddenly, the youth was jolted. His brain was mushy. He didn't know who he was, where he was, and looked around with a somewhat confused look, and was pushed by the person behind him, and the youth went inside the compartment. Yang Bo inexplicably felt a jolt, as if he had been electrocuted by static electricity, and looked around suspiciously. Getting off the car into the company, Lu Jijie called Yang Bo to the office and opened his mouth to ask, "The results are good. How do you feel?" "I feel as if I'm a little out of sorts, and I feel like I didn't feel guilty about getting those animals killed." Yang Bo hesitated and said, "It's human nature. You can look up history. Humans die in wars far more than other things like disasters, plagues, and the like. People are also advanced animals, standing at the top of the food chain. Look at the beasts inside those animals. What do they rely on to ensure their position at the top of the food chain? Relying on killing, hunting. You don't have to care too much. The mission is optional. If you feel uncomfortable, you can choose a list without animals." Lu Jijie opened his mouth and said. Yang Bo nodded. "Okay, boss. Go down and take the quests. You are now the lowest level E rank. You can only take E rank quest orders," Lu Jijie added. Yang Bo nodded, then went to pick up the task. Did not expect quite a lot of lists, at least 10 or so lists, but some lists disappeared in the middle, presumably picked up by others. Clean up the basement. Yang Bo took a 1500 credits E-ranked mission to clean up the clutter in a basement, bringing the equipment needed for the mission. Yang Bo got on the car, or party has sent a car to pick up. Lu Jijie said it before. Most of the customers are celebrity politicians. These people do not want certain things to be exposed. Like the last time to clean up the garden, dozens of endangered and protected plants. Once it is publicized, these celebrities will have a lot of fun. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Yang Bo, a young man wearing sunglasses and a bodysuit got off the bus somewhat confused. The youth did not know who he was, where he was, what he did, and from time to time there were some fragments inside his mind. Ring. The word ring appeared inside the youth's mind. The youth looked at the ring on his hand and took it off while looking at it. Suddenly the youth fell to the ground in convulsions, and the ring flew out, and was knocked to the ground by the bus that sped up behind him, and although the bus had an intelligence system, the youth's behavior was so special that the intelligence system didn't succeed in warning him. When the bus stopped, it immediately opened the door, and a voice sounded inside the bus, "All passengers, please evacuate urgently. Please evacuate urgently." In 10 seconds, 2 black and white drones hovered in the air. The drone police, carrying laser systems. 25 seconds in, came 2 anti-gravity hover cars, 1 ambulance and 1 police officer. And just at this time, Yang Bo, who was still in the car, was a bit confused, because a message just suddenly appeared. Mecha pilot +8. Holy! Yang Bo was dumbfounded and then dumbfounded again. Then he meditated on the skill in his heart and realized that there was indeed this skill. This. Yang Bo was a bit confused. What is this? He didn't kill anyone himself? Then Yang Bo thought carefully about it. From getting up in the morning, then to work, did not find a problem. Then after some more thinking, I remembered that I was electrocuted by static electricity on the bus. Could it be that I've been backstabbed? Only then did Yang Bo look closely at the back of his hand. There was a very light red spot, as if it was a pinhole, while Yang Bo was in a foxhole. The youth over there who was in a car accident. The 2 policemen frowned. C-class citizens, we don't have enough authority. It's not for us to handle. Report it. The youth was then sent to the ambulance, but the doctor's examination found that the subject was no longer breathing. But the resuscitation procedures were still necessary. But because the identity of the subject was not known, the resuscitation means were the most basic, because some people were allergic to certain agents, or some genetically evolved people couldn't come into contact with certain drugs. Yang Bo, who got off the bus to get ready for work, on the other hand, probably figured out what happened. The object of death gave 8 points. It should be considered a C-class genetically strengthened person. A C-class genetically strengthened person sitting on the bus. Could it be that it's specifically targeting me? The guy poked me with something, and my own electrical energy took control of the discharge and supposedly screwed up the other guy's biochip? The static electricity I feel is actually electrical energy released from my own body? Go back and watch the news to see what kind of deaths there are today. The death of a C-class citizen is not a small matter. Yang Bo packed up and entered the basement, muttered in his heart and prepared to start work. Chapter 15 Intermediate Electricity Control. Entering the basement, Yang Bo frowned slightly. This basement looked like a practice room with sandbags, wooden stakes similar to those used for martial arts practice on Earth, some fitness equipment, and some cold weapons. Hush! Yang Bo first whistled. The last time things make Yang Bo some fear. That kind of strange fish if he did not find only a mouthful of his own little life. After whistling, Sonic didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so he pulled out his garbage bag and began to clean up, removing all of it here and throwing it inside the garbage bag. The most conspicuous is a few futons. I do not know what kind of fur is made. A look at the beauty of these fur. You know that it is not a general animal. In addition, these practicing wood, very heavy, very heavy. It is estimated that it is not a general wood manufacturing. How these garbage will eventually be disposed of, Yang Bo does not know, but since the company dares to take orders, it must have its own way. The reason why the residents are allowed to do these things is that on the one hand, the residents can't recognize all the protected animal skins, protected plants and whatnot, and on the other hand, even if the residents go out and talk about it, there's no evidence, and an evolved judge with a chip can determine lying no by confirming the fluctuation of the chip with certain instruments. Cold weapons all shattered to lengths that would fit in a garbage bag. Spears, axes, two-handed greatswords and whatnot, all made of average-looking materials. Then there's the carpet on the floor, which at first glance isn't your average cut. A wooden rack for practicing, cracked and bagged. A futon of unknown fur, also thrown into a trash bag. After a round of cleaning up, did not find anything of value. The walls were originally estimated to have something that was taken away. Maybe ancient martial arts cultivation methods or something. And the things that were placed there were also gone. After cleaning up and transporting the garbage to the designated location, looking at the empty basement, Yang Bo is considered to have completed the task. What exactly is the basement of this place? Yang Bo does not know, because when you come to get off the car is already in the underground garage, and when you go back, it is the same, from the underground garage. Back at the company, Lu Jijie touched his head and asked Yang Bo, how does it feel to be on your first solo mission? No problem. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijie's thinning hair is also strange. The gene potion to treat this don't have too much, and the boss is called Lu Jijie. The company is called in Jijie, there is no relationship. What's the problem? Lu Jijie looked at Yang Bo who had no intention of leaving and opened his mouth to ask, boss, what are the requirements for entry-level E training and more advanced training? Yang Bo still felt it was prudent to brush up on his training. Need points. Simulation training 1C level needs 3,000 points. D level needs 10,000 points. The rest is higher. According to your current level. At most you can cross over to participate in the D level training. Of course, if your personal ability reaches the appropriate level, then the company will have free induction training. Lu Jijie opened his mouth and replied. Yang Bo asked again. Thank you, boss. I think I can take a higher value mission. You pay attention to the task platform. It is updated every morning at 8 o'clock. And the high value tasks on the task platform are very sought after. Lu Jijie was now treating Yang Bo like an ordinary employee. Understood. Yang Bo understood. But picking up quests to brush skills, the chances of this were too low. After all, right now he was at the lowest level. Yang Bo left the company. To be honest, the salary is quite high, and the intensity of the work is not very high, but it is also right. Such a technologically advanced civilized world. And then squeeze the workers. The workers will quit. The big deal is to go home to live like a pig. After returning home, Yang Bo first checked the local news, and soon a piece of news caught Yang Bo's attention. A C-rank citizen had an accidental situation somewhere, along with photos of the scene. And looking at this person lying in front of the bus, Yang Bo's eyes narrowed. Isn't this the person that he suspected of following him a month ago? Yang Bo looked at this person. Wasn't it the same person who seemed to be following him when he went to the company last month? Yang Bo again looked at the person's dress. Cold sweat almost came out. This person in the morning behind himself, but then wore sunglasses, as well as wearing a hooded sweater. He did not find. Mud. Who is it? Yang Bo felt depressed in his heart. Who was the other party? Staring at him last month, and this time he came back. C-class citizens? Such people are the elite. Yang Bo then searched for biochips, which according to the chip company were very safe and able to fuse with brain tissue. Marred. I wonder how the other party actually died. Did he really electrocute himself? Yang Bo cursed in his heart. It was as if things were inside a fog. Yang Bo then took out the virtual helmet and looked at it. Now he wanted to simulate the training. He needed 3,000 points once. If he chose the scene as well as the poisonous creatures, add 1,000 points once. Yang Bo looked at his own points. There are more than 20,000 points. And Jijie this side of the guaranteed salary is 15,000 credits. Every day to complete the task plus. A month of 35,000 is proper. The single task is basically a minimum of 1,000. And every day working time of 6 hours. Beyond the time of 150 credits plus according to an hour. Work 5 days a week. Double overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. The welfare benefits are so good that Yang Bo feels sorry for himself if he doesn't work. But compared to those who eat and drink, it doesn't feel so good. If you buy your own food, the price is very expensive. Vegetables, meat, Yang Bo cooks by himself. A minimum of more than 100 a day. The good thing is that you don't have to pay the property fee. Utility bills, calculated salary is good, but really have their own house. Think about a year of housing value of 10% of the property fee, garbage removal fees, and taxes. That is to say, Yang Bo now buy a set of 1 million of the house. You need to pay 100,000 a year of various taxes and fees. Their own expenditures are calculated separately. Buying things is just like the United States of America on Earth. There are all kinds of taxes that are not included in the price of something. You add them when you buy it. Open brush. Yang Bo looked at his points. He could brush several times for E-level simulation training, and decisively opened the brush. And choose your own electric eel. A simulation of 4,000 points is gone. For Yang Bo, the points count for nothing. Strength is the most important. 5 hours later, Yang Bo lying inside the bathtub. This bathtub is not as comfortable as the free bathtub in the government. Over their automatic water release, automatic thermostat. This side of the own to personally adjust the temperature. Personally put the water. Yang Bo stretched out his palm. A blue electric energy slowly appeared inside his palm. Electric energy is shadowless and invisible. The reason why it is blue is the phenomenon produced by contact with the air. Is this the ability brought about by intermediate level electrical energy control? You can leave your body when you reach the intermediate level. Yang Bo felt the hot water temperature inside the bathtub and was excited in his heart. Just now, after 2 simulation tests, the electrical energy mastery level reached intermediate 11 out of 100, and after half an hour, Yang Bo had a preliminary mastery of the release of electrical energy. Just don't know how powerful this electricity is. This Jijie company looks like it has a huge strength. Actually dares to use a real electric eel to give its employees practice. But it's good. It's good to have a big tree at your back. Yang Bo's heart moved. The electricity inside his palm slowly entered the body again. I wonder if the electricity in my body is the same as the electricity I use. And if it is the same, can I recharge myself? Yang Bo sat up at once. Chapter 16, Rechargeable. Yang Bo looked at the batteries on the internet. The cheapest ones had graphene batteries with dozens of credits, and the most expensive ones had hundreds of thousands of millions of nuclear power batteries, which are used by mechs. Yang Bo bought a graphene battery with over 1,000 credits that can be regulated. An hour later, the batteries were delivered downstairs. Because it was a private community, drone delivery was not allowed to come in. It was just able to be delivered to the entrance of the community, and the people from the property delivered it downstairs. The battery was a rectangular one, 20 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, 12 centimeters high, black in color, with 2 hidden sockets for the positive and negative terminals, and this one battery had almost 5,000 degrees of electricity. Yang Bo found 2 forks, and first stuffed one fork inside the positive pole, and in an instant, Yang Bo knew that his guess was right, and felt a stream of heat flow into his body from his hand. It felt as if it was the kind of feeling you get when you're soaking in scalding water in a bathhouse on Earth, as if every cell was excited. In 20 minutes, the battery's power was 20% less, while Yang Bo felt a little sore all over before he stopped. Putting the batteries away, Yang Bo threw himself into bed and fell asleep, feeling like one of those overly tired people. The next day when he got up, Yang Bo felt full of strength. That is, his stomach was very hungry, and he hurriedly drank 2 boxes of milk first. Could it be the current stimulation that makes the physique enhanced? Yang Bo guessed again. I don't know if there's a black market in this world. It'd be nice to get a live electric eel. I'll talk about it when I get back from work this afternoon. Since this E-level training is physical, could there be other training or something similar that is also physical? Is it possible to come back at night and play a mech game? Maneuvering a mech requires hand speed. While Yang Bo was doing the washing up and making breakfast, a lot of ideas popped up inside his head. As for why Yang Bo did not go to ask Lu Jijie, because the genetic evolution ability of each person is confidential, unless you join the army, and other large forces, to have access to, but this is also the ability of some of the same type of genetic evolutionist, can only be used as a reference, because everyone's genes are not the same. Activate a different sequence of genes, a different combination of different, there will be a different ability. And this has long been known in the internet. It's been known on the internet for a long time. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that certain organizations have monopolized such information. Someone asked why. This is the same as those big killer weapons on Earth. Why they are monopolized by the big powers. It is the same reason. These big powers hold the information. It is nothing more than the fear of other people to get the information. You want to get the information, you have to join them. It is also known as the proverbial class monopoly. Lu Jijie also said that everyone was genetically tested at birth, and the military with the best talent had long been booked. Yang Bo checked last night again, and saw that it was the bus he was riding on that had the accident with the sea-level genetically evolved person that the police declared an accident. Yang Bo frowned, had a premonition that this person was rushing towards him and could be sure to die at his own hands. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to drive the mech? But exactly how to kill each other, Yang Bo was not sure. Today, Yang Bo will take a cab. Driverless, just get in and say your destination. In the past, when Yang Bo lived inside a government house, he was not allowed to take a cab, and he was not even allowed to enter some high-end shopping malls, because it would lead to criticism from others in the community that those who enjoyed federal benefits would actually go for a cab ride. Of course, the world is still a better place when you compare it to the time on Earth when a large percentage of people living in low-cost housing drove luxury cars. Arrived at the company, first come to see the task, Yang Bo tried to choose the garden this kind of. Maybe there are some unexpected gains, but unfortunately, clean up the garden these very sought after. The employer has to take extra money because of rats found inside the garden outside the service, poisonous spiders or whatever. Yang Bo's permission level is the lowest, a high permission with a low permission to take orders together. The high permission will get the task, the low permission will not be able to do anything. Cleaning the pool. Since there's no garden, the highest priced one will do. After taking the quest, Yang Bo went to collect the equipment. And this time there was a lot of equipment. There are also a variety of pharmaceuticals, as well as a variety of equipment. The company sent a separate car. After Yang Bo got on the car, once you get to the place, it's right outside the gate. Unload the gear. And then the guys here actually use an internal combustion engine vehicle to bring the tools to the side of the pool. Even if Yang Bo has seen the area of the pool, really see, or scared a big jump, at least 2,000 square meters of a huge pool, the style is a bit like the Earth to see the stream inside the kind of puddle. The rule is a drop of water like. Wear protective clothing. First spread the disinfectant into the pool inside, and then set up the pumping equipment. Because this water has a lot of moss, impurities, so it needs all kinds of filtration equipment. and the water is directly discharged to the side of the forest can be. Directly across from the pool was a 3-story villa, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed you to see the interior of the house, and people walking around in it, as well as the very abstract artwork on the walls. I wonder which celebrity. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. When the disinfectant time is up, start the pumping equipment and check the filtration facilities, which is still the most primitive electric motor, just with batteries, no intelligent control system, just some buttons. YD picked up the water gun again and pressure washed the pool. While rinsing and pumping, you then have to use a cleaning device, like a lawn mower, but battery operated with a brush head on the front. After cleaning, rinse once, continue spraying with a special sanitizing solution. Rinse one last time, and drain. This point of work for the last life of Yang Bo, simply like playing, filtering equipment inside the cartridge, as well as other things, all into the garbage bag inside. Complete the task, the housekeeper carefully acceptance, and then Yang Bo left, 1200 credits in hand. Not to mention, this kind of simple manual labor actually came to money quickly, higher than the income of the average genetic evolutionist, but also right, most of the residents grew up in the orphanage, accustomed to that kind of piggy life. Who would come out to work after the single job today? Yang Bo can't wait to go back to brush the electric eel, and he can also brush the E-level simulation training 3 times. Watching the D-level training requires 10,000 points, and then a self-selected mock test subject requires an additional 3,000 points. This calculation is still cost-effective to brush level E. Level E brushing an electric eel is +1. Yesterday was lucky. 3 electric eels appeared at a time. Level D, even if a genetically contaminated beast appeared, it might be +2 at most, but the points needed for the level D test is 3 times that of level E. Yang Bo did some careful math and felt that level D was not cost-effective. No matter. First brush the electrical energy control. Yang Bo thought for a while and put on the virtual helmet, because the death of the C-rank geneticist made Yang Bo feel very insecure. Chapter 17, Kryptonian Games. Speechless. After brushing up on an E-rank simulation test training, I didn't expect to get just 1 electric eel, and just +1 electricity mastery. This made Yang Bo very annoyed. If according to 1 time +1, then to advanced need dozens of times. 1 time need 4,000 points. Almost need a year's time to gather so many points. Forget it, let's experience the mecha game first. Yang Bo decided to let himself relax. Mecha game. The original owner has played it before, but because the initial simulation test was not passed, did not get a driver's license. Yes, to play this game first test hand speed. The name of this mecha game is called Mecha World. It is said to be the most powerful game of Kryptonite. Of course, some people say it is the most profitable game. Mecha damage. If the currency inside the game is not enough, then you need to fill up the money. But good skills, get more loot, and make a lot of money. The most crucial thing is that this game doesn't require authentication. That is, it doesn't require a real name. Anyone can play, unlike the reality of piloting a mech, which requires a genetic evangelist. Reality needs genetic evangelists. The first is because of the physical strength. Mechs are ground combat. The maximum acceleration of mechs on the ground can instantly break through 15 g. Even if there is a pressure-resistant suit, the physique is not up to it, and the whole thing instantly explodes. And the second is because there are many commands for mechs. One has to ask, aren't there any automatically controlled mechs? Mech battles are short, interfering with each other, and the suppression is very strong. The other thing is that computers are all programmed. The earliest mechs are fully intelligent. But once your algorithm is cracked by someone else, all mechs are finished. After that, human mechs were human-dominated, entering the game and creating an account. Yang Bo randomly gave himself a nickname, Long-Winded Eighth Master. Looking at the strange nicknames, Yang Bo did not care. In case the test does not pass, it will not be able to enter the game. Beginning of the examination. The examination is the hand speed. The minimum 1 second needs 120 times. Hands of 10 fingers. Yang Bo a pass operation fierce as a tiger. The results of a second only 65. The examination did not pass, but this game provides simulation training. Yang Bo did not hesitate to enter. Last life as an earthling. Came to this interstellar era. Do not see a mech. This is not in vain. Even inside the game. Wearing virtual sensing gloves on both hands, Yang Bo's hands kept fluttering, training again and again, becoming more and more familiar and familiar. Examination of the hand speed is also related to the game inside the allocation of the model of the mech. Mech from the birth to now. There have been more than a dozen generations, but also divided into many types of. Once the simulation training met the requirements, Yang Bo entered the game again. Congratulations, nosy bastard. You have obtained a Class E driver's license. Please choose a mecha type. A message flashed on the virtual screen. Then Yang Bo looked at the mechs. 3 forms. The first was a big spider-like one with 12 legs. Different legs with different weapons, laser emitters, plasma cutting and so on. The second is a beast form that mimics beast combat, with a laser cannon for a tail. These 2 kinds of Yang Bo didn't even look at them and looked at the third one. A humanoid mecha that looked a bit like a transformer. The mech, codenamed Sharp Blade, is the most classic assault-type mech produced 300 years ago, comes with a laser sword, an energy shield, and a rocket backpack on the back, and uses nuclear energy batteries. The one burst lasts 20 minutes with a half-hour cooldown, which means that the full power can only be supported for 20 minutes before the power must be reduced. Before choosing to enter the game, the official gave a detailed statement, that is, love to take care of their own mechs. Once the damage requires a high repair cost, but also explains that this is not an ordinary game, and each IP address, only one account can be created. This account to be cancelled, you need to repair the mech to the initial state. No wonder there is a lot of cursing on the internet. Yang Bo, this look, good guy. If you go in and accidentally mess up the mech, and then do not have money to repair it, want to re-register the account, it is an impossible thing. This IP address will be wasted. Only charge money to repair. Then there was simulated combat training. Mechs against mechs. Mechs against monsters. The mech cockpit, like a C model desk. The whole thing is a 270-degree dome full screen showing a 270-degree view of the outside world, with voice-assisted controls. The left hand controlling the mech stance, walking, running, jumping, instantaneous acceleration and so on, and the right hand taking care of the individual functions. Yang Bo looked at this virtual game, too damn real, if not twisted his head to see the back of the sofa, but also thought he was in the cockpit of the mech. Of course, this dormitory with this virtual image transmitter is also very good. Continue tomorrow. Unfortunately, inside the latter hour, Yang Bo's combat training didn't pass. It's officially not recommended to get into the game. To put it bluntly, rookie, don't play. Dreaming at night, Yang Bo felt like he was piloting a mech, and as a native of a backward civilization, his first contact with this kind of game felt addictive. The next morning when he got up, Yang Bo realized that today was Saturday, and he had wanted to rest, but he thought of double pay. Mad. In my last life, not to mention double pay, not to be excused by the boss to deduct money or burnt incense. Hurry up and go to work. Garden task. Came to the company, found that Saturday's task actually has a garden. Hurriedly next. The cost is as high as 1600 credits, plus the company gives full attendance 500, which is double down is 3700. The garden that needs to be cleared is 1200 square meters. I don't know what the rest of it is, and I don't have a diagram or anything. That's the way it is in this business. You don't know what's inside the garden until you get to the place. Pick up your gear, then A picks it up, check it at your destination, and the wristwatch comes off. Yang Bo looked at the garden near the edge of a lake. A glance at the inside of at least several kinds of red endangered plants. Ordinary people, if they touch these plants a little bit, maybe they have to sit through the bottom of the prison. But in the side of these powerful nobles, but it is just tired of looking at the garbage. The garden is 200 square meters with a long pond with a variety of aquatic plants. And inside the garden there is roughly 800 square meters in addition to flower beds and other amenities. Of course, this is a part of the huge garden. The whole garden at least hundreds of acres. Around an ancient building. How to look a bit like the feeling of the temple. Vermilion walls, glazed tiles. The roof ridge above there are a variety of shapes. Wooden hollowed out windows. Yang Bo first cleaned up the plants. The plants were uprooted. The plants inside the garden are not too tall. The plants were pulled out. The plants were put inside the garbage bags. And then the flower beds were turned over with specialized equipment. As for whether there are grass seeds inside the soil, as well as pests, sorry, that is the matter of the planting side. Let's see if there are any surprises inside this fish pond. Yang Bo finally cleaned this fish pond, changed into another protective suit, and cleaned the plants of the fish pond first. Chapter 18, Not Doing Your Job. P.S. Embarrassing. Timed release at the wrong time. Sorry, haha. What makes Yang Bo speechless is that there is something inside the fish pond. It is a group of shrimps. Colorful shrimps. It looks like it is also a protected animal. And Party A has increased the budget by 500. Working on Saturday is really cool. Yang Bo returned home from work and carefully calculated that he earned 200 credits today. Experiment to see if charging can be replenished back after light energy consumption. Yang Bo thought about it today. Light energy control, electric energy control. What exactly is consumed? Is it a force of its own? Inside the bathroom, Yang Bo's palm was inside the bathtub, making a nuisance sound. Frying fish inside the palm of his hand was not a dream at all. It lasted for half an hour. Yang Bo felt himself a bit weak, got up and put on his bathrobe. This is the feeling of overconsumption. Then Yang Bo put his hand directly on the positive pole of the battery. A tingling, hot feeling went down the palms, arms, and then spread all over the body. And the reason why I didn't test it inside the bathtub was because I was afraid that the leakage of electricity would cause unnecessary trouble, such as a circuit tripping or something. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo was refreshed and looked at himself inside the mirror. Could it be that when he goes out in the future, he will have to bring such a large piece of battery? Spirits into the Mech game. Mech piloting tests reflexes, and the strongest Mech warriors can fight at Mech's 15 times the speed of sound. Fighting at this speed is almost invincible, and the combat training that Yang Bo is doing in the game just needs to reach supersonic speeds is all. Of course, the sharpshooter Mech that Yang Bo was now piloting inside the game couldn't reach 15 times the speed of sound. Sharpshooter, 3rd generation humanoid Mech, 2 meters tall, 115 tons, equipped with rocket packs, top speed of 5 times the speed of sound, full power max runtime of 20 minutes, equipped with plasma cutter, energy shields. Most of the mechs are in melee mode. As for long range, very few and far between. Why? It really needs to be long range. Might as well summon the space battleship laser cannon. It's still hard to lock on and hit an object moving at several times the speed of sound, from thousands of meters away. Not for nothing. Of course, what's needed is a genetic evangelist with special abilities that can't react otherwise. Yang Bo manipulated his mech, now familiar with it, with a swift succession of several movements with his left hand, a crouch and roll to avoid the attack of a mech. Acceleration. A series of maneuvers followed. The mech's left foot stomped, the rocket backpack behind it exploded, and Yang Bo's mech instantly doubled the speed of sound and rushed towards the opponent, while the plasma cutter in his hand shone with a blinding light, oscillating as high as 180,000 times per second. Congratulations to the verbose buster. He has completed his primary combat training and can enter the game. A pleasant voice rang out as he watched the opponent's mecha get sliced into cripples by himself. Enter the game, which is set against the backdrop of the spread of a virus from one of humanity's anti-human labs, where a portion of the population has become mutants with many incredible abilities and has mutated even the beasts. Yang Bo roughly looked at the background of the game. The rest did not pay attention. Yang Bo is just here to experience it. After all, this is the stuff of legends. Black. Really black. 1 hour actually needs 300 credits of information service fee. Yang Bo looked at the scenery in front of him. It was beautiful. A huge steel fortress stands at the top of a mountain, with an endless plain on its right hand and a vast expanse of mountains on its left. And the game's birthplace is a base called 16. Information service fees. What exactly do they do? Similar to point cards. Forget it, play for an hour and quit the game. This dog Bayi game is estimated to be really profitable. Yang Bo realized that there were quite a few players. The ones that could be seen inside the field of view were at least hundreds of players. Looking at the mini-map, the official map was divided into safe, dangerous areas based on the skills of the gamers, and it was not recommended that players go to the officially labeled dangerous areas. Yang Bo followed the road sign and walked out of the steel fortress, which had a huge laser cannon that was so realistic. And look at the sky, it's gray. After leaving the base, it was divided into 2 roads. The lofty mountainside was a dangerous area. Yang Bo was the one who listened to people's advice and went to the plain side. Yang Bo manipulated the mech while making various movements, such as picking up the plasma cutter and waving it around like a toy in a child's hand. Accelerate from time to time to experience the speed and passion. But unfortunately there is no physical sensation, just visual sensation. A big tree in front of him, Yang Bo hemmed and hawed. A charge, the rocket backpack quickly opened. The mech popped out at supersonic speed all at once. The plasma cutting knife in his hand instantly cut through the big tree. Flight +1. Flight +1. Flight +1. Yang Bo froze. What kind of situation is this? Stopping the mech, Yang Bo looked at the half of the canopy that had been cut off, then turned back to look carefully in the canopy, and soon saw a bird's nest with 3 birds laying on the ground. What's going on? Could this planet be real? So-called mutants and anti-human organizations are real too? Is it any wonder you can't see the stars? Countless thoughts flashed inside Yang Bo's mind. I don't know if it was because of his enhanced ability. Now Yang Bo felt that he was very agile in thinking. Yang Bo silently read the skill and soon saw flight, beginner 3/10. I'll go. Can it be that this skill can be fleshed out and flown in the end? Yang Bo with excitement, then turned on the mech radar and scanned this kind of bird. Soon a number of birds appeared on the radar. This is a new technology of the future. Each plant, animal has a different structure as well as genes. This search radar sends out waves to distinguish between various organisms by refracting back different waves. Let's put it this way, with this kind of radar, You want to find mushrooms. It's very simple. Go up to the mountain and scan the mushrooms you're looking for, or if they're in the database. This kind of radar sweeps them, and you'll know where there are mushrooms. So many players have seen a strange scene. A junior mech, wielding a plasma knife, jumping up and down, occasionally a catapult, and then, a 5-meter-long plasma knife, chopping a flying bird weighing no more than 2 kilograms. Of course this flying bird was easily chopped into 2 halves, and the players who saw it were talking. This man is sick, probably a newbie. It's killing critters. Report a wave. What's this dog doing? 300 an hour for an information service, and he's here to kill critters? Oddballs come and go every year, and when this guy goes back to maintaining his mech, he'll know what's up. Probably honing his skills? What the hell? Honing your skills to find these critters. How can you go to the plains to find mutated animals? Maybe it's a coward who was bullied inside reality and came to take it out inside the game. Where did Yang Bo care about that much? Now Yang Bo had some regrets. If I had known this, I should have chosen other mechs with laser weapons. Chapter 19, Prelude to the Feast. I'd like to see how many levels this skill of mine is divided into, and whether the skill of flying can fly in the end. Yang Bo left the game and played for 2 hours. The information service fee was 600 credits, then the mech maintenance fee was 1,500 points. It's a pity that the laser gun for mechs requires millions of credits at a minimum. That's right, because Yang Bo didn't have currency inside the game. He could only use credits, and the currency inside the game was exchanged 1-to-1 with reality. I wonder where there are electric eels. Yang Bo looked at his newly added flight skill. Flight, advanced 135/1000. That's right, in just 2 hours, at least 135 birds were decimated by 5-meter-long plasma blades. What Yang Bo didn't know was that some guys inside the game had already shot Yang Bo flying chopper bird. It is also equipped with the text, Thief Guy Bird, Eat My Knife. The photo was of Yang Bo driving a sharp blade mech and chopping a very small-sized bird in the air. This was no longer killing a chicken with a bull's knife, but killing a mosquito with a bull's knife. This guy's a psychopath, isn't he? There's definitely something wrong within this man's reality. Yeah, maybe it's to vent. Could this be the keyboard warrior of ancient lore? Ha, it's possible. Who is this player? I want his details. Paralyzed, how dare you abuse small animals? Dude, it's a game. Who hasn't killed critters? I'd like to think that this player is honing his battle skills. Where's Battletech Nim? Shabby. You're the shabby one. Inside the game there are all kinds of people. Say what also have. Part of the small animal protector. Yang Bo is verbally abusive. The other part of the old man loved to do what do. So what? In the game you still beeping? Of course there was no way Yang Bo's information could be divulged. No one knew what was inside the mech without displaying the name of the game. Feeling so hungry, Yang Bo was about to go wash his face and eat when suddenly his heart moved. Direct charging. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo was a bit stunned. His body felt all-powerful, and he wasn't hungry anymore. Is this me still a human being? No, I have to drink a carton of milk to suppress the shock. Yang Bo felt that this body of his was a little weird. And what does it mean that this charge consumed 10% more power than it did back in the afternoon, as indicated on the battery? Meaning that the total amount of energy his body was holding had gone up? Then Yang Bo realized that his reaction seemed to be faster. Go to work first tomorrow. Come back from work and improve the dynamic field of vision first. Yang Bo thought carefully and realized that he had neglected an important ability. Dynamic vision. Driving the mech by himself. If he didn't have the help of dynamic vision, he basically wouldn't be able to predict the flight trail of the bird. Although the mech had computer assistance, who could say what the bird's trajectory in the air was? And it took time from the computer cue to the driver's reaction, which was slower than reacting on his own. In supersonic combat, a second is 400 meters minimum, a tenth of a second time is 40 meters, and a 0.1 second slower reaction is also 4 meters. Lying on the bed, Yang Bo again remembered a sentence Lu Jijie said, that is, some of the administrative stars of mankind have disappeared. So is it a planet exploding? Or is it just like in the game? Sunday double pay earned 5,400 credits. Beautiful. And the game needs kryptonite. Yang Bo is not ready to use the points. Home at night. A little tired. Take out the battery charging to relieve the tedium. Charging Yang Bo directly in the property provided by the charging equipment charged. 10 minutes full of electricity. Once 50 credits. Eat and enter the game. Yang Bo carefully understood. The biggest maintenance cost is the rocket backpack. This thing can instantly push more than 100 tons of mecha to the highest 3 times the speed of sound. 3 seconds to break 6 times the speed of sound. Compared to that advanced mech that breaks 10 times the speed of sound in a second. It's the trash of trash, but it's still a mech even if it's junk. And most of the beginner and intermediate mechs use nuclear energy batteries, and some of the advanced mechs use solid energy, and that stuff is super explosive. The first target is rats, and the second target is birds of prey. Yang Bo also didn't intend to leave the fort too far, and just turn around in the neighborhood, as coming too far would consume time. But then there are no large animals nearby, just birds, rabbits, small animals like that. Yang Bo didn't mind. As long as he could increase his skills it would be great. Snap! A foot stepped inside a bush. Dynamic vision +1. That's right, 1 foot in front of a mouse. Because time is money, and mechs need maintenance as soon as they move. And that's money, so Yobo didn't go after the other animals in the rabbit. And the radar tracked the birds as well as the rats. On the small map of the game, quite a few green dots could be seen. These were the radar searching out based on Yang Bo's facilities. The more the mech is used, the more silky smooth. The plasma knife in his hand, like the scythe of death. A knife of flying bird. The whole mech in the instant thrust of the flight backpack. Directly more than 100 tons of mech pushed up to 80 meters in the air. Yang Bo in the hand of the knife. A bird was chopped into 2 halves. The rocket backpack then landed safely, perfectly under the force of the counter push. Base 16. An all-metal base 1,000 meters in diameter and 800 meters in height, was built on hard granite. Yang Bo used 2 hours to clean up the rats, birds within 1,000 meters around the base in 2 circles, and then left the game. Yang Bo naturally didn't know that he was a little famous in the Mecha World game forums, and Yang Bo's performance around the base today was caught on camera again. Tell me where this place is located and I'll report this idiot. Gee, how suffocating this guy's real life is. Reality is definitely a coward and a wimp. Ha ha, brothers, I know where this guy is. Wait for my scouts to report. Yang Bo has never been to the game forum. Not that habit, and besides, playing 2 hours every night is already the limit. It looks like I need to buy a test of strength. Yang Bo finished charging and felt the changes in his body. Looking at the skills again. Flight, Advanced 265/1000. Dynamic Vision, Advanced 375/1000. I wonder if there's an electric eel somewhere, or a fluorescent poisonous frog. If we found a cave with a couple thousand bats, it would be perfect. Before Yang Bo went to sleep, he was still thinking freely inside his head, and inside an apartment 3 kilometers away from where Yang Bo lived. A yellow-haired youth looked at the information in his hand before dropping it, opening his communicator, and sneeringly asking, just this kind of person, a resident, is nothing more than the lowest level employee of the Anji Jet Company, and it's worth it for you guys to ask someone like me to make a move? Inside the communicator, a mechanical voice said, Sir, do you answer or not? Take it, but the time limit here has to be written for 40 days. The yellow-haired youth looked at the payoff and agreed directly. Why? The communicator asked additionally. Don't ask about some things you shouldn't, the yellow-haired youth said as he stood up and looked at the huge building in the distance. Good, the other side of the calm replied. 38 days to go, a feast. I'm the one who deserves to be the main character. The yellow-haired youth looked at the huge building in the distance with a row of shining text. 38 days to go before the 32nd stop of the Lee Duo AI Federal Tour. The red text made the yellow-haired youth feel a little excited. Chapter 20, Crazy Ideas. Unknown place. The last bald supervisor closed the caller. The subordinate asked curiously, Supervisor, our company's internal affairs. Why do we need to invite the Red Counts people? The Red Counts group of people's position is a bit of a problem. A bit of anti-human tendency. It wasn't the last time the headquarters intelligence department sent out a C-class genetically enhanced person with rich experience in carrying out missions and died for no apparent reason. The headquarters side brought the body back and found nothing. The biochip was all garbled inside. Suspecting that it was the handiwork of Anji Jet Company, the bald supervisor said with a smile. The subordinate then realized, no wonder the mission was issued to us this time. Isn't this letting us take the blame? We can't say anything about the struggle at the upper levels, but it's not appropriate for us to go against grey giants like in GJ. These grey giants don't know how many people's secrets they're pinching in their hands, although in GJ doesn't dare to publish them, but it's still easy to find us in trouble. The Red Earl would be great. It's not just credits. When has our company ever been short of credits? It's not just a string of numbers, and I have a personal intuition that something is definitely going on with the Red Earl's A-ranked members appearing in Volcano City. As the saying goes, fish in muddy waters. The more chaotic the situation is, the better it is for us. Go and get the field department to send someone to Volcano City, and pay attention to the orders you receive. Baldhead stood up and walked towards the window. Outside the window was darkness. Obviously it was somewhere in the stars. When the subordinate heard this, he immediately patted his ass and said, Supervisor is wise. We prepare with both hands. You also have credit for the success of the Red Earl's people, Supervisor. If the Red Earl is up to something, it's a sure thing that our own people will take advantage of the chaos and make a move. Hey, do you know why organizations like the Red Counts still exist after all these years? the bald supervisor said with a hefty smile. The subordinate asked with some confusion. Supervisor, what do you mean? Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time there was a city where a group of thieves robbed a bank. The supervisor of the bank was very cooperative and gave the money to the thieves. These thieves came back to their homes and found that they had robbed $5 million. And at this time the media informed that the bank had been robbed of $50 million, and that all of the thieves had died in the capture. The supervisor said. Hearing this, the subordinate asked thoughtfully, does the supervisor mean that the red counts people are trying to cover up something? Hey, what is the eternity of the world? It's the darkness, just like the starry sky. Although there are countless stars, the darkness still occupies the vast majority of the position. The stars have the day to go out, but the darkness is eternal. That's a philosophical statement from the superintendent. Get to work, and tell whoever goes to keep an eye on the target to be safe. Anzi is not one to be messed with. Understood. Yang Bo's side of the normal work. Mainly just do some simple cleaning work. Monday earned 900 points, plus basic salary 500 points. There's not enough money. Yang Bo, who had returned to the dormitory, was in a dilemma. Now for the time being, there won't be any E-rank career assessment. How nice to play the game. But the game consumption is high. On average an hour is more than 1,000 credits. Mechs are more damaged if you fight monsters as well as mutants. And the mode of this game is simple, kill mutated animals or mutants, or hostile mechs, and you'll be rewarded. As for how many rewards there are two types. One is fixed rewards, with fixed rewards for different levels of each enemy unit, and the rest is loot assessment. Could it be that those mutated creatures are the materials taken to make gene potions? Could the mutants inside the enemy unit be another type of genetic evolution? Enemy mechs. Again? Yang Bo took a bath while consuming his own force, still using the method of boiling water in his palm. Yang Bo now also did not know what exactly this force in his body was. Not only could it be converted into electrical energy, but also into light energy. Once it's depleted, it continues to charge, and then again later, after the game is over. Entering the game, the mechs have finished maintenance. Yang Bo hurriedly ran out towards the outside of the base. Time is money. Mechs move by walking, and don't normally open their rocket packs. It was good that the roads around the base were repaired, and Yang Bo was ready to enter the plains, because the radar detected rats around the base, and the number of birds had been reduced a lot by his own yesterday's hokum. The plains were grass, which were somewhat similar to reeds, but taller, 7 or 8 meters tall, and the mechs couldn't even walk in them for vision. How about lighting a fire? Yang Bo looked at the grass on this plain with thick dead leaves. Want to do it, but Yang Bo will not be brutal. First observe the terrain. Selected a piece of high ground. The radar shows that there are a lot of rats in this place. There are many birds, and the low ground has water or moisture. And then sharp blade mechs are like lawnmowers. 5 meters long plasma cutting knife. Directly around this piece of land of hundreds of acres of high ground to cut a 20-meter wide fire belt. When Yang Bo mowed the grass, there were already some good people taking pictures and posting forums at the same time. Guys, Chopper Bird is out and mowing the lawn. Holy, this is nuts. Customer service. Call customer service. Plasma cutter, Bird, are you polite? Ha ha, this birdie has a flirty operation every day. TSK, the game environment is bad. That said, how come the official keeps posing and not updating the version? Yang Bo of course does not know that someone is filming himself. These barren grass may have grown for many years. The last year dry thick layer. The energy shield was used like a shovel, and in 20 minutes all of the fallen grass was thrown over the center grass and a large torch was made. Rocket pack ignition. Many people on the forum are curious about what this bird is doing, and when they see Yang Bo lighting a fire, they are even more confused. The rat population is in the thousands inside each of these 100 plus acres. The barren grass burned, and the rolling smoke confused the administrators of Base 16, but it was not dangerous. A gust of wind blew, and the dead leaves piled up beneath the grass thundered and burned, burning through it like the burning of a sugarcane field on the western side of the globe. Dynamic vision +1. Flight +1. Dynamic vision +1. Infrared field of view +1. Yang Bo felt a piece of information appearing inside his brain and looked at the huge plains, tempted to light them all on fire, but thought better of it. In case of official fines or penalties would not be good. This small area is the nature of the test. If the official does not care, but one can use the mission to wreak havoc. Soon Yang Bo thought of another point. This is shabby, isn't it? Sheesh, that's just it. Many people on the forum exploded. Yang Bo just watched from the side, holding a plasma long knife in his hand, pondering in his heart that there was no official movement, so he was not looking for another piece of land. Just at this time, suddenly a huge black shadow inside the firefield rushed towards Yang Bo's mech with a bang. Yang Bo had been paying attention to the inside of the fire field to prevent some birds from escaping. Seeing this black shadow, subconsciously the plasma blade mech in his hand flipped his wrist and aimed at the other party. And then the black screen. My day. Yang Bo's heart was half cold. The cost of the damage to the sharpshooter mech was astronomical. Chapter 21 Stealth plus 16. Dynamic Vision plus 1. Dynamic Vision plus 1. Thermal Imaging Field of View plus 1. Flight plus 1. A series of information flashed by inside his mind. Yang Bo was not happy at all. After calmly thinking about it, Yang Bo then felt strange. His radar searched the range of the fire. There should be no own people. As for whether this will be a hostile target, Yang Bo feels that it will not. This is next to the base. On the mountain ridge 800 meters high above the base of those high-energy ray emitters. Laser cannons, high-energy particle beam emitters. Hostile targets are crazy? And the base's reconnaissance system, not to mention the ground, can be detected clearly even thousands of meters underground. Just when Yang Bo was worried, suddenly there seemed to be an additional message inside his mind. Stealth plus 16. Could it be that the black shadow just now was a B-rank target? Yang Bo was a bit stunned, then figured it out in a flash. Stealth? Yang Bo mentally mumbled the skill and realized that a stealth, intermediate 16 out of 100 did appear. Yang Bo hurriedly opened the game, and the game screen had and in the distant stars, on a planet. The people of base 16 were a bit confused. They just saw a mech mowing the grass, and then they saw a mech burning a fire? In the next second, the entire base's defense system instantly began. Laser cannons and high-energy particle weapons instantly activated. Alert! Alert! High-threat target sighted. Defense system activated. Target cleared. A piercing alarm sounded inside the base. Then in less than a second, it was gone again. It was only then that management inside the base reacted. Orders were issued methodically, and soon the wreckage hit by the phaser was brought back. Yang Bo's side of the game screen is there, but it's still a black screen, showing that the mech is damaged. Yang Bo used the battle replay to look closely at what rushed out from inside the fire was a mech. This mech was also humanoid, but the material looked strange. The blade of his own mech plunged inside the other mech, and then there was a blinding light. That's right, the mech that Yang Bo was controlling was knocked out by the base's defense system. Sir, in view of the fact that you have discovered a Class B infiltrator, the game officials will exchange you for a new sharp blade mech for free. Enjoy your game. Then Yang Bo was dismissed by this sentence. Yang Bo wanted to ask something else, but he didn't know how to ask, since others said it was a game. It was a game. Then the game screen was inside the mech again. Then Yang Bo opened the warehouse and found that there were 500,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to 500,000 credits. Then 3 emails inside the mailbox. The first one was a warning for the players not to set fires and destroy the natural environment at will, or they would be heavily penalized. The second is an apology. The base alert system broke the player's mech and now apologizes to the player. And then the player can communicate with customer service if they have any needs. The third is the reward. 500,000 gold coins for discovering a Class B infiltrator. Yang Bo first carefully looked at the battle replay. He did not kill the other party. Only his own mech's knife first hurt the other party, and then the other party was hit by the laser cannon. It seems that as long as one hurts the other party first, then one can also receive a reward. Yang Bo did not immediately communicate with the customer service because Yang Bo was not sure what he needed for the time being. The other thing is that the fire has been extinguished, and Yang Bo is going to check the rewards he has received, and silently recite the skills in his mind. Swimming, Advanced 125/1000. Flight, Master 140210. 000. Camouflage, Primary 4/10. Acoustic Positioning, Intermediate 18 of 100. Dynamic Field of View, Master 4032/10. 000. Thermal Imaging Field of View, Advanced 203 of 1000. Electricity Control, Intermediate 12/100. Light Mastery, Beginner 4 out of 10. Mech Piloting, Beginner 8 out of 10. Stealth, Intermediate 16 out of 100. Yang Bo felt so hungry and feel tense all over the body. Stood up and moved. The bones are clicking. Came to the bathroom to take off his own top. Perfect body. Look at the way you know have explosive power. Charge it and drink milk at the same time. This body of mine has undergone evolution. Yang Bo looked at the 35% of power consumed. How much did he charge himself when he was off work? 2 master level skills. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on myself. There's money inside the game, so there's no shortage of money for a while. What's next for the game? What direction is one's ability to go in? It's better to focus on auxiliary abilities first. In this very technologically advanced world, the combat power is no better than a laser cannon in space. So what favor is going to be asked of the game officials? Even though I know it's not a game? Yang Bo wore his pajamas and came outside the window, looking at the sky's huge air harbor, illuminated by stellar light, ever so bright. This thing is not only good-looking, but also lethal. With all kinds of weapons on it, it can easily destroy a city. A lot of questions inside the brain. Why does the world inside the game need mechs to deal with targets when there is such advanced technology? Wouldn't it be enough to launch an attack in space? So what organization developed this game? The military? And what is the military for? Genetic potion material? Or something else? There were a lot of questions inside his head, making Yang Bo feel that obviously the world he saw was so beautiful, but underneath all this beauty, there was an endless abyss hidden. It's better to improve myself first. There's no rush to buy a house. Yang Bo had an impulse just now to buy a house with his game credits. Since there is a direction, Yang Bo immediately acted. So he opened the game and communicated with customer service. Customer service? Yang Bo directly went on the game to communicate with customer service. Dear player, may I ask what you need? The voice of the customer service was mechanical. For the fact that I was hit by the base's laser cannon, which caused me great mental damage, I demand mental compensation. Yang Bo decided to cheat a bit first. I'm sorry, player. When you entered the game officials have already informed the player that MechaWorld is a highly free game, and the player has to face all kinds of events that may occur. So our company expresses its regret if it has caused any harm to the player. The customer service quickly replied. Yang Bo speechless. This customer service meeting is very clear. Love to play, not play. Then I request a map of the distribution of animals in the base's radiation range. Yang Bo wasn't afraid of losing face and hurriedly asked the question. This is possible. But given that the player's level is too low, only the distribution map of the highest D-ranked creatures can be provided. Customer service agreed at once. Yang Bo for this customer service all of a sudden agreed. Heart muttered, this customer service could be a real person, and the level of authority is not low, otherwise it would not be so quick to agree. I also need the usual assortment of animals, including small ones. Yes, but the animals are active, and the official data given can only be what was available at the time. No problem. Yang Bo mainly didn't want to spend time looking around with his radar. The radar detection range of the mech wasn't very large. Opening the map inside the mailbox, Yang Bo quickly found what he needed. The electric eel. Inside a lake 280 kilometers from the base in the direction of the plains. Let's see if there are any bombs and such for sale. Yang Bo took a closer look at the data of the lake. Although the mechs could fight inside the water, but was he an honest man? Or make some kind of poison? Setting fires was fine. Wasn't poisoning fine? Although he was warned for setting fire this time, the rewards were huge, and it wasn't like the game officially prohibited it anyway. Chapter 22 Fish Fry. The sky is the limit. Eat and sleep is the biggest. The rest go one step at a time. The next day to clean a small storage room, filled with all kinds of books with shameful illustrations of the type, and some ancient CDROMs and whatnot. Sort of more normal. The cleaners of Anji Jie Company. The low level is to deal with some of these celebrities and powerful people's unseemly things. Yang Bo guessed that Anji Jie Company is a company that does dirty work. The cleaners of higher authority, and maybe even do illegal and criminal things. Home from work to take the bus home, passing by a huge building. Is someone decorating something? Take a closer look. Is Lee Edo singing diva here to open a concert? Will be in this dome big casino open. Lee Edo, a baby face and a nice, petite figure. The key is a great voice with an ethereal feel. Although there is speculation that Lee Edo awakened the genetic point of this aspect of her voice. The original owner is a fan of this Lee Edo, but unfortunately, he used to be a vegetable pig and didn't even go in the fan group. After Youngblood took over, he didn't go after the stars, just listen to the good singing. Back home, Yang Bo the old rules, the first bath. Incidentally, the release of their own energy. Yang Bo obviously feel that their strength has increased too much, because the bathtub of the water are boiling quite a lot. It is good that the faucet has been open, otherwise it would have boiled. 35%. Which means that one's current body has almost 1,750 degrees of electricity energy in reserve. Which isn't much, Yang Bo muttered, entering the MechaWorld game. What Yang Bo didn't know was that it had become completely famous in the forums, and Chopper Bird's big name had spread inside the game. Chopper Bird started out as a 5-meter-long mecha chopping tiny flying birds with a sword, and then the mechs were used to mow the grass and burn the grasslands, destroying the environment, and then actually force out a B-class lurker, and it's perfect up to here. Then unluckily, the base's defenses took out the lurker as well as Chopper Bird Go. They are mistakenly injured by the defense system inside the game, but the number is very, very small. Finally, according to the data analysis, Chopper Bird Brother will get at least 500,000 gold coins from this mowing. Yang Bo also looked up B-class lurkers, infiltrators, a professional branch of the hostile forces, specializing in infiltration, camouflage, sneak attacks, and the other side is using biomechs, that is, cultivated with living creatures, which can amplify the genetically evolved person's own supernormal abilities. Biomechs are prohibited from research in the Federation. For some unknown reason, Yang Bo carefully studied the game mall, then opened the internet search while he did so, and finally chose a kind of impact bomb, used against the monsters hidden inside the cave. The bomb would cause a huge shockwave, 10,000 gold coins apiece. Yang Bo bought 3. In fact, Yang Bo would like to buy miniature hydrogen bombs, but unfortunately it costs 100,000 gold coins apiece. Of course, Yang Bo will try this impact bomb first, and then buy miniature hydrogen bombs if it doesn't work. But Yang Bo didn't buy miniature hydrogen bombs to blow up. He was going to dismantle them and use the poisonous and harmful substances inside to scourge small animals. Doesn't the game officially say it's a highly free game? Well, let's see who's free, shall we? Pretend you don't know it's remote control. Yang Bo set off with 3 impact bombs. The lowest mech has no flight ability, only to open the long legs, rumbling towards the target, an endless plain, all barren grass and shrubs. There are still swamps here and there, but for mechs with rocket backpacks, no swamp is afraid of anything, and the mech has a radar system that will give suggestions on where to go. Yang Bo's side manipulated the mech just out of the base. It was discovered, because the use of low-grade mechs is very little, and many mechs have been modified. Just Yang Bo's this is the base can't be more basic. Yang Bo would love to change it, but it would cost a fortune, like installing flight thrusters, which are disposable and thrown away after use. Besides, Yang Bo doesn't go hunting any mutants, genetically contaminated creatures or anything, bullying ordinary animals and having to modify them. More than 200 kilometers. Spent half an hour time. Yang Bo felt meat pain, at least cost 500. This is a dangerous area. Be careful. Yang Bo looked at the map. This was already a dangerous area. The danger was rated for Yang Bo's mecha level. A lake. A glance cannot see the edge. Here is surrounded by barren grass. There is almost nothing to come. Mecha although waterproof, but it is not recommended to use underwater. All aspects of the function to be discounted. There are specialized underwater mecha. Mad. This kind of biological search radar if you get to the earth. Fishing guys will grab the head. Not only can detect the size of the fish, but also can detect the species. Yang Bo turned on the radar. The environment is different. The mech this kind of small radar. The detection distance depth has changed. Electric eels live in freshwater rivers. Yang Bo probed and soon found one. 50 meters away from him. In a lake with a depth of 3 meters. It's a bit hard to get. An electric eel couldn't possibly move a bomb. How about a new energy fishing system? Observe first. Yang Bo was in no hurry to walk around first. What Yang Bo didn't know was that less than 1,000 meters away, inside a bush, a not-so-big gray bird was staring at Yang Bo's mech, and in an underground space hundreds of kilometers away, the virtual screen was displaying the shadow of Yang Bo's mech. General, should we do it now? The underground space was very well groomed, and a man with horns on his head asked loudly, "There is no hurry. This guy can find out our high-level scouts. There must be a reason for him. These shameless guys, actually letting people remotely manipulate the mechs. Over the years we have lost real people. The other side is just losing some machines." The general's man was a tall middle-aged man. His height was at least close to 2 meters. His body was bulging with muscles. The difference was that his face was covered with yellow and black fuzz, as well as a big nose and a beard, looking like a tiger. If Yang Bo knew, this is the game's official propaganda of mutants, or mutants, genetically mutated. General, I'll go catch the live ones. This kind of low-grade mecha is just better than a bunch of raw materials. A woman with a front and back figure said in a delicate voice, but one of the woman's hands seemed to be clawed and had gray hairs, while the rest of her body was normal. There's no rush. Just wait, the general said with a wave of his hand. Yang Bo walked a distance around the lake at this time. It's hard to figure out. These electric eels are one in the east and one in the west. The point is that Yang Bo wants to get it at the lowest possible cost, and it's a bit too slow to kill them individually, one by one. It couldn't be helped. Whoever had set the fire in the other place had contributed to 2 master-level skills, and now there was no point in soloing. It's a pity that I'm not the one who drives a battleship, or else I'd get a battleship and destroy this lake with a single shot. It seems that the only way is to poison it. I seem to remember that some of the raw materials inside the bomb are highly toxic. Yang Bo is ready to take another look and then turn back to think of a way. Some chemicals are very toxic, but it's important to walk around first, come what may. Chapter 23, The Bombing. So many fish. Yang Bo maneuvered his mech for a while and found a huge school of fish. The lake was black and large, but Yang Bo didn't recognize this kind of fish and didn't know what species it was. Then radar scanning. This group of fish has more than 10,000. Yang Bo hemmed and hawed. A blue shockwave bomb. It was removed from the chest of the external parts. This bomb is hung on the mech. This thing is about the size of the Earth's 500 pounds of aircraft bombs. The mechanical explosive device twisted, and the mech backed up some distance, then threw it as hard as it could. Of course, this bomb was nothing compared to the 8-meter-tall mecha, and the shockwave bomb flew more than 500 meters far away and fell into the water. Boom! The lake was more than 10 meters deep, and first the ground shook, and then a water column tens of meters high. Swimming +1. Dense streams of information flowed past inside his mind, and Yang Bo, who was inside the room, clearly felt a huge change in his body, as if invisible forces were exploding in his body, and his entire body was undergoing a huge change. Violently hungry, Yang Bo hurriedly got off the game, charging while drinking milk. 10 minutes later Yang Bo looked at the battery with less than 10% power left, and then looked at a box of 1-liter milk were finished. Yang Bo squeezed his fist, feeling as if he could crush steel. Get on the game first. Yang Bo did not care to check his skills and hurriedly got on the game. In case he encountered other things mechs were damaged, the loss would be more than worth it. The lake was densely packed with fish, all turned up on their bellies, so extensive that it's hard to describe. You can see that some of the fish were even shattered, and even the water inside the lake was changed. It can wait and see. Yang Bo's heart moved. These fish hit the nest to see if any other fish came here? Yang Bo first put the radar alert on, then checked his skills. Maximum change swimming, zoner 11450/100000. There's another change that's big too. Camouflage, advanced 142/1000. Yang Bo touched his head. This is what kind of animal was blown up. Is it a fish or other creatures that can camouflage at the bottom of the lake? But Yang Bo gave up after thinking about it for half a second. This is an alien. Also added a skill. Tapping, intermediate 12/100. Dynamic vision, flight, and electrical energy control have all increased a bit, as there are electric eels inside this lake as well. This place happened to be at a place where water currents converged on a lake. The rich smell of blood spread out along with the water currents, and soon Yang Bo found a big fish. Some of them are like orcas on Earth, using their tails to slap other food-grabbing fish into the air at once. So it's you, little Karami. Yang Bo didn't recognize this kind of fish. It looked much smaller than an orca and a bit like a dolphin. An hour later, Yang Bo looked at the radar and showed that there were already tens of thousands of fish inside the lake. The big ones were about 10 meters, and the small ones were the size of a palm. Game. Hey. Yang Bo hemmed and hawed, then fumbled for a second impact bomb and threw it far away. The ground shook a bit again. The mechs all shook a bit, and the water column was tens of meters high. Yang Bo was ready to go. Bought a bigger, more capacity battery that could reserve 50,000 kilowatt-hour of electricity at a time, and replaced the old one back. Milk is also in place. A huge force. The body is instantly empty. Yang Bo rushed to charge, wildly drinking milk. 10 minutes later, the feeling of emptiness only disappeared, and the battery was a little hot, discharging too fast. It consumed 22% of the battery, so it's a good thing this battery is a big brand. This operation of Yang Bo's had confused quite a few people. First of all, inside the so-called game base, which had been broadcast live by some space device after Yang Bo's first shockwave bomb went off. Is this person insane? Inside the base, someone looked at the white fish floating on the lake and frowned slightly. Look again. The base's administrator also wondered, but Yang Bo had a previous record. An infiltrator had actually lurked into the innermost guard range of the base. It was good to obtain the wreckage, and soon he could decipher the other side's secret. Clueless also mutant side. Mutant survival. Also need food. Ground large-scale hunting and whatnot is not realistic, so the mutant side of the biggest source of food is these creatures in the water? To say the least, there is no one who will record the growth of the creatures inside this lake change. Underground space. The general also frowned. Yang Bo's behavior is too strange. Shockwave bomb fried fish play. How? Brain sick or as a child did not have the opportunity to play Yang Bo looked at the skill of swimming. It was still more than 30,000 short of 100,000. Yang Bo did this to see what would happen when this skill reached the top. General, the smell of blood is bigger. More fish will be attracted to it this time. What should we do? Inside the underground space, a mutant asked loudly. Have the hunting detachment drive away the gathered fish. The general thought for a moment and spoke. Yes. The man immediately gave the order. Mutants have a lot of abilities. The hunting party inside the lake can move underwater and release a sound wave that can gather fish or repel them. Yang Bo's heart is happy. The official has not yet sent an email to himself. It must be fine. There's no next time. The most these fish increase is swimming. What's the use of this thing? Yang Bo didn't understand this skill, so he had to look at it. As for those other skills, Yang Bo felt it was a waste of time. Radar searching and looking at the school of fish that were starting to close in the distance, Yang Bo decided to wait. Unfortunately, waiting was a waste of time. Inside the distant shrubs, a bird jumped around. Yang Bo did not feel there is a problem. But the next second, it's not right. Such a big commotion. This bird is not more than 200 meters away. Is this one a conspicuous bag? Yang Bo felt a little strange. Yang Bo hadn't intended to care, but this bird was just jumping up and down on this shrub and looking at himself. So how could he tolerate it? The rocket pack instantly activated and the whole thing went into a jumping chop. However, the moment he jumped up, the bird actually flew up and then folded back and instead flew in the direction he was just in. Yang Bo was a bit surprised. The shield in his hand, however, instantly smashed out, and the bird was directly slapped to the ground by the shield. Small sample. Yang Bo jumped and chopped down to the ground, smug in his heart. No, how come the flight ability wasn't added? Yang Bo felt something strange and went to pick up the shield. Just at this time, Yang Bo felt as if there was an odd sound inside the lake. Picked up the shield, first looked at the body of the bird, then started the scanning system of the mech, and found that the bird's bone density and so on was a bit abnormal, and the composition contained a variety of unknown materials. It can't be a mutant scout, right? Yang Bo muttered in his heart, then threw the bird's corpse inside the mech's own trophy storage compartment. How come all my fish have run away? Yang Bo came to this side of the lake again, and found that the fish that had gathered towards the nest just now actually ran away. This Nima is against the angler, isn't it? It's not easy to make a nest, right? Chapter 24, The First Grand Master Skill. P.S. 2 early morning shifts lately, and a pop-up on the shelves. As soon as the mech flew into the sky, Yang Bo felt that it was not normal. Most of the animals would eat the carcasses of their own kind. Not to mention the fish, chickens, pigs and so on would also. These animals, fueled by blood, just know to eat and eat and eat, even if this is an alien planet. And even if there are some highly intelligent fish that know the danger. What about the rest? Sonic? Yang Bo flew in mid-air, the rocket pack keeping the mech hovering in the air, looking at the fish shown on the radar as if they were being driven away by some kind of animal. Plus Yang Bo could hear odd sounds, but the mechs didn't detect it, and the fish on the radar were clearly seen to be driven away, as evidenced by the swimming formation. Using sound waves to attract fish and repel them is something that some animals inside the sea can do. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch the angler's nest, you're dead. Yang Bo was annoyed, but would not be impulsive. Yang Bo's ears listened carefully, moving around in the air, and roughly heard where the weird sound was happening. The rocket backpack was activated again. This time Yang Bo flew directly to 10,000 meters in the air, then took out the shockwave bomb and adjusted the timing. Then the mech made a dive and the rocket backpack accelerated and accelerated. 3 times the speed of sound, 4 times the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound, 6 times the speed of sound. Yang Bo looked at the lake that was getting closer and closer, and the bomb in his hand was directly thrown down. The mech made a nice U-shape, then took to the air again. The rocket packs could fly, but for a short time, there was no way to fight in the air. The impact bomb, carrying 6 times the speed of sound, blasted into the inside of the lake with only a very small splash. Knock! In the next second, the water beneath the lake shook. Boom! Then there were dozens of meters of water jets. Sonic Mastery +8. Sonic Mastery +8. Sonic Mastery +8. For Sonic controls in a row. And then there's the Swim +1 message that accompanies it, as well as the camouflage and so on. There are actually really mutants or hostile targets? Yang Bo was just guessing, but he didn't expect that there really was one. And it was at least C rank. What Yang Bo himself doesn't know is that the general in the underground space, because the bird that was watching Yang Bo was shot dead, didn't know that Yang Bo was dropping bombs at high altitude. And of course it was too late to know. Looking at those fish, began to gather towards the dead fish side again. Yang Bo pondered in his heart, buy some shockwave bombs? Buy. Yang Bo directly ordered in the game mall. Bought 5,50,000 game gold coins no more. And 10,000 delivery fee. That's right, this place directly sends you to your location. The farther away from the base, the higher the cost. The base side of the delivery arrived in less than 5 minutes. It was an airplane. The airplane is an airplane that can fly directly from the planet to the space at will. It is also a planetary war inside the same important armed forces as the mecha. As the fish began to gather, Yang Bo flew high into the air, looked at a huge school of fish, and the shockwave bomb was dropped. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 shockwave bombs were dropped in one breath. Then Yang Bo twisted his head and left. having just killed a couple of guys on the other side who were at least C-ranked. What are you waiting for if you don't hurry up and run away? Who knows if the kind of B-ranked guys that we encountered yesterday will pop up underneath this lake, and if the mech gets broken this time, then we'll have to pay for it ourselves. Damn it, these cunning bastards of the Federation. Give me a Class I hunting order. Underground space. Tiger-faced General's angry voice roared in the underground space after getting the hunting team's heavy loss. 8 people. 4 dead and 4 more seriously injured. The Tiger-faced General could not help but be furious, as Yang Bo killed a B-class infiltrator with a single fire, so that the new biomecha fell into the hands of the other side, forcing his side to develop a new one. The second is that bird, which is also state-of-the-art biotechnology. These mutants, the hunting squad, have sonic powers that work well in war or otherwise, and General Tigerface can't believe what else is going to happen if he lets Yobo keep tossing his weight around. Yang Bo's heart is happy, just came back to turn in the body of the bird and gave 300,000 gold coins, which is said to be a new biological detection device cultivated by the enemy. Having finished recharging himself, Yobo then had a chance to look at his skills. Swimming, plus 300% speed inside Archon liquid, permanent underwater breathing ability, plus 120% underwater attack power. Flight, Master 140210-000, Camouflage, Advanced 321/1000, Sonic Mastery, Intermediate 55 out of 100, Dynamic Field of View, Master 4032/10-000, Thermal Imaging Field of View, Advanced 301 of 1000, Electricity Control, Advanced 112/1000, Light Mastery, Beginner 4 out of 10, Mech Piloting, Beginner 8 out of 10, Stealth, Intermediate 16 out of 100, Tap, Advanced 134/1000. It turns out that the skills end up being Grandmasters, which is 5 levels, but swimming this Archon ability, it's a bit chicken ribs, right? It can be said to be useless? Yang Bo looked at this swimming Archon ability and shook his head a little, but the experiment was pretty much perfect, and it's only been a couple days. Sonic localization is gone, replaced by Sonic Mastery. Download a fighting training software tomorrow. Yang Bo looked at his hands. The stainless steel spoon for eating was like soft noodles in his hands. Yang Bo did not dare to go to a physical fighting gym to train. It is expected to be exposed. The next day when he arrived at the company, Yang Bo was called to the office by Lu Jijie. Yang Bo, our company has received a big order this time. Liaidwa is going to come to our side to hold a concert this time. A lot of big companies have taken this opportunity to come over here for exhibitions, and our company has received some orders. Lu Jijie spoke up. Yang Bo asked with some incomprehension. Shouldn't we use robots? YB. What I'm telling you is that the most important information about humanity to date is all paper. No data whatsoever. The major companies exhibiting this time. There are many high-tech companies among them. Who dares to use the robots? These robots are not with any hidden detection equipment. Even genetic evolvers, some of them have a lot of incredible abilities. Some see through, similar to X-ray, can see through other people's equipment. So this kind of large-scale exhibition, high-precision things have a cordon. Outside this cordon is not afraid. Inside the cordon should be a resident as a security guard. This security guard to do is not let anyone cross the border. Once there is a cross-border, directly press the alarm is. Lu Jijie's words caused Yang Bo to freeze a bit. Boss, there are such genetically evolved people? Of course there is. Go back and look up the biggest theft in history. Some genetically evolved person reached out and touched the then state-of-the-art air-ground fighter, gained access, and then ran off in it. His whereabouts are still unknown. Not only you, we also deployed manpower from other branches. Here is a copy of the software. These 2 days you go back to familiarize yourself with the content inside. The assessment is qualified. You can take this task. 2,000 credits a day during the task. Overtime on holidays triple the salary. Lu Jijie took out a card and gave it to Yang Bo. Boss, I heard someone talking about mutants on the bus yesterday. What is this? Yang Bo took the card before asking curiously. Chapter 25, Crushing His Mech. How can I put it? It can also be described as genetic evolutionists. But these people are a bit paranoid in order to become genetic evolutionists. The genetic evolution we are now adopting always retains a human basis. Mutants accurately say that now the losers of genetic evolution. Of course this is what the mainstream thinks. But from some sources, the mainstream is correct. Mutants because of the adoption of some of the genes of the contaminated creatures, personality and other aspects close to the beasts, rather than human. You heard presumably people who play the game. There is a game with mutants this kind of statement. The real-world mutants are still there, but very few and far between, and once a mutant is discovered, then the direct destruction. Lu Jijie opened his mouth and said, Yang Bo is now an employee of the company. Informing something is also necessary. Oh, thanks boss, I'll be going back then. Go back. There are a lot of big shots coming this time. No one likes to serve big shots. There are people with chips. Lu Jijie spoke. Yang Bo was curious as to what this virtual training was really like, and bumbled his way back. Then it turns out to be service standards, which of course can be interpreted as employee guidelines, such as not looking directly at each other with your eyes, not revealing A's whereabouts, and not going up to ask for an autograph, and certainly not talking. What to do in the event of an emergency, what to shout and what measures to take. For example, what if someone trespasses in the security perimeter that they are responsible for? A loud warning, sir, this is a cordoned off area, please leave. If the other person doesn't stop, then immediately yell a second time and ring the siren you have with you, and then no more. The rest watched as the hard-charging ones were brutally beaten up and taken away by high-ranking special security personnel. Shouting twice is enough. There is no need to go up and do any action, because people like Yang Bo do not have the power of law enforcement. Hands will bring trouble to the company. As for the encounter with a weapon, first run away. In the face of irresistible dangers, run to protect themselves is the first priority. As for giving services to big people, such as cleaning the place where big people live, don't look at anyone directly, just keep your head down and do your own. Even if other people are fighting or something, don't bother because it's not within the scope of the company's services. Then there was none. Yang Bo was a bit disappointed. He thought that this training would train him how to be a qualified security, preferably with some violence training, but it turned out to be just this. The process. Yang Bo trained for an hour, memorized the process, and then did not test, because this virtual helmet is the company's. Yang Bo guessed that Lu Jijie side can see their own assessment no. Squarely touching the fish how not. Yang Bo looked for a paid fighting training software on the internet. The reason why I chose to pay. Because the payment represents the establishment of a contract, the risk of leaking privacy is very small, and the big company that develops the software, as Lu Jijie said, others will not sell their handles to others for a few small people. Of course Yang Bo play mecha game as well as this fighting training. Are their own virtual image transmitter as well as auxiliary equipment? Did not use the virtual helmet issued by the company, that above the two training software, the rest do not have, is considered to be the company's internal. Regardless of any internet company, they all say that privacy is important and respected, but only big companies don't touch that line easily because the risk is too great. As for small companies, the big deal is bankruptcy. What can you do? Yang Bo first come to a dodge training. The training difficulty is automatic. A room inside. One by one the ball from various angles fly over. Dodge training began. At the beginning, Yang Bo felt strange. These balls inside his eyes, as if very slow, easily dodge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yang Bo had some realization that this was the ability of dynamic vision. The intensity of the training escalated once a minute, and after 10 minutes, there were balls all over the field of view, which were actually inconsistent in terms of speed. If the speed of the balls were the same, it would be easy to calculate the distance of these balls, but part of it accelerated and part of it decelerated, which made Yang Bo feel difficult, and his brain was running rapidly. 18 minutes, Ebor is hit on the vitals and the first training session is over. Yang Bo wiped a handful of sweat. Coming to this world, it was the first time he sweated so much. Charge some batteries and continue training refreshed, this time in attack mode. It's the same room, a dummy, and this dummy will dodge, starting slow and following up fast. Yang Bo chose the fist. High-tech world. You dare to take out a weapon to show off. The drone police will not take 30 seconds to kill you. Even if you have a big reason, you have no fault. Once you take the drone police, judgment is a dangerous action thing. The first mutiny before. The third part is to fight against a dummy. The dummy is very fast. Yang Bo began to have only defense, later slowly began to counterattack, and then the other two dummies. Fighting training, according to the software developers, has no moves, no routines, and trains subconscious reactions. Yang Bo also didn't know if his training in this would be useful in this super technologically advanced society, but it was still good to be a little prepared. As for getting into mech games, Yang Bo could only play for 2 hours a day because it cost too much money. The lake we went to yesterday can't be visited, so where should we go next? After having dinner in the afternoon, Yang Bo entered inside the mecha game. Only yesterday just got a few others killed. Today Yang Bo will definitely not go. Carefully looked at the information data given by the official customer service. In the distance of more than 500 kilometers, there is a D-level pollution creature. Yang Bo decided to go to see. This D-rank polluting creature, a large rat, lived inside a rocky crevice close to the mountain range. Many newcomers had gone to besiege it, but unfortunately the rat didn't know what it was capable of and escaped every time. and the rocky crevice was deep and not big enough for the mechs to get in. What Yang Bo didn't know was that his side had just left the base less than 100 kilometers before he was targeted, because the number of sharpshooter mechs inside the base is very small, and everyone else is modified, equipped with stronger rocket packs, equipped with more powerful laser swords, and so on. Yang Bo also pondered over the map along the way, going over to the D-level polluted rats, really just going to take a look. The main goal was the bats inside the caves near there. The information showed quite a lot. How can you brush normal animals? How can you brush strong polluted creatures that don't cost money to repair mechs? General, give the order. In the underground space, the tiger-faced general looked at the mech piloted by Yang Bo from afar, and his subordinates shouted, "Bloodbat, leave it to you. I want you to take your people and blow up this scumbag's mech. In the future, as long as this scumbag comes out, all of them will blow up his mech. As long as this scumbag's mechs get blown up one after the other, they will go bankrupt. As long as they go bankrupt, we will be able to find this scumbag from the court ruling inside the reality, and then I'm going to eat him." Tiger-faced general held his breath, actually being messed up by a sharpshooter mech that caused him to lose a lot of money. Chapter 26, Busted. In addition to the tiger-faced king, there is a group of people who are also paying attention to Yang Bo. That is, the base of the people. The base of the people are curious. Yang Bo, this pass seems to be messy to do down. A few days to harvest hundreds of thousands of credits. This is sure that it is messing up the whole thing? So Yang Bo does not know. In tens of thousands of kilometers high altitude. Is someone staring at it? Of course. In the Yang Bo side of the field of vision. Look at the sky will always be a white piece. Have done with it. This crappy game company. It took an hour to rush. Yang Bo complained while rushing. If the game official heard it, he would probably give Yang Bo a few blank stares. There are so many flight plugin parts in the game mall. You don't buy them yourself? Yang Bo really won't buy it, because in his last life, Yang Bo liked to whore out games, game malls, to hell with it, and of course, poor. This time, Yang Bo brought 4 shockwave bombs and a miniature hydrogen bomb, 2 hanging from the mech's chest, 2 from both thighs, and 1 from the arm. Miniature hydrogen bombs carry an energy shockwave. Shockwave bombs do not. Shockwave bombs are used in confined spaces. Miniature hydrogen bombs are open air. Yang Bo's walk is a little strange. No other. Looking at the radar above. What small animal s? A foot on it. Dynamic vision +1. Dynamic vision +1. The benefits of dynamic vision Yang Bo has already appreciated. Inside the fighting training, can be the fastest calculation of the other side of the attack speed, distance and so on. In the mind inside the formation of a set of complex trajectory of the movement. As if that kind of interception system, that kind of first intercept, that kind of after the interception, that kind of danger is very big. Bloodbat, with 3 of his own subordinates, was making his way through the lofty mountains, the 4 wearing a tight suit of armor referencing the Iron Man kind. The difference is that the armor blends in with its surroundings. The surroundings are green and the entire armor is green. The surroundings are stone and the armor is surrounded by stone color. From the outside, one of the 4 was female, the rest were male. It was hard to tell what they looked like, but they were all very tall. A few people's posture is light and fast. Walking is also the kind of ravine with trees and shrubs, giving people the feeling as if they will be able to like kung fu. Finally, several people came to a cliff and looked at the plains below, where the mountain range met the plains a kilometer away, and one of them opened his mouth. "Sir, give the order. There's no rush. Since the other party has come out, they must be rushing towards the mutated creatures. When this guy fights with the mutated creatures, it won't be too late for us to make our move." Hearing this, Bloodbat said with confidence, "Sir, this scumbag isn't going to try to take out the shadow rats, is he?" Someone continued to ask. "Definitely. According to the intelligence, the people of the Federation also rated this shadow rat as a Class D mutated creature. These people never know how to change. The concealment ability of the shadow rat is comparable to Class A. It's just that the shadow rat's combat power is indeed not high." Bloodbat nodded. "Sir, the target is still 50 kilometers away." The woman inside the team spoke up, her voice a bit hoarse. "I'll assign the tasks. Make sure you blow up the scumbag's mech. I'll be the main force and cut off his back. You 3. Bloodbat gave a series of orders. Yes. Several people went to follow the plan separately. Yang Bo looked at the terrain in front of him, but also speechless. One side of the grassland. The barren grass here is higher than the other places. The detection shows that it reaches 10 meters. On one side of the mountain range, there is a huge crack standing one by one, and you can see that some of them have been destroyed by human beings. You can't find a mouse in this place, not to mention a mouse, or even a tiger. Yang Bo had originally just stopped by to take a look. Yang Bo's goal was the caves tens of kilometers behind the mountain range. There were a lot of bats over there. Jamber looked away and took a smooth turn toward the mountain. This smooth turn of Yang Bo directly made Bloodbat and the others a little confused. Bloodbat and the others' ambush place is far away from Yang Bo. The mechs have radar, and in this kind of open place, once exposed, then immediately will be attacked by the federal government army space weapons. This bastard, Bloodbat, was confused, because the sky was controlled by the government forces, so the communication on Bloodbat's side was very troublesome, and by the time Bloodbat received the news, it had already been 10 minutes. The rocket backpack was activated, and Yang Bo directly jumped over one hill after another, and in less than 5 minutes, Yang Bo arrived at his destination. The mecha radar doesn't work. Yang Bo arrived at the place. The mountain here had a lot of sizable gaps, caves, but the mecha radar was limited, so the detection depth was not working. Yang Bo soon heard a strange noisy sound. This is the ability of Yang Bo sonic control. Although the mech cannot be detected, but the mech received this wave will be transmitted to Yang Bo's side. Just that it is not so stable and not so clear. A modest cave was chosen. For a mech, of course, and was actually 5 or 6 meters in size. This cave was still down, and a blaster bomb was taken out, adjusted for time, and dropped in. Yang Bo ducked out of the hole, and a dozen seconds later, there was a boom. A black dust spewed from the hole. Sonic mastery +1. Sonic takes control +1. Dense information appeared inside the mind. Oops. However, in the next second, Yang Bo realized that the bats inside the other caves were startled and flew while screaming. Not caring about that, he chose a couple of loud caves, and then a single blaster bomb was dropped in. Boom, boom, boom. The loud bangs that came one after another caused the entire mountain to vibrate, and some of the rocks on the mountain were shaken and fell down. Thousands of bats inside the rest of the caves were shaken and flew out, but during the day these bats were like headless flies. Yang Bo looked at his sonic mastery skill had reached Master 9750/10,000. Still almost. Yang Bo looked at the one remaining miniature hydrogen bomb on his body, and then looked at the bats that kept flying out of the cave, and then landed in various places, of which there were more of them in the inside of a valley not far away. The 4 bloodbats finally saw Yang Bo's mecha standing right over there on the opposite side of the hill. Depart. Bloodbat gave the order in a low voice, and the 4 of them flew in the air towards Yang Bo. The biomecha camouflaged in such a way that it couldn't be seen at all, as if it was invisible. The moment the 4 of them swooped in, that is, they had just reached the sky in the middle of the 2 mountains, suddenly there was a loud boom inside the valley. The huge shockwave was mixed with countless debris, and the 4 people seemed to be rushed up into mid-air by an invisible air hammer. Yang Bo had just dropped the miniature hydrogen bomb in the bat-heavy area, and then rushed to a safe distance away to admire his masterpiece. I go, which knew that at the moment of the hydrogen bomb explosion, 4 mini mecha-like guys suddenly appeared in the air, which also shone with all kinds of light, as if they were clad in rainbows, and were directly rushed into the sky by the huge shockwave. Miscreants! Bloodbat, several people simply did not expect Yang Bo actually with hydrogen bombs. Just now the leap in the air was not at all prepared for the following. All of a sudden was the impact of the flying out, and hydrogen bombs with energy impact, so that its own biological mech camouflage mediation does not come over. All of a sudden the current. Bloodbat, several people burst with energy, to get rid of a huge shockwave. The 4 silhouettes with a residual shadow chopped to Yang Bo. When Yang Bo saw the silhouette, Yang Bo instantly activated his rocket backpack, took a flying leap, and ran away, which knew that just after flying up, the bloodbats, several people actually made an elegant turn in the air, and several strangely shaped long knives swiftly chopped at Yang Bo. But just at this time, a huge ball of light fell from the white air, and then Yang Bo's side of the virtual screen. Once again black screen. Chapter 27. Compensation schemes. Numb. The young bloods are numb. Dumbfounded. The people of Base 16 were dumbfounded and watched as Yang Bo's mecha as well as several mutants were hit by the orbital laser cannon. One of them escaped and fled inside the cave, while the other 3 were shattered on the spot. Bastard! Bastard! Inside the cave, the blood bat, who was spitting blood while cursing loudly, as one of the 5 guardians under the general, was actually being counted. Bloodbat now looked like a middle-aged blonde white man, and the armor on the outside seemed to be writhing as if it were alive. There must be a mole. Bloodbat spat out blood while thinking inside his head. 3 things in a row added up and Bloodbat got an answer that there was a mole. Mech piloting +16. Mech piloting +16. Mech piloting +16. 3 messages in a row, accompanied by the message that Sonic was in control. 3 dead. What was that bright light just now? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. What kind of power is it that these guys appear out of nowhere? These 4 guys are rushing it themselves? Yang Bo people are numb. They just want to properly entertain the small animals. Actually, who the hell let you hide inside the grass? And who let you move the angler's nest? A black screen is a black screen. And when the email came, YB opened it. I'm sorry, esteemed player. Your mech was damaged by the base's long-range defense system. And now you'll be compensated with a new mech free of charge, plus a reward of 500,000 gold coins for your discovery of an enemy target unit. The official email was just that, then an accept button below that. No appeals, much less complaints. Yang Bo sneered in his heart, paralyzing himself to change places. This 16th base cannot stay. These stealthy guys must have been targeted when they left the base. Call customer service directly. Sir, how may I help you? The customer service voice was somewhat mechanical. I want to change bases. Base 16 blew up my mech again, causing serious damage to my mind, body, and spirit. Yang Bo directly put forward his request. I'm sorry, sir, the game doesn't have a base change service available at the moment. What are their bases for? They have to blow up my mech every time. This game is simply anti-human. I'm going to the court to sue you guys. You're flouting human rights and trampling on the law. Yang Bo definitely wanted to change bases. At this time there was a video on the forum of Yang Bo being blown up. In fact, it was the first time Yang Bo threw a shockwave bomb, which attracted the attention of others. The other people who were controlling the mechs thought that someone was fighting with the contaminated creatures, but they didn't expect to come to see 4 mutants besieging Yang Bo, and then Yang Bo's mech was blown up, and one of the 4 mutants burrowed inside the cave. The people who saw this scene also did not dare to chase was hit by the base defense weapon and still did not die, which is not dead. Holy, if it isn't Brother Chopper? What kind of crap game is this? Not getting killed by your enemies, getting killed by your own people. Chopper Bird, what's the stunt? Chopper Birdie got his second base hit. What's with this tie game? Martyr, go outside and report a wave. That's right, who can stand it like that? Moving around and getting your mech blown up is mentally damaging. What mental injury? These handfuls of people are just crazy. Nothing to kill small animals. This guy went back to killing bats today. Upstairs, bring some brains. People just mow and burn and they burn a lurker? This one should ask for moral damages. Who wouldn't be able to stand it, right? From a lawyer's point of view, this kind of should pay out because the player has paid the fee and the contract is established. Do you guys think there's a possibility that this Chopper Bird brother is an expert? The forums were also abuzz with talk about Yang Bo, who had been hit twice by the base's defense system. The senior management on this side of the base was also speechless. The first time it was their own base that blew up. They admitted it, but the second time it was the orbital defense system, and the authority was not on their side at all. As for changing bases, it's a pain in the ass, involving a data channel which is highly classified and uses new technology. Because this classified channel is not within the base's authority, players are advised to change their IP address and re-enter the game. The customer service could only answer this way. Yang Bo immediately asked, can the data on the game be migrated over? Players can exchange game currency for credits. Customer service continued. The dead pig was speechless. Even though Yang Bo knew that this was remote control, then compensate me with 300 shockwave bombs and 300 miniature hydrogen bombs. This was Yang Bo's ultimate goal. Shockwave bombs are fine. Miniature hydrogen bombs up to 100. Customer service waited 30 seconds before answering. 600 total? Yang Bo ruthlessly slaughtered a knife. Since he couldn't change the base, he would order something. The big deal is to be more careful in the future. If you really can't, don't play the game, okay? And Yang Bo also has a crazy idea. It looks like he controls the planet where the mech is located. The space weapons are very responsive. Then those mutants are staring at themselves. Why not an opportunity? As long as they attack those mutants first, sit back and wait for them to be hit again. Then wouldn't they brush off their abilities? Could be. Deal. Yang Bo hurriedly agreed. What mental damage? Fault? They are not the world, these people, fragile nerves. Not just black screen. How big a thing? Looking at his brand new mech, as well as 500 shockwave bombs and 100 miniature hydrogen bombs inside the warehouse. To be honest, these bombs Yang Bo was a lion's share, according to the selling price of more than millions of gold coins. However, Yang Bo also guessed that it was unlikely for the base's authority to give gold coins. After all, gold coins could be exchanged for credits, but the supplies were different, and Yang Bo's heart's expectations were 50 impact bombs and 10 miniature hydrogen bombs. The hydrogen bomb's shockwave carries a brief energy blast that can interfere with the various systems of enemy mechs, even mutant biomechs, as long as they are within a certain range. That's why the mechs didn't all use intelligent systems, because if they were interfered with, it was over. Mezzo got out of the game and then checked his skills. The one that changed the most was Sonic Mastery, Clan 14350/100000. Mech Piloting, Intermediate 56 out of 100. Lying inside the bathtub, Yang Bo carefully pondered over the sonic control. which was very different from the previous sonic positioning. Whistled. TSK. For a moment, Yang Bo seems to be in God's field of vision. He lives in a small building around 300 meters, completely covered, and more advanced than the beginning of the kind of lines. Completely is the field of vision to see what is what. But there are exceptions. As if the wire and cable have shielding equipment on the fuzzy. Inside a building next door, more than one young lady was taking a bath. Yang Bo's heart moved, twisted his head to look at the cup on the washstand, and reached out a ringing finger. A certain great suggestion. Thanks. Click. With a sound, the ceramic cup for washing instantly cracked and became countless pieces. Chapter 28, Sonic Attack Training. Yang Bo leaped up. Just now he was just pondering. Sonic. There are musicians Sonic shattering wine cups. He just casually got. Hey. Also became. Not caring about the young lady taking a bath inside the next house, she hurriedly got up and bought all kinds of materials. Metal, ceramics, wood, glass, and plastic. It's all about modest toy ornaments. Mostly experimenting to see what kind of attack these materials are going to have. Yang Bo has also recently realized that the skill itself level does not represent its own strength, but also needs to rely on its own strength to support it. Just like right now Yang Bo feels that his own strength is not high enough to play the sonic control of the Zongshi level. However, there was no way for his own strength to grow rapidly, and for this period of time, Yang Bo felt satisfied. The next day, Yang Bo used half a day to master the attack methods of various materials. Just seeing Yang Bo snapped his fingers. An all-metal pendulum placed at the doorway instantly cracked into several pieces. And even if it was the same pendulum, the cracking marks were not the same. Yang Bo snapped his fingers again. Yang Bo was now at the maximum distance indoors, 7 or 8 meters from the floor-to-ceiling window to the doorway, and snapped his fingers, and a glass ornament automatically crumbled. The strongest thing that withstands sonic attacks is wood. There is also a material. Yang Bo almost no way. That is similar to soft plastic or silicone material. This thing just how you attack. Looming. The other is a composite material, similar to certain toys that have steel wire supports inside, which won't work either. Yang Bo wasn't satisfied with the method he had mastered now, and pondered in his heart. It's best to reach the realm of breaking things, but with an appearance that makes them invisible. When it is said and done, Yang Bo does not have time to go on the game. What is the essence of going on the mecha game? Is to improve their strength. Now Yang Bo was also training his strength, and it was only the next afternoon that Yang Bo found some tricks, but there was still a big gap from what he had imagined. Let's get through the company's mock test first, work tomorrow, then come back at night and find a chance to upgrade sonic control to Grandmaster. I'm sure those bats have gone back again. When I arrived at the company the next day, Lu Jijie took out a list of tasks and said, "This is the only one left, and you came the latest." Yang Bo took a look. A real cleaner, responsible for a piece of area cleaning work. The work time is from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Is a high-tech company's exhibition hall? The exhibition hall is closed on the responsibility of cleaning. Boss, no problem. Yang Bo didn't realize that he was the latest, but it was good. Go on then. Someone will arrange it when we get to the place. Yang Bo took the task list. This time the other party did not come to pick up. Yang Bo arrived at the place to see. This is not in the neighborhood of their own residence, is not far away. The Dome Casino, the city's largest entertainment facilities, similar to the Earth's soccer stadium, but this is a fully closed kind. The entire dome using the most advanced virtual image system. The Dome Casino below there are several huge showroom is actually the Dome Casino periphery of a circle of buildings, high more than 10 meters high. The showroom is being set up. This side of the person in charge of the showroom brought Yang Bo to a showroom. Sir, you are responsible for this showroom. In the work time, clean up the ground of the garbage. Just push this vacuum cleaner around and that's it. The other thing is that when you come in to clean, you need to leave your wristwatch outside. Is there a problem? Yang Bo looked at the vacuum cleaner that was like a wheelbarrow, almost a meter wide, 1.5 meters long, and 70 to 80 centimeters high, and the entire area that needed to be cleaned was about 1,000 square meters, and now the showroom was empty. No problem. Yang Bo looked carefully at the instructions. It's very simple. This is using battery charging. Push it to go around inside. If there is a lot of garbage, you need to manually change the garbage bag. Yang Bo then registered on this side, and then issued a work permit. This work permit can only come in at 10 o'clock in the evening. It is said that this time Lee Edo's concert, a ticket will cost at least tens of thousands of credits. These exhibition halls or some big companies come to show their goods. Yang Bo slipped home and came back to work in the evening, walking more than 20 minutes to home, feeling good about this job. This job is almost 40 days, starting tonight, until the end of the concert of Lee Edo, and then the exhibition of the company withdrew. The Dome Casino is staffed, but some companies don't like to use people with chips, And the other thing is that the Dome Casino has a limited staff. And some people are hired outside of the city for large events like this. Night shift. This is considered Young Bo's specialty. There is no way. In the last life. Not on the night shift. Do not work overtime. There is no money, said the salary of a few thousand. In fact, it is to take the body in exchange for. And so you earn money. Older. It should go to the hospital to spend money. And then have to work overtime to earn money. And then go to the hospital to spend money to save money. How can you let you save money? And then to give you something awesome to eat. Had a mind to test my abilities outside. Thought better of it. Back home. Yang Bo calculated that he should not have a problem to buy a house. But to buy a house every year at least 1/10 of the expenditure of all kinds of costs. And now free dormitory has been very good. The last life working never lived so good. Of course, the degree of civilization is not the same. And the security level of the dormitory of Anji Jet Company should be a little better than their own home. This community is a high-end community. To buy the same size of the house, Yang Bo looked at it. About 4 or 5 million credits are needed. And every year, they have to spend hundreds of thousands of credits on other taxes. Forget it, let's wait first. After thinking for 3 seconds, Yang Bo decided to raise his strength first. Enter the game. Yang Bo was ready to enter the mecha game. For others it was a game. For himself it was to increase his strength. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that Chopper Bird's reputation is very loud now. This unlucky guy was beaten by the official Mech twice in a row within 3 days. The first person in the history of the game. This alone is just, this guy is behaving oddly. Starting with chopping birds, 8-meter high mecha, holding a 5-meter long machete, chopping and exploding a weak, helpless, pitiful bird. In the air this is a damn normal person can do it. Then there's mowing. Come on, mowing with a mech. Where's the brain? Yang Bo was inside the system settings and turned off the others, adding friends and whatnot, invitations and whatnot. And he wasn't going to fight mutant creatures or mutants himself. Yang Bo was covered in shockwave bombs and 2 more miniature hydrogen bombs. Then set off. Yang Bo did not know that as soon as he was out of the base, he was recognized by the other players nearby, because Yang Bo's mech, without any modification, commonly known as the white plate, and it is the least used and ancient mech inside the game. Sharp Blade is belonging to the 3rd generation mech. The latest has been to a dozen generations. I'll go. What is Brother Chopper Bird doing? The sharpshooter mecha with bombs hanging all over its body. Not to mention, gave off an aura of having no return. Yang Bo changed direction. This time the destination is still the Bat, an underground entrance. The game world underground. There are huge underground world. It is said that the underground mutant creatures built. Chapter 29, Skill to increase physique. Yang Bo came out. And Tiger Face King's side also received the news. But Tiger Face King didn't dare to send out his men easily. Yang Bo brought a psychological shadow to the Tiger-Faced King. 3 times. The first time he lost the most advanced biomecha. The second time the hunting team lost a lot. And the third time, 3 of Bloodbat's men. And Bloodbat was also seriously injured. A great general was just gone. The tiger-faced Maharaja also wondered if any of these subordinates of his had defected to the government forces. Not unheard of in history. Stay put and keep an eye out. The tiger-faced king finally gave the order to stabilize one hand first, and Yang Bo had brought more bombs this time than last time. For Yang Bo alone, 100 of them were nothing, but with a railgun at a height of tens of thousands of kilometers. Unless they were at plus or higher level powerhouses, and also powerhouses with special abilities, they would be beaten into slag in minutes. Almost there. Almost there. The tiger-faced king looked to the sky. Unfortunately it was stone. But it was as if the tiger-faced king saw tens of thousands of kilometers of railguns. Fleets. Being pounded into pieces. When the time comes, I'm going to double back on these mongrels. Mongrels. The tiger-faced great king clenched his fists. Yang Bo was careful along the way, with the radar turned up to the max, and walking around. I was afraid that someone would come and sneak up on me, and then I would run away while dropping bombs. The base side looked at Yang Bo like this. How to feel sneaky. The base side for Yang Bo is very curious. Yang Bo several times to mess things up. In addition to the lakeside, the other 2 times the base has a big harvest. The blood bats, those were broken into pieces, but also recycled by the base. The base side of the research can be a lot of things. Mutant genes, mutant mecha fragments, and even as long as the need to use mutant genes can be cultivated with mutant people out of the exact same person. But there's no point because there's no way to replicate the memories unless they're captured alive. Yang Bo also guessed that in the 10,000 mile high altitude there is the existence of railguns and so on. And not afraid. This ability of their own. Who knows? Walked 10 minutes. Yang Bo are meet pain. Because it is into the mountains. Yang Bo did not walk. Directly opened the rocket backpack. A leap from this side of the mountain. to another piece of the mountain. So the mech maintenance fee is not low. There were very few that rushed in this way, and many opted for external flight devices that BIU'd the place. Plug-in devices want game currency, which is not credits. The huge cave, almost 20 meters in diameter, was said to have once been the lair of a huge swarm of mutant lizards, which had since been abandoned by the mutant lizards. The cave entrance came out into a wide valley with little vegetation, and it was said that this was the place that had been trampled by the mutant lizards for so long that no plants had grown for many years. Open the map. This place has been explored a lot of places by the game official. Yang Bo walked in with a cross in his heart. The official estimate will not pit himself. The underground space is divided into several layers. It is divided according to the depth. 100 meters to 300 meters deep is the first layer. 300 meters to 500 meters is the second layer. 500 meters to 700 meters is the third layer. It is said that the deepest depth is more than 10,000 meters deep. However, in the second layer it is a dangerous area, and in the third layer it is extremely dangerous. This danger zone is measured for each player. That is, it is a synthesis of Yang Bo's current data, and the official gave a suggestion. Cootie just went to the second level. Yang Bo looked at the map carefully and found where the bat was. This underground world is actually connected to those caves that Yang Bo went to last time. What with the mountain crevices? And the official still expresses it in terms that don't carry certainty, as if the entire planet's underground passages are connected. Marred. This Thai place actually affects radar detection. Yang Bo's heart began to wonder why the officials seemed to have too much approach to this underground world. After coming in, only to find that the mecha radar detection strength here, the range is very small. The channel straight okay some, curved up and down. The shortest detection distance is only a few dozen meters. Marred. Yang Bo clearly saw a group of bats on the radar, arrived at the location and found that it came underneath, then returned to continue walking and found that it went around again, and finally saw that it was going to arrive, but it turned out that there was only a gap more than a meter wide to pass through. Whatever. Yang Bo picked up a shockwave bomb and threw it directly inside a gap. Then hurry up and run. Boom. A wave of air could be seen blowing through inside the passageway, accompanied by a deafening sound. Sonic Mastery +1. Sonic Mastery +1. Disguise +1. A series of information flashed inside Yang Bo's mind, and upon closer inspection, there were actually a few dozen extra points of camouflage. Yang Bo took a closer look at the radar just now and found that it was a group of cave lizards over there. A kind of underground creature with a maximum length of half a meter, widely distributed in this underground space. This ability awesome. Yang Bo for the disguise this ability. Still very much looking forward to. Now Yang Bo can change the muscles. That higher is not able to change the bones, height and so on. Of course the biggest effect of this disguise is that it can see through other people's disguises. And in the age of high technology, Yang Bo felt that the ability that this disguise brings is perhaps the biggest. Overall though, Yang Bo felt that he had lost money. The Sonic Mastery increase was just less than 1,000 points. The shockwave bomb was worth a lot. The key was that once he used it, the rest of the bats in the area flew away. It looks like we still have to make traps. Yang Bo felt that he still had to make a nest. First roughly walked around, then chose a place. Immediately after that, Yang Bo went out of the cave, ready to look for bigger creatures, get dead and drag them in. As long as the beginning of a batch of dead, just like over there to get the fish, you can stick to the sustainable development. A cow was slapped to death by Yang Bo with a plasma long knife in one go, not using his full strength yet, but also the cow was only less than 2 meters tall. The mech was 8 meters, and the long knife was 5 meters. Charge +1. Yang Bo did not expect this cow to give this ability, no matter what. Dry first. For these cows, Yang Bo kills bulls, not cows. There are quite a lot of cows here. Specifically what kind of cows? Not clear, but definitely not buffalo and bulls, because more than 2 meters high, 3 horns on the head, and a low head is like a huge steel fork. Charge. Intermediate 11/100. The reason for killing 11 heads is to flush the skill to intermediate. The reaction is so great. Yang Bo felt as if the genes inside his body were burning, and the power inside his body was constantly being extracted. Get off the game. Drink milk, and recharge. After half an hour, Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded, because this time it consumed 50% of the power. You know that this is a new battery. 50,000 degrees of electricity. Charge relies on one's own strength to perform this skill, which means that this skill will increase body mass? Yang Bo had a bold guess. 100,000 cows, mud, an entire planet I don't know if there are any, and a large dangerous area. No, I want to raise cows. Yang Bo hurriedly entered the game. Some people ask, how do you raise cattle in the wild? It's not that simple. Get rid of all the natural enemies of these cows and create a safe and comfortable environment for these cows, at least in a large area, since cows give the ability to increase physique. What about other large animals? Yang Bo stared at the radar with glowing eyes. Chapter 30, An Unexpected Harvest. No, Yang Bo slipped around. In a large area, just these cows are the largest in size. Imagine tigers, leopards, these are not. Then look carefully at the shape of these cows, just like elephants, and then look at those horns. Yang Bo understood a few percent. Just this kind of close to 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, 3 steel fork-like horns, or swarming. Wouldn't that be just like a bulldozer, or a spiked bulldozer, or a swarm? Ugh. Yang Bo looked around without any large animals, and with a sigh he got all the carcasses of the killed cows into the underground cave. But I don't have much status, or else I can directly purchase the tissue culture of these cows. Yang Bo pondered as he worked. At this moment, Yang Bo had the idea of exploring the dangerous area, but then sensibly rejected the idea. His own mech was the worst. Once it was damaged, it might directly go bankrupt. There's no rush. Yang Bo let himself be sensible when he thought about how long he'd only been here and how well he was already doing, throwing the cow's carcass into a pre-checked place. Then Ebor waited. For wild animals, as long as there is the scent of food, it is hard to resist. The blood of 11 cows. The smell emanating from it spreads continuously in this underground space. Countless reptiles are attracted by the smell, and they head towards the food. There are all kinds of them. Yang Bo just wait quietly on the side. Yang Bo chose the place as a narrow passage, but this passage is very high in height. Yang Bo is on a small platform above this passage. This place is very quiet. Yang Bo turned off the radar all the times, because according to the official news, some mutant animals can detect the detection signal of the radar. Since all the nests were made, then Yang Bo didn't mind what kind of fish came. As long as it was a fish, it could come inside his nest. Yang Bo turned on the sound receiver at this time. In this quiet underground space, the sound receiver of the mech could pick up the sound made by the bugs hostile to each other. This way of nesting is still a bit costly. Yang Bo watched the time pass. A few hundred credits an hour. After waiting like this for 5 hours, Yang Bo could hear the sound of food being torn from below, especially the sound of cowhide being torn, and even more so the sound of chewing, among other sounds. Taking out 2 blaster bombs, he twisted them smoothly, one on each side towards the left and right sides of the passage below. Boom! Even if it was a mecha, the loud sound made Yang Bo feel uncomfortable, and the whole space shook. But of course Yang Bo had already turned on the radar. Camouflage +1. Disguise +1. Dynamic vision +1. The dense flow of information made Yang Bo's mouth happy. Looking at the corpses of the lizards on the ground, these lizards were deformed by the huge shockwave that hit their bodies, and the narrow passage made the shockwave even stronger. The inside of the passageway, which was about 100 meters long, was densely packed with the corpses of all kinds of lizards. Not many reptiles, because the reptiles were all eaten by the lizards. It is a pity that people do not have the means to get here. Otherwise there are a lot of ways, poisoning and so on. Yang Bo sigh. Their own means can play out less than 1/10. Imagine a few layers underground, directly ignite highly toxic chemicals, so that the underground world to form a chimney benefit. Toxic smoke gas, do not know how many animals can be killed. Yang Bo hemmed and hawed. Put a hydrogen bomb under a cow's carcass, set it for 5 hours, and headed back to base. As for whether it would blow up one of their own, it won't. A mech approaching would indicate danger, and enemy recognition is still in place. Back to the base. Looking at the maintenance costs, Yang Bo, although the game currency is quite a lot, but also meat pain, this is still the lowest level of mech. The higher the level of the mech, the higher the maintenance. Next time, go to the trading center and take a look. Yang Bo pondered in his heart that he would visit the trading center next time. After closing the game and exiting, Yang Bo came outside the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the weather outside. The sky was clear and bright. On the blue sky, the air harbor was always a sparkling presence. It was very charming, like a huge diamond ring in the sky. A mental note of skill. Swimming, plus 300% speed inside Archon liquid. Permanent underwater breathing ability, plus 120% underwater attack power. Flight, Master 140210, 000. Disguise, Master 5210/10, 000. Sonic Control, Cleric 14350/100000. Dynamic Field of View, Master 4832/10, 000. Impact, Medium 11/100. Thermal Imaging Field of View, Advanced 301 of 1000. Electricity Control, Advanced 112/1000. Light Mastery, Beginner 4 out of 10. Mech Piloting, Intermediate 56 of 100. Stealth, Intermediate 16 out of 100. Tap, advanced 134/1000. Coming inside the bathroom, Yang Bo looked at himself inside the mirror. The muscles on his face changed rapidly. Even his bones changed slightly. After a few minutes, a strange and familiar face appeared inside the mirror. Yang Bo touched his face, which was his self in his last life. The bones can be fine-tuned. It looks like the skill of disguise can completely turn into a stranger at the end. Yang Bo felt this skill in detail, constantly disguising the faces of various people, even women. Looking at the face of the woman inside the mirror, which was an actress Yang Bo liked in his past life, he touched his face and felt like throwing up for no reason. Disgusting. Yang Bo even suspected that this skill could completely turn himself into a woman in the end. Then Yang Bo rushed to sleep, and now he didn't consume his own energy because it was too much. I even had nightmares about sleeping and dreaming that I became a woman and went into a bathhouse with another woman. In his heart, he said, he's not that kind of a lewd person, so how come he's having this kind of nightmare? I got up and saw that I had only slept for 4 hours. Suddenly there was a stream of information inside his mind. Dynamic vision +1. Disguise +1. But within this dense mass, there are more than a few that shouldn't be there. Stealth +32. Stealth +8. Stealth +4. Yang Bo was a bit confused. Stealth? So much stealth. What kind of animal is it? Could it be a person? It's someone from the mutant side. +32. This is a nifty A-class target. Yang Bo hurriedly climbed up, entered the game, directly bought the flight pendant, and directly swooped to the place of the incident. Of course the hydrogen bomb must be brought. The corpses inside the passage were strewn all over the place, and the passage was also a mess. A rat with silver fur that was comparable to the size of a tiger was particularly conspicuous, and the corpses of other rats could be seen in the distance. Good stuff. Hurry up. Yang Bo grabbed the rat and ran. The reason why Yang Bo ran so fast was because the prize money for the A-class creature bounty was massive. Yang Bo took out a large pocket and stuffed this silver rat corpse in it, because that's what happens when you kill contaminated creatures. And there are still mutant rats in the surrounding ruins that apparently look just as big as dogs. Yang Bo simply can't wait to care. The big head took it by itself carrying the bag, then rushed out of the underground space, directly flew back to the base to prepare to receive the prize. Chapter 31, Ranks? Dogs don't even want them. Some people on this side of the base saw Yang Bo rush out the door, and muttered in their hearts that this chopper bird brother didn't know that there was something wrong with him. And even the people on the base wondered, waiting for Yang Bo to come to the place where the task is paid. The staff opened the bag. Confused, the silver fur highlights the status. The staff hurriedly called the administrator of the base. The base manager was NPC style inside Yang Bo's field of vision. In fact, after the base manager saw the silver rat corpse, he looked at the third generation of the humble sharpshooter Mech. This is a Class A mutant creature. The base hasn't killed one of them since it was established. Yang Bo was bored waiting for the test results, and the base side didn't believe that just manipulating a mech of Yang Bo's level could actually gain this kind of harvest. This is that D-grade mutant rat? A few people from the base looked at the test report and instantly knew the identity of this rat. D-grade mutant rat. This has existed for a long time. It's hard to catch because of the complicated terrain over there, and it has existed for quite a few years. I didn't realize it was an A-class creature. It must have unique abilities. Report it. The administrator of the base reported it. Tens of thousands of kilometers up in the air, on a huge battleship hundreds of kilometers high, a woman in a Federation Major General's uniform was looking at a report from Base 16 on the planet. Send the stuff immediately. The woman wore a wide military uniform to see the body, but the face was a proper beauty-like appearance. Just a little cold feeling. Gently spit out a few words. Activate the S-Class Research Lab. I want to know everything about this one rat as soon as possible and develop a genetic potion with the materials for testing as soon as possible. Don't make that announcement for now. Giving individual awards can confer rank. One order was given down from the woman's side, and the battleship's light brain executed one order after another. On the battleship, the light brain was also a supporting role, because the one who could be the captain was at least a class a genetically strengthened person, and in the direction of intellectual evolution, and it was said that this kind of genetically evolved person, the brain's horrifying arithmetic was even more powerful than the light brain. Rank? No. I want gold coins. Yang Bo's side waited for an hour and finally waited for the result. It was a Class A mutant creature, and it was a very rare special Class A mutant creature. Sure you don't want it? The manager on this side of the base was a bit confused, realizing that by accepting the rank, one could know a lot of things and have a lot of privileges. Yang Bo sneered in his heart. Yes, the military rank is a lot of benefits, but Yang Bo knows clearly that this game is not a game. It is real. Once he accepts it, the identity is a problem, and the other thing is that he can be drafted at any time. Although he is not sure if the military rank inside the game is not linked to reality. Yang Bo does not dare to gamble. For the alliance, Yang Bo did not feel much. If one day the alliance was invaded, he hurriedly ran his ass to other countries. Don't! I said, what's wrong with you guys? Playing a game nagging. Yang Bo didn't have the good sense to answer affirmatively. Then, dear player, we would like to do an investigation. I wonder if it's convenient for you, the base manager asked again, really wanting to know how exactly Yang Bo killed the A-class mutant creature. It's inconvenient, but of course it's okay to give game coins. Yang Bo shook his head and said, well, surrendering an A-class mutant creature rewards you with 30 million in-game coins, and given that you, the player, surrendered a special mutant creature, the reward increases by 20 million, for a total of 50 million gold coins. The base management also had a mixed feeling in their hearts. This was $50 million, to be strangled by those large teams in the base to kill A-class mutant creatures. It is still justifiable. After all, people's mech equipment and other things are powerful, but just this, a white plate mech, an unreliable player. He. Yang Bo had checked it long ago. A-class mutant creatures were $30 million. A plus was $100 million. As for S-class, it was $1 billion. However, Yang Bo also knows that the guy behind the game won't lose money. The A-class creatures take back to make genetic agents. Once successful, I don't know how many A-class genetic evolvers can be created. Of course, there was also the possibility of failure. There were many kinds of A-class mutant creatures, and some of the scrappy ones with no special abilities weren't worth much. Yang Bo didn't envy these people who used genetic potions at all, because his own ability was even better than theirs. Dear player, we would like to see your battle footage, and we are willing to pay a fee of 5 million gold coins. 5 million is too little. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Is there no way for you officials to look at the backstage? Yang Bo does not know is that the official is able to see, but need to apply. Need permission. A pass operation down. It is very troublesome, which involves data security. The military is one aspect. There is also involved in the mecha manufacturing company. The player game terminal equipment. Inside the Federation, procedure always comes first, and as long as the procedure is correct, even if 100 people are killed, they will not be guilty. We have limited base access. 5 million then. Yang Bo nodded. Then at the other party's instruction, signed an agreement before handing over the video of this time to the base. Ha. Yang Bo exited the game. Although he didn't think about it, the gains were real. Looks at his stealth. Advanced 105/1000. Disguise, Master 8210/10. 000. On this side of the base, those who saw the footage slapped their thighs together and swiftly dispatched dozens of guards and dozens of fighters to collect all the bodies, even the slightest bit of animal tissue, from the incident site. In the process, 5 relatively intact C-class mutant rat corpses were found, as well as other blasted corpses, roughly estimated to be a colony of this one A-class mutant rat, TSK, tens of thousands of kilometers high in the sky. The female officer inside the battleship finished watching the battle video. Yang Bo provided the video of this battle. The rest of the previous ones were not provided, and the iceberg expression that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years finally had a change. The female officer closed her eyes, and the next second she was typing in a steady stream of text, and a few minutes later the information was being sent to a higher authority. This side of the base also saw this piece of information. The Class A mutant creature was purely fooled this time. This Class A creature had lived for so many years, careful, cautious and timid. This time, smelling the food. Plus there are other small animals feeding this mutant rat with a large family to eat. How do you know that, Yang Bo? This old six to put hydrogen bombs under the carcass of the cattle. The rat's strong defense withstood the shockwave of the hydrogen bomb. But unfortunately, the internal organs were hurt by the huge impact, which had something to do with the narrow space at that time, and the speed of the mutant creatures on the flat ground could have escaped. This rat had grown up from a deranked creature and had developed a timid and cautious personality. At this time, on the battleship, the female officer's small mouth was wide open, looking incredulously at the paper report in her hand. Sure, the special ability is stealth? Chapter 32. Train yourself. Stealth. This was an absolutely rare existence in terms of genetic evolution sequences, and every powerful stealthy genetic evolver was the bottom card of every major power. In a highly technologically advanced society, most genetically evolved people had to rely on high-tech to deal with high-tech, and unless they were top-notch genetically evolved people, most of them could not fight against mechs alone, or air-to-air fighters alone, let alone against missiles, high-frequency laser guns, and orbital laser cannons. With technology that can blow up even planets, genetic evolvers are a dish anyhow unless they have special abilities. Stealth is definitely considered one of the special abilities. Once in history there was a huge and incomparable conglomerate that was ruined by a stealthy special genetic evolver. sneaking into the company's most central laboratory, destroying, stealing information, news leaked, and the company was finished. That's why being a captain, and a genetic evangelist with a Class A intelligence orientation, he was so out of it. Yes, Captain, we passed the test, and the few intact rat corpses we found had the ability to be stealthy. As for what are the genetic chances of this particular genetic evolution, and what is the success rate of the potion created, we dare not continue with the test, and according to the regulations, it must be supervised by the Alliance SS level before the next test can be conducted. The visitor nodded and said. Hearing this, the captain immediately nodded. I'll report right away. Immediately after this, one battleship began to sail away from its original position. Because of the Class A stealth material must ensure independence. Security. The battleship detached from the empty harbor. From this time onwards, until the SS-class supervisors of the Alliance arrived, not a single hair on the battleship could be dispersed overflowing. The battleship turned on the wartime system. Any unauthorized flying machine close to it, it would be shot out of the sky. Yang Bo had already gone to work by this time, and came to look at the cluttered showroom during the day, which had changed at night, with all kinds of posters and all kinds of huge texts. First clean up the large pieces of garbage on the ground, and then just push the vacuum truck. After finishing the work, Yang Bo, while carefully inspecting, found that this is a war display mech showroom. It shouldn't be. Mecha companies are big companies. Such a small showroom? Yang Bo was a little suspicious in his heart. Once the work was done and cleaned up, you retrieved your wristwatch on the duty officer's side, returned your access card, and went home. The day is not yet bright, but the streets are brightly lit. Now you can see. Those are high-end neighborhoods. Dark. Definitely high-end neighborhoods. The kind of bright, basically is the kind of Yang Bo used to live. Back in the neighborhood, take away the recharged batteries, no matter how large they are. 50 credits at a time. Power is cheap in this world. Back home. Wash up. Yang Bo heart itchy. A huge sum of money should buy a house. Don't enter the game for now. First familiarize yourself with the abilities you have. Yang Bo opened the internet without entering the game and entered the game forum. Robbing money Yang Bo had wanted to check out the mutant beasts inside the game. The mutant news. The general game forums had it, but when he opened it, it all required game currency. Class D swamp poisonous crocodile information. 50,000 gold coins required. Class C ice mouse information. 100,000 gold coins required. Grade B highly poisonous mori boa information. 1 million gold coins. Yang Bo looked at it and sucked in a breath of cold air. According to the level, the price of the information was different. Grade A's don't want to earn masters a dime. Master's target is small animals. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Even if it is a Class A creature, only give how many points? Small animals even give a little it. The 2 risk ratio. Yang Bo door clear. Then Yang Bo's face turned green. Chopper bird? This damn is talking about me A bunch of people on the forums criticizing themselves, abusing small animals, realistic losers, and animal protection organizations offering a $5 million game bounty to know their information identity. Someone else said they couldn't add Chopper Bird's friend. Also expressed woe to himself for being busted twice. Karma. Shrinking his neck. For no reason Yang Bo felt a cold chill on his back. No. This identity has to be kept secret. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Subsequently, Yang Bo assured. This mecha game, inside itself are genetically evolved, and basically have a mecha license to enter the game, or else the game's assessment cannot pass. The original owner previously wanted to enter the game. It did not go in. Of course, the official will not say that the residents are not allowed to enter the game. Said what it is. Discriminatory rules. Against the law. Just like in America. Many people look down on people of color, but they won't say anything about it. Instead they'll falsely cry out for equality and get those people of color to vote for themselves. Maybe behind their backs they'll call those people who voted for them shabbies. So the game company uses anonymous. Is to avoid being found out. Only part of the can enter the game. Now anonymous, the game company can shrug it off. We do not have a grasp of these data, because anonymous. I'm a good resident. What Chopper Bird brother? Don't know. Definitely don't know. Yang Bo closed the game forum and then opened Ed Oli's concert. This little doll face looks quite energetic. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, looking at the Li Idwa virtual image. Immediately after that, Yang Bo looks at the specific event and realizes that there are a lot of companies participating in this one. There are selling what residing gene potion. There are also selling clothes, selling jewelry, selling luxury goods. Looking at these luxury goods with a set of house price tag, how does Yang Bo feel with his own use of garbage bags is almost the same. High-tech companies have wristwatches, anti-gravity skateboards, anti-gravity cars, and mechs. There were 5 mech companies, 2 of which were manufacturing mechs and 3 of which were modifying them. And the showroom that Yang Bo was in charge of was called the Sublime Mech Modification Company, which ranked in the top 3 in the alliance. Supposedly there's a major announcement this time and the stock has already gone up. Take a good look then. Yang Bo didn't find out what kind of mech the other party had announced to exhibit. Quitting the forum, Yang Bo began to train himself, buying a large pile of toy ornaments of various materials. The ringing fingers inside the room kept going off one by one. The pendulum cracked and cracked. Trained for 2 hours, then ate and went to bed. Wake up from sleep is more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Bo stood inside the bathroom, training his muscle camouflage ability, touched his unusually large pectoral muscles, felt strange. The hand cannot be. The current disguise can only change the muscles. The bones can only be fine-tuned. This is not enough to fool some smart devices, which can scan your bones and even the special biowaves that you individually emit. Anyway, it's very complicated. Yang Bo didn't have a chip implanted and couldn't know all the technology in this world. Probably knew some of it. Yang Bo mainly trained himself in the speed of camouflage, and after training, the energy consumed was recharged. At night came to the exhibition hall. Yang Bo found standing a mech, a large alloy plate laid on the ground, an 8-meter-high mech. Alas, what kind of broken company? Taking a 3rd-generation mech to make up the numbers. Yang Bo looked at the familiar mech. Isn't this his own sharp blade mech inside the game? This is like a grand car show. You drive a walking tractor to make up the numbers. Chapter 33, The Change of Face. Finished working, Yang Bo looked carefully at this mech, although backward, looking at some dull, just like the cartoon mechs that I used to watch, square-headed and square-brained. Unlike the current high-level mechs, which are full of artistic sense when you look at them. It seems like I'm being scolded in the game forum, and it's justified. Yang Bo looked at the plasma greatsword whose blade was just 5 meters long, and when he thought of this greatsword chopping on the little bird, he muttered in his heart that he did go a little too far. Of course, admitting excessiveness is admitting excessiveness, but what else should be done or not done is another matter. Just like those politicians who were shouting slogans in a meeting a few days ago, but were taken away in a couple of days. TCH, if this thing is taken back to Earth. Yang Bo took a closer look and did not walk onto the alloy floor, as there was a warning line. 10 days of training. Yang Bo can now quickly change his face in a second. Looking at himself inside the mirror. Changing his face in a second. Man's, woman's, but there is no way to change the skeleton drastically. More and less meat on his face. Sonic control. Yang Bo could already control it within 100 meters with precision. Yang Bo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and with a ringing finger. A leaf inside the garden 100 meters away was blown by the wind and shattered. The whole attack process is only 0.3 seconds. Any farther Yang Bo think there is no meaning. This point of time for ordinary people is nothing, but for genetic evolutionists, can do a lot of things. To deal with the target is the residents. Yang Bo will use these tactics? A few leather hammers down, guaranteed to the other side called the police. Invisibility. This ability is simply invincible. Looking at the mirror inside the disappearance of their own. The whole all disappeared. In accordance with the reasoning of the mirror, irradiation is blank, but the reaction is the wall behind them. This changes its own energy. Yang Bo summarized 1 point. The genetic evolver, the ability to show, is the performance. The real core is the energy inside the body. Just like electricity on Earth, which is converted into sound, image, wind, heat, light, etc. through various machines. These manifestations, it's the ability displayed by genetically evolved people. And the underlying one is just electricity. When this event is over, I will buy a house. I want to buy one with an oversized basement, and I will train myself in electric energy control, and light energy control. Yang Bo changed his clothes and went out. Now it's okay for Yang Bo not to sleep. Tired, recharge, sleepy, recharge, hungry, eat, or you cannot eat, but Yang Bo does not eat to feel empty stomach. Exhibition hall total of 6 mechs now. In addition to the first sharp edge, the rest are very beautiful, the overall streamlined, and look at the shape, are the kind of can be used on land, water and air can be used. The body of the weapon has a laser sword, laser cannon. There are also with missile hangers. There are blue ones, pink ones, and green ones. There are still 3 days exhibition will start. The other exhibition hall inside placed a lot of items. Next door to the exhibition hall inside the respective mecha with things, specifically what is not cannot get in. Yang Bo today to come. Found in front of each mecha, there is a large piece of the display plate. It is estimated to be prepared for the introduction of the. Here did not use any intelligent equipment, and even have high power shielding. Genetic evangelists have 1,000 strange abilities. Some can control data, so the general exhibition of highly sophisticated things, intelligent equipment cannot be used, for fear of being others to obtain the core secrets of the data. This secondary company has a lot of hype lately. It is said that this exhibition is going to be recorded in history. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. I don't know what new technology, but he is a resident. He does not understand science, and he does not even understand some cold laws. Why don't you get it? Because it's a vulnerable group. It's not biochipped. It's not memorized. Therefore, when a resident commits an offense, as long as it does not cause serious consequences and is a first-time offender, he or she will generally not be penalized because the resident can claim that he or she did not know that the law had been violated. Of course, cold laws are similar to those laws on Earth where Floridians don't keep idle people. Snapping his fingers, Yang Bo's mind appeared the approximate construction of these mechs, the largest of which was 12 meters tall, blue in color, and even a huge transparent cockpit could be seen. It was useless to look at the construction, because Yang Bo didn't understand it, and the mech construction was similar, unless some exotic mechs. Mechs are divided into many categories. Besides the war ones there are work ones. The next day Yang Bo trained his abilities during the day, then checked the prices of houses everywhere and chose a few that were more satisfactory. And damn it, because of this concert, the prices of houses actually went up. The game side Yang Bo did not go back in, because Yang Bo felt that he was empty of power, or not, in addition to the body to settle down. Strange. For 3 nights in a row, several other mechs inside the showroom had descriptions on their display boards. For example, the tallest one had a mech modified with the latest generation of antimatter batteries, a full-body energy shield, the latest generation of light brain assistance, and a high-energy particle gun, and utilized energy metals in key areas or something or other. The antimatter battery, the range, and the bursting ability were all 100 times that of the nuclear energy battery Yang Bo used inside the game. This mech instantly accelerated past 16 times the speed of sound. After work, Yang Bo for the first time found that there are so many people. The Dome Casino outside, a lot of people are waiting. It looks like some of them are journalists or something. Yang Bo directly from the staff channel to leave the Dome Casino outside, wearing a single auxiliary armor of the police is to maintain law and order. Yang Bo returned home. After washing up, he opened the network. The Sublime Modification Company was going to release a major news today. Yang Bo guessed that it had something to do with the Sharp Blade Mecha, because there was nothing written on the top of the display board as far as the Sharp Blade Mecha was concerned. At 7:30, half an hour before the Dome exhibit, the internet exploded with news of the last meta company. Yang Bo hurriedly opened the promotional video of the Subdivision Modification Company, in which a man with a magnetic voice opened his mouth and a picture appeared on the screen. We are 1,500 years removed from the first space jump test. It's been 1,000 years since the first manned space jump. Within those 1,000 years, we've made hundreds of millions of space jumps, which has allowed us to become more connected as a human society. On this day, we, the Sublime Modification Company, introduce one of mankind's greatest inventions, one that has appeared in countless novels, movies, and inside of them, the space storage gear. This is a sharpshooter mech, and this is a space storage button. Everyone, inside the image, a man was holding something like a car key from the era of Yang Bo's last life, and on top of it was a crystal with a red and a silver button on either side of it. One hand pressed a silver button, and the sharpshooter mech inside the video instantly disappeared. Some may question it. Some may say the video is faked. We at Sub-Zero will be giving a public demonstration of this greatest invention of mankind spanning history at the Dome Casino. The voice introduces it while then pressing the red's button and the mech appears. I'll go. Yang Bo was also stunned. And then he saw the news report that people had lined up outside the showroom of Next Dimension Modifications. The company's stock price had skyrocketed. And of course there were certain experts that Yang Bo didn't recognize who said it was impossible. Chapter 34, A Bunch of Bad Guys? By the afternoon, Yang Bo understood that this space button was still at the primary stage, and could only take in specific things. Just like this mech button, it could only take in this mech, the rest could not be taken in. It is said that the mech is made of special energy metal, with the space button energy stone pairing, meaning, more subliminal company did not divulge. After all, is a secret, to see a lot of people, but unfortunately the visit needs to make an appointment. Yang Bo did not make an appointment on the back of a few days or not, and for the time being, this space technology is used in a very narrow scene. The third generation of mechs can barely be used. The rest of the higher involved in composite materials, biological materials. There is no breakthrough for the time being. The stock price of Sublime Corporation has skyrocketed and risen like crazy, and many people are calling this a major breakthrough in the use of space. But there are also people who are worried that this will exacerbate the security risks. and that if a criminal organization suddenly releases a mecha in a downtown area, the fun will be great. Then there are the experts who say something about how this technology has to be regulated by the union or else the proliferation of the technology is dangerous. When Yang Bo saw this, it was as if he saw those shameless guys on Earth. When others had a bit of good stuff, he wanted to pickpocket it himself. I didn't do anything during the day today, just watched the action, and when I came to the showroom at night, man, it was dirty. Doesn't seem to be anything special? Yang Bo snapped his fingers and looked carefully at the sharpshooter mech in front of him. During the day this big mech was demonstrated to be put in and taken out. Yang Bo got to work, and unlike other times, there were quite a few more mecha cops outside the showroom this evening, as quite a few media outlets flocked in from all over the place. Cleaning was a bit more difficult today, maybe because of the large number of people. Yang Bo felt that the other mechs looked a bit better, and the sharpshooter mechs were just SOSO. After cleaning, Yang Bo read the introduction himself. Proper black technology. Black cannot be black again. After work, go home. Yang Bo will not touch these mechs. He does not want to be famous. Obscene development. 4 days on end. This was still festering, and at night a private ship could be seen landing with a flash of bright light. In addition to the first day to watch the fun, the follow-up Yang Bo are continuing to sonic attack training. This day Yang Bo sleep up, decided to go to the other high-tech exhibition hall to see, because the appointment on the time, the progress of the hall is free of charge, but the gallery that you are responsible for can't be booked by the end of the exhibition. The Dome Casino, a huge structure 600 meters in diameter and over 500 meters high, is the best overall concert venue on the entire planet. Inside this casino there are all kinds of luxuries and all kinds of fun things that Yang Bo didn't have the chance to come in before, because it used to be a pig in a poke, enjoying the free benefits of the league. Such a person going in and out of high-class establishments would be slammed by the opposition of the ruling party. Kind of that policy of what rate a needy person not being able to have a car or whatever. Now Yang Bo wasn't a pig anymore, so he could enter at will. But Yang Bo preferred to look at things like mechs. After all, he wasn't playing with luxury goods himself. Entered a showroom. Here is the mech's various parts. Batteries, antimatter batteries, looking like the Earth's square suitcase. The shape can be customized. Can be a constant source of abundant power. It is said to last 300 years' time. Very suitable for the use of extraterrestrial mining robot mech. Laser sword, 7 or 8 meters long. A new generation of Lightbrain. After visiting the circle, Yang Bo felt how to say it. Confused, because those data Yang Bo did not know what exactly represents. The cultural level is not enough. Once inside the Dome Casino, Yobo slipped around, enjoying the natural soft breeze of the place, which was the ventilation system of the entire building. TSK, a store that sells bionic robots, where rich people can buy a playmate for their kids, and singles can buy a companion and be protected by alliance law. That's a bigger stretch than Ami's 100 or so human genders. It is because the union is a federal parliamentary system that many odd policy laws have been introduced. Yang Bo came to the middle of the Dome Casino, looking down at the outside scenery. Suddenly a person on the floor below made Yang Bo feel a little strange. That person was a middle-aged man with blonde hair, looking handsome, but it made Yang Bo feel that this person was so fake. Disguise? Yang Bo frowned slightly. This feeling he had encountered before. Again, the man seemed to look outside, or up at the stars, and the man jerked back, looking around, but there were a lot of people this time of year, densely packed. Sir, may I help you? This action of the man made the attendant here feel surprised and came up to ask. Thanks, no need, the man replied with a smile, giving off a very sunny vibe. Yang Bo had already left, but he had just not gone for long when he found another blonde middle-aged man, giving Yang Bo a dangerous and fake feeling. This man was also an old handsome man. The two are a gang? Yang Bo had a feeling for no reason that both the man from earlier and this man were in the same gang. These guys shouldn't be coming at themselves, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, then left the Dome Casino. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Bo was ready to go back to the community, and there were more people on the road, and there were more people inside the community, as many tourists came here to rent houses. Dog thing, it can't really be coming at me, right? A red-haired youth, casually glancing at Yang Bo, made Yang Bo feel something was wrong. This red-haired guy was in the same league as the ones he had seen at the Dome Casino, walking, smiling, moving, temperament, looking fake all the way. The red-haired youth glanced at Yang Bo and muttered in his heart, I can't believe that someone would pay a high price to catch this kind of trashy goods. Do you really think that we, the Red Earl, are rag collectors? When the time comes, let's catch this guy first and see what's so special about him. The red-haired youth exited the gates of the community and looked at the Dome Casino in the distance with a smile on his face. It was going to be his home turf, and he looked at the people coming and going around him. The red-haired youth showed a charming smile. I wonder if these people will regret coming here if they know what will happen. Really looking forward to their lamb-like helpless and desperate eyes. With a charming smile, the red-haired youth walked towards the Dome Casino. Yang Bo returned home inside. His face is a little unsightly, although not very sure that the other side is rushing to himself, but have to defend. It's hard not to run away on your own. It's a pity that you have a resident status, otherwise you would immediately buy a ticket and run away. Yang Bo frowned slightly. Moving? It's not good. Anji Jie's company has a strong background. Private places are not necessarily safe instead. After all, genetic evolvers are too perverted. Who knows what kind of abilities they have? What to do? What do we do? Call the police? Just at this time, Lu Jijie called. Yang Bo, come to the company. There's something good. Lu Jijie said directly. Chapter 35, Strike First. The organizer in order to thank us for this time to make the contribution to the event, especially give 10 concert tickets. Whoever of you is interested to come to draw. This is a complimentary ticket, non-transferable. When he arrived at the company, Yang Bo took a look. The company actually had more than 20 people. Boss, are you looking down on us? Our family's tickets were bought long ago. Yeah, we bought it a long time ago. A portion of the group spoke up, and in the end there was quite a bit left of the 1 point that didn't get a ticket. How's the job? Lu Jijie dismissed the old man and left Yang Bo behind, opening his mouth to ask. Thanks boss, I feel good. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jijie used to seem like the owner of a small company inside Yang Bo's impression, but now it seems that this guy is a very dangerous existence. When Yang Bo spoke, the sonic feedback came back, and the boss in front of him was distorted, which represented a very strong energy field on his body. Now Yang Bo feels that the so-called genetic evolutionary performance is a bit inaccurate. He can charge himself. Can he still be a human being? But it is indeed a human being. How can I say this? The concert was divided into 5 days, from 8 to 12 o'clock every night, and Yang Bo took the ticket for the 3rd day. That's good. Work hard. The company will consider your next training program. Lu Jijie was satisfied. Thank you boss. Yang Bo was not going to leave Anji Jie now, although this company was doing dirty work, but as long as living a nourishing life could be, and such a company is just right for one to hide his identity. After all, no one will come to investigate such a company, and no one can guarantee that if they investigate, they will investigate the top boss. Yang Bo has recently discovered that the class solidification of this world is very serious now. The top 500 companies in the league rankings haven't changed for 500 years, and this can explain a lot. As for those politicians' families, it's also basically you and me. But Yang Bo isn't thinking of revolting. One can get married if one wants to now that one has money, and by paying a sum of money. There are companies that specialize in technology to ensure that your offspring are healthy, and there are also those that sell eggs of female genetic evolvers, which means that you can do any service as long as you pay money, because by buying such eggs, there is a certain chance that your offspring will be a genetically evolved person. As for how big is the chance that a genetically evolved person will marry and pass on this gene to his or her offspring, there is no public data, but Yang Bo knows that there is. However, Yang Bo does not plan to get married for the time being. He has a lot of secrets on his body and a lot of trouble. The last time he tracked himself, this time the redhead inside the community. At night when he went to work, Yang Bo was distracted, and only after he got off work did Yang Bo slap his head. How could I be so stupid? The red hair appearing inside the neighborhood proves that it lives here. Yang Bo felt like he overthinks things sometimes, but the community is huge, at least hundreds of acres. Yang Bo is also not good to inquire about where others live. Then there is only one stupid way. Wait. Yang Bo returned to his home, then came to the roof garden. This is the dormitory of An's Hiji company. The roof garden is also available to the company's people, but Yang Bo has never been here. Yang Bo had thought he was going to spend some time, but he didn't expect to just go up to the garden and see a man with blonde hair and a man with red hair on the roof garden in the distance. The red-haired man felt that someone was looking at him and casually glanced at him before saying to his companion, "When the evacuation is completed the day after tomorrow, that resident on the roof over there is worth 30 million credits. $30 million? Residents?" The blonde companion next to him asked in a surprised tone, but with his face as usual. "Yes, I guess there is some secret on it. Let's get rid of the person first and see what the secret is." The red-haired man continued. "Well, is everything ready? Of course, the feast begins. We have been silent for hundreds of years, and we should let the world recognize us once again." The red-haired youth's body stood straight as he spoke. Seeing this scene from afar, Yang Bo frowned slightly, then slipped around and went downstairs. "Should we stealthily go over and take a look?" Yang Bo muttered in his heart. "How exactly is the stealth ability?" Yang Bo has no idea in his heart. Looking at his game currency, Yang Bo clenched his teeth, exchanged credits, and then bought a detector, worth 3 million credits. According to Yang Bo's understanding, since stealth is called stealth, it must not be that easy to be detected, otherwise it would not be called stealth. It would be called camouflage. This is a small detector, without any networking equipment, big brand, with a variety of detection capabilities, mainly for some shielded places to use, all kinds of security agencies, all kinds of laboratories and so on. It looked like a handheld metal detector on Earth, and Yang Bo read the introduction, then took the device and went inside the bathroom, turned on universal mode and looked at himself disappearing inside the mirror, but his own naked eyes looked at himself and disappeared as well. The detector didn't go off, and Ybor resumed his stealth. Then his fingers lit up. Tick-tock. The detector went off. In retrospect, though, these guys are much better to deal with when they're in the clear for themselves. So Yang Bo wasn't going to sleep, and after charging his batteries, he went to the Dome Casino. This kind of person will never come to hang around, and it's several people who come to hang around. First come to see if there's anything to be gained here? Yang Bo found a casual tea house, which was high above the ground, just enough to see the direction his community came from. Asterisk 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 tie disguise ah. Yang Bo saw a blonde guy, and at a glance, he could tell that these guys had the same aura. Of course there are a lot of blonde men in this world, and there are a lot of handsome men, but these people give Yang Bo a fake feeling. The smile is fake, even the walk seems to be fake. 1, 2, here comes the redhead. Yang Bo saw that 3 came one after another, and then moved to another place. Yang Bo wanted to see what exactly these guys came here, and what they were going to do. There were a lot of people, and Yang Bo was wearing glasses and was preventing energy interference. So sure enough this time the other party didn't realize he was looking at him. Disguise this ability is too strong. Yang Bo's heart is beautiful. When this camouflage ability, Yang Bo knew that this ability in the high-tech society, passive skills are more useful. You can see the other side of the camouflage at a glance. Control center? Yang Bo skulked around for a few hours, noticing that these guys seem to be wandering around without a clue, like tourists. But there is a place to appear more frequently. The control center. Why Yang Bo know that side is the control center? Because people wrote, the control center of the heavy ground. Tourists stop. These guys aren't targeting me? But this control center, is it something that ordinary people can break through? Yang Bo muttered a little in his heart. First go back to the community. See how many people from the other side live in the community. And when these guys leave tomorrow, take the risk to sneak in and see for yourself. Yang Bo felt that the other party came from a bit big actually dared to hit the idea of this place. Then he will have to take the initiative. Chapter 36 Bold Speculations. P.S. The power outage just came back on shortly after. Don't wait for the second chapter. It's estimated to be an hour. But Yang Bo didn't find a chance, because it seemed like there was someone on the other side inside the house all the time, and Yang Bo couldn't pick the lock unless he climbed in from the outside. However, Yang Bo was not without gain, and found that there were almost 8 people on the other side, just in this neighborhood. I don't know if there are any more in other places. Inside the Dome Casino, Yang Bo took the ticket in his hand and entered the concert site, which started at 2 p.m. and went to 8 p.m. with numerous artists on stage. Yang Bo looked at the concert site. The entire grandstand was shaped like a huge peony flower, dividing the grandstand into many areas. In the center position is a huge stage. The huge dome can change countless backgrounds. It is said that in different areas, the background is different. More even said that each person's seat to see is different. Is the use of what new technology? Yang Bo originally came not to come are indifferent, but then thought, or to see the high tech. And this gang of people, come to this Dome Casino, will not be to loiter, surely have their own purpose. The other places terrain themselves probably know. On this inside did not come. Could it be some tough guys? Looking at the grand concert, with an unknown number of celebrities, powerful people, and politicians inside, a bad thought bubbled up. The concert started and Edo Lee took the stage in a princess dress. Nice figure. Yang Bo first looked at the figure. After all, in his last life he was older. The first thing he looked at was the figure. Then look at the legs. You can't see them. Then you look at the face. The face is so small. Looking at Lee Edo who was like a young girl's face, Yang Bo felt a little throbbing as well. Welcome everyone to my home turf. I bring you, today. Lee Edo spun around and gave everyone a beautiful smile before speaking. Yang Bo frowned slightly once he heard this Lee Edo's voice. It looks like it's a sonic genie volver. When Yang Bo heard this sound live, he felt a little uncomfortable, and there seemed to be some confusion inside his brain, as if the sound of the concert was a wave of sound waves that impacted his brain. Yang Bo left decisively, and when a staff member asked on the way, Yang Bo said that he had a private matter. It was only after he was out of the concert site that Yang Bo felt better, looking at the concert behind him, with the sound of people shouting madly inside. No, am I the only sonic evolutionary on the scene and the rest aren't? Or is the arrangement in a different location? The effect is not the same. My side is surrounded by residents? Yang Bo muttered in his heart as he thought of the odd shape of the stands. A lot of people outside the concert, watching the live broadcast. Yang Bo watching the live broadcast and not that kind of feeling. It seems that this Li Idwa isn't that simple either. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Yang Bo came to a resting place not far from the control center, took a cup of drink, and after sitting down, he watched the people coming in and out of the control center. Since the other side is paying attention to this place, or wants to do things here, they will most likely have an inside man. And many times you can't do things without an inside man. Strange. Is the timing wrong and you didn't see it yourself? Or is the other side preparing for a strong attack? So if it were me who was going to do something, what time point would I choose? Yang Bo substitutes himself in, wanting to make things happen in this place. These people's hearts are definitely going to make the most of it. And suddenly Yang Bo seems to remember. Tomorrow night, it is said that the Union Senate has an important person to attend. That would be tomorrow. Yang Bo knew with certainty that if the other party was going to mess up, it would definitely be tomorrow. Rushing to check the schedule for tomorrow's Dome concert. Sure enough, there was a mysterious big shot in person. And then Edo Lee had a big announcement to make. Let's hope my guess is false. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. When he went to work at night, Yang Bo entered his workplace and subconsciously snapped his fingers. Then the next second, Yang Bo frowned, because a few of the other mechs actually turned on. Mechs that hadn't a few days ago. Mechs that turned on had their internal wiring energized, and their own sonic feedback was different. Could it be that those guys are preparing to use their mechs to mess things up? Yang Bo guessed in his heart. Even the sharpshooter mech was electrified. That uneasy feeling in Yang Bo's heart became more and more obvious. But Yang Bo did not show it. After finishing his work, Yang Bo came back to the outside of the exhibition hall, looking at the various things inside the other exhibition halls, and violently Yang Bo realized that once someone grabbed the mech and then replaced it with various advanced external parts of the mech in the next exhibition hall. What with the high-energy particle gun, the high-frequency laser cannon, and so on. Not to mention, once this thing is equipped, it's in big trouble. Despite the railguns, despite all the weapons, if there really is a big man being held hostage, do the railguns blow the Dome Casino right out of the water? I'm afraid whoever gave the order to open fire ended up in a very, very bad place. After work, Yang Bo didn't sleep either, constantly using sound waves to detect the house where the target person was. Good chance. Yang Bo realized that his opponent was gone, took off his clothes and pants, and then made a stealthy move. There is no way. Wearing clothes and pants cannot be invisible. For the surroundings, Yang Bo already know, because the sonic detection ability is very good. Came to the doorway where those guys lived, and sure enough there was no smart device. Yang Bo first snapped his fingers in the stairwell to make sure that there was no one around, and then snapped his fingers again, and a certain key metal part inside the lock of the door where the other party lived, instantly shattered. As for what to do if you're found out back there? No one knows, it's self-inflicted anyway. What the hell? Yang Bo gently pushed the door to enter, and found that the hall inside the room was vacated, and on the wall of the living room, a man dressed in red, wearing a hat, and a sword in his hand. The man's temperament was similar to the temperament of those very fake people Yang Bo had seen, looking like those nobles in the West on Earth. Yang Bo took a closer look and muttered in his heart. Inside the room are very neat. Things are neatly arranged. Suddenly Yang Bo saw a box. This box is very familiar to himself. Every time he goes to someone's home to do cleaning, the other party will take out this kind of box to let himself put the wristwatch. Opening the box. What was inside stunned Yang Bo. Is this a fake? Inside the box was the space button that was displayed by that sublime company. Yang Bo gently stroked the energy stone and felt the surging energy inside. I'll go. Is this sublime company not a gang of thieves? Yang Bo was shocked in his heart. Looking inside the box, Yang Bo hesitated for a moment, then immediately left. Yang Bo quickly returned home, and then spent $8 million to buy a space button jewelry. Yes, after the space button fire, a whole lot of products. This is the most realistic, and it is said that the energy stone is also real. Also bought a door lock inside the accessories. After the arrival of the things, Yang Bo came to the basement. There is no monitoring here. Smoothly came to the other side of the room. Inside the room to replace the lock inside the damaged parts. The space button to drop the bag. Quickly leave. Chapter 37. The incident. But when Yang Bo returned to his own home, shivering and looking at his hands, he could feel really with his own purchase. The energy stone inside the horrible energy difference. Mud. Yang Bo felt his hands shaking and his feet trembling, charging to calm himself down. Ibor forced himself to calm down. It looks like the other party is a very old organization. Yang Bo judged that one drawing to be very old. Subsequently, Yang Bo had a big head. These guys have bad eyes. Targeting themselves will have to defend but their own predecessor is a resident into. How to offend these people? Could it be a killer? Could it be the genetic potion company behind it? Related to the sudden death of his original owner. Maybe a batch of trials are all dead and he didn't die? Yang Bo's brain was now spinning very quickly, boldly assuming that a lot of things immediately made sense. Taking a deep breath, YB turned on the internet just to see what would happen at the Dome concert today. As expected, something has gone wrong and the showroom at Suburban Modifications is closed for the day, reportedly with some minor problems, and will continue to start tomorrow. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that the top management of Sublime is jumping out of their skin because the space button has been stolen. And the thing was stolen from the biggest hotel with a few bodyguards from a powerful security company. The supervisor of the custodial button and the bouncer don't remember what happened. The company executives are inside the police station, and the hotel executives are here. And a situation like this at the biggest hotel is troublesome when word leaks out. How do you expect us to investigate the case? The hotel doesn't allow you to go in, and you don't have any surveillance video, and all we're looking at is the surveillance video in the public area outside? A senior sheriff heard about such a case and already knew what to do with it. Inside this kind of super hotel, where privacy is very high, surely you can't install surveillance. Otherwise, who would come to stay? And the sheriff doesn't want to check out a place like this. Maybe he'll meet the chief in it. Ahem. And his career will be over. A time can be booked, the hotel executive said through gritted teeth. What's the point? Your side of the street is full of residents. Who remembers who? And lately you've been getting tens of thousands of people in and out of your side of the street every day. The sheriff is just shrugging it off. It's not that we don't check. It's that there are difficulties. The sheriff still has some dark thoughts in his heart. The sub-company this time out of the wind. Maybe certain mech companies. Not satisfied with sending people out. Peers are opposites. What things to do not come out. The faces of the executives of the Sublime company were also ugly. This space button is integrated with the Mech, costing over $10 billion. If your hotel doesn't give a reasonable explanation, we'll make the news public. Isn't there a way to change the space button? The hotel executives asked again as their people went numb upon hearing this. I can't. To put it simply, the two energy frequencies are the same. And I'm sure you all know how expensive energy metals are. The offer from the top management of the Sublime company was a bit pompous. But it was a time like this, and the other party was a famous consortium of the Alliance. Impossible. And you have no proof that it was stolen from our hotel. When the hotel executives heard this, they spoke directly. You, the executives of the Sublime company instantly jumped up. Nima, there were still such shameless ones. Our company is not afraid to fight with people, and even if we do, we occupy 1/3 of the error, and our hotel provides the service of keeping the items. Second, the security company you hired yourselves is also responsible. Third, if you don't produce evidence, we can still sue you for false accusations. The executives of Sublime Corporation stood up and spoke. In that case, there's no need to talk. Let's see you in court. Don't forget that the testimony of the people from the security company is also valid. The top management of Sub-Zero said with a sneer. The hotel executives took a deep breath and spoke. I'm going to ask for instructions, please. The executives of the Sublime company also breathed a sigh of relief. Because if this matter was leaked, then their company's reputation would be gone. What? Your space buttons were stolen? Doesn't that mean it'll be stolen even if I buy it back? What the hotel executives had to ask for was that the security company had an uncomplicated background. And as one of the top security companies in the league, it definitely wasn't that simple. And when it came to the court, the results were not certain. And the security company definitely didn't want to take the blame for the unfavorable reputation of the security. So who was going to take the blame? Employer subgenre company cannot, because the subgenre company is the employer. You damn out of things to put the blame on the employer. Cooking is not good. Blame the guest's taste is not good. The movie is not good. That the audience has no level? How can that be? Whose responsibility is it? The hotel. Yang Bo, who had finished browsing the internet, studied the space button again. The pure energy stone. I wonder if I can absorb this energy stone. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This piece of energy stone. At least 1 billion degrees of electricity. If he can absorb this, then he will not bring batteries when he goes out in the future. Just bring this thing. Gently stroking the energy stone on this space button, feeling the terrifying power inside, Yang Bo's heart moved to absorb. It can work. It looks like we need to buy energy stones for backup, even if the quality is lower. Yang Bo felt the powerful energy inside his body. His heart was ecstatic. so that he would not be afraid of carrying batteries in the future. Feeling the powerful energy inside the body, Yang Bo's heart is beautiful. Energy stone is also made into jewelry, because the price is very expensive. Energy stone has a natural, man-made, to solidify the energy and form a stable structure. The cost is very large. Of course, large energy stone is a strategic material. One of the energy sources of the battleship is necessary. Yang Bo's heart is happy. Just at this time, the company sent a message. Settling expenses? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. How did it come to settling expenses? Yang Bo spoke with Lu Jijie, only to realize that Party A has broken the contract and needs to sign a contract and pay liquidated damages. Otherwise there will be trouble later. Came to this side of the exhibition hall. Not yet close to the exhibition hall. Yang Bo felt a little strange, as if sensing the sharp blade mecha, as if it had some kind of inexplicable connection with himself. I'm sorry, the Sublime showroom is closed, and services are suspended on this side. A supervisor from the Dome Casino took out a contract and said. Lu Jijie was also there and asked curiously, what's happening at Sublime? We don't know about that. They notified the closing of the showroom. The supervisor spoke up. Yang Bo's heart stirred. Subspace colluded with the other side? Or was the space button stolen? Lu Jijie also casually asked. After the three signed the contract, Lu Jijie invited Yang Bo, I invite you to have a drink. By the way, to talk about your career planning? Yang Bo was about to refuse, when suddenly inside the showroom of the Sublime Company, the mecha moved, and many people saw this scene. The blue mechs instantly broke through the glass of the showroom, and then from within the crowd in the distance, several figures rushed out. These people with blonde hair and wearing ancient costumes. Red Earl. Lu Jijie blurted out when he saw these people's blonde hair flowing and then looked at these people's costumes. Chapter 38, Forced to Join. Yang Bo heard Lu Jijie exclaim, and many people in the crowd leapt up, the whole person flying out into the distance like a meteor. In the next second, a dense pillar of light. These pillars of light directly landed on these people who flew out, and the entire group was blown up. Get in, all of you. Shoot on sight if you don't. The mech shouted as it opened fire. This bunch of lunatics. Lu Jijie cursed. Quickly, go inside. Although he cursed profusely, Lu Jijie dropped a sentence and scurried out, not caring about Yang Bo at all. Yang Bo also rushed towards the Dome Casino. Behind him, he heard constant explosions, turned around and looked. It was a lot of anti-gravity cars were shot. Some of them also burst a small mushroom cloud. I do not know what type of battery it is. Yang Bo was almost crowded in. Just in the exhibition hall that he cleaned, you can see many people with several people, a jump of dozens of meters, and soon came in a number of police cars. Police officers were hit and exploded, and the only weapon that Yang Bo recognized was the high-frequency laser gun. Listen everyone, we have a hostage in our hands, please look. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, originally on the billboard outside the exhibition hall. A red-haired person wearing a medieval armor could be seen. This person also wore an ancient helmet. The red cape was particularly conspicuous. This person was holding an ancient knight's sword, but this knight's sword was emitting a blue light. In front of the man, a fat, decently dressed white man, who was now pale, stood out. This is the speaker of your union's upper house. Use the railgun if you can. And here, see, there are a few honorable guests. The shareholders of the Pinyin Technology Company, the shareholders of the Antai Bank, and the diplomats of the Crimson Union, TSK. The person in knight armor held a knight sword and pointed at these people one by one. Earl Red, we have been silent for all these years, and today I announce that we have returned, and such a grand occasion must be celebrated with blood. The red-haired knight made an exaggerated gesture of raising his hands. Then with a wave of the sword in his hand, he pointed it at the shareholders of Antai Bank. You vampires, die. On the big screen, the shareholders of Anthem Bank were then pulled out and then held down on their knees. And it was only at this time that they realized that there were quite a few people dressed in the same way, but the others were in black armor, and this red-haired youth was in silver armor. Then in full view of the public, this shareholder was beheaded. Many people were stunned by this scene, and then there was a surge of people. Yang Bo was squeezed, and suddenly he felt something was wrong, and only then did he realize that he was squeezed to the side of the sharpshooter mech. Then Yang Bo felt strange. This sharp blade mech seemed to resonate with himself. That feeling was wonderful. As if he could control this mech? Outside the Dome Casino, those who did not come in time to come in, was a burst of indiscriminate laser. Hit the miserable. Yang Bo also found out. Ordinary people were hit by the laser. The hole is a big hole. Laser burning. Genetic evolutionists were hit. Actually burst into flames? Is it because of the energy of the genetically evolved themselves? I don't know if there was a fire somewhere or what, but suddenly the fire system kicked in and countless bubbles sprayed out. or the fire system failed. All of you go into the concert venue. If you don't go in 20 minutes, all of you die. Suddenly another voice yelled loudly. Everyone swarmed to rush to the concert site. Yang Bo's side stroked the sharp blade Mech and felt it carefully. With a sudden heartbeat, the sharpshooter Mech disappeared. But with all the firefighting foam on the scene, no one noticed it. Yang Bo was a little stunned. He could feel the Mech. It was as if he had some kind of connection with the Mech. The Mech seemed to be in a faraway place, but it seemed to be in a very close place. It's like your own mana inside a novel. You can sense the state of the Mech that is on. It seems like it can be taken out and fought at any time. Could it be because I absorbed the Mecha Space Button energy stone? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Knock knock. This time there was a thumping and shaking from under the ground, and then all the closed sewer manhole covers in the distance flew out and spewed a huge plume of smoke. Ha ha, not only did the underground pipe network get blown up by us, but we also added a lot of goodies. So if you don't want the whole city to be poisoned, we suggest you take care of it quickly. On the billboard, the red-haired knight laughed out loud. Sin, in the end, will be liquidated. The light, at last, will shine on the earth. We, the righteous, the brave, the fearless. The redhead had his sword up to his chest and was rambling on about something. Yang Bo could no longer care about anything else. Followed the crowd towards the upward rush. Through the huge glass, you can see a mech appeared in the distance. These mechs are clear silver. At a glance, it is the military standard equipment. The sky is even countless bright spots. These bright spots gradually become bigger, and then one by one, the robots were dropped onto the ground. Now the whole planet is in chaos. The dome casino because of the use of high-tech shielding system. All the detection equipment simply cannot see what is the situation inside. Originally this is used to play the background of the use of anti-interference, anti-shielding system. As for the control center of the dome casino, it's been lost. When he arrived at this level of the control center, Yang Bo's heart moved. The firefighting foam was no longer sprayed, but there was foam everywhere on the floor. Yang Bo took advantage of the chaos and entered the store next to the control center, drilled under a counter, quickly took off his full body clothes, and looked at himself to see that he was indeed invisible. No signal from the wristwatch either, so I guess it's blocked. Turn the thing off and hide it, along with your dress pants. Ibor was careful to avoid the firefighting foam. Good thing there wasn't much left here. Smoothly entering the control center, looking at the violently damaged security door, Yang Bo was more careful. A security guard, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground, and at the end of the passageway, a man in black battle armor holding a laser gun, his face also wrapped in metal armor. Yang Bo watched as the other party did not notice him, paying close attention to his feet, and the man in the battle armor looked from side to side. Yang Bo took the opportunity to enter an open room, and was startled when he entered. A man was wide-eyed and on his back with a large hole in his chest, looking like he had been attacked with some kind of cold weapon. It was supposed to be a department of some kind, and there were 7 or 8 dead people inside the room, some with a hole in their head, some elsewhere. Looking at the marks that had been hit by a laser gun, and holes in the walls, Yang Bo came to the pantry. It was good that there was no one here, so he breathed a sigh of relief and hid in a hidden corner before lifting the invisibility, because invisibility is very energy consuming. Looking at his current look, Yobo was tempted to get a piece of cloth to cover it up. Think about it and forget about it. Wait for things to pass. Yang Bo was ready to wait until things passed. There were so many people, it was impossible to say that all of them should be killed. Captain, it's done. Install a high radiation bomb, and the military will definitely send a strong man over here to get control center access at the first opportunity. The two voices outside made Yang Bo curse darkly. Nima, Chapter 39, Pariah? Yang Bo was ready to bugger off. These guys bums. I guess it's not the usual. The deranged look is known. It's not that Yang Bo didn't think of stealthy running, looking outside like an iron barrel. I don't know how many masters are there. And these guys also put some kind of hazardous substance in the underground pipe network. Also firefighting foam everywhere. You, come along after you've planted the bombs, and we'll drive off those hiding down there. Captain. Yang Bo heard a burst of footsteps away, also hurriedly followed out, but just probed out. Saw a person is from a box inside out the bomb. The bomb is like a 10 centimeters in diameter, 20 centimeters high cylinder. The man carried the bomb inside the house. Yang Bo was ready to take advantage of the opportunity to slip away, but I did not expect the opposite side also came out a person. Scared Yang Bo rushed back. All that was seen was a laser flashing in the doorway and a poof was heard. What's going on? A voice shouted from outside the control center corridor. Hiding a man. The man who had planted the bomb spoke up and replied. Yang Bo was almost scared to death, and in the next second, Yang Bo was about to stand up, when suddenly the bomb-mounted dragging box stopped at the door. Yang Bo and the other party is close at hand. The next second Yang Bo's hands glittered with sparks to show his real body, and the guy who was lowering his head to take the bomb was shocked. A naked man. In the next second, he was held by Yang Bo's head with one of his hands, and the man convulsed without a sound. Battleship repair +8. A stream of information entered his mind and Yang Bo instantly understood that these people were smuggled and disguised as warship maintenance personnel. Yang Bo opened the man's helmet and found that the man was completely dead. His hair burnt. The armor was examined closely and was found to be unusual, similar to what a genetic warrior's battle armor would do. The battle armor of genetic warriors is mainly defensive, similar to the bulletproof vests of police officers on Earth, which can defend against some small energy weapons. Just don't use the chip. Yang Bo changed into the man's appearance, with long blonde hair, put on his helmet, and stripped it all inside and out to put it on himself. These guys must not have biochips or it would be easy to find their way out. Looking at the brand new dress-up himself, Yang Bo did not feel afraid at all, but some expectations. Bombs still need to be placed. Wait until Yang Bo came out, found that there have been companions to drive away the people who hid. There are also trying to resist the genetic martial artists. Was laser gunshot? These people wearing battle armor. Defense is very high, but there are also killed directly by their own people. Took out a bottle of some kind of liquid sprayed. The person's body is no longer there. Yang Bo then followed a group of people to the dome concert site. It was crowded but very silent, and on the big center stage, the red-haired guy was killing people. Sins that cannot be forgiven. I declare, beheading. A dozen or so people had been dropped on the red-headed stage, and Yobo still didn't know what had happened. So a man was beheaded. The whole concert. There were 20 mechs. Yang Bo took a closer look. Aren't these all exhibition mechs? How did these guys manage to control the mechs? And what kind of organization is this Red Earl that kills people? Then the redhead went on a divine rant about the dawn, the darkness, divine punishment, and spokesman, as if the organization considered itself to be some kind of righteous knights, honoring the orders of some great man to restore the glory of some empire. Yang Bo is full of how to run away. These guys are now in the hands of so many hostages. The official did not dare to move. Private official certainly moved. Don't be careless and let someone take you out. Yang Bo's heart is now incomparably anxious and nervous, because now he is an extremist organization identity. The official powerful Yang Bo has long seen, not to mention other things, mechs, air and ground fighters, even the flying sword-like contraptions you used to see on billboards. Don't be officially dead by then. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These dogs. Yang Bo again sense mechs, can be released at any time. Just at this time, the ground shook twice, and the red-haired guy arrogantly laughed loudly. We installed more than 600 high radiation bombs inside the whole building. You have the ability to detonate all of them, and at that time, those pariahs here, all of them will be dead. Yang Bo froze. Untouchables? These pariahs are a waste to live, a liability to live. They deserve to be stinking sludge to be used as fertilizer. The redhead continued. Yang Bo only reacted at this time, which is not to say that the residents? Radiation from high radiation bombs is fatal to ordinary residents, and for genetically evolved people, this depends on the dosage. But even if technology is so advanced, there are still all kinds of rays in the starry sky that are undetectable to human beings, and even some meteorites, which are visible to the naked eye but just can't be detected. High energy particles in the universe, cosmic storms. Mankind's most advanced warships have to hiccup. Mankind seems to have conquered the stars, but in reality, how many dangers there are in the darkness of the stars, no one knows. Bastard. Yang Bo couldn't wait to shoot this mongrel to death. What's wrong with me being a resident? You aristocratic lackeys. Mongrels. You guys follow me. The captain pointed at Yang Bo and a few others, then walked towards the center stage, then towards the passage underneath the stage. But before he could enter inside, a huge shockwave sent the person flying. Yang Bo and a few of his companions leaped up. The red-haired youth was still in a state of delirium. A mech saw this scene and leapt into the mouth, violently destroying the entire entrance to the underground passage. The underside of the stage was wide, actually more than 10 meters high, and the blue mech rushed in with a leap. But the next second, the mech flew back. Yang Bo looked at his companion who was trampled to death and had a jolt. Not good. There's an ancient martial artist who's at least a rank inside. The mecha suddenly shouted out. Ha ha, these fallen ancient martial artists can only become lackeys of the powerful. The red-haired youth laughed out loud. His body's battle armor shone with streams of light, and his entire body transformed into a silver light and went in with a flash. Energy metal. Yang Bo instantly recognized it. The battle armor made of energy metal could increase its own energy, but it was said to be very, very expensive. In the next second, the man flew out, a palm print appearing on the silver battle armor on his chest. Put. The man also spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying blood across the entire seam of his mask. Chief! The people in armor around them hurriedly jumped up to see how their leader was doing. Come out! Don't you ancient martial arts preach about righteousness? If you don't come out, I'll kill everyone. I'll give you 10 seconds. The Mets all come over here and listen to my orders. The red-haired knight waved his long sword, pointing at the countless crowds of people, old people, children, and women crowding around him. Yang Bo was behind this redhead, looking at the 20 Mechs gathered together, most of them aiming their weapons at the stage exit, while a small number of them were aiming various weapons at the people in the concert stands. Earl Red, do you really want to go against our ancient martial association? A voice rang out from the ground floor of the stage. Ha ha, we are all contemporaries. Others will be intimidated by the ancient martial arts association. We are. When the red-haired knight said this, his eyes went wooden. Then his entire head instantly exploded, while a person in black armor flew back. Ah! It took the other black-armored men to wake up to the fact that the leader had his head blown off by one of their own with a phaser against his neck, and they raised their phasers. In the next second, a huge big thing appeared, a sharpshooter mech, and countless laser guns hit the mech. Chapter 40 Group Beatings. Yang Bo didn't control himself just now and admitted that he was impulsive. Anxiety itself. This redhead also want to kill hostages on a large scale. The official may be angry. Some country on earth to fight against terrorism. Strong attack. Do not care about the hostages. They are not finished. Because when he saw the redhead's arrogant appearance, it was as if he had seen the way his own group of people had faced the developer, who was dressed in a suit and surrounded by a large number of lackeys. To a group of poor people in Yang Bo, he screamed, "Come and beat me up, and see if my lawyers don't send all of you to jail for dinner. You bought your own crappy house and blame yourselves for your bad luck. Don't come here one by one and make a scene, or I'll sue you for disturbing the company's operations." It was someone who was impulsive and then went in. The rich people are good at everything, and in his last life Yang Bo repressed his whole life, and he was just reborn, and he was disgusted by the hypocritical appearance of this government. On the one hand, under the guise of taking care of the residents, while restricting the residents' various behaviors, consumption in this regard, not to mention the welfare of white-collar workers, some upscale shopping malls, cabs are not allowed to sit. This can be understood, or else the taxpayers will have to jump to their feet. But what about the rest? So that suggests that? There was also Lu Jijia's comment about the genetic agent experiment, which Yang Bo knew was probable to be true as well, treating the residents as a political tool, treating them as test animals, and treating them as douchebags? And this redhead actually called the residents pariahs, acting like all pariahs deserve to die. The old man is a pariah. Plus this redhead was disgusting, arrogant, maybe still coming for himself. Such a good opportunity. It would be a shame not to do it. Then in a brainstorm, just as Yang Bo was escorting behind this redhead, the phaser was raised and then the excitation switch was depressed. Battleship Pilot plus 16. A stream of information flowed through the inside of YB's head. Facts have proved that any genetically strong person is pointed at the neck by a laser gun. Also all of a sudden, nothing. Yang Bo himself is still a little confused. Released the sharp blade mecha. Yang Bo is also forced to do the consequences of the impulse of their own to pay the bill. But I didn't expect that. Once released, I would be inside the mech's cockpit, looking at the familiar console. The next second was the mech's warning sound that woke up Yang Bo, which turned out to be the mech damage caused by the laser gun hitting the mech. In the next second, the rocket pack activated, and the 5-meter-long plasma blade shone with a blue light. Boom! And the people in the stands, whatever they were dumbfounded. Having just faced the threat of the red-haired knight and being targeted by a mech weapon, no one knew who would be taken away by the mech weapon the next second. As said before, unless it is some special ability of genetic evolutionists, the rest of the individuals are nothing in front of high-tech weapons, and are abound in being beaten up. Then the next second, this arrogant and brutal guy who had performed trials in the middle of the stage and beheaded a number of shareholders of major corporations was killed by one of his own. Then the guy who killed the guy released an old antique sharpshooter mech out of thin air. The black armored knights opened fire in droves, and the rocket packs on the back of the sharpshooter mech activated and a charge was made. Many people felt their scalps numb. A group of people were hit by a 5 times the speed of sound. 108 tons of big guy. What would be the result of these people? Not to mention a 5 meters long plasma blade smoking with blue light. Those people were like broken eggs. Shattered. Even with the battle armor used by genetically evolved people, it was useless. Not only did these black armored knights shatter like eggs, even those 20 mechs blocking the entrance to the stage's basement were like bowling balls. Because the people who came to hold the concert were all stars, there was just one entrance and exit under the stage. In order to avoid idle people mixing in and harassing the stars, the 20 mech pilots had realized something was wrong when they heard the shrieks, and before they could turn their weapons around, they were hit by a big 108-ton guy, several times the speed of sound. The 12-meter-tall blue mech was the unluckiest, having been pierced through the cockpit by Youngbo's 5-meter-long plasma machete. Battleship repair +8. Battleship repair +8. Battleship repair +16. Battleship piloting +16. Inside the cockpit of the mech, Yangbo couldn't care less about the dense flow of information. In fact, Yangbo really didn't intend to smash the Black Armor Knights. Yangbo's target is these mechs. The first one is this big blue mech, because this guy not only has a high-frequency laser cannon on his shoulder and a high-energy particle gun, but his torso is also equipped with an energy shield. Moreover, Yangbo had a feeling that this sharp-blade mech of his seemed to be his own body, and this feeling was wonderful, as if this mech was a piece of his own clothing, and Yangbo is very familiar with the sharp-blade mech. After all, are used to chop the bird. The mech right hand waved the long knife. In passing, a knife chopped in a silver mech's left thigh. The eyes to climb up the silver mech. Actually can't control the center of gravity, can't climb up. Humph. Grandma, although I don't know the weaknesses of these mechs of yours, but wherever the wiring inside the mech is densest, it's definitely broken. Yangbo checked the mechs with his sonic waves while wandering inside the exhibition hall. Although he didn't understand it, wherever the wiring was the most, it was definitely the most important. Yangbo does not know is that now in the whole league live. For the red Earl of these lunatics, the high level are aware of the high level is now inconclusive. The Lords, the Senate, the House of Representatives of the Lords are red in the face of the argument to take what action. The military at this time do not even dare to give any advice, because once the Red Earl kills a madman in there, the person who suggested it will take the blame. And the reason for the bickering inside the council is that they don't want to take the blame. Whether it is saved or not, the parliament will inevitably be scolded this time, and the ruling party is even more annoyed. What is the virtue of the opposition? Which has nothing to do. And this time, it is still not like a mad dog. You asked why the ruling party knew exactly what the opposition would do. Because the ruling party did the same thing when it was in opposition. But things suddenly reversed. That murderous devil was actually shot in the head by one of his own people. And the seemingly lowly sharpshooter mechs wasted the strongest mechs on the scene in an instant. Yes, according to the security department's assessment, the blue mechs are the strongest and are the latest generation of mechs. Yes, the mech is a strong defense, but a big guy of 108 tons, 5 times the speed of sound, plasma knife, it may be that some small battleship defenses cannot withstand. The blue light on the plasma knife is an energy blade that can break the energy protection. Definitely an ace mecha master. When the council lords saw this scene, some immediately shouted in excitement. Definitely. Look at this guy second slash. He's definitely proficient in mechs. The Silver Series mechs from Anbang Company, with 68% of the system hubs integrated on this side of the leg. Someone saw Yangbo's second slash and also exclaimed in shock. Quiet, quiet, don't yell. The one presiding over the meeting shouted loudly, while some of the counselors looked unsightly, as these counselors were the shareholders of the Anbang Mecha Company. Damn it. Our Silver Series mecha weaknesses have been exposed. To redesign, the executives of the Anbang Mecha Company were also following the developments in their own company, and when they saw that the weaknesses of the mechs produced by their own company had been exposed, they broke into a frenzy of curses, and then hurriedly summoned all the departments to redesign the internal structure of the mechs. Then in the next second, the top management of the Anbang Mecha Company cheered again. The weakness of the Ping and Company's mecha is actually here? Only to see Yang Bo striking for the third time. A knife chopped on the right shoulder of a gold and silver mech, and then this mech, as if the person had a sheep's frenzy, all of a sudden went limp on the ground and convulsed. Quick, record it. Many mecha companies shouted. Every mecha had its own weakness, which was the core of the company. Ha ha, the Red Earl's bunch of idiotic mechs actually didn't bring melee weapons. In the next second, many people cheered. Chapter 41, Beheading. Yang Bo actually rushed into these guys with a hard-on, because 20 mechs, all with long-range weapons, how to run. If there was no army outside and no air-ground fighters, Yang Bo would definitely run away. But if he went out now, he was only afraid that he would have to obediently step out of the mech and give a big black pot. After all, he was dressed as a black armor knight, and after scrapping 3 mechs in a row, Yang Bo realized that none of these mechs seemed to have melee weapons with them. That's right, there are so many genetically evolved people on the scene. What should we do if we bring melee weapons and others disperse? Yang Bo turned his left-hand energy shield on automatic defense mode, and just the moment he scrapped 3 mechs, there were already other mechs climbing up. The reason why the word crawl was used was because just now these 20 mechs had all fallen to the ground like bowling pins. An invisible high-energy particle ray struck the energy shield on the left hand of the mech, and a colorful halo appeared on top of the energy shield. The entire mech leapt up and made a jumping chop, not only making the other mech's long-range weapons fall short, but also chopping the most threatening one left in half with a single slash. To say why Yang Bo was proficient in mecha melee combat, it was of course practiced inside the game. This plasma knife made of energy metal is awesome. Yang Bo looked at the mech that was chopped into two halves. This plasma knife in his hand that was made of energy metal by the Sublime Company was very powerful. Previously Yang Bo thought that the Sublime Company had introduced bragging. The mech's own evaluation system would assess the danger level of the hostile mech. Yang Bo landed on the ground with a jump chop, and inside the cockpit, the mech could be seen holding an energy shield in its left hand that was constantly shaking, blocking the high-frequency laser gunshots. Yang Bo's hand pulled a residual shadow inside the cockpit, a place that was manually maneuvered because of the powerful shielding system. Countless people saw Yang Bo split the opposing mech into two halves with a jump chop and felt a coldness from their head to their lower body, as if they had been chopped into two halves, accompanied by a feeling of urination, and blood spilled all over the wreckage of the mechs that had been split open. Everyone then saw the sharpshooter mecha rocket backpack activate at the same time, and the entire mecha gave another boost, and the whole thing lunged towards the other mecha instantly. One of the pure black mechs on the other side dodged to avoid it, but was instantly cut in half by the 5-meter-long plasma blade. Masters, Arc Blitz. This tactical maneuver is the easiest way to confuse the enemy. Ace Mecha Master. Absolutely no escape. Look at the marks on the ground. The arc burst is mainly controlled by both feet after the burst, with one foot exerting force to make the mech's line of motion change. Such a close distance. The operation is very difficult. The Dome Casino opened a super strong shielding. In addition to this live signal channel left by the red count, the rest of all the people cannot be contacted. This kind of time the mech inside the mech division manipulation is completely rely on the speed of the hand. People who saw this scene, those who know what they are talking about. Of course there were a lot of innocent people on the scene, because those mechs fired and missed Yang Bo, so they hit the innocent people. Come on, hit it, punks, aim some, hit me. I'm not familiar with this high-frequency laser cannon. It's a new product. Fire together. The opposing mechs yelled loudly, giving off a chaotic feeling as if there was no command. In fact, what Yang Bo does not know is that how can the extremist organization let go of the command to others? This commander will not think of their own people behind the scene. So in desperation, these members of extremist organizations piloted their mechs and openly shouted, "But right, group combat training is not good. It is better to fight alone. After all, pig teammates pit people is the most powerful." And this time the mechs grabbed all the new weapons of the exhibition. Without training to use them is certainly not smooth. Moreover, mechs that fought using long-range weapons, just like snipers inside the army, needed a special direction of genetic evolution, or else they wouldn't be able to hit the enemy mechs moving at high speeds at all. These guys' weapons are not smooth. There is no unity of command, and perhaps the direction of genetic evolution are not this type of long-range fire support. So the threat to Yang Bo is greatly reduced. Yang Bo realized again that something was wrong. The flow of information was not right. What's with all the battleship maintenance? It's hard to believe that these guys' mecha piloting is not proficient. Yang Bo knew that his randomly acquired ability was the strongest ability of everyone, and after killing so many people, there was actually not a single mecha pilot? It was a long time, but from the time Yang Bo killed the Silver Armor Knight to the time he disabled the 5 mechs, it was less than 10 seconds. After decapitating the black mech, Yang Bo didn't stop, and with the help of the instantaneous acceleration of the flight backpack, he did another jumping chop, dodging the various weapon attacks from the other dozen or so mechs, most of which were high-frequency laser cannons and particle guns. The high-frequency laser cannon power was already destruction level for individuals, but the threat level was not enough for mechs, and Yang Bo's mech was built by the energy metal used by the Next Generation Company, which means that the materials of the mech contained energy inside, and the modified battery provided the mech with energy that could make the defense of the mech stronger. Yang Bo also didn't count how many other mechs the other party had, because the other party's firepower was fierce, hitting the constant warning sounds inside the cockpit of Yang Bo's mech, as well as the frequent flashes of the energy shield in his left hand. Jumping chop, surge chop. In the end, it evolved into Yang Bo running after 10 or so mechs. These 10 or so mechs were scurrying around. One mech flew up and was chopped by Yang Bo with a punch. There was no way to do it. The height here was limited. The ground was run, and because of the lack of calls to each other, there were even hits on each other and crashes into each other. Suddenly a large hole appeared in the huge dome and countless pieces of the dome fell down. Run! Yang Bo had been paying attention to the outside for a long time. The dome broke a big hole. Yang Bo had a jolt and hurried to run. Quite a number of genetic evolutionaries saw that the dome had broken, and they turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the broken hole, some of them bringing their families with them. One of them, the speaker of what's his name, was picked up by two big men and sent flying. Yang Bo made an impact chop, decapitating a mech again, and then with a jump, the mech ruthlessly stomped on the second mech that had been wasted by himself. This mech's leg had been chopped off, and it was no longer able to control the mech. Even opening the hatch was not possible as the control hub had been destroyed for the most part, and watched in despair as the huge mech's foot descended from the sky. The other mech whose shoulder had been chopped had been twitching and could not be controlled at all, and was chopped through the cockpit by Yang Bo. Just then the dome shattered again. This time it was the airbender. Yang Bo's side was close to the stage basement, and with a jolt, he rushed into the basement, and then quickly took off his clothes while inside the mech. Inside the basement of the stage, Lee Edo was surrounded by several people, one of whom, a plain, middle-aged man with one swollen hand, was looking warily into the distance. Yang Bo did not know much about this basement, and when he came in, he found that it was very big, and with one whistle, he knew the general construction of the surrounding area. On Edo Lee's side, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of the mecha disappear. Yang Bo looked at himself stealthy when he got out of the mech. His heart was ecstatic. As for pickpocketing someone else's black armor suit, that thing was placed inside the cockpit of the mech, because Yang Bo was not sure if there was any of his DNA on it. Yang Bo followed the image of the sonic detection just now and came to the grandstand without any problem. At this time the dome concert side had already flown several air-to-ground fighters. Those mechs that had not been decimated by Yang Bo had already been broken, and some of the unlucky spectators had been rippled by the broken mechs. Chapter 42 Ace Mecha Master? Everyone stay put and don't rush. Everybody listen. Everyone be patient. We're halfway through defusing the anti-radiation bombs and have 5 minutes to go. Genetically evolved people are also not allowed to fly, and those who do will be considered members of the Red Count extremist organization. A loud voice rang out from the dome. Yang Bo stealthily on the side, carefully thought about it. Today is really a damn accident. He just came to settle a salary, and then kill a couple people in the process? Or a dozen? There must have been a report back. An hour later, Yang Bo was dressed in his own clothes and was waiting for an inspection outside the Dome Casino. As soon as he said it was safe just now, a group of people swarmed and ran away. So Yang Bo retrieved his clothes and wristwatch, and then took advantage of the chaos to come out. Boss. Suddenly, Yang Bo saw Lu Jijie. This guy was saying something to a police officer. He looked familiar. Yang Bo immediately shouted, "Yang Bo, are you alright?" Lu Jijie was thick-skinned and when he saw Yang Bo, he immediately walked over and asked, "Boss, it's all your fault today. If you hadn't called me to settle my paycheck, I would have almost died here." Yang Bo complained. Lu Jijie said in a low voice, "The Dome Casino will compensate everyone for a sum of money for moral damage. The company will also compensate, and I'll get you a promotion." Yang Bo muttered in his heart, could it be that Fatty's company lost a lot of money this time? Let himself to do dirty work? Think beautiful, they will do the bottom of the cleaner is, and then up not necessarily do what heartless things. Boss, your job is too dangerous. Instead of agreeing, Yang Bo said with some fear, "You rest for a few days, paid vacation." This time it was a real accident. Red Earl these bastards. Lu Jijie gritted his teeth. Young blood, a resident, had his face swept as well as his wristwatch, as well as a manual frisk, because the resident couldn't stand the security of the machine, which was said to be radioactive and harmful to the resident's body. And then Youngblood was let through. "How about I buy you a drink?" Lu Jijie watched as Yang Bo finished checking out before he opened his mouth to ask. Okay. Yang Bo had wanted to go back and check out these guys' stronghold in his neighborhood, but thinking back, many perpetrators were caught because they liked to go back to the scene to see what was going on, came to a leisure tea house at a relatively distant distance, and before settling down, Yang Bo heard the live interview on the virtual TV inside the tea house. Yes, the one who is controlling the Sharp Blade mech this time is a senior executive of our Sub-Zero company. This senior executive not only knows the weaknesses of various mechs, but he is also a mech artist. As for the exact level, it is a company secret. A middle-aged man with a big belly, a senior executive of the Sublime Modification Company, was speaking to the camera. Yang Bo was speechless. Out to grab the credit so quickly? What Yang Bo doesn't know is that the Sublime Company is authorized by the government this time. And this person who controls the Sharp Blade mech can never be a person from the Red Count, because then the government would be in the dark, and there wouldn't be any light at all. And the government was eager to find out who this person was. After all, how much of a security risk would there be in an unknown person who could release a mech anytime, anywhere, and with the possibility that the one controlling the mech could be an ace mech artist? Were the dignitaries still a little safe? First, they let Sub-Zero top the bag. which Sub-Zero actually didn't want to do because it represented a feud with the Red Count, an extremist organization, but they couldn't do it without a top. First, it's a handle that the Mechs of Sub-Zero had a hand in killing so many people. Secondly, Sub-Zero doesn't want to bankrupt itself, and if it were to say that announcing that the sharpshooter mech was stolen would bankrupt the company, the executives of Next Gen are in a choice between bankruptcy and hostility with the Red Count. Anyone knows what to choose, otherwise the government might suspect that Next Gen is colluding with the Red Count's people. Lu Jijia said in a low voice, "Don't believe this. It's all nonsense. It's all bull ***** up here. The politicians, the celebrities, it's all bull *****. Lu Jijia continued. Lu Jijia took a sip of tea before saying, "The space button of the Shark Blade mecha was stolen yesterday. That's why the Sublime Company showroom was closed, and I only just found out about it. And just the likes of the Sublime Company can afford to raise Ace Mecha Masters? Really think that Ace Mecha Masters are weeds on the side of the road?" Lu Jijia put down his teacup, then continued. Yang Bo was then surprised. The one piloting the mecha is an Ace Mecha Master? Yang Bo was really surprised. He was an Ace Mecha Master? How did he not know that himself? There are a lot of level divisions within the mecha division. Look at this one today. A third-generation mecha of the lowest level put up a record of 013, although there are a lot of reasons within it, but the record can't be changed, and the mecha division is recognized without reference to anything else, just by the record, because there's no fairness to speak of on the battlefield. It's just about performance, and since this mechmaster knows a lot about the weaknesses of other mechs, the stock prices of these two companies are definitely going to plummet, Lu Jijia said with an adoring tone. Yang Bo pondered in his heart for a while, and quickly understood that he used sonic control to look at the mech inside the showroom, and when the mech was not turned on, he relied on the mech's own materials to prevent others from detecting it. There is an interference shielding system inside the exhibition hall, so other means cannot be detected, and this sound wave of oneself happens to be the exception. In addition, this mech division from the beginning of the tactics are carried out very well. The first to destroy the other party's commander. This kind of extremist organization inside. It is not possible to be like the army as the commander has an accident, but command can be handed over to someone else. The reason why those mechs in the back did not form a queue to attack is because of the inability to cooperate with other companions. There is no unified command. Of course, these mechs of the Red Earl also had a fatal mistake. That is, they didn't bring melee weapons, because their targets were unprotected humans. But if the commander got two mechs equipped with melee weapons, it wouldn't be so bad. But with two less mechs, maybe the plan is flawed. Lu Jijia looked out the window. Up and down a bright light. Those were air-to-ground fighters. Yang Bo understands Lu Jijia's meaning. The attackers have limited manpower and limited mechs. In order to maximize the hostages, they have to equip their mechs with high-frequency laser cannons and so on. Yang Bo now recalled that his manipulation of the mech really didn't seem to be manipulating the mech, as if he was controlling his own body. Could it have something to do with the space button? Didn't the Next Generation company say that the space button is on the same frequency as what this mech's energy metal uses? Yang Bo also picked up his teacup and pondered in his heart while drinking tea. There were too many accidents today. Just at that moment, inside the virtual TV, a jaw-dropping scene was shown. It was after Yang Bo went down to the basement of the stage. A person flew down from the dome. This person surrounded a crescent-like red sharp blade. Not big, just a dozen or so centimeters long. This dozen or so centimeters of red sharp blade, just like the flying sword inside the novels, in an instant, penetrated through the cockpit of the three mechs, which were holding a large number of hostages. Rift. Yang Bo looked at this light shadow in shock. If he ran a little later, he would have ended up in the end. Planet Guardian's equipment. This thing is not affordable for the average person to play with. And don't even think about playing without the military government's special communication satellite. Lu Jijia replied bashfully. Chapter 43, Energy Weapon. Yang Bo put down his cup and asked curiously, why? The rift itself isn't complicated. What's complicated is the piece of energy stone on top of it, which is called the homogeneous energy stone. Lu Jijia shrugged. Then Lu Jijia sighed again. But it's awesome to be able to play with it. Take our planet for example. The Guardian kills any target that is locked anywhere on the planet within 10 seconds. Homologous energy stone? Yang Bo asked as he looked at the boss with a curious face. Lu Jijia nodded and pointed at the virtual TV. The battle armor on Earl Red this time is energy battle armor, and it's homogeneous energy battle armor. Energy homology, as the name suggests. This energy is the same as the user's own energy attribute frequency or whatever. A weapon like the Rift requires huge resources to create homologous energy stones so that the user can manipulate the Rift. Homologous energy battle armor. Is a battle armor built with energy metal? The energy metal of this battle armor is homologous with the user, or at least the fit is high. Homologous energy battle armor. How can I put it? Whatever the user has the ability to do, this battle armor has the ability to do. It can be imagined as a part of one's own body, regardless of whether it's a homologous energy stone or a homologous energy metal. The manufacturing process is highly confidential, and once a homologous energy stone is manufactured, then all of the user's secrets will be known. The Rift has a great reputation, but there are not many users. The first one is that the cost of manufacturing is very, very high, and only some of the big families and consortiums have the ability to use it because these big families and consortiums are all self-manufactured. The second is that the people of the state, like the guardians of each planet, have this weapon, and the state steps in to equip these people with the Rift. Thirdly, there is also the need for remote confidential communications data support. Yang Bo understood and moved in his heart. His own mech is using the homologous energy metal, so will his own mech be invisible when he uses it himself? The heart is looking forward to if the mech can be invisible, then test it. What exactly is this Red Earl? Lu Hai asked. How can I put it? They are a group of noble descendants of an ancient empire. These people want to restore the aristocracy on the one hand. On the other hand, you know that the former nobles don't treat the commoners as human beings. So on the one hand, these people go on a rampage to kill those who they think are guilty, such as those who are engaged in finance, which they consider vampires, and you know what kind of society is nowadays. What kind of people are the financiers? On the other hand, the residents are not people. Every time they appear, they have to die a large part of the residents. The status of the residents is very low, but who dares to say You say that these people do not know how the brain is thinking, but also God. This time thanks to the Ace Mech division, or we may be dead. The Red Earl has suffered a big loss this time. That silver energy battle armor of the commander has been thoroughly researched by the Alliance. In the future, the Red Earl's people won't be able to run away, as long as we research their energy attributes, frequencies and whatnot. Finding out about them will be a breeze. Lu Jijie shook his head. How does Yang Bo feel that this is a cult? Otherwise these guys would dare to say that untouchables deserve to die live in the whole league. Just like Ame on Earth. The actual white people were originally discriminatory against people of color. But whoever said it, the guy went to jail until he died. Red Earl's people are also unlucky. The mainstream fighting style of the mecha is melee. Long-range weapons would have been auxiliary. The real distance of a few kilometers. Railguns, space-based laser weapons, battleships have long since fought. And there is no intellectual evolution direction. Long-term training of long-range mechs simply cannot be used. Some people joke that every long-range mech's brain arithmetic is comparable to a light brain. These guys are new weapons again. Against the unarmored target is okay. Against the mechs is curious. This time it is the Red Count's internal conflict. Or someone lurked in. Just at this time, a woman's voice rang out on the virtual television. Urgent news. According to the Alliance's security department, the military's reconnaissance found that the members of the Red Earl extremist organization are employees from the Alliance's second-largest logistics company, the Red Crystal Logistics Company, and that a skirmish erupted in the airport, killing 130 extremist elements, and obtaining a large amount of evidence, proving that Red Crystal is the property of the Red Count extremist organization. The Alliance Council has issued a wanted notice for all members of Red Crystal Logistics and has targeted Red Crystal Logistics. Looking at the floating wreckage above the air harbor, Yang Bo sort of understand why he killed the people or warship driving, warship maintenance. The original these guys are really not right. This is a transport ship. Is it possible that he got killed? These people in the military served in one of the fleets? Yang Bo sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Had the Red Count's people infiltrated the military? Should he hurry and run away? Lu Jijie looked at Yang Bo's appearance. Thought Yang Bo was shocked news. Shook his head and took a sip of water. I didn't expect that it was actually Red Crystal Logistics. This time there are a lot of people who are unlucky, and our business will be very good. Why did the boss say that? The unlucky people, those industries. Others take over before certainly to clean up once. These industries, the judiciary does not intervene. Do you know why? Lu Jijie asked. I don't know, because I'm afraid to find out too much contraband. When the time comes to make it public, how many people have to resign? Bad luck. Maybe all the leaders of the law enforcement agency resigned. The new buyers will certainly not dip into these. This is not to be us to step in. Anyway, we are all residents. The entire union contrabands so much. We do not have a chip. How can we recognize? Lu Jijie smiled and whispered. Lu Jijie said, in my lifetime, it would be nice to get a homogeneous energy stone and an energy weapon to play with. Rift? It's not Rift. Rift needs data support. You can understand it as a cold weapon made of energy metal. Lu Jijie said. Yang Bo nodded, and in his heart, He said that the knife made of energy metal on his own mech was also considered a cold weapon. Mechs mainly fight for resources, such as energy mines, etc. There's no way to use railguns or long-range energy weapons, which would destroy the resources. So the mainstay of mechs is melee combat. Right. Are you buying a house? I can lend you a sum of money. Lu Jijie suddenly asked Yang Bo. Yang Bo hurriedly shook his head. Not for now. I'll save my own money. Yang Bo are ready to run away. All these crazy people from the Red Count may have gone into the army, and they are still buying houses here. I'm crazy. Quickly digressing from the topic, boss, you should have no problem buying energy weapons, right? Pure energy weapon without energy stone can go to the market to see. After all, so many years, many predecessors of the weapon are left behind. Maybe there are homologous, or the fit is almost the same can be. The key is homologous energy stone trouble. Lu Jijie took a sip of tea and shook his head as he replied. Boss, what does this mean? Could it be that you can use the energy weapon used by the seniors? Yang Bo asked in shock. This expression was half fake. Chapter 44, Lu Jijie's calculations. This is to say that the degree of fit, 2 or fire ability person, then the weapon at least 60% fit, each other can be used. Just do not play the strongest strength, but the price is cheap basically 10 million a hand. To go to the weapons market one by one to choose that is it. Back to inlay homologous energy stone can be. Of course this one won't have those long-range abilities of the rift. It's just for holding in the hand. Lu Jijie explained. Yang Bo almost understood. Then asked. This ancient martial arts association is really powerful. Knocking back that leader of the Red Count with a slap on the wrist. But I'm curious. How did the genetic evolutionary ancient martial arts fall out of favor? Yang Bo. Such a simple question. Let me ask you. Give you 2 choices. The first one will become a genetic evolver with a single shot. The other one will have to practice hard for 10 years, 20 years, before you can have superpowers. Who do you choose? Yang Bo suddenly realized that the ancient martial arts this is defeated to the human nature. Yes. One can be easily obtained. One needs 1,000 hammering and refining is not necessarily successful. Boss, I failed this injection of genetic agent. The success rate of the second injection is very low. What should I do? Yang Bo opened his mouth and asked. Lu Jijie rubbed his forehead. This is difficult for you, because the raw materials of the gene potion are different, so the ones that come out are different, although you didn't succeed, but there is a residue of the last gene potion in your body. If you inject it for the second time, it may cause conflict or even death. In fact, Lu Jijie already has a plan in mind. Ordinary residents as long as they give the company a full 15 years can retire. Even 10 years, the life expectancy of the residents is also 120 years old. But a genetically evolved person can live 180 years even at the lowest, which means they can work for the company for 80 years no problem. As for saying you won't do it, hey, the company has plenty of goodies to entice you to keep owing the company. Mansions, beautiful women, a bunch of sons and daughters, ways to advance to higher levels of genetic evolutionists. However, Lu Jijie intentionally said something serious, and sure enough, Yang Bo asked somewhat anxiously, then there's no way out? There is, but the price is too big. Secret arts, ancient martial arts, both need a lot of money, but you do a good job. When the right time I reported to the head office will reward the excellent staff. That is, first let you become a genetic evangelist. The company gives money. Success you pay back the money. There is no interest. Unsuccessful don't want you to pay back the money. Lu Jijie's small plan was dialed up. Yang Bo heatedly smiled in his heart. This is obviously a lie, but it's good that he understands it. Immediately said with emotion. Boss, I'll definitely do a good job. This time it's too dangerous. If I'm an evolved person, I might just run out of here. Aha. Lu Jijie agreed, while his heart muttered, I didn't even run out. You, first give you a week's vacation. I also have to go to talk to the government about spiritual compensation, as well as the Dome Casino. All have to be compensated to us. Our resident status can also be compensated more. Not more than that. Sue them for discrimination. The company will also compensate you a sum of money. Lu Jijie nodded and said, looking at Yang Bo's back, Lu Jijie's heart is relieved. The company is seriously understaffed, because very few residents are willing to come out to work. That is, to work. To hurt a small animal has to go to see a psychiatrist or something. This Yang Bo can be vigorously cultivated, but the company will take one step at a time. Otherwise the employees will feel that it is too easy to get. I don't know how many people the company lost this time. Lu Jijie rubbed his forehead. The number of casualties had not yet come out, as well as the fact that Lu Jijie had left Yang Bo to run away in the first place, fearing that Yang Bo would be dissatisfied in his heart and quit. Lu Jijie has doubts about Yang Bo, suspecting that Yang Bo is a genetic evangelist. but the direction should be very mysterious. Otherwise the mutant creatures that Wu Bing didn't even find that time would have been found by Yang Bo. And such a talent is exactly what the company needs. Yang Bo left and returned home already dark, and was checked a few times on the way, and there were still a lot of robots working. It looks like they are cleaning the underground pipe network. All is well at home, and there are air and ground fighters patrolling over the neighborhood. Today, Lu Jijie solved a lot of confusion, and Yang Bo recognized the world more deeply, and silently recited the skills in his heart. Swimming, plus 300% speed inside Archon liquid, permanent underwater breathing ability, plus 120% underwater attack power. Flight, Master 140210, 000. Camouflage, Master 8210/10, 000. Sonic Control, Cleric 14350/100000. Dynamic Field of View, Master 4832/10, 000. Impact, Medium 11/100. Thermal Imaging Field of View, Advanced 301 of 1000. Electricity Control, Advanced 112/1000. Light Mastery, Beginner 4 out of 10. Mech Piloting, Intermediate 56 of 100. Stealth, Advanced 105 of 1000. Tap, Advanced 134/1000. Battleship Repair, Advanced 251/1000. Battleship Piloting, Intermediate 25/100. This time things add Battleship Repair and Battleship Piloting, two abilities that don't see any hope of being used for a while. Yang Bo lying inside the bathtub. Think this time he is so lucky. In the dome of the music field inside their own decisive action is right. Then later maybe the planet Guardian will be out. The speed of the crack of the air they are afraid of not even defending themselves to be karma. Yang Bo looked at the mech space button in his hand. The energy stone on it was the homologous energy stone, and the mech was inside the alien space. Yang Bo sensed that the places where the mech was hit during the battle were slowly being repaired, and it was estimated that the repairs would be completed in a few more days. This is the benefit of energy metal. TSK. Yang Bo's heart is beautiful. If you need to maintain it, it's not good to find a place to maintain it. Not to mention, the key is that you can't afford to keep it. Should we go see the energy weapon, Lu Jijie said, and then set this homologous energy stone ourselves, and have an energy weapon ourselves? Yang Bo still decided to sleep first. After all, today's day gave too many surprises. Lu Jijie this side back to the company, only to know that the company this time died 3 subordinates. There are 2 missing. Do not know if it is not a blowout, but also need to wait for news. Lu Jijie also participated in the high-level meeting within the company. In recent years, various hidden extremist organizations have been making things happen to pay attention to the security of the branch offices around the world. In addition to recruiting more manpower, this change of heart may cause a sense of crisis in many residents. The news media reported one after another, and everyone in the 3 empires knew about it. And the Red Earl could be said to have become famous in one battle, but the reputation wasn't very good, because according to the results of the Red Earl's previous screw-ups, this time the Red Earl had almost lost a lot of money. The Adane Alliance was the first to announce that they were studying the battle armor left behind by the Red Count's commander with the other 2 major federations, and that as long as they found the energy properties of these Red Counts, they would be able to find the rest of the Red Counts very quickly. Yang Bo climbed up the next day, a week's vacation. Yang Bo did not know what to do for a while, or too many things. Buy a house? But the Red Earl's men are probably all in the army, so buying it would be a waste? But if you don't buy it, there's no way to train the mecha. The more dangerous it is, the more you need to improve your strength. Yang Bo was a bit torn. It's a shame that it's so hard for the inhabitants to get off the planet. After eating, drinking, and charging, Yang Bo opened the network and searched for energy weapons, only to find that there are quite a lot of energy weapons for sale, and there are all kinds of shapes. Want to go check it out? Camouflage it? Yang Bo looked at the cold weapons and was a bit moved. Chapter 45, a tricky problem. But after double-checking, the closest was over 10 kilometers away. And because of this incident, the entire planet was on lockdown, and residents were not advised to go outside. Anyway, take the money and sneak around the neighborhood first to slow down your brain. Yang Bo also didn't plan to enter the game. Yesterday was too fulfilling, and Yang Bo hadn't figured out what to do next. Buy a big house to improve your strength, or say the money stays ready to run at any time. It looks like a bustling place. Who knows what dangers there might be. Yang Bo went out and looked at the air-to-ground fighters that were constantly patrolling the sky. Air-to-ground fighters, air-to-air fighters. Air-to-ground fighters are from space to the ground. Air-to-air fighters are from the ground to space. What's the difference exactly? It seems to be a different affiliation. Air-to-ground fighters belong to the space fleet. Air-to-air fighters seem to belong to planetary defense. Yang Bo also did not go far, just slipped inside the community. There are all kinds of trees and flowers here. There are quite a lot of people inside the community. Because the whole planet has been completely blocked, whoever flies up a little bit at this time will immediately be locked by countless weapons. Mechs are not very useful in this kind of civilized world. According to Yang Bo's speculation, the reason why mech companies are all big companies, maybe there are powerful enemies in some places. The mech game that he plays is estimated to be a planet in contention. Could it be just for those Fey materials? Yang Bo boldly guessed in his heart that the reason why Fey beasts were worth money inside the game was probably because they were used as raw materials for gene potions. Arriving next to a small lake, before he even approached the lake, he heard someone humming a song, and Yang Bo frowned slightly. When he came to the edge of the lake, he saw a girl in a baggy sweatshirt with her face covered up and a pair of sunglasses. This kind of dress is normal, because many residents of this world dress like this when they go out, because the residents hardly ever come into contact with other people, and the otaku attribute is almost drawn out. Although the rhythm of the song sounded beautiful, Yang Bo inexplicably felt a sense of annoyance. So he originally walked this way, several meters away from the woman, and twisted his head towards the other side. The woman who was humming stopped at once and turned her head to look at Yang Bo. The woman was surprised in her heart. The man was originally walking towards her side. What made the man turn his head towards the other side? You know your own abilities very well. You shouldn't. Sir? The woman couldn't really help but shout. Yang Bo heard the woman behind him call out to himself and gave a looking back at the woman. The woman was shocked when she heard Yang Bo but she still asked, Sir, am I disturbing you by humming? No, I like the quiet. Yang Bo shook his head, then turned his head and walked away. While walking, Yang Bo was a little surprised in his heart. I didn't expect to meet her here. Yang Bo felt wrong just now. Obviously the song the other party hummed was popular in this world and he had heard it before. But how did he feel uncomfortable? As soon as this woman opened her mouth to ask just now, Yang Bo felt that this woman's voice was a bit harsh, and instantly remembered that at the Lee Idwa concert, that Lee Idwa felt uncomfortable as soon as he opened his mouth. Just now, after using the answering voice sonic detection, it is true that the other party is a genetic evolutionary, and then look at the height and size. 99% is Lee Idwa. Lee Idwa suspiciously watched Yang Bo leave, also frowned slightly, thinking of the whistling sound he heard yesterday in the basement of the stage over at the Dome Casino. He was very sensitive to sound. As long as he had heard someone else's voice, he knew he wouldn't forget it. And the police later informed that the mysterious ace mech artist had mysteriously disappeared. A little too young. There are no ace mechs I know that are this young. Edo Lee frowned slightly. Then he got up and left as well, before a few bodyguards in the distance slowly followed. Lee Edo also lives in this community. Was temporarily resettled here? The Grand Hotel sighed this time some chaos. Back to the place where he lived. Lee Idwa picked up a pen and drew, and soon finished the drawing, which was actually Yang Bo. Yang Bo slipped around, thinking well, first buy a house. Increase the strength is the first. Really face danger. More money is useless. Only strength. Yang Bo is not ready to go to the game to brush up for the time being. Skills to be transformed into real combat ability, or need a certain amount of real combat training. When I got home and checked around, I found out that real estate transactions and whatnot had stopped doing business. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Bo touched his forehead. There are unknown people thinking about me. I don't know who it is. The Red Earls organization is mixed into the military. Don't attack the planet directly with a battleship when the time comes. The trouble will be big. There's also Anji Jie Company. Fatty Lou is obviously setting the hook for me. The more you know about the world, only then does it feel very small. Alas, what is freedom? Yang Bo stood up and looked at the house where he got the mecha space button again. Just now he passed by that side and scouted. The things inside the room didn't move. Yobo wasn't sure if that place would be targeted, and Yobo had a little trouble of his own. That was the trinket that Yang Bo had bought that was exactly the same as the space mech button. In the first place it was meant to be a dumb loss for the Red Earl, but if it was discovered by the Planetary Security Agency then it might be simple to find out. After all, it was possible to find out who this kind of trinket was sold to. Asterisk. Yang Bo was now hesitant about whether that place would be targeted by the security services. Yang Bo was annoyed, but had to deal with it. It came right down to the basement, where the parking was, and where Jamboree was charging, coughing, and no one was around. Finding a secluded spot, he took off his shirt and pants and all that, and then he went invisible and headed straight for where he'd been last time. In the stairwell, Yang Bo snapped his fingers and felt it carefully, noticing nothing out of the ordinary, and it instantly destroys the internal structure of the door lock, which is also a bug, and the material is checkable. Stealthily entering inside the house, Yang Bo carefully looked at the traces he left behind and realized that no one had come. Did they all get themselves killed? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Take the forgeries that he bought. and was ready to leave. Suddenly saw that ancient oil painting. Yang Bo's heart moved. This thing must be important. Once the official found out, then maybe the official want to strictly investigate. They do not dare to be sure to leave any traces. I can't believe I'm helping these guys wipe their asses. Yang Bo scrutinized the painting and took it down. Either one of those framed ones or a hanging scroll-like one. Looking at the rest again, there was nothing suspicious, then rushed off. If anyone had seen it, they would have realized that there were paintings levitating through the aisles out of thin air. Came to the basement. Yang Bo also scalp numb? Hand this hot thing what to do? I don't know if it's possible to put it inside the mech and collect it, but where to put the mech out? Yang Bo could only return to his own home with the hot hand. Chapter 46, Abused. Inside the bathtub, the painting was placed inside, and a bucket of powerful cleaner was poured inside, making many bubbles at once. Cleaning agents in upscale neighborhoods are used casually because they go through sewage treatment plants. Previously, YB lived in a government house and used environmentally friendly cleaning agents and sorted his garbage. Upscale neighborhoods don't use it because sewage and garbage are paid for and just thrown away. What kind of material is this canvas? It seems to be metal? Yang Bo looked at the rest of the canvas. The scissors actually didn't even work. Yang Bo put in another tank of water, then held the canvas with both hands as the electricity surged. Soon the canvas turned red, softened, and then melted and fell back inside the tub, forming small particles that just rinsed right away when you let the water out. Yang Bo's hands were protected by light energy and nothing happened at all. The scrolls of the two paintings seem to be jade, and the hardness is still very high, so Yang Bo heated up the oven and then stirred it with water, and it shattered, and a few times and 3 times down. All of them shattered into tiny particles. Yang Bo was finally relieved. The reason why he took the painting from someone else's room was because he was afraid that someone would find out that the painting was related to the Red Earl, and then the security department might carry out a harsh investigation of the whole room or building, or community. Yang Bo is not sure if his invisibility will leave any traces, as long as it is not related to the Red Earl, now so chaotic. Small things basically no one to investigate. Maybe the community property themselves are solved. After all, in the community someone disappeared. The community's reputation is bad. As for the people who live there, where does this come in? Such a big mess. Maybe dead. Maybe people have left or gone elsewhere. More is better than less. What Yang Bo does not know is that the leading commander looks like no one knows. Live wearing a silver helmet. Was laser gun blasted head? High energy laser hit after even the bones cannot be put together. Almost all powder, so it cannot be restored to the original appearance. It's those low level. The body with the body to turn the body of the liquid, by the mecha impact, and then turn themselves. There are very few recognizable people left behind. $8 million to buy that luxury space button, and was returned by Yang Bo. This energy stone is too inferior. The other side still want to not return. Yang Bo directly said that he is a resident. The other side returned. In seconds, house prices plummeted. Good. Yang Bo cleaned up everything before looking at houses online. Mecha training to be carried out. There are still a lot of things that need to be verified. House prices keep plummeting because the Red Earl took such a big loss here. Who knows if the crazies will come back. However, no work has started on the government's part for a while, so the house is not being traded for the time being, which has led to cheaper prices and a much increased number of listings. Let's train online first. Yang Bo opened the Mech game and did not enter the game. But Mech training. Now Yang Bo's results of training inside the game had just qualified. That's why he entered the game and was given the worst sharp blade mech. And what mech was assigned was related to the results of the simulation training test. Yang Bo was prepared to do mecha versus mecha training this time. He was a sharpshooter mecha and so was his opponent. Yang Bo control the game inside the sharp blade mech. Feel not as fast as the actual mech reaction. Control mech. Left hand is a lever. Control mech the most basic walk, run, jump, lever above there are several buttons. Control radar, flight backpack and so on. In the right hand is a touch keyboard that links to the light brain. And the command set can be set by yourself or you can use the official one. Mechs are actually cannon fodder inside the war sequence. At least as Yang Bo now understands it. Just like the infantry of the current war. Mainly ground battles. When mechs fight against each other. Electronic interference. Electronic suppression. Will cause the intelligence system to misjudge and react slowly. Even the onboard radar may not be able to use. Only rely on the human eyes to see to judge. When the powers are fighting for certain resources or other things, there is a default outcome. Whichever mech wins the battle, the resources go to whoever wins. Because if we don't comply, then everyone doesn't comply, and we can simply start blowing up with battleships. So why invest in a resource fight? Boom! Simulation training. The strength of the other party increases once a minute. After 5 minutes, Yang Bo was a flying kick by the other mech, directly kicked out, fell to the ground, and then black screen. Again, Yang Bo felt that the simulation training mecha opponent, the movement was silky smooth and beautiful, the movement was clean and sharp, as if it was a performance. The first 2 minutes were okay. Yang Bo could still fight, the back was simply wretched. Time and time again, Yang Bo training, from which he realized a lot. The other side can be at 5 times the speed of sound. Fast turn, how many ing instructions to be given? It's a good thing that the upper limit of the sharp blade mech's functionality is so high. Yang Bo came up to train every day when he had nothing else to do, and in the end, Yang Bo treated the mech as if it were 2 people fighting, and designed quite a few commands on his own. Mech versus Mech is fast and accurate. There is no other way. Fast and accurate is 2 aspects. The first is hand speed. The second is to design some of their own commands. You can edit a movement 1 or 2 buttons. Instruction sets are a complex endeavor though. You change one instruction then you need to change a lot more. Unless you discard some instructions you don't think are important. The original instructions for mechs are balanced, and each mechmaster who specializes in something different will design his own side of the equation that he favors. 10 minutes. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the training persisted for 10 minutes. Persisting for 10 minutes. Inside the game, he could choose a higher level of mech to continue the simulation training. Yang Bo looked at the fact that there was long-range sparring training, and his heart moved to try this. I'll go. The opponent was a remote version of the sharpshooter mech, and Yang Bo went in and blacked out in less than 30 seconds. The opponent's last gun hits in a position that puts the robot's most basic controls at risk, and the anticipation is so good that you can't dodge the opponent. Long-range mecha mechs need some intellectual evolution direction. Can anticipate your movements, so that every time you yourself feel like you're heading for the gun, it's like playing a game where the other side is open, horizontal or vertical, is dead. Again, Yang Bo came back again, this time charging straight at it, charging against the energy shield. The opponent's laser guns hitting Yang Bo, hearing frantic sirens. Then in less than 30 seconds, a black screen. Having been hit multiple times in a row in certain vital parts, the mech loses some of its mobility. Forget it, it's still melee. The whole day, Yang Bo was very suffocating. The other party's prediction was too powerful, and he held on for a minute at the longest. No wonder there are few models of long-range auxiliary specialized mechs, and they are all expensive. Not without reason. Yang Bo shook his head. He himself was better off being a popular mecha master, a melee mecha master. Red Earl announced a retaliation attack on the Eden Alliance. Yang Bo exited the game and opened the news to find a shocking headline and hurriedly opened it to take a look. Inside a video, a man in golden armor, surrounded by 11 other people in silver armor. These people blonde, red hair, wearing helmets to see their faces, can be seen inside an ancient castle. The man in the golden armor announces a retaliatory attack on the Eden Alliance and warns the other nations to stay out of the matter. Should we hurry and run away? How should the residents run away? Yang Bo saw this news and was very disturbed in his heart. Chapter 47, Getting Lost. These guys are crazy. Yang Bo does not want to antagonize each other, and Yang Bo guessed that the other party infiltrated the military. If it is really controlled by the other side of the fleet, the fun will be big. First on the game to improve the strength, when the house can be traded, and then come to see their own sharp blade mech. They have not even taken a good look. Yang Bo, now there is no way to find out the residents can leave the planet, but need a special seat. The general only private spacecraft are equipped with have. Yang Bo entered the game and decided to brush up on his disguise first to see if he could end up being a different person altogether. Threatened by the Red Earls, Lu Jijie also cursed while watching. Ansheiji Company, on the surface of the adopted branch model, in fact, is the broker model. That is, Lu Jijie is such a person in the hands of how many people? The head office will give how big the territory. Red Earl extremist organizations remarks. Let everyone's heart on edge. The key is the planet side extended the blockade. Many powerful people want to leave, but it's very troublesome. Private spaceships are released, but the application, the review is too troublesome, and these people haven't disposed of their assets yet, so it's not a good idea to just leave. Lu Jijie is on fire. The company cannot run normally. He is going to lose a large sum of money. Recruiting new people is not very smooth. The residents seem to be indifferent to the Red Count's threat of this matter. The company is out of assignments and the people under them are in a hurry. They need money in every aspect. Marred. If it doesn't work, apply for a new place. This damn place won't do it. Lu Jijie directly asked the headquarters, what other planets have places? They simply move. Not only Lu Jijie, many companies are preparing to move. The Red Count lost a war general here, to revenge. In case of another put what to do. The Red Counts are crazy. Everyone will die. Yobo, the great bastard of injustice, was still ready to buy a house, but Yobo went into the game. What place should I go? Yang Bo looked at the information given to him by the base. He couldn't go to the lakeside. He had messed up the other side's people. And he couldn't go to the bat side. He had also messed up the other side's people. It's better to go to the underground entrance. Yang Bo thought of how he had been abused by the long-range mechs inside his training, and had a bit of palpitations for the open space. Yang Bo brought 4 miniature hydrogen bombs. For shockwave bombs, miniature hydrogen bombs, Yang Bo was ready to have at least 2 on his body. When the glory bomb. The small environment of the underground world. In case you meet a tricky guy, the big thing is to die together. Too bad there's no money. If I had the money, I just hook myself up to a miniature hydrogen bomb and kill inside the mutant lair. He. Yang Bo's heart was happy as he rushed along while thinking freely. The mutant's lair was hidden and no one knew about it. Otherwise the railguns would have just opened fire. Smoothly came to the underground entrance. Yang Bo heart feeling, this is where he made his fortune. This time the main brush camouflage. Entering the underground entrance. Yang Bo was still prepared to hang out on the first floor and definitely not go to the second floor. Yang Bo looked at the narrow environment of the underground passage, and then looked at his body full of bombs. His heart moved. The energy shield in the left hand of the mech was placed on his back, and then he took out a miniature hydrogen bomb, and his right hand plasma greatsword. Be prepared to drop a hydrogen bomb and run at any time. Beginning to explore slowly, Yang Bo still had to make his nest first, looking for larger-sized animals. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that he was targeted by mutants not long after he left the base this time. Tiger Face King's bounty is still very appealing, and Yang Bo's recent failure to come out has made Tiger Face King's henchmen a bit anxious. The underground passages were connected in all directions, and when the subordinates of the tiger-faced Great King saw Yang Bo enter the underground entrance from afar, they hurried back to report. When Tiger Face King received the message, he passed it on, and a number of mutants began to set off down the underground passage. However, these people misjudged one point, thinking that Yang Bo was on the second level or below the second level. After all, there was nothing on the first level. Yang Bo found himself lost. Radar in this underground passage is obviously not good. Yang Bo also a little careless. After all, use radar with smooth. The more I walked the more it felt wrong. And then I turned back to look for signs of Mech's walking. But unfortunately there was water in some places. Boom! A sudden boom that startled Yang Bo. The ground shook, and small animals scattered in all directions. What kind of explosion is this? Yang Bo was still wondering what kind of explosion it was. In fact, it was the Mechs on the second and third floors below that encountered the henchmen of the tiger-faced king, and these henchmen came to look for Yang Bo, and they met up with these Mechs. Yang Bo hesitated and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction of the explosion. He didn't want to pick up the pieces or damage his mech. If this thing was broken, the repair cost would be a large sum. Rumble. Immediately after the direction of the explosion there was another bang. The ground shook a bit. Yang Bo heart thankful. Do not know what the thing is, but certainly not good things. Yang Bo intentionally walk where there is water to cover their own traces, but also completely lost. Looking quite a large passage. Walking. Cannot go. Boom. 8th time. Who is so unlucky? Or are they rounding up some powerful mutated beast? Yang Bo heard another sound. The underground was just like that. The sound carried far. Ha! Suddenly Yang Bo's eyes lit up with a sinkhole. It didn't matter. The sinkhole was cloudy, and inside the jungle below was a head of bison that looked similar to the ones he had watched, but without the horns. Yang Bo pulled his vision closer, only to realize that these cows looked as if their horns had been sawed off. Could it be mutant-fed? Yang Bo scanned it with the radar for a while, then turned it off and carefully looked at the data that the radar had just recorded. 1,221 head. Yang Bo looked at the data. The harumph is going to flow down. This bison's ability to rise physique. All these cows are killed. Can he be like Superman? But I don't see any mutants. Yang Bo took a closer look at the sinkhole. The diameter was almost 80 kilometers. The depth was unknown. The sky could not be seen. And Yang Bo's own mech was more than 30 meters high from the sinkhole floor. Yang Bo searched carefully. Radar is useless for some mutants. And some mutants are somewhat sensitive to radar detection waves. 1 hour, 2 hours. Yang Bo was a little anxious in his heart. So many cows and no one to watch? Just at this time, Yang Bo suddenly found a piece of silver white. Pull the camera closer. Found that it is a person carrying a 5-meter-long mecha's arm. This thing is less than a dozen tons. A person with a black battle armor, close to 3 meters tall, actually carried away so easily. This human face feels like a pig's face? Kind of like the piggy face played by someone on Earth. Sue. And then the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, all carrying parts of mechs, legs, arms, heads. TSK. This mech doesn't look cheap. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Suddenly there was a low sound. And then Yang Bo saw those hornless bison slowly converge in one direction. What kind of tactic is this? Imperial beast or conditioned reflex? Yang Bo's eyes widened as he realized that some mutant was blowing up with a contraption of some kind. Chapter 48, a little interesting? Yang Bo felt a bit unable to carry himself. So many cows. Will the increased physique burst himself? These cows gradually gathered and looked carefully below the sinkhole. None of the plants were still low, and the grass on the ground had obviously been eaten. It should be moving to other places. These cows could be one of the mutants' food sources. Yang Bo made some guesses. There were more than 20 of those mutants carrying mecha parts, and the mecha parts carried by each guy were not light. At least a few tons at the lightest. Yang Bo was not afraid of mutants. On these mutants, also worthy of walking in this underground, dare to show up a try? Seeing that a part of the cow had already gone in towards a huge passage on the other side of the sinkhole, Yang Bo couldn't help himself. Putting the mech button aside, Yang Bo was ready to gamble. Last time he used power recovery. This time he used the homologous energy stone of this mech space button himself. One handful of heaven, one handful of hell. Mainly because things aren't very rosy on this side of reality, and opportunities like this are probably hard to come by. Yang Bo this kind of person bar. In fact, or the character of the small man. The big man is basically very calm. Basically will not be much risk. Little people can do anything when their brains get hot. There's no way around it. Little people have nothing else but to fight for their lives. The rocket backpack suddenly erupted. Yang Bo's mech burst out from the middle of the mountainside. If not for the dynamic vision, on this burst speed of the mech, the general public could not see the scene in front of them. The bursting of the rocket pack startled the mutants, who turned around to see 4 hydrogen bombs flying towards themselves and the others. Roar! One of the 3-meter-tall mutants directly swung a mecha arm and smashed it towards the hydrogen bomb, and the rest of the guys also threw out mecha parts in their hands. Boom! The first hydrogen bomb exploded as it touched the arm of the mech. A huge energy shockwave instantly erupted, blowing the dozen or so mutants who had just leapt up backwards through the air. By this time, the other 3 hydrogen bombs had fallen inside the herd. Boom! 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 This is where the mutants misjudged that Yang Bo was targeting the cow inside the sinkhole. Charge +1. Punch +1. Yang Bo's right hand grabbed the mecha space button as soon as he could. The energy stone's furious energy quickly rushed inside his body. Yang Bo felt as if his blood was boiling. With a sharp thrust of the left-hand joystick, he flew straight up towards the sky, and cursed provocatively as he did so. Idiots! You bunch of mongrels! Roar! Mutants, because of some animal genes showing up inside their body's genes, hated it when people called them mongrels, and a group of mutants leapt up. However, these mutants had overlooked one thing, and that was the 4 miniature hydrogen bombs, which had brought about a powerful shockwave that had washed the fog inside the sky haven out of the sinkhole. The energy blast from the explosion of the miniature hydrogen bomb was captured by railguns tens of thousands of kilometers in the air, and waited until a group of mutants had taken off. The railgun sends out a blinding column of light. Yang Bo at this time close to the stone wall of the sinkhole, looking at a bucket-thick laser. A jolt of excitement. Yang Bo has been shot twice by the railgun. The first time to really see the true face of the railgun. Awesome. Yang Bo saw the high-frequency laser gun in the dome concert side. That only how much laser? This thing bucket thick. The mutant was beaten straight into dust. Inside reality, Yang Bo was drenched in sweat. The raging energy inside his body just now made Yang Bo feel like he couldn't move, even though it was only for a short period of time. Now Yang Bo felt like a volcano in his body, containing a terrifying power. Mech repair +16. Mech repair +16. Mech repair +32. Mech repair +8. Yang Bo was dumbfounded. This ING mutant could repair mechs? Does it mean that these mutants have superpowers that they don't have access to themselves? Just like the Red Counts people who killed in the Dome concert. These guys can't have no superpower. And what one gets is battleship maintenance. Battleship piloting, that is to say, the superpower piece. There is still an individual factor? Yang Bo carefully pondered. There is a rough guess, but the specific is not. This is not good to say. After all, his own this ability is a little weird. Roar! Roar! Inside the cave, there were still quite a few mutants, hissing at Yang Bo from inside the cave opposite the sinkhole, but they didn't dare to come out at all. Just at this time, several air-to-ground fighters roared in, firing missiles after missiles at the mutants who had just hissed, and those mutants rushed in fear. Yang Bo watched the air-to-ground fighters come and breathed a sigh of relief. Rushing down to pick up his things, the mutants dismantled the mechs. Those weren't worth much, but the mechs' melee weapons were presumably worth something. Unfortunately some of them were hit by the laser cannons. The officers of Base 16 were speechless. This sharpshooter mech was going to cause trouble every time it went out. This time the railgun killed over 30 mutants. One of them was suspected to be the leader as he lasted under the rail laser cannon for 0.5 seconds, and the missile struck just now, and destroyed a mutant's underground passage. Tracking +8, tracking +4, disguise +1, disguise +1, sonic control +1. Yang Bo saw the air-to-ground warplanes continuously releasing a missile towards the underground passage that the mutants had just clamored for, and some of these missiles exploded deep into the underground space, and the underground passage was collapsing. How are these counted on one's head? Could it be the first wave of damage caused by the shockwave of a few hydrogen bombs? Yang Bo carried a few mecha weapons and flew out of the sinkhole, only to realize that the sinkhole was as much as 2,000 meters deep, and it was usually cloudy and foggy before it was discovered, letting the mechs make their own way back to the base. Yang Bo watched, and the mechs could make their own way, provided there was little interference. Somewhere underground, the tiger-faced king shivered, feeling the ground shake. Could this scumbag be the calamity that someone said in the ancient times? Dog bastard, come to people. The tiger-faced king was about to withdraw the bounty, but suddenly his heart moved. Since this is a calamity, then is it possible to use this calamity to harm the nasty guy next door? Come on man, issue a bounty order. Whoever wants to kill this scumbag, I, Tiger-Face Great King, will reward a fire energy stone mine? Anyone. Tiger-Face Great King issued an order. This calamity let himself lose 2 war generals. There must be something extraordinary. Some guys have long been salivating for their energy stone mine. He. What? The mecha weapon isn't worth anything? Yang Bo had thought that he had picked up a leak. How did he know that this thing was not worth anything? Yes, dear player, each set of mechs has matching weapons, unless the mechs are customized with these weapons. The answer given by the other party made Yang Bo somewhat speechless. What about long-range weapons? Neither can I. The weapons activated by each set of mechs can only be used by the mechs themselves. The rest of the mechs can't use them. Shame on you. Yang Bo felt that those guys on the forums might have to nickname themselves again. Chapter 49, A Bountiful Harvest. Yang Bo's guess was reasonable. The picture of Yang Bo with several mecha melee weapons on the game forum was so attention-grabbing. Ha, does this guy have a collecting fetish? What do you guys know? This weapon has no problem at all chopping up birds, but there's no one else's luck. The few times we've gone out we've encountered mutants. Yes, time consumed and nothing to show for it? Unlucky bastard. Pick up more mecha melee weapons. Chopping birds and killing rats is no problem. Ha. In the eyes of the other gamers, Yang Bo was not gaining anything at all, and the players didn't know about the news of the last time he obtained a mutant beast. To the other players, as long as they didn't catch a mutant, or a mutant animal, then there was nothing to gain. Yang Bo still chose to put these melee mech weapons inside the warehouse, because Yang Bo wanted to see that his current skills didn't have the time to go out and throw trash. Swimming, plus 300% speed inside Archon Liquid, permanent underwater breathing ability, plus 120% underwater attack power. Flight, Master 140210, 000. Falsehood, Cleric 12317/100000. Sonic Control, Cleric 16350/100000. Dynamic Vision, Cleric 10023/100000. Impact, Master 1620/10, 000. Thermal Imaging Field of View, Advanced 301 of 1000. Electricity Control, Advanced 112/1000. Light Mastery, Beginner 4 out of 10. Mech Piloting, Intermediate 56 of 100. Stealth, Advanced 105 of 1000. Tap, Advanced 134/1000. Battleship Repair, Advanced 251/1000. Battleship Piloting, Intermediate 25/100. Mech Repair, Advanced 142/1000. Tracking, Advanced 103 of 1000. Yang Bo took a closer look. More Mech Repair and Tracking 2 abilities. Both reached the advanced level. Tracking is estimated to be those mutants who screamed at the entrance of the cave, were hurt by hydrogen bombs, and then were killed by air-to-ground fighter missiles that destroyed the underground passage. The camouflage and dynamic vision had also reached the level of a zoner, and it was estimated that the hydrogen bomb shockwave was still confined inside the sinkhole, and then the powerful impact rushed into the underground passage. Punching reaches the level of a master. Yang Bo picked up a metal pendulum, which was used to train sonic control, and with a gentle pinch, the metal was like dough. Then there was a jade ornament that crumbled when pinched, then when rubbed with both hands, it became powder. TSK. Yang Bo looked at his hands and was filled with power, feeling that even if there was a mecha in front of him, he could punch it out. Floating. Yang Bo knew this kind of was a sudden increase in strength to feel this way. Yang Bo was more curious about how much electricity his body could absorb now that his physique was so strong, but now there is no way to test it. There is no place to discharge. It is impossible to boil water again. And Yang Bo is careful when washing, for fear that the power is not stable. It was good that nothing bad had happened. Yang Bo walked around inside the room while thinking about the things inside the game this time, especially since both times they killed mutants. They didn't give the mutants special superpowers. It's the power itself that has the power to control this superpower that clashes with the other mutants' superpowers. Or is there a difference between my personal individuality and that of a mutant individual, resulting in no access to superpowers? Yang Bo did not have an answer. This time the harvest is not small. Last time he thought to lure those mutants out. I did not expect that this time it really came out. This mutant's brain seems to have problems? Yang Bo thought of the mutant who rose up in the air at his own provocation, feeling too well provoked and irrational in one spot. After Yang Bo moved around a bit, he looked back at the battle footage and found that one of the mutants leading the way had reached a speed of 5G. And this wasn't a mech or anything. No wonder the mechs were beaten up by these mutants in the underground world. These mutants are much smaller than mechs and are more flexible than mechs in the underground world. Yang Bo carefully analyzed it. These mutants were strong. Stronger than himself. Yang Bo does not know if he can fly, or the body breaks through a few times the speed of sound. In fact, as long as you are fast enough, gravity and counter well. While Yang Bo was mulling over his new abilities, a certain genetic potion company in the alliance, two people stood inside the office as the board members were remotely questioned. When did the company become associated with the Red Count extremist organization? Unknown to the director somewhere. A hint of an angry voice resounded inside the room's audio equipment. There was a bald man being questioned and a middle-aged man in a suit who had blonde hair and looked very attractive. Your Excellency Director, the main responsibility for this matter of the security department's negligence lies with the new drug supervision team. The middle-aged man in the suit spoke. What do you say? New drug oversight group? Immediately someone asked. The bald head said in a voice without a trace of emotion. Please take a closer look at the directors. Our company's security department failed the mission before delegating the mission to our supervision team. The security department fails with so much funding every year. Not to mention us. I think it was the security department that was not accurate enough in their assessment of the target and provided wrong information. As for the Red Earl, we were just following the process of releasing the mission. We didn't expect it to be taken over by the Red Count's people. The blonde middle-aged man shouted in a cold voice. You're lying. We have your call records. The bald man laughed. Where's the evidence? Is it just by virtue of the conversation? If that's the case, I'd still say you're from the Red Count extremist organization, and the security department doesn't talk about evidence? I think your supervision team should be abolished. You can't even follow up and observe a resident. We didn't make the early warning system. It's a company that gives different parameter values based on different agents. Enough. The company has paid a lot for this. We need to know as soon as possible if the new drug works or not. If we don't solve the problem within a month, then we'll solve both of you. Agreed. Agreed. The other directors said yes in droves. Only then did the door to the conference room slowly open, and the bald and blonde middle-aged men looked at each other before the bald spoke. I didn't expect to actually have to work with a scumbag like you. Oh, you're no better. The ones experimenting with the new drug. You're recording their deaths as you watch. Frame by frame. Scum. What's your plan? Our security services don't like working with incompetent guys. That depends on who catches the target first. I forgot to tell you. Our special operations personnel are still on the planet where the target is located. I wonder if your security department has a way to get into the planet. Ha. Son of a, why didn't you just say so? Because I'm not sure. You're a senior supervisor and I'm a mid-level supervisor. If you don't step up, we'll both probably become regular employees. Who has more to lose? Ha. Yang Bo's side of the mouth are smiling big, because just now tested the sonic detection. Found in the original effect is 10 times better. It is simply like God vision. The range expanded 5 times, clarity more than 10 times, and the next building inside the genetic evolutionists did not find their own detection. Chapter 50, A New Direction in Sonic Control. It was different. Yang Bo now experienced that genetically evolved people were not at all the same as ordinary residents. What few ancient martial arts, what genetic potions. In front of me, they are all scum. The battle is all about being fast and accurate. And when the day comes that we are so fast that technological weapons can't lock us down, then we will be invincible. But it looks like your own stealth has that ability. Yang Bo was suffocated in his last life. He desperately wanted strength in this life. Squeezing his fist, Yang Bo did not know how much strength, but he could pinch a solid metal pendulum into dough. It must not be simple. What's more, it's not just the strength, the skin, the muscles, the bones, all of this pinching the metal without any discomfort. As if it's just pinching that kind of Play-Doh. Yang Bo stood in front of the mirror. And the person inside the mirror was his own self in his last life. 1.7 m. Greasy middle-aged man. And a big belly, because he liked to buy drunk. Or this looks smooth. Yang Bo looked at his last life. The disguise reached this level. You can fine-tune the whole body bones. And the height can be controlled. Of course, certain parts of the body can also be the cough. What's the best way to get out of this dangerous place? Yang Bo resumed his own appearance and looked at the air-to-ground fighters patrolling the sky. With this thing around, individual strength is basically a dish unless it reaches the legendary S rank. With stealth in place, it's completely possible to sneak out. But where to go next? Yang Bo had some confusion. Just like when he went out to work for the first time. He didn't know what was ahead of him and what he was facing. Then shaking his head, Yang Bo began to adapt to his strength. Push-ups 500 in one breath. Like nothing. What is it going to take to precisely control your power? Yang Bo couldn't think of a good way even after thinking about it. The last time Yang Bo went out, he met Lee Edo. So this time Yang Bo went out, also wearing a mask. More than half of the people in this world wear this thing. Most of the residents have social phobia, because there is no contact with people. And Yang Bo did not wear it last time, because he did not have this habit in his last life. Heading out for a sneak peek, he saw a robot alert from a distance and ducked out of the way, wondering what kind of stuff Earl Red had unleashed in the ground. Presumably something bad, and had been cleaning up. Wherever there is no interference, most of the work is done by robots, and the occasional ones that require special maneuvers are remotely operated by people. Mechs are artificially manipulated because the situations they face are much more complex than this simple task. Boss, Yang Bo went out today. There weren't even a few people inside the bus. Yang Bo was receiving an email from Lu Jijie to come to the company. Lu Jijie rubbed his forehead and opened his mouth to ask, Yang Bo, how's it going lately? Feeling better? Thanks boss, much better. Yang Bo didn't know what Lu Jijie was looking for him for. Lu Jijie sighed and said, because of the Red Earl's threat, the alert level of the entire planet is raised, and there is no intention to change it for a short period of time. And as you know, the house has plummeted. A lot of employees have lost a lot of money this time, and a few employees have gone missing, and the company is facing a difficult situation. Boss, you're quitting. Are you going to cancel your contract with me? I have no problem with that. Yang Bo thought Lu Jijie was quitting, so he opened his mouth. Lu Jijie shook his head and said, this planet isn't safe anymore. This kind of extremist organization like the Red Earl might start a crazy retaliation at any time. The Red Earl's worst time, releasing a kind of hazardous material, killed half of the planet. Yang Bo did not doubt at all that the Red Earl could do it. These just guys are a bit abnormal in the head. Lu Jijie added, so I have an idea on my side. Leave this planet. Go to other places to develop. The head office side is agreed in principle, but the specific place to go, but also to wait. I look for you today. Is want to ask about your meaning. As long as you're willing to come with me, then when we get to the place, the company will provide you with a genetic potion or a secret technique for free, without requiring you to do anything extra. When Yang Bo heard this, his heart fluttered. Did this fatty sense any danger? Is he going to run away? I'll go back and think about this. Yang Bo did not agree in one breath. He really did not expect Lu Jijie to have such a problem. Lu Jijie nodded. Of course, we can't leave in a short time. Boss, is it alright next? Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijie and asked when he heard Lu Jijie answer like this. Lu Jijie looked at Yang Bo's back and rubbed his forehead. Yang Bo acted as if he didn't want to go to other planets, and each administrative star would certainly not allow a massive decline in population, although baby factories could produce them, but it would take time. As Yang Bo walked, he pondered, is it possible to sonic-directed destruction? Yang Bo then did not take the bus, but slowly sneak around while, this time Yang Bo with a mascot. Before Yang Bo ignored this, but Yang Bo today is ready to go to a nearby weapons merchant shop to see. Over there is the energy weapon used by genetically evolved people. Looked it up and it just opened today. While walking, Yang Bo experimented with his sonic control. Suddenly Yang Bo's heart stirred. Footsteps? Isn't oil detection on Earth using shockwave detection from blasting? You can do it yourself. So Yang Bo's footsteps amplified slightly, while feeling the footsteps on the ground feedback back to the scene. Sound waves can actually be transmitted a long way. Just different creatures have different hearing, hear different distances. A person in 100 meters away from shouting you can hear. In 500 meters away from shouting you cannot hear. Can only be said to be that you cannot hear, but the sound waves will still exist. 3 meters? Yang Bo perceived little by little, and found that the ground underneath was now at most 3 meters deep on its own, and any deeper would be more vague. If you can use sound waves to destroy things in places 3 meters deep, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Turn around and do the test yourself at home. Really, if you can sonic waves to pass 3 meters and destroy the things inside, this is a promising move. Yang Bo kept experimenting. The footsteps were a bit loud at first, and then normalized later, but for the time being, Yang Bo didn't experiment with destroying anything by the ground, because it might attract the attention of certain people. Energy weapons? The place that sells energy weapons is different from what Yang Bo thought. It looks like a place that sells hardware accessories on Earth. You could see that the inside of the store was filled with all kinds of energy weapons in all shapes and sizes, and it felt like a pile of rags. Guests shop by themselves. Sold is not refundable. Choose carefully. A person wearing a virtual helmet with virtual control gloves on his hands, not knowing what game he was playing, saw someone enter the inside of the store and opened his mouth. Yang Bo was a bit confused in his heart. Choosing himself, how did he choose? Chapter 51 Of course you can't tell on the surface because of the mask. The category of energy weapons was very refuted, and an unknown number of genetically evolved people had appeared in human history. So even if only 1/10 of the genetically evolved people had energy weapons, the stockpile would still be a not insignificant number. Energy weapons need to be attuned to your own energy to activate, and you don't know who the original owner of these weapons is. It could be a low-level evolvers, a high-level, or a top-level. Of course there are the kind that have a legacy, that is, what people have used them and how many generations they have been passed down, and those kind of prices are high. Most genetically evolved people are secretive about their abilities, and even those with the same electrical energy may be proficient in different directions. More energy weapons were laid out like these piles of rags, and that was what Yang Bo had learned. Don't look at these as rags, but 10 million credits a handful. Yes, the price of the energy metal itself is not low, let alone making it into a weapon. And there is also a point that when you buy it here, you don't need to register it, but it is not recommended for ordinary residents to buy it, because the energy metal has a certain amount of radiation, because a lot of the energy weapons are picked up from the battlefield, mostly the space battlefield. The company that sold energy weapons was Mech Resource Recycling Company. This company was the one responsible for recycling space garbage. It was a company with a military background. Although the market capitalization was not big, it was said to be very strong. Yang Bo felt that the Eden Alliance was like an enlarged version of the American system on Earth, with various consortia and large corporations holding all aspects. Yang Bo looked at a hammer, as if it was Thor's hammer, and held it for a while, but actually didn't pick it up. A little effort. Does not move. Try harder, or it won't move. Yang Bo sucked in a breath of cold air. How heavy is this thing? If it weighs a few tons and the speed is a little bit bigger, the mech shall not dry burst. Another night sword. Yang Bo held it for a while. It was light and didn't feel much. There were also javelin-like energy weapons, machetes, short swords, and metal whips, more swords of sorts, in various shapes. The entire store had at least 500 to 600 weapons, long ones and big ones like the knight's lance, and even a 2-meter-tall giant axe. Yang Bo touched a tang blade-like energy weapon, and just as soon as he touched it, he felt as if the energy inside his body was going to surge out. But the whole knife looked as if it was cast in bronze. There were no patterns, no words, no symbols, simple, and the handle was bronze-like. Yang Bo slightly inputted his own energy, and the knife actually emitted a faint fluorescence. Congratulations, sir, this energy weapon fits you perfectly. The fit should be over 90%. Just at this time, the store owner lifted off the virtual gaming helmet, which was like a sunscreen mask for riding a motorcycle on Earth. It was a middle-aged man, and by the looks of it, a yellow-skinned bald man. Thanks, I'd like to keep looking? Yang Bo nodded and then asked. Sure. The middle-aged man nodded his head, and then went back to playing the game. Anytime you see a bald head in this world, it's not just anyone, and genetic agents can't even grow hair, which means these people have some kind of superpower. Yang Bo touched them one by one again, and there was nothing inside the weapon. One side of the battle armor is also quite a lot. These battle armor all kinds of, not that kind of ancient look, but on the modern side, the shape is more close to the body kind of, just like Iron Man kind of. Is this exotic beast skin? There was leather inside the battle armor, and Yang Bo went up to touch it. That feeling came again. Yang Bo did not move to leave, because the purchase of the battle armor needs to be registered in real name. Put it this way, the current technology is not afraid of you using weapons, but it is afraid that you have a defense. Just like on Earth, Amy, the police may not be shocked to hear you're armed, but you're going to hide heavy-duty body armor. Then the consequences are severe. That is, with battle armor, there's a high probability that the drone police won't be able to do anything with you. So Ebor is ready to give up? How can it be? Lu Jijia is not going to go. Before going to come to get it yourself is. Stealth to get it is. If the Red Earl attacks again, One might be able to take advantage of the chaos to come and get it. Yang Bo took the purchased Tang blade, 10 million credits, and paid directly. Did anyone say that someone would be able to trace the individual through the payment? It's possible, but generally not, because the financial system in this world is claimed to be the most private, unless the other company wants its stock price to plummet, or to be sued by the government. For the sake of a young Bo, these financial companies weren't worth it. To put it mildly, there was no telling how many class-A genetic evolvers were inside these financial companies. One has to ask, so what if another company asks for it? The probability is also very low. Don't forget, who is the capitalist's biggest enemy? Peers? You dare to guarantee that the other party will not immediately screw you if you give information? Unless it's YB's influence that puts the financial firms squarely on, then why would Yang Bo be afraid of exposure? Don't be ridiculous. Yang Bo carried a long backpack, which was the weapon, and the owner or staff playing the game didn't even give Yang Bo a second glance. Yang Bo suspected that these weapons might have been selected, just like gambling, on stones, but whatever, a weapon is better than nothing. When he got off the bus, Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Someone was staring at him. Yang Bo walked to the door of his community. The heart is sure that someone is staring at himself. This feeling is very mysterious. Yang Bo directly back to the downstairs where he lives. While opening and closing the door, Yang Bo found that it is a woman. This woman walking voice tracked himself all the way. What is it? Yang Bo returned to the place where he was staying. This woman was wearing a bodysuit and a mask. She could only be seen as a woman. She couldn't tell what she looked like. Yang Bo came to the window and snapped his fingers, then closed his eyes. It was not long before he saw the trail of the woman, who also lived in the neighborhood, inside a building about 150 meters away from himself. Very well. Yang Bo decided to probe this woman a few times already, acting in a way that shouldn't be the red count. The way those guys are psychotic. Yang Bo decided to take a look at the energy weapon in his hand first, and after taking it out, he slightly input the energy in his body. Not too much, because the energy weapon is a highly integrated compression of its own energy, and the energy fluctuations will be more obvious. Yang Bo took a closer look. The back of this knife handle seemed to be empty. Rotated a bit, found that this is empty. Carefully looked at the size. Yang Bo a slap on the head. Took out the Mech space button and pried this homogeneous energy stone off. As for how to pry it, made a strong break. This Mech space button was deformed. The homologous energy stone was stuffed inside the handle of this knife, and the entire knife actually slowly turned gray. And then Yang Bo's heart moved. The knife was missing from his hand, but could sense as if it was with the Mech. Then a heartbeat later, it appeared in the hand again. So with that battle armor in hand, isn't stealthy so you don't have to take off your clothes. Chapter 52 Stalemate. Anyway, do not work. Yang Bo feels still very cozy, while getting paid, while doing their own thing, and this time the number of compensation for the matter should not be small, as the residents of the disadvantaged groups get more compensation than the citizens. What should I do with this sonic control? While Yang Bo was monitoring the people following him, he was pondering on how he could further tap into this ability of sonic control. It stands to reason that isolating something to destroy the target behind it should be able to work. Yang Bo had no other way but to experiment little by little. Yang Bo first conducted a solid experiment, put a thing inside a box, and first conducted an acoustic wave control test. The difficulty of this experiment is relatively high. The test for most of the day, not a clue, but the box was broken several. Big head. Yang Bo also didn't enter the game. Entering the game was to improve his strength, and now there was no way to fully utilize his strength. Even Yang Bo didn't know exactly what his current ability was like. For example, what kind of skill effect is this dash actually? There was also the fact that there wasn't an accurate measure of how powerful he was now in his mind. For 2 days in a row, Yang Bo's experiments didn't make any progress, and he simply didn't know where to start. As for going to the internet to search, Yang Bo did not do so, because every genetic evangelist basically kept their abilities secret, unless the kind of family inheritance had various abilities documented. Legend has it that the military has more information on this subject in reserve among them, but if you want to get the military's information, you first have to join the military at this point. Yang Bo is not willing. Who wants to accept constraints? How nice to be a free man. Go wherever you want to go. If this side looks to be finished, they will run to the other 2 countries. Which country? If you win the fight, they will go to that country. Why doesn't this woman go out, waiting by herself for 2 days? And no one has come to the joint. Could it be that my suspicion is wrong? After spying on that woman for 2 days, Yang Bo had a little self-doubt. Was his intuition wrong? Although Yang Bo felt that maybe his intuition was wrong, but in the spirit of being careful, he could do anything. This energy weapon has the effect of gathering energy. Such a little bit of energy actually has such a powerful ability. Yang Bo held the energy weapon in his hand, slightly injecting a little energy. The sharpness of this weapon was extremely high, and the entire all-metal ornament was cut open like water. Yang Bo feels that his equipment is not bad now. There are energy weapons and mechs. If anyone thinks that he is empty-handed, according to this degree to target himself, then he will let them know what is called a ing surprise. Yang Bo could imagine the surprise of his enemy when he saw himself taking out his energy weapon. Of course, if he couldn't beat him with the energy weapon, then he had to release his mech, to keep a low profile, to make the enemy underestimate themselves. And I don't know who is staring at me behind my back. I guess it's some reason of the original owner. Yang Bo didn't know who was staring at him behind his back. It had been several times. Counting this time, it should be the third time. Not counting the Red Earl's time. If he counted the Red Earl's time, it would be 4 times. What Yobo didn't know was that he was waiting for the woman to go out. And the woman was waiting for Yobo to go out. The two just stared at each other. Yang Bo's efforts were not in vain. Isolating things for sonic attacks has made progress. That is, at the same time both hands snapping their fingers, utilizing the sound waves from both hands snapping their fingers to converge behind things and face the target to launch an attack. It's just that the success rate is so low because it involves distance. It involves the material of the isolating object, be it wood, metal, rubber or something else, and it involves the material of the object being attacked. It was a good thing that Yang Bo's current brain computing speed wasn't very low anymore, or else he definitely wouldn't be able to remember such complex data. Each different combination of attacks is different. Someone's here? After almost 10 days in the house, Yang Bo realized that another man had appeared inside the target house he was staring at. An argument seemed to have broken out between the two men, but it was impossible to hear what the two men were saying, and they seemed to be at odds. What means are the two using? Yang Bo was a bit puzzled, because Yang Bo could hear what these people were saying through the passive ability of sonic control, but now he couldn't hear the two people speak, and the sonic feedback back was also a bit noisy, so there should be some kind of interference measures. Inside the building 150 meters from Yang Bo's room, the woman being stared at by Yang Bo was arguing with a man. The woman said with a threatening tone, "This is the goal of our supervision department, not your security department, and it is very rude of your security department to meddle in our affairs now." The man shrugged. "These rookies from your oversight department haven't even taken care of a single resident yet. If our security department had stepped in earlier, this rookie would have been sent to our lab by now, and we might have finished analyzing the test long ago. Is there any shame in your security department when you say this? You didn't complete the mission last time before you delegated it to us. And now that you see that we're already going to succeed, you're coming back to snatch the mission again. Your security department's rank and authority is very high, but don't forget that this is not your security department's territory." The woman heard this and said with great annoyance, "Inside the big company is about the task. Whoever does the task well will be rewarded." And now the woman is looking at her own task to be completed. Actually, someone comes to rob her own task. This is no one can accept. The man took out a piece of paper and spoke. "This is from the head of your department. Take it and look at it. If it wasn't for your department begging our security department wouldn't be in charge of these things." The man added, "Now how dangerous it is to enter your planet, I think you should know. And this time the company's board of directors has already issued an order. If we still can't complete the mission, then all of us will suffer together. And I don't think you want to become an ordinary employee at the bottom of the company. Damn these incompetent superiors." The woman opened a piece of paper and gasped when she saw it. "All right. Now I'm going to give you 2 choices. The first is to cooperate with my work. The second is to leave far away and don't interfere with my work. I'm going to show you guys what it means to be professional." The man sat on his butt on the couch, his eyes looking up and down the woman's figure as he spoke. "Go to hell. Your security department already failed once. I'll be waiting for your bad news. Bastard." The woman looked a little tired of looking at the man behind her back and cursed in a bad way as she went inside to pack her things. The weak have no choice but to attack others with words. The man shrugged, then stood in front of the window, looking at the room where Yang Bo lived in the distance, with dozens of ways inside his head to get a biological sample of his target. Chapter 53 Fighting Plus 16. This woman left? Yang Bo's side is a bit embarrassed. The person he is staring at just packed up and left, and it looks like this woman and the new one still have not a small contradiction, although you can't hear the two people's voices, but you can see it from the body movements. Should we force it? Yang Bo felt a little difficult because the technology in this world was too advanced, and there were many ways for the officials to kill a person if they wanted to. In his last life, Yang Bo had carefully understood trace science, and originally there were some ideas inside his head, but after reading about trace science, Yang Bo discarded some of his ideas. Trace science, which is a discipline for investigating cases. This discipline, if utilized well, Investigating cases is simply not too easy. This world is much more technologically advanced, so I'm sure there are many ways to do this. Yang Bo now has not wanted to go to the interstellar wandering idea, although said that this interstellar also has a lot of pirates, and these pirates in the interstellar for the wrongdoing. Although Yang Bo didn't have any feelings for this country, he couldn't be a pirate for no reason. Dog, I'd like to see what tricks you've got up your sleeve, but I hope you don't disappoint me. Be a shrinking violet inside your home, like the last woman. Should I lure the snake out of the hole and then find a way to get into the other room? As soon as he said he would do it, Yang Bo cleaned up, put on a mask, and then went out. Sure enough, that guy moved. Yang Bo had just stepped out of his residence when he used his sonic to detect the man also opening the door in a hurry. Yang Bo then left the residence towards the small lake in the back. Although it looked like Yang Bo was walking haphazardly and his course of action seemed to be aimless, Yang Bo always used sonic detection to lock on to the other side. Actually touched my home. What surprised Yang Bo was that the other party actually touched inside his residence. The clothes this guy was wearing seemed to be a little different, and there was a faint energy response when the sound wave detected it. Dude, then excuse me, I'll stop by your house too. Yang Bo took a smooth turn at the thought, then headed towards the underground parking lot on one side. The parking lot inside the upscale private community here is spacious and there is no surveillance inside. The place is patrolled by officers. It wasn't the first time that Yang Bo had come to the parking lot, as he often came this way to charge his batteries. The energy battle armor must find a way to get it. Yang Bo stripped himself naked and placed his clothes inside a hidden corner. There was a point in time for cleaning and garbage collection over here. Yang Bo waited stealthily outside the room where the man was, just waiting in boredom. The place where this man lived was obviously more advanced than the place where Yang Bo lived. There were just 2 families on this floor, and no one was at home in the other one. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Yang Bo found that the man came back. The man was wearing a gray sweater jacket. The pants were also gray, and the shoes were also gray. On this gray coat, Yang Bo felt a faint energy fluctuation. Very faint, very faint. The man looked around before taking the key and opening the door. After pushing it open, the man first took a closer look at the mark he had made on the floor. Only then did he open the door and go in, and with a lithe stance, Jamber went in behind the man. Yang Bo will not open the lock, so that there is no way to open the door. And this guy when he left made a mark. Yang Bo dare not guarantee that the mark he made, the same as the other side. The man took off his jacket as soon as he entered and fished a device from inside his pocket. This dog actually installed a camera to spy on me. Yang Bo was right next to this guy and saw that this guy's device was showing his room. After the man turned on the device, he saw the picture inside while muttering in a low voice. I really don't know what the minister was thinking, actually sending someone like me to catch a resident-level mission target. The company is getting bigger and bigger. The people working are getting less and less engaged, and the oversight department should be abolished. Strange though, this resident doesn't actually have any biological targets landed inside the room. Not even a single hair. Does this guy have a cleanliness fetish or what? The man grumbled in a low voice again. Yang Bo also found out, if he used to wash himself before, it was normal to lose 2 hairs occasionally, but since he was getting stronger and stronger, his hair basically didn't fall, and it could be said that he hadn't seen a single one for a long time, so he really didn't know how the fat boss's hair fell out. What company is this guy talking about? Do you want me to come and torture him for a confession? Yang Bo tried not to get next to anything else, looking at the man's appearance and memorizing it to death. The man was ordinary looking, with black hair, blue eyes, white skin, a relatively high nose, and an ordinary pair of eyes that didn't look like a bad guy at all. The man felt as if something was wrong. He looked up and around carefully, then fished out a mini energy detection device. Turning on the device didn't give any response. The man got up again and went inside the room to probe one by one. Supervisor. Right after Yang Bo waited for half an hour, the man opened his wristwatch, and a light shot out from the top of the wristwatch, and inside the light was the virtual screen, and a man was sitting in the seat. Hearing the man respectfully call the other supervisor, Yang Bo's heart stirred. This guy is his superior? Well, has the mission been completed? The person inside the virtual screen above the wristwatch faintly asked. Supervisor, soon. I just installed the device in the guy's house, but the guy's house is very clean and no useful biological materials were found. Next I'm going to create an accident when he goes out. The man voiced his thoughts. Finish the mission as soon as possible. You're smuggling in this time. You must finish the mission within 2 days and follow the smuggled ship out, or else you'll be in big trouble if you're found out. Those lords from the Alliance are fuming. The other party's supervisor spoke. Supervisor, I'll do it tomorrow. The man immediately promised. Yang Bo looked carefully at the virtual screen, and saw an icon in a corner of this virtual screen. This icon seemed familiar, as if it was the icon of some big company. If possible, After getting a biological sample, make the target disappear. The supervisor added lightly. Understood. I have the black potion with me, the man replied casually. When the man hung up his wristwatch communication, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and saw that there was a gray energy weapon next to his neck, and the energy weapon was emitting a faint energy glow. You. The man tried to turn his head to see who the other person was while opening his mouth to ask, but in the next second, he lost consciousness with a black eye. Fighting plus 16. Since it's smuggled in, then I don't have any burden to kill. Yang Bo looked at his hand. The reason why he took the energy weapon was so that the other party had no way to move, and so that the other party had a fluke, thinking that his own life was not in danger for the time being, so that it was convenient for him to do it. The biggest reason is that this man is trying to get himself killed, and this can be tolerated? And Yang Bo is interested in this guy's equipment. Just now this guy sneaked into his own home, casually touched a tool and went in. It's also time to learn about destruction. Chapter 54, The Man Behind the Curtain. Yambo looked at the guy on the ground and rummaged through it carefully, finding a whole bunch of stuff. How should these things be used? Does it mean that a teacher is still needed? Yang Bo found that the other party unlocked a small mechanical device, a very precise kind, carefully looked at the structure, and then put it back. Yang Bo didn't move this corpse, because this guy brought quite a lot of things. Inside the gray clothes there were all kinds of potions, several kinds, and the sound wave detected energy fluctuations inside. 5 hours passed. Yang Bo waited until the master of the destruction of the body to come. The woman who followed Yang Bo gently opened the door, pushed open the door and took out a miniature equipment, carefully probing up. The device didn't respond before the woman came in, a tall woman wearing a bodysuit and a mask. Yang Bo had long predicted that the organization the other party was in definitely knew about the death of the man just now, because the wristwatch had the ability to do so. The woman walked around with the device, not noticing anything unusual, and the sound of water in the bathroom caused the woman to take out a small bottle, opening the bathroom door with one hand and holding the bottle in the other. When he opened the bathroom door, he saw a man inside the bathtub. The man was just soaking inside the bathtub, and the man's clothes and stuff were discarded on the floor. Yang Bo couldn't see the woman's face, but it was shocking to watch the movements. The woman reported first to whatever supervisor was in charge, and it was 2 supervisors, one from the security department and one from whatever new drug tracking and monitoring group was in charge. The 2 supervisors also quarreled. What kind of trash did your security department send to die so quickly? It's all because of your new drug oversight team, for not warning us sooner. I don't think you're going to be a senior executive anymore. What kind of person actually dares to go against our company? By the looks of it, it should be the tactics of the Anzac Company. These wild dogs that roam in the gray area and do these things best. Anshiji, these dogs, don't let me find evidence. Or, just your security department dares to go after Anji's company? Believe it or not, your family doesn't even know how it disappeared. Your new drug oversight team still has the nerve to say that the target must have awakened superpowers, or else Anji wouldn't have done this. Let's not talk about that. Let's get rid of the bodies and then listen to the next orders. The woman began to dispose of the body after listening to the argument between the 2 supervisors. Yang Bo watched from the side. The woman first took out a bag, very thin, gray, put the man's body and part of the things into it, those metal vials, took out 2 pressed down, and threw them inside the bag. Soon after the bag was sealed, the 2 metal bottles inside began to melt and the various items inside the pockets began to crumble. Even the bodies seemed to be weathering rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, a huge man, and many other things, including metal, were in powder. The woman rinsed the powder right inside the bathtub and flushed it away. Too damn advanced. Yang Bo surrounded the whole thing inside in his heart. This was much more advanced than what he had seen on Earth. At the same time he secretly said that he was right to be careful. This woman Yang Bo did not move. Now the enemy in the open. Their own in the dark. In addition to the other party misunderstanding Anshiji company, just right. As for the company to bring trouble, Yang Bo had to apologize. The woman went back over there to Yambo's room and removed the equipment the man had installed. So it's this company, Genetic Potion Company. Yang Bo waited for the woman to leave before he emerged from the basement and returned home to check the All Alliance Company rankings. It's actually the 9th-ranked Gene Potion Company in the Alliance. The 4C's Gene Potion Company. This dog then is to take the original owner to do the Gene Potion test, and then pick up the advantage themselves. This account we have written down. This time Yang Bo put the matter of why he was being followed. The original owner must have had problems with the genetic agent he injected in the first place. Maybe everyone else died and he was the only one who was still alive. TSK. In his last life, Yang Bo was wondering how the Omicide didn't trust the government to vaccinate. But when he checked, well, which pharmaceutical companies were testing drugs on ordinary people. In fact, although the Union is a parliamentary system, it is also held in every aspect by large corporations. These guys want to get their biological samples to analyze back at the lab. When to screw these guys for a bit, individuals face these super large companies. There is no power, or to improve their own strength. Yang Bo carefully checked this company and found that the other party was too strong for him to start. The key was that Yang Bo didn't know very much about the power system of this world, limited by his status as a resident, and the information he had received before was all layered. Now although there are superpowers, but Yang Bo did not go to the core of those large companies. Stealth. This superpower now seems very strong, but the core departments of these large companies, certainly tightly defended. I wonder if Anzac provides any training in this area. Hacking into someone's lab and then stealing the test data? The company that does the dirty work should be involved, right? The heart thought a lot. For killing, Yang Bo feels quite cold-blooded, as if there is no feeling, but feels some small pleasure. I do not know because the other party is the factor of the enemy, or because their own last life is too suffocating. This kill was given to fighting. This person must have had superpowers, but didn't acquire them himself, which means the chances of clashing with his superpowers are high, or with himself as an individual. Genetic potions use different materials, then it creates a difference in the genes of each individual. I wonder what genetic potions the genetic potion companies use on themselves. What raw materials made it? Yang Bo thought a lot, but there is no way to help these big pharmaceutical companies. And the last life of the kind of powerlessness is somewhat similar to how much influence these big companies have in the political world, and how many hitmen killers in the dark. Right, if we leave this planet, what about the mecha game? Yang Bo is ready to enter the game, not to think about this powerful enemy for the time being. The more he thinks about it, the more he suffocates. Entering the game, Yang Bo thought of a problem. Yang Bo carefully understood. The game data can be transferred. The user set a lock transfer password to other places. Enter the password can be, or very simple, this bunch of little black people. Yang Bo saw himself again inside the forums, piloting his own mech with a whole bunch of mech weapons, and there were people shouting at him for picking up rags somewhere, and there's a bounty on your head from several animal protection organizations, as well as calling yourself a pervert, a cowardly little man in reality, and a piece of who's looking for presents inside the game. Dog thing. Yang Bo entered the game with a very unpleasant mood. Can't go and mess with mutants. What garbage abilities are given? Yang Bo resolutely not to touch mutants. Mecha repair to come to do what? It's not as strong as the ability given by a rat. How dangerous mutants are. Sonic control. Yang Bo decided to main brush sonic control. In the real high-tech world, auxiliary abilities were much more useful than frontal hard-hitting abilities. Yang Bo's side decided to go to the side of the cave where there were many bats last time. What Yang Bo didn't know was that he had just stepped out of the base not far away, and the Tiger Face King received the news. And then certain guys who wanted to get the Tiger Face King's energy stone mine also received the news. Chapter 55, Tiger Faced King watching the fun. This dog, actually abusing small animals. Exactly. I changed hundreds of IPs to get to this base. This man is definitely a villain in reality. That is, although we cannot kill this openly, but we can attract other mutated creatures. I bought the detailed information of some mutated beasts in the neighborhood. Everyone please see. The direction of this guy's target must be where he killed the bats last time. So many small bats. This guy actually used a hydrogen bomb. Ming, you go ahead and drive the bats away. Yes, gang leader. Let's just. A couple of us. As long as his mech gets shot up a few times one after another, he'll more than likely go bankrupt. Operating the lowest level sharpshooter mech. The odds are that this pervert is also a low-level mech artist. And as soon as he goes bankrupt, the game company will sue. And we'll aim to make this guy sit in the bottom of the jail cell. Yes, gang leader. What Yang Bo didn't know was that a group of players had gathered inside this base of theirs from all directions to clean up and dig a hole for themselves. Yang Bo looked at the mechs flying through the sky and was also envious. These mechs are so beautiful. They look very advanced at first glance. It's not that Yang Bo doesn't have the ability to change mechs. If it wasn't for the lack of the cheapest mechs, Yang Bo would have changed to the cheapest ones. After all, he's just killing small animals himself. Of course these mechs are advanced and expensive to use, and are there to hunt and capture alien beasts. But rich people play games. That's what they do. They don't give about maintenance fees blah blah blah, making money or not. Ah, this? Yang Bo arrived at the place. Radar searched. Dumbfounded. Where are the bats? Moved? Traveled? Or did you take the bucket and run? Undeterred, Yang Bo entered the cave entrance and radar searched again. Still no sign of bats. There were a few. This. Yang Bo was a bit hesitant. Coming back like this after one visit? Looking at the information, Yang Bo was a bit hesitant. The information showed that there was a place with more bats in the danger zone. Go! Looking at the ammo hanging from his mech. Hydrogen bombs. Shockwave bombs. There's no reason to go back. The mech walks there automatically. And when rushing, the mech can get to its destination on its own as long as nothing else interferes with the mech's intelligence system. Sonic control. Thousands of bats in a cave. Low chance of crashing together when flying. This means that the bat sound waves have their own frequencies. The same as my sonic superpowers, inside someone else's ears. They hear their own whistles, their own footsteps, and those sound waves feed back to them on their own side of the spectrum. And it's something else. That's probably why those detection devices didn't find their superpowers. Yang Bo knew too little about superpowers, and was figuring it all out on his own. Yang Bo would like to know, but there is no doorway and in Yang Bo's opinion, the degree of importance of knowing or not knowing is not very high. As long as the superpower that can be used, that is a good ability. There's no need to expose myself as having superpowers just to know the specifics. I'm a resident, not a citizen of any kind. What's killing or whatever got to do with me? I'm vulnerable. The mech system prompted that it had entered a dangerous area, and Yang Bo immediately took control of the mech. It's a good thing that where the bats are isn't deep into the danger zone. Yang Bo carefully arrived in a valley, opened the radar, and was dumbfounded. Again. The base gave inaccurate information? No bat. No, not at all. Just when Yang Bo was dumbfounded, 7 or 8 beautiful mechs flew overhead. Yang Bo looked at these beautiful mechs. Beautiful lines. Some rare metals, unique light. At first glance it is a high-grade goods. And then look at his own mechs. Square head and square brain. Unbeknownst to them, a group of mutants were watching from afar inside a valley behind Yang Bo. Where did these mechs come from? A mutant in the lead, looking at the beautiful mechs in the sky, asked his companion beside him in a low voice. I don't know. It suddenly appeared. They stopped. When the mechs were flying at high speed in the air, the mutants didn't dare to go easy on them because of the railguns. These advanced mechs actually stayed on the distant hills, as if they were waiting for something or looking at something. Go. The leading mutant greedily looked at these high-level mechs. The rare metals of these high-level mechs were the target of this mutant. This leading mutant was a metal superpower, absorbing different rare metals to expand his abilities. And this mutant was also a dominant force in the mutant camp. The mutants entered the cave and felt their way towards the advanced mechs in the distance. No one knew the underworld better than the mutants. The tiger-faced Great King who was watching from afar was a bit shocked when he saw these high-level mechs. Could they be the target's companions? It shouldn't. Great King, this is the latest intelligence. These advanced mechs injured a B-class silver-armored rhinoceros. And it seems like these advanced mechs intentionally lured this rhinoceros to the Calamity Star side. Just at this time, the tiger-faced Great King received the latest news. After all, this was the territory of the tiger-faced Great King, and the tiger-faced Great King was dumbfounded when he saw the news. This mecha's companion was actually trying to deal with him? Why is this? Maharaja. According to the news, this calamity is being bountied by many people in the human world. What with the Small Animal Protection Organization or whatever on the government side? This organization seems to be very angry at Calamity for killing small animals, which is a bit incomprehensible to me. A mutant beside the tiger-faced Great King said. The tiger-faced Great King shook his head, and then he was happy. See, this calamity went out with just one. If we go, not only will we encounter a whole bunch of high-level mechs, but also silver-armored rhinoceroses. Ha ha, my neighbors probably don't know yet. The Great King is wise. This calamity is a calamity. Clearly a man out of the base. TSK, let's just watch the fun and keep the people below at a distance. The tiger-faced Great King hemmed and hawed. This neighbor of his had special abilities and had always been at odds with him. Yang Bo was searching for bats while lamenting that there were so many tycoons in this game, when suddenly a silver light flashed and a piercing alarm immediately sounded inside the mech. Yang Bo's dynamic vision had already seen what it was. A silver beast 6 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long, like a double-decker bus, had just scurried 50 meters from his own mech. Yang Bo hurriedly operated the mech to twist his head and saw a huge beast on the hillside across the valley, twisting its head to look at itself with big red eyes. Silver-armored rhinoceros. Yang Bo sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Wasn't this thing hundreds of kilometers away? This rhino was covered in silver scales and armor, and a unicorn horn with golden lines on its head shone with energy. Run! Yang Bo instantly burrowed inside the cave next to him, then dropped a hydrogen bomb at the entrance of the cave in the process, his hand pulling out a residual shadow on the keyboard. Boom! Yang Bo KO controlled the mech to flee in a mess, and an alarm sounded inside the mech. On the other side, a group of high-level mechs stood on the mountain, and through the team's drones, they saw the sharpshooter mechs chased by the silver-armored rhinoceros burrowing into the cave like rats, and the shockwave erupted from the miniature hydrogen bombs blew the silver-armored rhinoceros right over and out of the way. And then the next second, the silver-armored rhino rushed inside the cave with a roar of fury. Ha ha, this guy is out of luck. That's right, this pervert is still trying to escape. Inside the Mecha Teen channel, everyone was excited. In the next second, ear-piercing alarms sounded inside everyone's mechs, and a dozen shadows rushed up from the sky behind these mechs, pouncing on them. Chapter 56, Metal Mastery. Inside Base 16, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the control room, and without the need for the commander to operate it, he saw the large screen. The 8 mechs stood on the ridge, and a dozen shadows swooped down on these 8 advanced mechs, which were then rolled to the side of the valley by the tremendous impact of these dozen shadows. A dozen shadows followed like shadows, and the alert system kept locking onto the dozen shadows. But unfortunately, they were all too close to the mech. What are we waiting for? Attack! 8 advanced mechs for these mutants is a good deal. Someone inside the control room shouted anxiously. It's a planetary railgun, and access is not on our side. The base commander replied, shaking his head. Damn it! The voices of the complaining people ended abruptly. In just these few seconds, these 8 mechs had been destroyed. A dozen or so silhouettes tore into the mechs, taking away some of the parts, and then disappeared inside the caves in the valley. Everyone at the base frowned as the commander spoke up. Why hasn't the fleet admiral intervened? The first 2 times the sharpshooter mechs were blown up. Captain, could it be that these high-level mecha operators are coming from a bad place? It shouldn't. Just as everyone was wondering, suddenly a violent energy fluctuation erupted from a number of caves inside the valley, and although they couldn't see the sound, they knew it wasn't simple when they looked at the ground and shook. Then a familiar sharpshooter mech flew through a hole in the sky, and the base commander was dumbfounded. Play back the video? Sorry, this is a non-sensitive area and there is no video. Besides, when Yang Bo saw this rhino, he knew that he couldn't fly even if he wanted to, so he directly drilled into the cave next to it, and also dropped a miniature hydrogen bomb at the entrance of the cave in an attempt to stop the other party from chasing him. Silver-armored rhinoceros, AB-class mutated beast. This beast is very tough. Itself can be metallized. In addition, the horn of this rhinoceros can release a kind of energy ray. The ability of this energy ray is very weird. It can increase the fatigue of the metal. It's the most dangerous mutated beast in the area. This guy usually lives underground, and comes out to sneak around a little bit once in a while. As for why this guy is still alive, because the game official requirements to capture alive dead does not give a game coin. According to Yang Bo's understanding, this thing is estimated to be a very rare mutated individual. It is estimated that the military wants to use it to do experiments. This planet, according to Yang Bo, no battleships, railguns can be destroyed, but not destroyed. It is estimated that it is relying on mechs to compete for resources. Before Yang Bo came, he definitely had to check the information. This weird ray of the silver-armored rhinoceros was too horrible for mech damage. Inside the virtual cab, a sharp alarm sounded in his ears, and with a loud boom behind him, Yang Bo rushed to run. But the mech was big, and where the mech could run, so could the ironclad rhinoceros behind it. So after coming in, Yang Bo quickly threw out 2 shockwave bombs. Rumble! The effect of 2 shockwave bombs inside a small environment was like dropping a bundle of shock bombs inside a room of about 10 square meters. Though the mech shielded the sound, the 100-ton mech was shaken with an even more ear-piercing alarm. What Yang Bo saw through the virtual screen was flying sand. Roar! The silver-armored rhinoceros in the back roared angrily. The 2 shockwave bombs made the silver-armored rhinoceros furious. The silver-armored rhinoceros shone with a silver light. The entire body ignored the various stalactites, stones and whatnot in the underground that hindered it. The entire body instantly accelerated. Everything in the way shattered into a myriad of particles. Danger! Danger! The mech detected a huge energy fluctuation behind it and let out a voice directly. It was a long time to say the least, just a few seconds, and with a push of the left-hand lever, the rocket pack activated and sprinted toward a side passage. Just rushed into the channel. Saw on the radar. Behind a red dangerous energy impact directly grazed their own mech swept away. Yang Bo saw the mech behind the lens. Is the silver armor rhinoceros covered with silver energy light? Just now the whole impact to himself. His own mischievous start the rocket backpack. Or else he was like a bowling ball hit by this guy. Run! How can you beat this B-class mutant beast with this mech? The hydrogen bombs are useless. The left hand lever, operating the power of the rocket pack, and the right hand, operating the 2 mech hands, squeezed the 2 hydrogen bombs. Then the next second, Yang Bo heard the mech's ear-piercing alarm that there was a high energy fluctuation ahead. I go. So fast. Yang Bo didn't even have time to distinguish what was in front of him. The 2 hydrogen bombs were thrown out, and then hurriedly turned into another passage. Rumble. The whole cave seems to be collapsing. 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. Mad. Yang Bo was ready to blow himself up, along with 2 shockwave bombs and a miniature hydrogen bomb. Then the next second, Yang Bo saw the bright light and the rocket backpack instantly activated. Midway Mech seems to be good impact to a shadow, because of the micro-hydrogen bomb impact of the dust of the reason, as well as the energy impact of the hydrogen bomb, resulting in Yang Bo Mech radar briefly be interfered with. To the Mech's video is not very clear. Flying sand and stones. Metal mastery +8. The moment Yang Bo's Mech flew out of the hole and appeared outside, there was an additional message inside his mind. Then Yang Bo, who was suspended in the air, realized that in front of his Mech, there seemed to be a puddle of mud or something, and his Mech hand peeled it off and found that it was the body of a mutant. Yang Bo was still stunned when he saw the Mech wreckage inside the valley again. Yang Bo was dumbfounded. What is the matter with these Mech wrecks? Looking at these wrecks, I know that these Mechs are not cheap. Metal mastery +8. Metal control +8. Yang Bo maneuvered the Mech and then landed on the hill. Full of confusion, he did not provoke hua. Seeing Yang Bo's sharp blade mecha on top of the mountain, not only were the people of Base 16 confused, a certain underground space, the tiger-faced Great King was also confused. Just now the tiger-faced Great King was fuming because just now the tiger-faced Great King witnessed 8 high-level mechs being sneak attacked by his neighbors. This neighbor of his own had metallized his body, just to absorb different metals to expand his abilities. Watching his neighbor take the rare metal parts from the mech, the tiger-faced lord broke into a fit of rage. That wasn't even how it went down. When they saw the sharpshooter Mech come charging out, and it looked like their neighbor's entourage with him was smashed into a puddle by this Mech. The tiger-faced Great King was also confused. How did this calamity escape the silver-armored rhino? This was a silver-armored rhinoceros. Even the tiger-faced Great King himself wasn't sure of finishing off this foreign beast. Great King, do you think it's possible that our neighbor encountered a silver-armored rhinoceros underground? The subordinate of the tiger-faced Great King opened his mouth to speculate. When the tiger-faced king heard this, he looked at the sharp blade Mech inside the image. TSK, if our neighbor encounters a silver-armored rhinoceros, I am afraid that it will be fierce. This silver-armored rhinoceros can aging metal. Our neighbor comes with me. I want to go to the neighbor to give a gift. Chapter 57, Shameless. The tiger-faced king takes people to the neighbor's house to see if there is anything they need help with. If the neighbor is good, then be a guest. If the neighbor is not good, then the tiger-faced king has to be the master of the house. Take what should be taken, move what should be moved, and kill what should be killed. Yang Bo looked at the string of metal mastery +8. After carefully counting, it was already 9. Suddenly the Mech sounded an alarm. Yang Bo looked at it. A hole below the valley. The silver-armored rhinoceros revealed half of its head, lowered its head and arched. A figure was picked up by the horn of the silver-armored rhinoceros, and the man was shivering on the head of the silver-armored rhinoceros. Who did this silver-armored rhino collide with? Could it be the mutant who sneaked up on these advanced mechs? Yang Bo's brain now regained some clarity. The short 10 seconds or so just now was really appalling. At that time Yang Bo forgot that he was playing a game. As if he was really running for his life. Mutants would be normal underground. And once these guys fly, they'll be locked on by the railguns. Which is something Yobo is most vocal about. Maneuvering the mech and placing the energy shield in front of it to prevent the silver-armored rhino from sneaking in. Looking at this silver-armored rhino, someone had an idea inside his head. The game officially requires that live ones be captured. And other players don't come to kill this silver-armored rhinoceros because there's no profit in it. But one doesn't need the profit. One has been posting money to play the game and killing critters to be satisfied. So will the railgun fire when one draws the silver-armored rhinoceros out? Give it a try. And if the railguns don't fire, then in the future, when you encounter some of the game's officially declared catch-alive mutant beasts, keep yourself out of the way. The reason why Yang Bo is not afraid of mutants. The biggest dependence is the railgun. The last time to kill the bull is. How about those flying mutants? Help yourself to brush the monsters. Right. Looking at the shockwave bombs that were still left in the mech, Yang Bo controlled the mech and ruthlessly threw a shockwave bomb at this silver-armored rhinoceros, provoking this guy. Boom! Unexpectedly, the silver-armored rhinoceros's unicorn horn released an energy glow, and the shockwave bomb exploded halfway through. This guy has weird abilities. The alarm sounded as Yang Bo's mech was shaken. Then Yang Bo was dumbfounded, and saw the silver-armored rhinoceros put that what a mutant, in front of him, and stepped hard with his thick silver-armored feet, and also flipped over and stepped on his face. Big brother, you don't think the mutants are with me, do you? There's a good chance that there's going to be some more provocation, so that this silver-armored rhino can get this mutant and see what it's capable of. Saying that he would do it, Yang Bo maneuvered the mech and landed inside the valley, removing a mech arm in 3 tries. How How am I so well versed in mech construction? Could it be that this ability of mecha repair is working? Yang Bo contemplated for half a second as he watched himself dismantle this advanced mech arm in less than 5 seconds. Then he swung the arm of this advanced mech and ruthlessly smashed it into the silver-armored rhinoceros. The silver-armored rhino retreated back this time, and this arm landed hard on this mutant who had been stomped on by the silver-armored rhino, who smashed and convulsed. The next scene, Yang Bo, again dumbfounded, is now in the position almost can be level view silver armor rhino cave, only to see the silver armor rhino actually open the mouth. The mecha arm is Chile, 3 mouth to mouth swallowed into the stomach inside. When Yang Bo saw this scene, he was surprised and then had a not so mature idea. What about this one's IQ to say it's not high enough to know to get a mutant to provoke itself? But what about to say hi? It's obvious that this mutant isn't in league with himself, which means this one's more than a little two-dimensional. This one could also be one of the key resources of this game, or planet, or it wouldn't have survived this long. There was a general idea inside his head, but it was a bit premature, and the idea was a bit whimsical, and that was to deal with this douchebag. Of course, the main thing is that these abandoned mechs and do not want money. Thrown on the ground is also taken by the mutants sneak away. Pick up their own back is still being laughed at picking up rags, plants. So Yang Bo began to dismantle the mechs. The 8 advanced mechs, the legs, the arms. After dismantling it, I threw the remains of this mech to the silver-armored rhinoceros, and the silver-armored rhinoceros really ate the remains of this mech. Not the kind of furious tearing and biting and fuming. 8 mechs in less than 10 minutes, all dismantled, and then thrown to the silver-armored rhinoceros. All were eaten by the other side, and the rest ended up being batteries used by the mechs. Batteries. This doesn't help. Each mech comes with a matching battery. The others can't be used. There are safety procedures. Throwing a piece of battery over, this silver-armored rhinoceros didn't eat it, and this one looked at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes. Then with a kick, he sent the mutant at the entrance of the cave, flying towards Yang Bo. Then the mutant landed on the ground dozens of meters away from Yang Bo, and the mutant's state looked strange, stiff, as if he had a disease. This mutant stared angrily at Yang Bo, but unfortunately, this mutant itself was a very strong metal-alienated mutant, but it encountered the silver-armored rhinoceros, which released energy that could age metal. After this group of mutants had successfully attacked the advanced mechs, they drilled inside the cave, and then they heard movement inside the cave, and had just gathered together to prepare to see what was going on. Just misunderstood by Yang Bo. He shoves 2 hydrogen bombs directly inside the passageway, and the mutants are dumbfounded. The 2 hydrogen bombs almost collapsed the mountain. These mutants at least have superpowers. How do you know that just after releasing their superpowers to avoid the attack of the miniature hydrogen bombs, the next second they were found by the rampaging silver-armored rhinoceros? Then this group of mutants were abused. If the mutants were sure to kill this silver-armored rhinoceros, the silver-armored rhinoceros would have been killed long ago. The narrow underground space. The mutants had no place to hide, except for a few that ran fast. The rest were killed by the silver-armored rhinoceros. In the eyes of the silver-armored rhinoceros, the 2-legged ones are all in the same camp, and they are also griping about Yang Bo's mech. So they left the most powerful one behind to provoke Yang Bo, which no Yang Bo actually give mecha metal. The metal of this mecha happens to be silver armor rhinoceros need. This two goods may think is to let this mutant a horses to give Yang Bo face how. So the mutant kicked fly out. Back to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was actually a little unsure of how to choose. What was this mutant? What are his abilities? Well, as Yang Bo was tangled up in less than 10 seconds, a silver mech landed next to Yang Bo's mech 20 meters away. Boom! It was only at this time that the sky let out a pop. Yang Bo a jolt. Good guy. Picking peaches to come. Hand operation lever a move. The mech waved 5 meters long plasma long knife, ruthlessly towards this mutant cut down. Metal mastery plus 16. The silver mech was dumbfounded. He was in a hurry to catch the live mutant leader. How did he know that the sharpshooter mech had actually gone crazy? Just at this time, inside the cave in the distance, the silver-armored rhinoceros kicked another dying mutant landing in front of Yang Bo. Can't afford to play Yang Bo was about to do it. Then the black screen. Yang Bo angry and cursed. After cursing, the game resumed, but the living mutant was gone. Only the shadow of the silver mech taking off. Shameless, shameless, shameless. I'm going to complain. Blackout. Chapter 58, Martial Law. Yang Bo beautifully lying inside the bathtub, and not angry. Why? Because just now the game had already given itself enough benefits. The B-class mutant leader that was decapitated as well as the corpse that was turned in was rewarded with 5 million game coins. It was said to be a rare mutant. And then the one that was captured alive was rewarded with 8 million game coins. And the customer service had also said that the live B class leader was worth a high probability of 30 million game coins based on the appraisal results. What's shady? No, that's the game officials helping themselves to stop losses. Yang Bo now has a bit of a headache, a body of ability, but also sonic control, stealth no what effect, electrical energy control used twice, light energy control also have no clue. Yang Bo also conducted a series of experiments in the early stage, such as light energy to heat and boil water, and electricity to deal with paintings that could not be destroyed, but only this. Why? Because in this world, it's against the law to easily display your superpowers. Otherwise why hasn't this planet seen any genetically evolved people flying around? Because they don't dare. It's against the law to display their superpowers on the planet. The punishment is quite severe. Yang Bo had just lived in this community. He was told by Lu Jijie that it was very safe, because this community had a guard system to prevent outsiders from entering. This guard system was a laser cannon. It was part of the planet's guard system. Whoever had nothing to do and wanted to fly around, there was a high probability that he would be attacked by the laser cannon. If Yang Bo had made a big noise himself, the drone police would have come immediately, and the tens of thousands of kilometers of railguns would have locked onto him. The railgun is a collection of many laser cannon devices that surround the entire planet. One shot from this thing would be too much for a top-notch mech, let alone you personally. It's not like there aren't genetically evolved people who think they're awesome and then get KO'd. No one knows how many laser cannon devices there are in this community. And when you do know, maybe find out that there's at least 3 or 5, 7 or 8 or more laser turrets. Humans must still have some powerful enemies. Yang Bo felt that there was no need for humans to make such a powerful defense system to deal with themselves. Yang Bo bought a house some time ago, just to buy a separate manor, and then the basement with energy shielding equipment, so that he could train his abilities. The ability of invisibility. Say powerful is very powerful. Say weak chicken also weak chicken, because after invisibility it most use the power of the body's flesh. Once changed to other, such as electrical energy, invisibility is invalid. Of course this one works well for running and sneaking around and doing stuff. Of course Yang Bo is not in a hurry. Electrical energy control, light energy control, this kind of powerful ability, in this kind of planet with, that is asking for trouble. Yang Bo do not want to expose themselves. This society darkness can be seen. Look at the gene pharmaceutical company wants their biological samples. Because of the reason of the test drug. Is this kind of thing just a gene pharmaceutical company is doing? No kidding. Everyone is doing it. The supporting ability is still the most important. Yang Bo recognized himself from the beginning all the time, and that was to be the old six and try not to expose himself. Genetic pharmaceutical company security department guy powerful not? Still not by their own death. Head on hard. Yang Bo estimates that their chances of winning are very slim. After all, they are professionals. The difference in information that makes people think you're a randomly pinched sourdough, only to realize it's a steel bullet when you pinch it, has allowed Yobo to avoid danger a few times. If it was really known that Yang Bo's current strength, people would have to be taken away to view a random report. Metal control. Yang Bo finished his bath and came to the front of the window in his pajamas. This kind of window had no problem looking outside from the inside, and couldn't be seen from the outside looking inside. Just at this time, the wristwatch rang. Yang Bo came to the front of the sofa and picked up the wristwatch, and saw that it was an email. It's official. The planetary administrator will be announcing the report of this investigation into the Red Count incident in 10 minutes, and there will be some legal changes, so please keep an eye out for all citizens. Yang Bo opened the virtual screen to see how things were going this time, while pondering the metal control in his mind. He already had a rather crazy idea inside his head. Citizens, I am the administrator of Planet Pardo, Reb, and here we have a moment of silence for 17,850 citizens. Inside the virtual image was a white man close to 2 meters tall with black hair and blue eyes, probably middle-aged by the looks of it. 5 minutes later, Reb continued. The security services as well as the police have identified this incident as an attack by the Red Count extremist group, an attack that is anti-human, anti-social, and anti-civilization. In this incident, the number of confirmed deaths reached 14,020, and the rest are missing, because the laser weapons carbonized the human tissue, and it is no longer possible to know the exact identities of those who were killed, and we hereby express our deepest regrets for the deaths, disappearances, and other citizens affected by the attack. The government offered some compensation. Yang Bo did not expect so many people to die this time. Of course, if it is not himself, not to say that the death is finished, at least there will be quite a few more deaths. It is now announced that a new decree of the PAD-DOS, the Alliance Council, has decided to upgrade the planetary defense systems of all the administrative stars of the Alliance, officially upgrading them to be military grade, and raise the planet's alert level to red. the intelligence system's determination authority is increased by 20%, and the alert system will automatically select a disposal option for individuals or organizations that violate the ban. It is strictly forbidden for any citizen to use superpowers in unauthorized areas. The use of superpowers is strictly prohibited in any public area. Yang Bo listened with some confusion. What was the matter with the military alert system? Yang Bo rushed to the internet to check, and then understood. Civilian vigilance system, people priority higher than the thing itself. That is to say, as long as you did not cause serious impact, the vigilance system will not easily kill you. Just like the police, the military system, on the other hand, prioritizes things first, and as soon as you do this forbidden thing, straight up da-da-da-da. The commands of the alert system are divided into two parts, human and intelligent. And in the case of civilian alert systems, in the event of a conflict between human and intelligence system commands, the human command level takes precedence. This time, the authority of the intelligence system has been raised, which means that the human and the intelligence system command conflict, a high probability that the intelligence system has a higher priority. As for the specific priority authority allocation, this is a secret. That is to say that in the past, superpowered people you fly a little bit, maybe just a fine and sentence, but now you fly up, and you are judged by the intelligent alert system to violate the prohibition, and then the laser guns around you are directly activated, and do not give you a chance to reform your life. Yang Bo hadn't understood these laws before, and of course he couldn't remember them. He just knew that the government didn't allow genetically evolved people to display their superpowers in front of the residents. Yang Bo then continued to read. So changed because the Red Earl killed the largest number of celebrity politicians, and the Alliance speaker almost all hiccups, but also by the other two major countries' jokes, as well as the Red Earl declared retaliation for the Star of the Pardo. The Alliance may not declare a similar order of martial law. Chapter 59 Maximum Change. Just at this time, out of the corner of Yang Bo's eye, he saw a very far away place, a few pillars of light falling one after another, and it looked like it was not in his own city. Some unlucky guy got hit by a railgun. Then another laser was seen attacking the air from the ground, presumably a ground-based laser cannon, which scared Yambo and made him shrink. Just then, there was a doorbell ringing, and YB came to the door and realized through the video that it was a property officer downstairs. Sir, this is the new community notification letter. The community will be renovated and upgraded with a security alert system in the near future. Yang Bo came downstairs and the property took out a paper document and handed it to Yang Bo. YB nodded. Thanks. You're welcome, sir. Subsequently, Yang Bo found that there are two more people inside this block of dormitories. The other two, one smiling, a yellow hair, black eyes, white skin, cold face, another black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, face paralyzed like. The property are given a letter of notification. The three didn't say hello to each other, and the other two lived upstairs. It looks like the fat boss is going to run away. Yang Bo returned to his room and rubbed his chin. Read the informational letter carefully. It's about upgrading the community policing system, and it requires superpowered people to report, which means that if you didn't report before, you're now going to do it yourself. If you don't report it, then you will be responsible for the consequences if you are detected by the alert system in the public areas of the community to be behaving abnormally. It's a little bit of that. Yang Bo felt as if it was the various bases of Ame on Earth. In the past, a car did not listen to the instructions to approach the base, but also to warn, and then saw a car to break in. Directly care if you are not here to make things happen. Metal Mastery, Advanced 103/1000. Yang Bo looked at the skill and thought silently in his heart. Then the skin of his own fingers slowly turned into black metal. Then a hand, followed by an arm. Watching the skin of his body inside the mirror metallized little by little. Even his hair was metallized. When the skin of his entire body was metallized, Yang Bo looked at the blackened look of his skin. Marred. If I had this in my last life, I wouldn't worry about food and drink. Yang Bo looked at his current appearance. As his skin was black, his eyes were still old, and his teeth were white. Yang Bo moved in his heart and called out the skill. Then he was dumbfounded. 5%. All the skills are gone. Just 3 question marks. A 5% on the back. No more. Nothing. WOJ. Yang Bo hurriedly recovered. Then checking the skills again. All the usual. The skills show up. The energy in the body has consumed 30%. Soon Yang Bo realized that something was wrong. He was only metallizing his skin and the energy consumption was so big. So if his whole body was metallized, how much energy would it take? The previous idea inside Yang Bo's head is not about metal control to attack the enemy. What's summoning a sword or something? Or getting some kind of weapon? Because under modern technology, any kind of weapon is a waste of time. Yang Bo's crazy idea was to metallize all of himself. treating himself as a humanoid mecha, with his own electrical energy control that could be recharged, equivalent to a mecha battery, and discharged. Dynamic vision, sonic control, these can act as radar and so on, but I didn't realize that the skin was metallized and the skills were gone. Jamber metallized his skin again and whistled. I'll go. Yang Bo found that after his skin was metallized, the scene that fed back inside his mind expanded tenfold, and the details were stretched to the level of pixels 100 million. Could it be that the skin is metallized and receives a stronger feedback acoustic signal, just like a sonar antenna? Yang Bo knew that this sonic control he had was similar to sonar, which sounded like a normal whistle to others, but not to his side. Earth submarines are like this. Unless you master his sound pattern, you can easily find each other. You do not know each other's sound pattern, each other's noise as long as the sea noise covered. You do not know that this sound inside the other submarine issued. Just like bats. Many bats fly together. Why will not crash into each other? Is because each accepts the passive sonar only they can understand. The rest of the acceptance is useless. Otherwise a group of bats can accept each other. Have long crashed together. Something's not right. Yang Bo was in this state again, casting a sonic mastery attack, which was actually 10 times more powerful as well. Looking at the metal ornament that became powder. When he recovered, Yang Bo realized that his energy consumption was greater than what he had consumed when he was in this physical body now. That is to say that skin metallization is not a matter of one's strength being higher, but rather the body's explosive power has increased, which is equivalent to an increase. Yang Bo quickly understood. The superpower output of this body now is not as strong as the output when the skin was metallized. After the skin is metallized, is it possible to fly? A thought flashed inside Yang Bo's head. It was immediately dismissed, though, if he were to fly now, there was a high probability that he'd be dusted by a laser weapon. His DNA wouldn't even check out, and he'd be listed as an unlucky missing person. It seems that when he killed the mutants in front of him, it was indeed that those mutants' superpowers were not suitable for him, and this time the mutants gave themselves superpowers. Yang Bo also knew another answer through this incident. Yang Bo now just wanted to go to work peacefully, and then brush up all the skills to Grandmaster, so that he could live well if he casually ran to any other place. Don't float. Yang Bo admonished himself that with this amount of strength, he couldn't even beat an air-to-ground fighter. Of course more than 90% of mechs can't be beaten one-on-one, because inside the war sequence, mechs are the lowest tier, and the kind of high-level mechs that are all energy metal are very, very few in number. But the mech is again the most important, because many resources need to be out of the mech to fight for. Even sometimes the battleship won the battle, but lost the war. Resource competition in their own side of the mecha lost. Cannot turn on the battleship main gun? The resources destroyed it. The training to metallize the body continued, faster and faster. At first it took a minute to metallize the skin. Now 2 seconds. TSK, this metal skin is strong. Yang Bo felt that his skin metallization was like wearing a battle armor. I don't know if the battle armor inside the energy weapon store is still there. Put that on yourself and metallize your skin. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of 2 layers of armor? And then pilot the mech and its 3 layers of armor. It's a shame there's no place to put a mech out to skate. Alas, should we follow the fat boss? If you don't leave, buy a house as soon as possible and get a basement with energy shielding so you can not only train your superpowers, but also operate a mech. But the fat boss hadn't emailed or called to ask, and Yobo was determined not to take the initiative. Forget it, enter the game. The only thing Yang Bo could do now was to enter the game and brush up his skills first. A few game companies are really black. Repairing the mech actually requires 1,800,000 credits. Yang Bo into the game, looked at his own deducted items. The heart of the dark, the mech there is no cheap, because the mech is monopolized by a few large companies. Take this blade mech, the reality inside you simply cannot buy. Only supply the military. Private collection. The price is 10 times the price of supplying the military. Cannot be started. Can only look at it. Chapter 60, continuing to swipe bats. When Yang Bo entered the game, the Alliance Senate, hundreds of senators did not look good. The Speaker of the House even cursed without any manners. What are you security departments doing? How many days has it been? And you still haven't found any traces of the missing mech? Speaker, this is something that we in the security department have tried our best to do. The Sublime Modification Company, in order to claim the privacy of their customers, has cleared all the energy data of the energy mechs before the mechs were displayed. The security department official weakly explained. The faces of the legislators below were even more unsightly, from a legal standpoint, as well as in terms of customer privacy and corporate secrecy. It was correct for Sublime to destroy the energy frequency data of the energy mechs, but now the councilman lords do not feel safe, are afraid to go out casually high, in case of a careless, suddenly appeared a mecha, or ace mecha master manipulation. The councilman lords have how many lives enough to this guy to ho-ho? Like the league restricting superpowers from being displayed on planets for the sake of the assholes? Wrong. It's entirely for the lord's own safety. If superpowers fly around, how can the lord's own safety be guaranteed? The counselor lords can't beat those professional superpowers, so casting superpowers on the planet is forbidden. Of course it is possible in the permitted areas. It is because of these regulations that the parliamentary lords can show a pro-people image in public places. Otherwise the superpowers can show their superpowers at will. Do the lords still need a mecha escort when they go out? How can the counselors show their pro-people image? This time the alliance martial law. Not that what the threat of the Red Earl. The real threat is Yang Bo. And Yang Bo in the Dome Casino showed absolutely brutal. The last run actually 2 unresisting guys to death. And even directly stomped to death. The councilman lords now go out and feel as if at any time there is a huge mecha's foot from the sky. What about the platoon? Nothing yet? There are too many people missing this time. But after the new decree was enacted, some clues did turn up, but none of them were useful. What about next gen? Any solutions yet? Not at the moment. Sublime Corporation has added 3 new shareholders, Ping and Technology Corporation, Anbang Bank, and the military. When the counselors heard this, they looked angrily at a set of people, cursing these dogbays for reaching out faster than they did. And the next gen company claims that every single next gen mech, at the time of manufacture, has a completely different energy frequency. So, you have 1 month. We need to know the whereabouts of this mech. The speaker was also in over his head. I would like to impeach the administrator of the planet Paddos for hindering the normal act of migration of citizens between the alliance's internal boundaries. Suddenly the counselor stood up and said loudly. The others look at it. Come on, come to the right thing. Interstellar age. Population is also important. No matter what level of citizens, genetic evolutionists have to consume, have to pay taxes. Even a bunch of waste inhabitants is useful. Because the more inhabitants, the more benefits are invested. As for residents not being able to immigrate, first of all there are a lot of fake residents just like Wu Bing. Good benefits for residents. Also as long as you have the money, you can still interstellar travel even if you're a really wasteful resident. It just depends on the price. What else would the little kids of those high-ranking citizens do? Residents' home remodeling, residents' food packages, residents' clothing, residents' utilities, internet usage, public transportation inputs, and so on. The more waste inhabitants, the more tax money used, then the money from the hands over. Ahem. And then do not find a person to open a company to wrap up a certain project. The establishment of 3 days to get subsidies are no problem. It's this kind of resident that makes the long-term gains. Decades and decades. And a bunch of council members started making a fuss. Even going so far as to get physical. Just about taking their shoes off and hitting people. After Yang Bo entered the game, he didn't go straight to start fighting the critters because he felt that there was something abnormal. What's wrong with just trying to brush up on critters a couple times yourself? What's wrong? Setting a fire sets off a B-class lurker. Fish frying a bunch of mutants. Blowing up bats blows up some more guys. And the last time I got lost I ran into mutants. Yang Bo carefully looked back at the video. The last time he was chased by the silver-armored rhinoceros. It was entirely because of those high-level mechs. These high-level mechs flew over his head. And then the silver-armored rhinoceros appeared? At that time, when he was inside the valley, the silver-armored rhinoceros was obviously chasing towards the high-level mecha and had already crossed over, only to see himself later and stop and turn his head to chase after him. Those advanced mechs became wreckage again inside the valley, and then the silver-armored rhinoceros inexplicably faced off with the mutants. Could it be that those mutants as well as the advanced mechs are targeting me? Yang Bo thought carefully and a result came out. Mutants, this can be understood. After all, we are hostile. So advanced mechs, why target themselves? Is full of food? Put this thing down. Yang Bo decided to first carefully study the game information. This game information is not all true. Not sure. But part of it is certainly true not? Players remotely control mechs to loot resources, which is what this game is really about. So surely some of the real information should be given. Taking a closer look, Yang Bo realized that this game only provided information about part of the area, including the map, rather than the entire planet. Then the hostile ones are the mutants, which are in Lord mode, with subordinates underneath a mutant boss and wars between individual mutants. There are also mutated monsters. Some of these monsters are in Lord mode and some are solo. Still need to brush the bats. Yang Bo's first goal was still bats. Sonic Control's ability to control such aids. Also bats are good bullies. A cave is a swarm. The electric eel side is not only deep water. It's not a swarm. And as for light energy control, this one hasn't seen any fluorescent poisonous frogs or anything like that. Yang Bo looked carefully at the video of his last mech again, and when he went to look for the bats, a high-level mech flew in front of him. It can't be that this turtle grandson drove the bats away, right? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a possibility. Although there is speculation, then YB has a plan to deal with it. Scumbag, this asshole. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the 8 players operating advanced mechs outside the base were going to collapse. The last time 8 advanced mechs were blown up by mutants. Some of these players were even scared to see a psychiatrist. The mechs are a small matter. The key is that these guys cleaned up Chopper Bird, a pervert, in the live forum, which no Chopper Bird brother well. A few of their own people mech was broken. The loss of mech money is nothing, pay is, but the face These people can change hundreds of IP to clean up the Chopper Bird brother. Can be said to be at least a rich second generation. So these 8 people guarded here. Here it comes, that pervert is out. The good news came, and a few people immediately came into the spirit. I'll make sure he gets it this time. That's it, the dead pervert. Make sure you pop his real address. Chapter 61 Era. Yang Bo's side is still full of bombs. Anyway, the last compensation for their own is still not used up. Thought of the last time to pick up the mech weapon to bring. By the way, look at the silver armored rhinoceros, this dilettante. Cool. This time, Yang Bo directly bought the mech flight pendant. Set the destination. Right at the base of the special platform. Is similar to an electromagnetic ejection. The mech is on it. Instantly bounced out. The flight pendant is activated. And the mech whooshed out of sight. Asterisk. That ING pervert. The 8 players of the advanced mechs all freaked out as they watched Maverick's sharpshooter mech whoosh out of existence. Gang leader? A few others were shocked to find that the gang leader did not respond anymore. Yang Bo came directly to the territory of the silver armored rhinoceros, which was a valley with a lake of several hundred acres. When Yang Bo landed on the top of the mountain, the mech sounded an alarm and followed the radar to see the silver armored rhinoceros in a hole, revealing half of its head. Era suggests a name if you don't like it. Yang Bo felt that this silver armored rhinoceros was a bit era. You say smart and smart. Say not smart and not smart. After a shout, he removes the mech flight pendant, which is usually used and discarded. Then with a leap, he landed hundreds of meters away from the silver armored rhinoceros, and then threw the pendant over to the guy. The silver armored rhinoceros looked at Yang Bo's mech warily, and when it saw the mech flight pendant that landed in front of it, it took a bite and wolfed it down. TSK. Yang Bo was looking at it with a TSK. This flight pendant was made of unusual material. Coming. Yang Bo shouted again, then threw out a mecha weapon. Mecha weapon material is better. Rare metal content is more. Yang Bo guessed that this silver armor rhinoceros on this planet, unless it is to get scrapped mecha, can eat some pure metal. Otherwise it is very difficult to eat. Not to mention this planet does not have some metal. Go. Yang Bo also don't know how. Feel this silver armored rhinoceros with his own eyes. Absolutely not. Look at each other some silly. Want to fool or something? No. Absolutely not. Yang Bo used the flying pendant today and caught 2 groups of people off guard. One of them wanted 8 high-level mechs, and the other one was the tiger-faced king. Tiger-faced king went to the next-door neighbor's house as a guest. See, the neighbor did not come back directly as their own home, and then know that the neighbor was decapitated by Yang Bo. Good guy. Directly to the neighbor's house, all the things to scavenge. A moment to replenish the loss of the front back. What are you guys doing? Why don't you know to keep an eye on this calamity? If you make a mistake next time, I'll make jerky out of you. Bunch of losers, assholes. I've raised the bounty to 2 energy mines. The tiger-faced king cursed at his subordinates, hating to cook this group of bastards. Now, why don't you go and see what this calamity likes? There are several others in our neighborhood. Yang Bo found the bat cave this time and looked at the bats hanging densely on the roof of the cave. His heart was happy. Set up a miniature hydrogen bomb directly in the depths of the cave. Then come back to the entrance to set up another one. The ground shook for a moment. A miniature hydrogen bomb deep in the cave. And then a few seconds later, the miniature hydrogen bomb in the entrance of the cave went off again. And the entrance of the cave caved in. Sonic takes control +1. Sonic mastery +1. Is densely packed with quite a bit of dynamic vision mixed in. Should we go to the underground world and take a look? Then get some powerful bombs and collapse the whole layer, so that we can gain more? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Just at this time, the radar alarm went off, and Yang Bo hurriedly activated his rocket backpack and flew into midair. Then Yang Bo was dumbfounded. Silver armored rhinoceros appeared in the direction of the radar alert. This guy is covered with silver. Light from the cave emerged half ahead. This cave is still out of the dust. None of that mattered. The guy had another mutant at his feet, still twitching by the looks of it, and this silver armored rhino was looking at Yang Bo with 2 small eyes. Era? Yang Bo shouted tentatively, and the sound went out through the mech. The silver-armored rhino then kicked the mutant out of the hole, his head bobbing, and disappeared, the hole collapsing after he disappeared. Not only is Yang Bo dumbfounded, even the people at the base are dumbfounded when they look at this. In the next second, Yang Bo blacked out again, mentally satisfied with Era's reaction. I won't break my own wealth. Yang Bo is a little crazy. Mutants will not mess with each other without knowing what superpower the other party has. If the other party's superpower is not compatible with their own attributes, give yourself some garbage ability. It is better to change the game currency to be a little more secure. How did this mech do it? Why don't we try it? The Sharp Blade mech used 8 advanced mech recs. Are you guys sure you want to try it out? How much are 8 advanced mechs worth now? And how much is this bounty? This side of base 16. Inside the control hall everyone was dumbfounded and then disgusted. But with one sentence from the commander, everyone knew that the idea was just that. An idea, and it wouldn't work at all. After running a few places in quick succession, I finally upgraded my Sonic control to Grand Master level. Sonic Mastery, Grand Master Sonic attack increases by 200%, Sonic detection increases by 200%, and Sonic shielding disruption increases by 200%. Looking at the skills, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Sonic attack detection, this he already knows. This Sonic shielding interference attribute, he has not yet comprehended. A small profit of 800,000 game coins. Exit the game. Yang Bo joyful. That's right, this mutant live is worth 800,000. Of course, if according to the selling price of the mech weapon thrown to the silver-armored rhinoceros, 800,000 gold coins are not enough, but that's picking up the scraps yourself. Yang Bo purchased a stereo, and then a recording device, both placed at a certain distance, trying to speculate on the ability of Sonic shielding interference. Carefully feel the sound waves coming out of the stereo. Gradually, these invisible sound waves inside Yang Bo's perception, as if they were water. The whole room is in the sound waves of this stereo shroud. Subconsciously Yang Bo blew a whistle, but it didn't blow, but an invisible fluctuation could be felt interfering with the recording equipment and sound. Hurriedly, he stopped the stereo and then turned on the recording device. Zigzag. A section of the fruit was interfered with. The beautiful song was gone, and Yang Bo almost jumped up in excitement. Since it can be interfered with, can it be simulated, or changed? Then Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Of course, to simulate and change someone else's sound wave, the first thing you need to do is to know someone else's frequency. In fact, it is completely possible to use the sound wave as a radar. Everyone walks and speaks with a sound pattern. That is, everyone's heartbeat sound is different. Oneself to feel this through. No matter how the other party disguises, one can instantly recognize, and does not need to be actively detected. Yang Bo realized that he could now hear some movements upstairs without using sonic detection, and his passive hearing range had expanded a lot. Chapter 62, It's not certain who's screwing who. Yang Bo had this idea. In fact, it was related to the current environment. Now actively releasing skills, there was a probability of being detected, while his own kind of passive collection ability was much safer. However, this passive ability, I currently saw little application scenarios, so Yang Bo also tried it, and then continued to test the active attack ability of the sound wave. The method of the sound wave spacing attack. The method is available, but the progress of the test is slow, because it involves the distance of the attack, the material, and the need for both hands to snap their fingers at the same time, so that the sound waves will meet at different points to form the attack force. This thing is too complicated. Yang Bo experimented for a while, his brain buzzing. This kind of needs a lot of calculations. First of all, the target distance, the material, and what kind of material there is in the middle of the intervals, the sound waves of two hands intersecting somewhere at the same time, the type of medium that the sound waves are transmitted. After testing the sound wave spacing, Yang Bo began to test the metal mastery. Yang Bo found that the skin metallization, which is the most basic of metal control, holding the hand on the door handle, can clearly perceive the metal structure inside the door lock, and can be controlled. That means that you can weld the inside of the door lock and you can open the door easily. King Bomb. Yang Bo had a lot of application scenarios inside his brain at once. As long as there was metal where this door ability was at its highest, he himself was the king. Your mech is awesome, and when you reach out, it makes your metal structure link directly together, and you can't move. You're a great fighter. Directly change the structure inside your engine, and you can still fly? Pick up the spoon and watch it turn into a fork in your hand. Then a spatula, mini skillet. Start experimenting with this simplest control and slowly increase the difficulty. The upper limit of this ability Yang Bo cannot imagine. Mecha Game Forum. Very hot. A famous small animal protection organization. Open life pit kill Chopper Bird Brother. Did not expect Chopper Bird Brother did not die, but their own heavy losses. For a while it was divided into two factions. One faction thought that pitting players inside the game was a sign of immorality, worse than Chopper Bird. The other side thinks Chopper Bird is a pervert and a useless piece of trash inside reality to kill small animals, which are so cute. A time in the forums to curse each other. Mecha game was already in the online reputation is not good. A lot of people thought that the anonymous IP, their mecha play waste, changed the address is, but that IP address is nullified. So if the next occupant comes in, wants to play the game, and finds out what's going on in there, they'll respond to the game's customer service. In a society where it's so easy to check who you're using, a lot of people have received court judgments for compensation for mechs. In fact, this game is like a game hall kind of game console. One console can be used by many people. The only difference is that the mechs inside the game are broken and need to be repaired. As for those who say they have an IP, they can memorize the login password, which means they can log in elsewhere by relying on one password. Of course you want to not want their own mech. Enter the game through the examination, and then receive the mech is. Of course if someone knows that this is remote control, I guess it is even more cursed. After all, this is considered to be eating from both ends. This shamelessness. Ugh. Many people had been skeptical, but the official line is that what we do is real. The more they argued, the more people wanted to join. So the originally 8-person advanced mecha team skyrocketed to 20 people. These people's first mission was to pit against Chopper Bird Brother. This pervert, because inside this game, there was no one who intentionally decapitated a small animal, and this group of people called themselves the Justice Gang, but also provoked some people's rebellious heart. Paralyzed. You are not allowed to kill is not it. We have to kill. The reality is also even so. A game you still come to force to talk about. Then another set of people came from Base 16, manning advanced mechs, laser guns by UBO hunting small animals, some kind of flying birds, some kind of rats. This wave is calling themselves the Chopper Bird Gang on the forums. Yang Bo practiced metal control for a while, then he was ready to continue into the game. After all, now that his salary was taken, how cool it was to play the game. After entering the forum, Yang Bo's face was green, and he cursed these guys for having enough to eat. Why are they targeting themselves? Are they not allowed to kill small animals inside the game? If it is not still micro-hydrogen bombs and shockwave bombs are not used up, their own immediately change an IP. Yang Bo gritted his teeth. These guys actually kill themselves. Very good. I just need to high-level mechs and Iron Cow to increase feelings. Yobo enters the game and walks over this time because Yobo is getting ready to punt. The place where the fish fry was last time, there was a mutant infestation underwater, which led to the fact that he did not dare to go over there. And this time, someone wanted to pit himself. Hey, this is not a shield, as long as it is operated well, so that these guys will be able to go against the mutants. It is not good. So this time Yang Bo manipulated the mech to walk over. Flying too fast for others to catch up is not. While Yang Bo was walking on his side, the people from the Justice Gang used high-altitude drones to track Yang Bo while guessing where Yang Bo was going so that they could make plans in advance. This group of people had money and bought a lot of information, and now they didn't know Yang Bo's destination, so they didn't act for the time being. Chopper Bird Gang. This gang also found Yang Bo, but not ready to follow. Chopper Bird Gang actually do not think much of Yang Bo. After all, a third-generation mecha. The game is just a blank slate. Manipulate such a mecha master. The real world do not know how to be miserable. The Bird Chopper Gang was targeting the Justice Gang, so the Justice Gang didn't move, and neither did this gang. Yang Bo had fun stepping on rats and chopping up birds along the way. What is the skill of flying for? According to reason, I can't fly either. Even though I and the bird are both carbon-based creatures, Yang Bo hadn't even thought about being able to fly. But what exactly was this flight skill like? There's also the limited information received, and the incomplete information received by F-class citizens causes a lot of things to seem a bit contradictory. Yang Bo also knew that he didn't know a lot of things, because there is no source of information, and the fat boss's side can't tell you all they know, because the information you don't know is priceless. Came to this side of the lake. Yang Bo originally did not want to blow up the fish. After all, the swimming skills are full, but sometimes it is just to be intentional. Ha ha, this calamity really went to the lake last time. I wonder if our neighbors know about it. The tiger-faced Great King was in his lair, looking at the virtual image that was transmitted back, and laughed out loud when he realized that the sharp blade mecha was right next to the lake. Great King, our neighbors are very powerful. Will they blow up the sharp blade mecha? The tiger-faced Great King's subordinate asked worriedly. No, it won't be, because I have received news that 40 advanced mechs have been dispatched from the human base side, and the target direction is exactly the Calamity Planet side. It looks like it's the same group of humans that lured the silver-armored rhinoceros last time. With a wave of his hand, The tiger-faced Great King saw the moment a group of advanced mechs took off on the virtual image. On this side of the lake, Yang Bo was looking at the result of the first impact bomb, then looked at the drones that followed him all the way up high in the sky, and said in his heart, "It's time for the people who pitted themselves to come. Will the mutants not make it in time?" Chapter 63, A lot of questions. Yang Bo muttered under his breath, his eyes dead set on the radar, which showed signs of the fish's activity underwater. "I don't know what happened with the last fish fry, but the only way this place is going to sneak up on you is underwater. The last time the mutant's own radar didn't even detect it, but from the distribution map of the fish, he knew someone was down there, and the fish's ability to perceive was much better than radar." Sure enough, in a short while, Yang Bo noticed the change in the fish group. The blood and flesh of the fish that was blown up just now and whatnot attracted a lot of fish, which were scattered to this side, but now some of the fish could be seen quickly dodging away, leaving behind a blank space. What is this? There must be something going on. Seeing the other side getting closer and closer, it was at this time that Yobo saw the rear mech on his radar and flew across the river in a flash. Yobo chose a place where a river entered a lake. After Yang Bo landed, he took out 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. And then he saw a dozen or so high-level mechs fall down across the river from where he had just stood, and a few more went who knows where. "Pervert, you dead pervert." Suddenly a red mech on the other side. The whole thing seemed like a ball of fire. A sissy voice outward through the mech, and pointing a mech finger at himself, cursing himself. Yang Bo shook the miniature hydrogen bomb in his hand and hung it on his body, then gave a middle finger to the other party. "Pervert, scum, beast, asshole." Several of the opposing mechs cursed together. Another wave of mechs came at this time, and when Yang Bo saw this, his mech rocket backpack activated and flew up towards mid-air. Then a dive, 2 miniature hydrogen bombs in his hand, pulling the safety off, and when he was close to 100 meters from the lake, the mech made a turn, and the 2 hydrogen bombs quickly fell into the water. "Ha ha, ha ha, cool, dude is too powerful, blow me up." The people from the Chopper Bird gang laughed loudly inside the mecha channel when they saw this scene. Boom, boom. 2 miniature hydrogen bombs explode underwater, and Ebor feels as if it's different this time. Just now controlling the mech. Flying feels so smooth. Could it be that the flying skill brings? Yang Bo had a thought in his heart. The Justice Gang is broadcasting live, and countless viewers see that Yang Bo actually hydrogen bombed the fish, and their first reaction is that they are sick. I go. This dude is sick. Walking to blow up fish. This miniature hydrogen bomb don't want game money. I think it's sick too. Definitely a psychopath. That's right. Maybe it's some celebrities in reality, coming to vent inside the game. I've heard that some celebrities are perverted. Gee, something's not right. However, the next second, everyone felt that something was wrong, because inside the water waves impacted by the miniature hydrogen bombs, a dozen silhouettes rushed towards the people of the Justice Gang. Mutants. Advanced mutants. Watching the livestream was dumbfounded. How the hell did a mutant show up? Holy, it's actually a mutant from the danger zone. The Chopper Bird gang had originally come to watch the fun, but they didn't expect a reversal all of a sudden. Big brother, what should we do? Can't shoot. These guys are tangled up with the Justice Gang. Big brother is right. Let's fly higher. That's right. It's not like we're long-range snipers. The players of the Chopper Bird gang with their laser cannons said that they weren't long-range. Yeah, fly higher. It was followed by even more flying high video watching the action. The Justice Gang lost 3 high-level mechs in a single shot. This group of mutants, their arms changed into 2 large scythes just like a praying mantis, shining with a glittering green light. These people were over 2 meters tall. Big brother, the Justice Gang is just a bunch of brats, losing 3 mechs in one shot. TSK. Ha ha, these guys even sent high-level mechs to lure the mutant creatures, not realizing that their own side would be bad first. The mecha channel in the sky was buzzing with activity. These people were very fast, jumping out from inside the water. The 3 strongest ones jumped directly onto the 3 advanced mechs. The red first one, the scythe flashed with green light, and in a split second it pierced through the cabin of the mech, and the mech's head was cut off. The mecha head had a lot of equipment integrated into it, and the mecha head was made of the hardest metal, and it was chopped right off by this mutant. These mechs were abusing Yang Bo just now. How do they know that a dozen mutants rushed out in an instant, and the alarms inside the mechs resounded through their eardrums? A portion of the players subconsciously pushed the lever, and the entire mech flew up or backed up, dodging a bullet. The other was then decimated in an instant by 2 or 3 other mutants jumping on the mech. Then the next second, the men burrowed directly into the water on the ground and disappeared. The water waves impacted by the explosion of the 2 hydrogen bombs just now were several meters high, and the huge waves surged towards the shore of the lake. Yang Bo did not move the mutant, because in Yang Bo first not sure. the other side is too fast. Secondly, in his own eyes, the obvious enemy is not scary. And mutants kill themselves. Maybe give some trash skills. It is better to stimulate these mutants. Continue to pit these guys. Yang Bo put a few people cursed his voice recorded. In case there is a chance to meet. The reality inside is a good person on it. If but where there is so little bad. He let him know what is called Chopper Bird Brother. But what makes Yang Bo strange is that this wave of people seems to be divided into two parts. A dozen or so at a height of several hundred meters. All holding laser guns, laser cannons. Froze to see death. Dude. Awesome. These dozen or so mechs. Didn't look very high grade. 7th or 8th generation mechs. One of these mechs turned on the sound outward and gave Yang Bo a thumbs up. Yang Bo was a bit shocked. What is this for? Ah. Shameless. Despicable. Asshole. The people of the Justice Gang were frantic. This time they lost 11 more mechs. They were all high-level mechs. And they were blown up by the mutants again. Serves you right. That's right. A bunch of sandpipers, playing a game and forcing it too. Exactly. Brothers, get offline and go to the forums. The Justice Gang's shabbies are in deep disgrace. Yang Bo looked at a group of mechs holding laser guns, laser cannons, and flew away directly. You asshole, you wait. The group that came first dropped a sentence and left as well. Looking at the mechs on the ground, Yang Bo shrugged. Iron Bull's rations were available. Yang Bo directly spent 100,000 game coins and rented a flying transporter to transport 11 wreck mechs to the Silver Armored Rhino's territory. The people at the base were speechless. The pricing of the flight transporter, which was based on the dangerous area. Yang Bo had transported a long distance this time, but most of it was in the safe area, and the charges were very cheap. Commander, the analysis is out. According to the video data, these mutants should be the mysterious Black Blade tribe. On this side of the base, someone reported to the commander. The Black Blade tribe? I didn't realize that the Black Blade tribe actually lived in the water. So how did this sharpshooter mech know about it? The base commander frowned. Was it all a coincidence? Commander, do you think it's possible that the player inside this sharp blade mecha is a veteran? It's not like we don't have retired veterans on our side. Although some interference measures have been taken so that the veterans don't have these memories. But after all, measures are measures. Someone opened his mouth and asked. I don't know what's going on lately, but I can't contact the fleet commander. The base commander looked at the stars with some hesitation. Yang Bo threw one mech wreckage after another at the entrance of Tainyo's hole, and Tainyo's small eyes looked at the small mountain of mechs with disbelief. Only when the transporter flew away did Yang Bo call out, Tainyo, I came to see you. How are these? When Iron Bull heard Yang Bo's voice, he immediately understood, then twisted his head and went inside the cave. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. What kind of goodies will Iron Bull give this time? Chapter 64, The Fat Boss's Decision. Yang Bo was also looking forward to what kind of goodies Tainyo would bring to him in his heart. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Bo opened the forum to see what had happened and how it was different from what he had expected. Open the forum to take a look. Yang Bo was dumbfounded. Actually, two groups of people in the above choke. A group of people is the pit to kill their own people. That is to say, scolding their own people. The other wave of people actually support their own. This wave of people is the mechs with long guns and short cannons weapons. However, Yang Bo took a closer look and realized that the people who support themselves actually do not care about themselves. They care more about the set of people who oppose the pit themselves. The two sets of people in the forum above. You and I scolded very vigorously. Seeing this, Yang Bo hemmed and hawed. It's long overdue for someone to come out and take care of it. It's just a game, and you're still so crazy inside the game? However, Yang Bo also knows that some people are just confident. On Earth there is a country where women, as long as there is a man close to them, they say that the man harassed them, and later opened a special subway car specifically for these women. Some people simply don't realize that women-only carriages were not actually created to protect women, but to protect men. Similarly, the laws in this world are bizarre, with more laws protecting small animals than even people. Yang Bo is considered to see clearly. As long as it is a society composed of human beings, there is no utopia. Everyone has their own ideas. It is impossible for someone to serve willingly for the sake of others. Previously, Yang Bo also thought that he was in this country as a real parliamentary system, and now understands some, only to find that it is not a big power. All the big families of the big consortia management of this country. The opposition often also opposes for the sake of opposition, not caring at all about the matter itself, whether it is reasonable or not. After looking at it for a while, Yang Bo exited the forum, and at this time, the Iron Ox appeared in the cave entrance again. But this time, the thing that the Iron Ox kicked over made Yang Bo a bit dumbfounded. A unicorn horn, like it's the horn of an iron bull, but the back is empty, like it was molted and replaced, or something? Alright then, I'll leave first. Yang Bo looked at Tainyo, who was looking at himself with his small eyes, so he picked up the horn and left with a greeting. Without enough bombs on his body, as well as those unknown mutants who were now hiding somewhere, Yang Bo always had a feeling that he had been targeted by mutants just after he left the base, or else the mutants wouldn't have come so quickly. The last time I killed a bird. The lack of skill was telling. The biotech of these mutants had reached a very sick level. Ha, really is a disaster. Our neighbor this time seriously injured. Let the following small people to keep an eye on this mecha. At any time to send news to our neighbor. Our neighbor is good after the will certainly be out again. Our neighbor is a careful guy. This time ate such a big loss. Not to find back. Everyone will mock him. In underground space, the tiger-faced great king laughed loudly. This time this neighbor of his was actually injured as well, and was seriously injured by the impact of 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. Hydrogen bombs caused a lot more shockwave damage in water than they did in air. Mostly, of course, because these mutants were so close to the hydrogen bomb blast. When the Justice Gang's people finish replenishing their mechs, he himself will take them to the underground world to sneak around a bit. He. Yang Bo maneuvered his mech back to the base and went offline. Yang Bo did not dare to go deep into the dangerous area before. That was because he was a lousy mech, but now he has a teammate. Although this teammate is a bracket, but when things happen, as long as he runs faster than his teammate, the dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. It will be fine. The reason why we have to plan to go to the underground world is because the advanced mechs can fly. And if something really happens, you can't run away from others by yourself outside. Good man. Yang Bo still didn't know the value of what Tainyo had given himself, and the game official said he wanted to appraise it. After Yang Bo got off the game, he trained some camouflage and looked at himself inside the mirror. Stallone's look. All tendons and bulging muscles. Yang Bo, this is to prepare a few more templates. When the need arises, you can quickly change. After eating, Yang Bo was pondering to continue practicing metal control when he received a message from Fatty Boss, then went out the door. Out of the door found the community inside 2 more tall iron columns. Above is an orb. Is under construction. Came to the community to see. Good guy. Actually energy detection equipment. And is military grade. Shaking his head, Yang Bo went to the office. Came to the company. The fat boss first opened his mouth to take out a document and said, Yang Bo, this time the government compensation to you is 1,250,000 credits, including the spiritual loss and so on the cost, and then the company compensation to you is 800,000 credits, in addition to the Dome Casino compensation of 300,000 credits, as well as your recent work salary and so on. Yang Bo looked at it carefully and then signed it. The fat boss spoke again. Yang Bo, I'm ready to leave this planet. Not only me, but many others. How have you considered what you said last time? Boss, is it going somewhere? Yang Bo opened his mouth and asked. March Star, there is a new immigrant planet. There are many opportunities over there. The biggest landscape over there is the 3 huge moons. If you go over this time, the time spent on the road counts as salary, and the money compensated to you is enough to buy a big house. And the new immigrant planet is a bit more lenient on the fertility aspect. The fat boss took out a piece of information and gave it to Yang Bo. The fat boss then seemed to be talking to himself. Now that tens of thousands of new energy detection devices have been added to planet Pardo, if people with superpowers don't take the initiative to report, and then get detected by this detector, it's just big trouble. Yang Bo's heart fluttered. Last time Wu Bing also said that many people seem to be residents, but actually had supernatural abilities. Boss, why is it that people like us can also have factory babies? According to the reasoning that we can't have children if we fail to inject genetic agents and our genes are contaminated? Yang Bo asked a question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. The fat boss sighed. Because the injected gene potion, as long as it is successful, it can basically determine the direction of genetic evolution. The gene potion is also divided into many faculties, many types. Fire energy gene potion evolvers, more than 99% are fire energy superpower. And the contaminated genes combine with each other. There is a certain probability of giving birth to new superpowers. Although this chance is very small, quite a few celebrities were born as factory babies. The fat boss continued to explain. Yang Bo understands. Everything makes sense. Gene potion because of the material. As long as it is successful, then the superpower is probably in a certain direction. In order to think of new faculties of superpowers to appear, the only way to rely on the natural awakening. How about it? Do you want to go together? This time the head office will give a chance to genetically evolve ancient martial arts or secret arts. Of course the company will also try to inquire about what kind of genetic agent you injected, so that you can once again choose a genetic agent that doesn't clash with the one you injected last time. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo and asked, Chapter 65, the answer? Yang Bo's heart was immediately enlightened. No wonder the last time I heard many celebrity politicians do not inject genetic agents or need a chip. These people just need to manage the company or consortium do not need any systematic professional knowledge. Just like those big companies on Earth, Big Boss cannot know the specific technology, as long as you know how to manage people maybe the boss is a garbage school garbage professional graduation, but the staff under the staff need to be professional and technical, maybe undergraduate, returnees to the C doctorate or whatever. Go. Yang Bo decided to go. Those energy detectors in this city were a huge threat, as well as those crazy people from the Red Count, who might still come. Then Yang Bo asked worriedly, how are we residents going to get there? Space travel is dangerous? Yang Bo, do not allow residents to space travel, because the cost is too high. Residents to travel, the cost is 5 times the cost of other citizens. Do you think these residents will then think it is discrimination? In fact, at the very beginning the residents could travel, but many residents were against it. All the same journey, why do we residents cost more? And some opposition took the opportunity to make things happen, and then there was none. Residents travel interstellar, wear special protective suits, sit inside special cockpits, and many citizens' children, infants and toddlers can travel interstellar. You can rest assured on our side. I can't possibly say that I've traveled thousands of miles to bring you guys over there without proper protection on the way. The fat boss thought that Yang Bo was worried and finally said. Yang Bo asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, boss, aren't there any residents left in March Star? So why do we need to bring people over here? The fat boss shook his head and said, Yang Bo, I recruited 9 residents before you, and all of them quit after 1 day, and 3 reported the company. Alas, Lu Jijia, there is a sentence did not say. That is, the March Star side has reached an agreement with the company to bring a person to settle how much money to give, and the residents out of work. This data a takeout. The planet data look good. There are political achievements. In addition to the Ansheji such are residents of the company, the government has a large amount of subsidies. Each year, the politicians of the planet of March can also attack the planet of Padua, saying something about how many residents from your side have come over to our side and that your side sucks blah blah blah. Then there's the resident state subsidy, and how much a resident has to be subsidized. Yang Bo coughed, then asked, boss, why do you think the gene potion can be 100% successful now, and we failed? This question Yang Bo has some guesses in his heart, but he has not been able to find out why, so he asked today, without residents, what is to be done with all these tax dollars every year? Who do these huge taxpayers' money go to? The council lords take it themselves. Do these taxpayers have a problem with that? There are definitely opinions, but turning a wave through the residents will use up some of it. But then again, it's safe. Residents' welfare, food, clothing, housing. How many companies are involved in all this? At this point in time there are taxpayers who are dissatisfied. That's discriminating against the residents. And without waiting for the council lords to speak, the residents are objecting first. Of course, in order for the taxpayers to be able to balance some of their hearts, then make some actions to restrict the residents, so that the tax-paying citizens feel superior, such as sitting inside an upscale cafe, looking at the residents outside who can't get in. Is there not a feeling of superiority in your heart? Yang Bo, you guessed that those residents who disappeared in this incident and have no heirs, will the government give compensation? And do you think these people will be in the official data? The fat boss looked at Yang Bo and asked. Yang Bo pretended to be a little surprised. He had long had this speculation. The fat boss finally even said, and there's still a drug test. Who knows how many trials are needed for a new genetic agent? Just like us residents, we still have to pay taxes every year, on our houses, our families, and so on. Who is at the disposal of the huge tax money? So it's impossible to be without inhabitants, ever, and when you learn about the other 2 countries later, you'll know that our country is pretty good compared to the other 2. You sign such a document. The follow-up needs you to accompany along to handle some documents. Probably after a month we can leave this planet. The fat boss took out another document and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a closer look at it. It was actually the official application document of March Star. Yang Bo applied to go to March Star. Yang Bo out of the company. The salary will be paid as usual in the future. A month later departure. In the interstellar roughly 3 months' time. And then arrived at the new planet. It's true that bosses like to talk to people alone. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. In fact, what Yang Bo does not know is that the other employees are down to owe the company a large sum of money. The fat boss gave 2 ways, pay back or go. And everyone else has done things they shouldn't have done to get out of the company? Oh, there are some lines of work that you get into and don't want to get out of. And if the Anzac company doesn't make a move, the ones that Anzac serves will make a move for fear of you talking nonsense or something. A company wants to set up an employee. It is too simple. Just like what Wu Bing said, lending money to Yang Bo to buy a house. YB found notices posted on the buses as well. And the buses are to be fitted with small energy detectors as well. It shouldn't be. A red Earl scares people like this? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. After getting off the bus, Yang Bo looked at the starry sky. The huge empty harbor was so charming under the light of stellar rays. Finally get to experience an underground vacuum tunnel? Legend has it that the entire tunnel is a vacuum. And the entire tunnel uses electromagnetic technology to reach speeds of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. There's also the space elevator, the huge and fascinating airports, the battleships. Yang Bo was an F-class citizen, so a lot of information couldn't be known more. Even browsing on the internet, it's what you can see at your level, and you're just by virtue of imagining what an empty harbor looks like. I guess it's like how certain companies on Earth strictly forbid their employees from divulging their salaries for fear of envy and jealousy from those at the lower levels. Back home, Yang Bo looked at the energy detector under construction, and was worried in his heart. To really check if a person is a genetic evolver, he has to draw blood to be sure. Going to other planets shouldn't draw blood, or else fatty. Wu Bing and these are the first to reveal themselves. Enter the game. Since there is no way to perform it, then conduct virtual training. Yang Bo didn't dare to test it inside reality anymore, but it could be tested virtually. Mecha fighting training. This looks chicken ribs, but can train their reaction ability, as well as hand speed. Their biggest dependence is the mecha inside the space. Their own strength in front of high-tech is a tofu. Yang Bo fought for a while, then decided to carry on the mecha fighting training. Wait until the Justice Gang's people advanced mechs come together, then enter the game. Anyway, these guys in the forums, beeping themselves how. Chapter 66, ahaha, Mecha fighting training. This was a virtual training content that came with the mecha game. Mecha fighting training is mainly to train the game player's operation method and increase the game player's resilience. Of course, this is the game official said so. Yang Bo had once conducted mecha fighting training. Mecha fighting training was a virtual opponent. The opponent would get faster and faster and faster, and the opponent demonstrated a lot of superior skills. At the beginning, Yang Bo could easily defeat the opponent, but once he was at a standstill with the opponent, the target of the training would be a minute strength increase of 1 level. The speed is visible to the naked eye faster. Yang Bo then imagined the mech as his real self, but mechs are not as flexible as real people after all. The elements of mecha fighting are fast, hard, accurate as well as the ability to anticipate. You are able to anticipate the opponent's movements. Then you win. Yang Bo's dynamic vision had this ability to anticipate the opponent's movements and where the opponent was attacking himself from. Inside this kind of fighting, there is no saying that he is 100% uninjured. Yang Bo adopts the fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries, lightly or seriously injuring himself and screwing the other party to death. The high intensity of the training made it so that Yang Bo was only able to train for half an hour every time he did a fight, which was only for 2 or 3 fights, and then he had to rest or get a headache. This is a side effect of dynamic vision, caused by the brain running at high speed. Energy detector. Yang Bo had recently discovered another channel to see more secrets of this world. That is the shopping website. Yang Bo is ready to buy an energy detector to detect the energy fluctuations in his body, but the result is that when he looks carefully at the shopping website, he finds that the energy detector can only detect known energy fluctuations, and those unknown energy fluctuations cannot be detected. That is to say, with my sonic detection as well as stealth, these energy fluctuations are not detected and recorded. Yang Bo had read some science articles in his past life and knew that no matter what kind of energy, it had a frequency or wavelength. It took constant exploration by humans on Earth to discover gravitational waves and such. Yang Bo looked at some other things and realized that energy stones were divided into many categories. Energy stones are divided into man-made as well as naturally mined. Man-made energy stone categories, not as many as naturally mined. Naturally mined energy stone a lot of cannot be determined what category of energy, while man-made energy stone can decide what kind of category. Another benefit of energy stone jewelry is that genetic warriors can absorb energy stones of the same lineage when they are in danger. Although it would cause some damage to the body, it could save the situation in times of danger. As this one of his was only of the same family and not a homologous energy stone, the damage to the body caused by non-homologous energy stones after absorption is unknown. So this method is generally not used until the critical moment. Let's call you Mirage from now on. Yang Bo looked at the energy weapon in his hand, the one similar to the Tang blade that he bought last time, and slowly turned into a chopper under his Metal Mastery's superpower, so he gave the weapon an official name. This change made Yang Bo almost laugh out loud, because in this highly technologically advanced world, as long as one revealed his true appearance at some point, then he would definitely be found out. Then space inside the mech, but also their own homologous metal. later take out to change a shape. Is not there a lot of identity? Ah ha ha. Yang Bo think of another possibility. Excited almost jumped up. The third generation of Mech is too conspicuous. This thing out, the Red Earl shall not immediately shout at himself, but change the other Mech. Ah ha ha, my vest countless ah. Yang Bo now had the ability to disguise himself. He could turn into other people's appearance. The weapon in his hand could still be changed, and his body could be metallized with his skin, so that outsiders would have a hard time finding himself from his appearance. The main fight is an old 6 behavior. Frontal toughness is not suitable for this high-tech developed society. Sneaky, obscene development, backstabbing, just like the last Red Earl incident. He is the biggest beneficiary, but how can others not find out about themselves? Next, it was an effort to train in mecha fighting while familiarizing himself with the variety of weapons that could already be turned into in the metal control hand. Also, one's own people become a variety of shapes, the main one being a poor shape, and after the shape change, the skin is then metallized so that no one can recognize them. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside the garden of a certain manor on the planet Pardo, 2 middle-aged men in suits were sitting on a bench, and one of them opened his mouth and asked, now that more than 20,000 citizens have applied to emigrate to other planets, with the largest number of them on the planet March reaching more than 9,000 people, is our honorable administrator just going to let this behavior go? Dear Honorable Minister of Finance, why do you say such things? Citizens carrying out normal immigration activities within the Alliance, which is in line with the requirements of the Alliance's laws and does not violate any laws? The other person was Pardo Star's administrator, Lei Bo, who heard this and looked playfully at a white cloud in the sky as he opened his mouth. Your Excellency the Chief Executive. You know that the law is the law, but this is about our fundamental interests. More than 10,000 of the 20,000 or so citizens are tax-paying citizens, and then there's the rest who are residents who are on welfare. If we let this situation continue, I think it won't be long before our tax revenues drop significantly, then our deficit will continue to expand, and if the deficit expands by a dangerous percentage each year, the union might investigate us. Another person spoke up again. Reb craned his head to look at his finance minister and shook his head. Yes, my dear honorable finance minister, we are abiding by the laws of the Alliance, but there are some people who can disobey the laws of the Alliance, such as the interstellar pirates who roam around the interstellar shipping lanes, and I think that emigration can be a very dangerous activity, and this emigration may just be the beginning, and the ones who come after it may want to stay on our Pardo Star to continue living. Oh, this is really good news. It seems that our administrator has already planned for everything. Then this is a very good news for all of us. This attack the Union compensated us a large sum of money. This large sum of money to bring those who were attacked by pirates in the middle of the migration for moral comfort. Or enough. Another person whistled, and then said triumphantly. Reb nodded. And we can also bash the administrator of the planet March. It is due to his rude behavior that caused the pain these immigrants have endured. I think we can file a lawsuit on behalf of these immigrants against the administrator of the planet March when the time comes and mention to make a claim. That's really good news. But why haven't those idiots in the security departments found the mysterious mecha yet? Those departments get paid big money every year. Another person said with glowing eyes upon hearing this news. Yes, the security services are idiots. And they're the kind of guys who should be sent up to the mineral planet instead of wasting our taxpayers' money for nothing. Yes, it's been a wonderful day. I think it's the best news I've heard in a while. So let's wait for the good news. Surely there is no interest in coming to my study and having a drink to celebrate these immigrants? Of course. The two left the area and then headed towards an old fortress a few hundred meters away in the distance. Chapter 67 Brother, change your profession. Yang Bo followed his fat boss and made 2 trips to the administration to get the immigration formalities done. No medical checkups or anything else, as it had been less than a year since Yang Bo's last medical checkup. Within the scope of the years of exemption from inspection and visa, and the March Star side also officially received Yang Bo's file From now on, Yang Bo was an F-class citizen of March Star. All that was left to do was the trip on the way by airship to the administrative planet where the planet of March was located, which was about 3 months. Fatty Boss side is still doing formalities for other people. Other people's formalities are a bit more complicated than Yang Bo's, because these people have loans. The loans in the local administrative star have to be dealt with before they can handle the immigration, because the financial strategy of each planet is different. March Star is a new administrative star. The financial strategy has a lot of concessions, and Pardo Star as an old administrative star financial concessions are a lot less, and business are also different from the consortium. It gave YB the feeling of being like Amy on Earth, where each of their domestic states had their own legal documents, some of which were simply the opposite, illegal in one state but legal in another. It looks like the original owner's talent is really too trashy. After training so many times, the mecha driving skill is still the same. That is to say, even if I have the skill, I want to learn it to increase the experience of this skill is completely not possible, because the body itself is limited, and the only way to continuously enhance it is through the external plugin. Yang Bo didn't know how soon the ship would depart. He would be notified in advance, and when he returned home, he would continue his mecha training and then familiarize himself with metal control. Is the Justice Gang here again? Just when Yang Bo was notified that there were still 10 days to go before he left the Paddle Star. Inside the mecha game, the Justice Gang gathered once again and was cursing back and forth with the Chopper Bird Gang on the forums. Entering the game and looking at the members of the Justice Gang from afar. There were more than 30 of them. Yang Boats get inside. TSK. These guys actually have 1/3 of flying mechs and 1/3 of long-range mechs. But dude, this time we're going to the underground world. You guys are sure you have a brain if you're bringing these things? Oh yeah, you guys don't know where I'm going. Yang Bo was covered in bombs, and on his way out the door, the mech gave the Justice Gang 2 international friendly gestures with both hands. Blast him to death for me. Get bombs, hydrogen bombs, plasma bombs. The Justice Gang leader found a good solution this time. This game is not allowed to attack each other. Mechs can't lock onto their own people's mechs, but bombs can hurt. And this time the Justice Gang made a tight plan to kill Chopper Bird with bombs, and had someone specialize in stepping in and taking the fall, because under normal circumstances, accidentally injuring someone else's mech has to be compensated, but specializing in backstabbing is not afraid. There is no money, love it or not. While walking, Yang Bo also manipulated the mech, chopping birds and killing rats and whatnot, and provoking the drones in the sky. Quickly, go send a message to our neighbor. In the mysterious underground space, the tiger-faced king was a bit bored and received the message. Why did the tiger-faced king recognize Yang Bo directly? Firstly, this base has only this 1/3 generation mech. Of course, there may be a second one. Secondly, who the hell has nothing to do with using a mech to chop up birds and step on rats? And thirdly, very few mechs walk to their destinations. And when these 3 points are in line, it's 100%. And it is only 1 point. The tiger-faced king will also give the neighbor, after all, and not their own to find that calamity. The other party is not a calamity was killed by the neighbor. Deserved, is a calamity, it is better not. Looking at Calamity's route of travel, the tiger-faced great king immediately guessed that Calamity should be going to the underworld and hurriedly told his good neighbor. It looks like playing for a while again. Then re-examine and change a mech. Why is Yang Bo not afraid? Because you can change the mecha. As long as the examination reaches certain requirements, you can change the mech of other generations. Of course, now this mech you have to repair to the initial state. This pervert actually went to the underground world. Let's go. Plasma bombs are brought. Hydrogen bombs are also brought. This dog is looking for death. The Justice Gang leader, after realizing that Yang Bo entered too, both sides are calculating with each other. You want to trap me? I want to trap you. Chopper Bird Gang side also sends people to follow. A dozen or so 7th or 8th generation mechs with different equipment are following the Justice Gang. Big brother, let's change our profession. The live broadcast charge this earns a miserable. Then we do that business is much better. That's it. More than 70,000 people have paid now. And it's already $7 million in revenue. Big brother, why don't we change our line of work? Doggone it. When we used to get some good stuff, those miscellaneous consortiums would only give a 10% discount on the price. Shut up. Let's see it first. We can't let Chopper Bird die or no one will watch the next broadcast. Got it. Big brother, last time we went live we earned 16 million credits. No wonder there are so many people playing this damn game. Big brother, if Chopper Bird brother is caught inside reality, let's go get it out and let this kid go on the game every day. This kid is on the game for so many days. Exactly. Well, don't talk, Chopper Bird is going in. Yang Bo just entered the entrance of the underground world. The people of the Justice Gang landed directly. There is no way. People as advanced mecha will fly. Boom. But just as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a strong impact was made, and 36 mechs were hit with a series of alarms. Bastard. Get him. The leader of the Justice Gang was a sissy, hissing in a distorted voice. Yes. The reason why Yangbo set off the bomb was to provoke the Justice Gang group of people, in addition to telling the mutants that they're hero themselves. Chopper Bird Gang's live broadcast side. The number of people who watched it rose from 70,000 to 80,000 at once, and to come in and watch it, you have to pay 100 credits, so this point counts for nothing. Ha ha, Brother Chopper Bird has struck. Quick, get in there and see what's going on. These two sets of people are dog eat dog. That's right, the last time Brother Chopper Bird took away 11 high-level mechs in one wave. It was hot to watch. Quick, reward 10,000 credits and hurry in. Yang Bo moved quickly through the underground world. The ultra-high reaction brought by the dynamic vision allowed Yang Bo to drive his flight backpack furiously through the underground passages, radar on each other to be able to see each other's traces. Yang Bo is ready to go to the last sinkhole. If there is no mutant when they get there, they will go back. If there is a mutant, they will run back just. Ha! Suddenly the game screen surprised Yang Bo. The traces on the ground were obviously different, as if something had been active often. Tracking ability? Subconsciously Yang Bo thought that he had another tracking ability. Then controlling the mech, the body twisted and went towards the traces. The underground world was dark, but the mech had high technology. It looked no different than having a bright light. Chapter 68 Deep Underground. These traces reminded Yang Bo of the last time he had seen the scene, which was the scene of the mutants grazing. Yang Bo had a feeling that these mutants were able to survive until now. It should be that the Alliance side didn't fight with all their might, because just by themselves they could think of many perverted means to clean up the mutants. Of course, maybe the mutants have some unknown means. The Mechs were inside the passages of the underground world, moving quickly. In the underground world, sometimes there was a bad place. That is, some places were narrow. The more they went, the smaller they got, and the chances of encountering a dead end were high. This was also why Yang Bo had to follow the traces and chase after them, because it was basically impossible for a dead end to exist in traces traveled this way. As for whether it will get lost, now Yang Bo already has some ways to get out of the ground smoothly. The main thing is to pit the Justice Gang behind a wave. This gang of guys is simply unreasonable. Obviously it's just a game, but also to come to control themselves. Maybe it's because of my past life. I hate this kind of stand-up guy the most. There really is something fishy. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Bo heard a sound. If anything, the frequency of this sound was somewhat similar to the horn sound he heard inside the sinkhole. In other words, someone is repelling or attracting these creatures. For the point that sound waves can attract or repel creatures, Yang Bo knows that some on the earth some use these means to hunt some birds or other animals, or to repel wild beasts. What kind of communication method does this mech game use? Why isn't my radar working well down here? But the game screen has no delay or anything at all? This world's means of communication. Let Yang Bo feel a little magical. Mecha game this planet from the planet where he is now do not know how far. The screen is not delayed at all. This underground world is even more on the radar detection, has a huge impact but has no effect on the communication. Yang Bo's speed is fast. The Justice Gangs is not slow. These guys can manipulate advanced mechs, which in itself is a sign of the problem. But in this underground world, the operation is going to be a bit troublesome, and they can't move forward at a high speed. The people from the Chopper Bird Gang in the back, on the contrary, seem to be very familiar with the situation down here, and the mechs acted as if they were flowing like water. Big brother, Brother Chopper Bird is going down there. Shall we go? Let's go. What are we afraid of? We can't outrun those mutated creatures, but we can't outrun the Justice Gang? That's right, let's go. It's been watched by 90,000 people. It's already earned 9 million game coins, or the kind that can be casually exchanged. It's just that, when I used to do something to earn some money, I had to wash it before I used it. Inside the Chopper Bird Gang's channel, there was a lot of talk. With this ability of sonic control, Yang Bo, who was at the forefront, judged the approximate location of the other party, and directly rushed in the approximate direction, and there were still traces on the ground. Suddenly, Yang Bo saw dense creatures on the radar, and after 10 seconds or so, Yang Bo looked inside a huge underground cavern, densely packed with cave lizards. The lizards were heading in one direction while the radar sounded a piercing alarm. Ha ha, Yang Bo laughed happily inside the room. These lizards gave camouflage ability. As for the alarm, it was because the mutants had spotted themselves, and a couple of hydrogen bombs in their hands, with a flick of their hands, were dropped, before the mechs made a swift dash towards a side passage. Roar! A dozen mutants just saw Yang Bo's mecha. They all froze, swiftly rushed over, when they saw the hydrogen bombs, roared angrily. Energy rays of various colors emerged from these mutants' bodies. Their figures flashed and chased towards Yangbo. But in the next second, several high-level mechs appeared, and the radar of the Justice Gang's people also spotted a mutant, and they secretly said that it was just the right time to block Chopper Bird's brother and blow up his mechs. How could they know that in a single glance, the mutants pounced on them? But the advanced mechs all had their automatic attack systems on. A stream of lasers, high-energy particles, poured out instantly, and the mutants didn't notice the advanced mechs. Rumble. Just then, several hydrogen bombs exploded and the ground shook. After dropping the hydrogen bombs, Yangbo turned and entered a side passage, immediately leaving behind 2 blaster bombs and running fast. The ground shook. Even if it was remotely controlled, Yangbo felt that his mech was instantly destabilized by the huge shockwave, and the whole mech was pushed out inside the channel. Disguise +1. Disguise +1. Yangbo simply closed his eyes as the mech was out of control. As well, the shockwave of a few hydrogen bombs would be the equivalent of being in a more airtight place. The inside of the mind is dense with pseudo +1. By the time Yangbo took control of the mech, he found that he had already fallen into a raging underground dark river, and the huge impact made it hard for Yangbo to control the mech. The mech alarms sounded continuously, showing that there were dangerous creatures inside the water. Yangbo hurriedly climbed onto the shore. Looking back inside the raging river, there was a swarm of dark shadows that hurriedly dropped a blaster bomb and ran away. Electricity mastery +8. Electricity mastery +8. The flurry of information left Yangbo stunned. Was that a group of electric eels just now? Too bad there aren't that many bombs left. Or else. Ugh. Woes. Yangbo looked at the map and realized that he should be 1,500 meters deep underground. Did he just roll that far? Marking the place off, Yangbo rushed off, and a constant stream of pseudo +1 messages appeared. What is this place? Looking at the passageway in front of him, Yangbo was a bit skeptical because it seemed as if the passageway was built artificially. Left and right. Yobo looked to his left and right, and it was time to go that way. Point and click to. Yangbo looked around, muttered, and then walked towards the left. Big deal. The mech is scrapped. Yangbo thought very openly. Anyway, it's already like this. What can be done? Just walk to section. Yangbo radar more and more cannot. The heart is more bottomless. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. A rhythmic sound passed inside the ear, and the radar was getting more and more disturbed. Mining cave? Soon Yangbo found that inside a wide cave, at least thousands of square meters, with a height of more than 20 meters, there were quite a number of people, working, hammering a piece of stone, and then selecting something from it. On one side of the stone wall, there was another man-made opening where more clanking could be heard from within. Just at this time, Yangbo suddenly heard a rumbling sound, turned around and looked. It was actually the water flow. These currents were very rough, and in a moment it became a big water. I'll go. Could it be that I collapsed the underground reservoir? Yangbo had a wink and hurriedly ran upwards. The raging current swept over to where the men were, and the men hurriedly fled with shouts, while a dark shadow inside the water kept swimming. The electric eel just now. Yangbo watched as the raging water swept through the suspected mine, and the slow runners lay down stiffly before being dragged away by the creatures inside the water. Chapter 69, more live streams like this. Yangbo was still a bit confused. What was going on? Is it really because of himself? Soon, the current flooded the cave that was suspected to be a mine, and a wailing sound came from inside. What kind of mutants are these? It looks like their strength is very low. What Yangbo did not understand was, aren't all mutants strong? How come these mutants seem to be just like ordinary people? Hurry up and run. Yangbo couldn't wait to take a closer look at what this place was and was ready to run straight away. Just at this time, suddenly the mecha alarm sounded. Boom! It was too late to react. This alarm was in this passage that he was climbing upwards. His left hand pushed the joystick fiercely, and at the same time he activated the rocket backpack. The mech crashed towards the front with a roar. But this time, Yangbo had placed the energy shield of the mech in front of his body. A mutant was squeezed hard against the rock wall by the huge mech, because Yobo was going uphill and this guy was going downhill. Yobo saw the mutant's head right in front of his own mech's head. Pust! The mech's head subconsciously slammed down so hard that the mutant's head was smashed open. Creatures summoning +8. A message made Yangbo froze. What the heck is this skill? It was at this time that Yangbo realized that the upward passage was filled with sirens and a flurry of mutants, and turned back decisively, dropping a blaster bomb in the process. There was a huge current of water, and Yangbo simply let the mech rush along with it. God bless. God bless. Yangbo prayed in his heart as he listened to the alarms inside the mech. Suddenly a light came on before his eyes, and Yangbo realized that the mech was rushing out of a very high waterfall and was falling down. The next second Yang Bo activated the rocket backpack and the mech swiftly flew towards the distance. What is this place? The rocket backpack carried Yang Bo's mecha and landed on the hard ground, which looked so strange, as if it was carved out by hand, but it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time. The detection range of the radar was very small. It was already only a few dozen meters, and this distance was equivalent to a super nearsighted human. Luckily, the visual system was still intact, and there were steps, definitely not naturally formed, which led deep into the earth. Yang Bo heard a nuisance sound behind him, took a closer look and found that some mutants were washed into the huge underground reservoir below the waterfall. An electric eel was attacking these mutants, and electric sparks could be seen flashing on the mutants. Looking at the only hydrogen bomb, Yang Bo picked up the mech weapon and cut one end, then the other. Hydrogen bombs have radioactive material inside them, and hydrogen bombs are only free of contamination after they explode. He. Yang Bo hemmed and hawed and threw the remains of the disassembled hydrogen bomb with bursts of energy rays inside the water, and there were actually electric eels going to tear at what he had thrown down. It's a pity that his own mech still has to drive or else. Yang Bo was almost about to remove his mech's nuclear energy battery, but unfortunately once the battery was removed, the mech couldn't move. Go! Yang Bo rushed away. This water level is getting higher and higher. While Yang Bo was down there looking for a way out, the Chopping Bird Gang and the Justice Gang were all wiped out. The Chopper Bird Gang itself was following the Justice Gang, and the teammates behind the Justice Gang were also cursing the Chopper Bird Gang's people with their mecha voices on. For a while, the live broadcast on the forums was watched by upwards of 300,000 people, and the Chopper Bird Gang's earnings exceeded 30 million in-game coins. Right at this time, the Justice Gang and the Chopper Bird Gang encountered the impact of a hydrogen bomb. The narrow underground space, the advanced mechs were all unsteady by the huge shockwave, and were even blown and rolled out inside the passageway. The number of people watching instantly exceeded 1 million, and the Justice Gang's advanced mechs had their long-range weapons on automatic, constantly firing lasers and killing those mutants that came close. By this point, the Justice Gang hadn't lost a single mech, and had instead killed a dozen mutants, though these were the ones that had been impacted by the hydrogen bombs with no way to use their strength. It was also considered to be picking up a bargain. The mecha teams of the Justice Gang and the Bird Chopper Gang got mixed up together, and broke into each other's mouths, and for a while, the forum broadcast was going to explode. However, less than a minute later, a luminescent silhouette rushed out from inside the darkness, and these mutants were like individual samurai. Their arms were two katana-like swords with a glowing green light coming from them. Narrow environment, mechs simply cannot play strength. Chopping Bird Gang melee mechs, the hands of the weapon simply cannot swing away. Some mechs want to rush out, the result is too fast to directly impact on the stone wall. And then the player black screen. The forums are excited to watch the live stream. 100 game coins. It's worth it. More than 40 mechs. All exploded in less than 10 seconds. Classic. The first time this game has been taken out by a mutant with so many advanced mechs. I think. Wonderful. When are we going to do it again? That's right. But it's true that the underground world is not suitable for large-scale mecha teams. That's common sense. Actually, it's still a slow reaction. These guys are cursing. Where's Chopper Bird? I guess the first one is gone. Didn't see a dozen powerful mutants rush over there just now. Exactly. Ha. A third-generation mech that caused the biggest fiasco in mech gaming. Ha. Good looking. More. I'll have to watch live broadcasts like this in the future. TSK. So many mechs. People from the Chopping Bird Gang and the Justice Gang cursed each other on the forums. And there were people who didn't mind cursing as well. Yang Bo was in the underground passage, and a dozen or so creatures summoning messages appeared one after another, and for a while his brain buzzed. TSK, it's actually more than 4,000 meters underground. Yang Bo looked at it. This was an approximate value, measured based on air pressure. Yang Bo no longer expects to go back, but still wants to get more experience. But unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any other creatures here, and the radar is being jammed badly. Underground city? Soon Yang Bo found a bright light. And then he saw a piece of underground space with a height of several hundred meters, which was brightly lit, with a lot of mutants flying around, as well as some buildings and whatnot. WOJ. Yang Bo decided to hurry up. Then the next second, several 2-meter-tall mutants appeared in front of the mech, which were wearing energy armor. What? Calamity is here? The tiger-faced Great King asked with a stunned look at the first member of his generals. King Kong. Yes, General. It's right over there. Vajra was also depressed, being touched by a human mech to his lair. Where did this dog come from? It seems to be coming from over at Death Reservoir. I've sent someone to check it out. Go, take a look. The tiger-faced Great King asked with a twinkle in his eye as he thought about it. Great King, The next door neighbor was attacked, and all of the countless cave lizards summoned by the neighbor are dead. Ha, 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 ha. Well, our neighbors are going hungry. What's going on? That calamity somehow found the neighbor's route for summoning cave lizards. A few hydrogen bombs went down, and as you know, the calamity had advanced mechs behind it, and all our people were smashed to death, with only a few small things escaping, and in addition it is said to have destroyed an underground reservoir, flooding the next door neighbor's mines. Ha ha, ha ha, I probably know. The tiger-faced great king recalled the map around him and instantly realized how calamity had appeared on his side. Chapter 70, The Beginning of Immigration. Drip drip, tick-tock, the mech sounded a sharp alarm, and Yang Bo simply turned it off. A group of mutants, at least dozens of them, these guys' energy weapons, energy battle armor, more than 2 meters tall, but these people's faces seemed to be a bit ape-like. Yang Bo didn't dare to move. The radar suggested that these guys were extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Energy weapons. Chopping this mech of his was like chopping tofu. In the distance came a man in golden energy battle armor. Why did this man's face look a bit like a tiger? The mutants around them all shouted something respectfully, which Yang Bo guessed was their unique language. Calamity. Nice to see you. Just when Yang Bo was shocked at how these people dealt with themselves, the mutant wearing golden armor. This guy was close to 3 meters tall, although he didn't have any energy weapon. A pair of golden gloves were particularly conspicuous. You know interstellar languages? Hearing the other shouted, Yang Bo quickly typed and then sent in the language. He himself was a sonic alien. Of course he would not use his own. YB uses the voice module of the Justice Gang leader. He. Ha ha, why wouldn't we? We are also interstellar citizens. The tiger-faced king looked at the 8-meter-tall third-generation mech, which was a pile of rags in his own eyes. Yambor's side continued to type. You're not going to kill me? It's not just a bunch of broken mechs. Ha ha, forget it. More to say. I'll send someone to send you back to the ground right away. The tiger-faced king wanted to say that you guys aren't playing the game, but the words reached his mouth and gave up. This calamity is good. Moreover, the tiger-faced king thought that Yang Bo was very interesting, and Yang Bo was not a real person, and what he had broken was just a pile of rags, so it was not worthwhile for him to do it, and let this guy go out and continue to wreak havoc on his neighbors. This time another neighbor of his own is out of luck, and every time he comes out, his neighbor is out of luck. Why? Jamber asked as he continued to type. No reason. I like it. Ha, 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 ha. King Kong, take this guy out. The tiger-faced king was happy to think that his neighbors were going hungry again, without mines, and losing population. It turns out that the underworld has a turf too, and these mutants will herd many creatures, like cave lizards. So why are cave lizards able to reproduce so much without having predators on the biological chain? It's because the predators were cleaned up by the mutants, who every once in a while would use special means to summon these cave lizards to a place as a food reserve, to empty a large area at a time, usually a few years a year to collect a wave. Tiger Face King is already ready to do it. Mutant tribal system. Once the tribe is out of food, then there will be civil unrest inside the tribe. A 2'5" tall man with 2 long machetes in his hands, one of them pointed towards a place. Yang Bo dumbfounded, puzzled, confused. What is this all about? Calamity? Yang Bo was a bit puzzled. Why did he call himself that and why did he let himself go? Half an hour later, Yang Bo looked at the sunlight, and then looked at the cave behind him. Chopper Bird is back. Chopper Bird is back. My plants are grassy. Yang Bo maneuvered the mech back to the base and was heartbroken when he repaired it, while the forum exploded. Justice Gang and Chopper Bird Gang both hate Yang Bo's teeth. How do you not go to death? How do you not go to death? YB check the forums first. Has the Justice Gang been punked yet? I'll go. Yang Bo watched the best less than 10 minutes of footage from his own run, the Justice Gang's encounter with the mutants, killing a dozen of them, and then having his mech blown up by the mutants. The forums are most often of the drama watching variety. What with more live streams like this, how it's so good, how it looks good, and what mutants are awesome and whatnot. TSK, these guys are the ones that attracted themselves inside the lake last time. The Justice Gang lost almost half of them last time. This time the whole army was wiped out. Ahahaha, meeting expectations. Yang Bo got off the game in a happy mood, mentally mulling over the skills. His eyes lit up with 2 of the biggest changes. Disguise. The Archon acquires a biological sample of the subject of the disguise, which is indistinguishable from the real from the biological characteristics, but cannot disguise the subject's memories, abilities. Ahaha, Yang Bo almost laughed out loud, which meant that as long as he obtained someone else's biological samples, he could become the other person. Genetically, but could not disguise someone else's memories as well as their abilities. So what if a biological sample of a woman? Yuck 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 yuck. Gross. Keep looking. Added a creature summon, advanced 162/1000. 3 Archon skills already. Swimming, Sonic Mastery, and Camouflage. The future is bright. Yang Bo first charged himself. Now charging has to be slow, otherwise the battery will only spontaneously combust. Gotta get some homunculus energy stones. You can get around with that thing. I wonder how to make homunculus energy stones. Jamboree went out for a sneak peek, ready to take another look at the planet. A planet on which lasers fall every day. In fact, a lot of those with superpowers have not gone to the government to report, because this is your initiative to report. There is also the kind of welfare residents of Yang Bo before. The need for regular physical examination. The rest of the normal residents will not force a physical examination. Ha! Yang Bo found a feather on the ground and his heart fluttered. This biological sample? But this is a public area. So Yang Bo muttered a little in his heart and still didn't take it. Back home, Yang Bo went online to look at some ornaments, mainly to see if there are any animal materials and so on. And then a beat of the head. He bought the meat counts. Pity. After getting the meat, Yang Bo tried it and there was no reaction. The disguise was not working. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that the meat bot is processed. The cells have no activity. And even the most advanced technology can't be cloned. Next, Yang Bo did not enter the game. First got a game password. He arrived at a new place, can rely on the password to get their own game information. Mainly there are still stocks of hydrogen bombs and shockwave bombs. Otherwise Yang Bo will not bother to get this. More Yang Bo was training in metal control. Mainly controlling energy metal changes and getting the hang of it. When it was finally time to leave, the fat boss personally came to Yang Bo's house and took care of the dormitory in the meantime. So many people? Yang Bo found that the fat boss actually has dozens of subordinates, plus family members have 500 or 600 people, and one guy actually has 3 wives. This is a civilized society. Yang Bo, the residents will ride on this energy protection pod. Now let's go to the air harbor first. Unlike what was imagined, the fat boss actually chartered an airspace transportation plane. Everyone had a seat. The seat was fully enclosed. A transparent shroud. It was some kind of energy protection pod. After a man next to him sat down, his head was covered by a transparent helmet, and then a blue liquid emerged from the outside to encase the whole person. After Yang Bo sat down, a transparent helmet appeared, and his body was wrapped in a warm liquid. Yang Bo found that this transparent helmet could watch movies, and could also mediate the temperature of the energy protection liquid. No wonder you have to change into a special costume to get on the transporter. Yang Bo voice commanded the helmet to display the view outside the transporter and muttered in his heart. Chapter 71, Anecdotes. The transporter slowly lifted off, then accelerated, and passed through the atmosphere. The transporter's energy shields rubbing against the atmosphere, creating a magnificent sight. TSK, this speed. Yang Bo, but no. Takeoff can rub with the atmosphere this much speed. The Earth's human astronauts need to go through a long period of special training. Just so many people a few times down to be hurt. Soon the transporter went through the atmosphere. The huge airport appeared in front of Yang Bo for the first time. The whole seems to be a big stiff crab. Originally Yang Bo thought that the light of the airport was the light of the reflected stars, but it turned out that it was not. It was the light. TSK, this energy system, awesome. But yeah, the most advanced of the mechs have antimatter batteries. And the third generation machines inside their own games have fusion batteries. The transporter docked in a graceful stance on a crab's leg. How long has it been since the liquid was gone from the energy shielding pods? On the ground inside the airport, there was a green arrow, and a car like a small train that Yang Bo and the others were riding on was traveling along the arrow, and Yang Bo and the others were still wearing the clothes they had when they came up. The fat boss opened his mouth and said, "Interstellar voyages are very dangerous. Silent particle storms, super energy rays, of course a high probability of sailing once will not happen at all. But there is a documented ship that sailed for a month and suffered more than 280 high-energy ray impacts. Genetically evolved people have a strong tolerance because of the superpower in their body. But when they encounter that frequent impact, they also have to wear protective clothing." Fatty Boss looked at Yang Bo in a different way. The first is because Yang Bo kills small animals without much psychological burden. This kind of person cultivated is the right-hand man. The second is that the fat man suspected that Yang Bo is already a genetic evangelist, or else that mission of Wu Bing. Wu Bing did not find out that this kid ran away fast, a subordinate with mysterious ability. The fat boss is still very much looking forward to it. The small trains are inside this empty harbor and there is no gravity, so you can see the walls all around the passageway with traveling small trains, and the ones on top don't fall off. This dress of ours is having a gravity effect. creating a force with this ground that makes us feel as if we are on a planet. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo suspiciously, looking at the small train that passed overhead. We are traveling in gravity cars, each with its own individual gravity frequency, forming a kind of suspension. With the channel below, the fat boss continued to explain. That's the ship we'll be riding in, 18 kilometers long, 9 kilometers wide, and up to 500 meters thick, all with honeycomb-sealed construction. Even if we were to encounter an unknown meteorite impact during an interstellar voyage, it wouldn't affect the whole thing too much. The fat boss pointed outside the transparent window to a flat ship that was on top of one of the crab legs in the empty harbor. 18 kilometers. Huge. The ship, though, only navigated in space. No way to land or take off to a planet, or the massive gravitational pull would cause the big guy to break up on its own. There are space elevators between the airports and the ground, and transporters. That's the space elevator, using full magnetic propulsion. We are the residents can't afford the high speed of the space elevator, the fat boss said in a serious manner. Indeed fast. Yang Bo looked at a shuttle-like thing. Whoosh up. The space elevator is surrounded by a rope of what material, also lit on top, and some equipment, presumably to form a magnetic levitation channel. It feels like an electromagnetic cannon, except that this one can be controlled by a space elevator to levitate, accelerate, decelerate, and so on, inside the elevator. Alright, we'll be staying in this area. This is a residence-only cabin. Don't leave this area. After entering the transport ship, it reached a place that looked like a big shopping mall. The center was empty and several 50 to 60 meters high. The dome was a blue sky. That was simulated. The place to stay was about a dozen square meters, with a bathroom and a wide double bed, just like those express hotels. Yang Bo was reading the instructions. When you take a shower, you go in and take off your clothes. The shower room is sealed. The water will atomize and rinse your body. And at this time you will be weightless because you don't have any clothes. There are also games. Yang Bo found that he could still play games here. Mecha games were also available, and the equipment here was better than that of his own dormitory. There are also a variety of venues, casinos, zoos, and you're alone. You can adopt a robot pet. Robots can also be rented, with key parts guaranteed to be used, in a variety of models. TSK. Yang Bo read the instructions and realized that this place was like a separate community, and this community was a separate closed structure, because inside the stars, so far, there are a lot of things that human beings can't detect, and every year, there are many cases of meteorites impacting warships, or impacting planets, which can't be detected by human probes at all. One of the enclosed compartments of the transport ship is hit by a meteorite. The rescue droids will stuff the guests into the life pods in the shortest possible time, and then the repair droids will repair the transport ship as fast as they can. If it can't be repaired, the life pods become escape pods, which choose the nearest planet or fleet to fly to. The room you live in also has an outside community, which appears to be windows but are actually screens that simulate day and night on the planet. This gravity suit is interesting. Yang Bo looked at everyone wearing gravity suits for traveling. You can eat and drink as much as you want here. There are no restrictions, but you have to be in a special place, and the food scraps and stuff you eat will be pumped out by the extraction system. What to do now? Yang Bo does not know what to do now. Mecha games even. Who knows if there is any backdoor in the system on this battleship? This world is strictly forbidden to study the neural network. Because of the early occurrence of a horrific thing, there are hackers attacking the system through the neural network to transport some bad memories. It is said that after that incident, they attacked human beings in the back of the 3 years inside the death of all of them. All suicide. As for the transport of what memories, there is no clear statement. Perhaps Yang Bo's own authority is not enough, and subsequent studies have found that once a neural network is attacked, even a small increase in voltage is too much for human nerves to handle. Yang Bo, here is a book. Take a close look at it. It is about the basic aspects of ancient martial arts and secret arts. You can also practice first to find the feeling. When you wait until March Star, the late company will give a chance. What secret arts as well as ancient martial arts to choose? You decide yourself. Just when Yang Bo felt that he had nothing to do, the fat boss took out a paper book and handed it to Yang Bo. Cut it out. This is not to be shown to outsiders. I'll leave first. Just relax as if you're resting at home, the fat boss said as he was leaving. Yang Bo nodded and was about to open the book when he heard the announcement that the airship had begun its voyage and that it was expected to take 3 months and 12 days. And on the planet of Pardo, someone received a message with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then went into some game and sent a message to someone. Chapter 71, Anecdotes. P.S. I made a mistake last night and rearranged it. Don't blame me. The transporter slowly lifted off, then accelerated, and passed through the atmosphere. the transporter's energy shields rubbing against the atmosphere, creating a magnificent sight. TSK, this speed. Yangbo, but no. Takeoff can rub with the atmosphere this much speed. Human astronauts on Earth need to go through a long period of special training. Just so many people several times down to be hurt. Soon the transporter went through the atmosphere. The huge airport appeared in front of Yangbo for the first time. The hole seems to be a big stiff crab. Originally Yangbo thought that the light of the airport was the light of the reflected stars, but it turned out that it was not. It was the light. TSK, this energy system, awesome. But yeah, the most advanced of the mechs have antimatter batteries, and the third-generation machines inside their own games have fusion batteries. The transporter docked in a graceful stance on a crab's leg. How long has it been since the liquid was gone from the energy shielding pods? On the ground inside the airport, there was a green arrow, and a car like a small train that Yangbo and the others were riding on was traveling along the arrow, and Yangbo and the others were still wearing the clothes they had when they came up. The fat boss opened his mouth and said, "Interstellar voyages are very dangerous. Silent particle storms, super energy rays, of course a high probability of sailing once will not happen at all. But there is a documented ship that sailed for a month and suffered more than 280 high-energy ray impacts. Genetically evolved people have a strong tolerance because of the superpower in their body, but when they encounter that frequent impact, they also have to wear protective clothing." Fatty Boss looked at Yang Bo in a different way. The first is because Yang Bo kills small animals without much psychological burden. This kind of person cultivated is the right-hand man. The second is that the fat man suspected that Yang Bo is already a genetic evolved person, or else that mission of Wu Bing. Wu Bing did not find out that this kid ran away fast, a subordinate with mysterious ability. The fat boss is still very much looking forward to it. The small trains are inside this empty harbor and there is no gravity, so you can see the walls all around the passageway with traveling small trains, and the ones on top don't fall off. This dress of ours is having a gravity effect, creating a force with this ground that makes us feel as if we are on a planet. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo suspiciously, looking at the small train that passed overhead. We are traveling in gravity cars, each with its own individual gravity frequency, forming a kind of suspension, with the channel below. The fat boss continued to explain. That's the ship we'll be riding in, 18 kilometers long, 9 kilometers wide, and up to 500 meters thick, all with honeycomb sealed construction. Even if we were to encounter an unknown meteorite impact during an interstellar voyage, it wouldn't affect the whole thing too much. The fat boss pointed outside the transparent window to a flat ship that was on top of one of the crab legs in the empty harbor. 18 kilometers. Huge. The ship, though, only navigated in space. No way to land or take off to a planet, or the massive gravitational pull would cause the big guy to break up on its own. There are space elevators between the airports and the ground, and transporters. That's the space elevator, using full magnetic propulsion. We are the residents can't afford the high speed of the space elevator, the fat boss said in a serious manner. Indeed fast. Yang Bo looked at a shuttle-like thing. Whoosh up. The space elevator is surrounded by a rope of what material, also lit on top, and some equipment, presumably to form a magnetic levitation channel. It feels like an electromagnetic cannon, except that this one can be controlled by a space elevator to levitate, accelerate, decelerate, and so on, inside the elevator. Alright, we'll be staying in this area. This is a residence-only cabin. Don't leave this area. After entering the transport ship, it reached a place that looked like a big shopping mall. The center was empty and several 50 to 60 meters high. The dome was a blue sky. That was simulated. The place to stay was about a dozen square meters, with a bathroom and a wide double bed, just like those express hotels. Yang Bo is reading the instructions. When you take a shower, you go in and take off your clothes. The shower room is sealed. The water will atomize and rinse your body, and at this time you will be weightless because you don't have any clothes. There are also games. Yang Bo found that he could still play games here. Mecha games were also available, and the equipment here was better than that of his own dormitory. There are also a variety of venues, casinos, zoos, and you're alone. You can adopt a robot pet. Robots can also be rented, with key parts guaranteed to be used, in a variety of models. TSK. Yang Bo read the instructions and realized that this place was like a separate community, and this community was a separate closed structure, because inside the stars, so far, there are a lot of things that human beings can't detect, and every year, there are many cases of meteorites impacting warships, or impacting planets, which can't be detected by human probes at all. One of the enclosed compartments of the transport ship is hit by a meteorite. The rescue droids will stuff the guests into the life pods in the shortest possible time, and then the repair droids will repair the transport ship as fast as they can. If it can't be repaired, the life pods become escape pods. which choose the nearest planet or fleet to fly to. The room you live in also has an outside community, which appears to be windows but are actually screens that simulate day and night on the planet. This gravity suit is interesting. Yang Bo looked at everyone wearing gravity suits for traveling. You can eat and drink as much as you want here. There are no restrictions, but you have to be in a special place. And the food scraps and stuff you eat will be pumped out by the extraction system. What to do now? Yang Bo does not know what to do now. Mecha games even. Who knows if there is any backdoor in the system on this battleship? This world is strictly forbidden to study the neural network, because early on a horrific thing happened. There are hackers attacking the system through the neural network to transport some bad memories. It is said that after that incident, they attacked human beings in the back of the 3 years inside all the deaths. All suicide. As for the transport of what memories, there is no clear statement. Perhaps Yang Bo's own authority is not enough, and subsequent studies have found that once a neural network is attacked, even a small increase in voltage is too much for human nerves to handle. Yang Bo, here is a book. Take a close look at it. It is about the basic aspects of ancient martial arts and secret arts. You can also practice first to find the feeling. When you wait until March Star, the late company will give a chance. What secret arts as well as ancient martial arts to choose? You decide yourself. Just when Yang Bo felt that he had nothing to do, the fat boss took out a paper book and handed it to Yang Bo. Cut it out. This is not to be shown to outsiders. I'll leave first. Just relax as if you're resting at home, the fat boss said as he was leaving. Yang Bo nodded and was about to open the book when he heard the announcement that the airship had begun its voyage and that it was expected to take 3 months and 12 days. And on the planet of Pardo, someone received a message with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then went into some game and sent a message to someone. Chapter 72 Life on a Transportation Ship. Inside the vastness of the starry sky, it is very difficult to accurately intercept a ship, because you do not know his speed course. Maybe you arrive. They are tens of millions of billions of kilometers away. How can you chase? Big brother, the fat goat is out. But according to the list, there's a C-rank broker from the Anji Jie company on this ship. Inside the dark starry sky, inside a 1,000-meter-long warship, a person quickly reported with the deciphered information. And what's wrong with Anji Jie? A bunch of underground rats only. We have energy battle armor, organic armor. There are warplanes. At that time, whoever does not obey, directly get killed. This batch of fat sheep someone booked. The price is not bad, as long as it is not particularly cranky. Are left. And Anji Jie those bull ***** residents. Most of the time is a genetic evolver. The price of these people buyers to give a higher price, the leader said with a sneer. Yes, big brother. Do we want our people to play Chopper Bird Brother into the game to open a live broadcast? Last time we lost a lot of money. Our Mechs are worth a lot of money. This broken game is no wonder that some people are cursing. The price of this compensation can be realistically by Mechs. Ha, that's a good idea. Chopper Bird is all about those sets anyway. But who are we going to get to pick the third generation of Mechs? We're all elites. There must be some fat sheep this time. Let's leave a few behind. Yeah, 2. This bunch of assholes from the Justice Gang are cursing us on the forums. Don't let me know who it is or get these dogs killed. It's just people who get ****ket inside reality. Yang Bo now head big. The book is the book given by the fat boss. The secret method is not to say. This is to break through their own limits. What hold their breath? What meditation? What between life and death? Martyr. Their own sick They are now all superpowers but also to go to death. In case of real death, ancient martial arts would be obscure. Just some basic moves. 1 or 2 of them. One-handed handstands, meditating, and pinching some kind of hand seal. Don't get it. Really don't get this stuff. It seems that it's still me as an individual who is not gifted. If not for the mysterious ability, one would only have to be a pig for the rest of one's life. Yang Bo threw the book aside. This thing is just like reading higher mechanics and higher algebra by himself. Can't read it, really can't read it. That's the way it is with people. The gifted ones can read it themselves. The ungifted ones can't read it. Forget it, just take a break. Yang Bo went out and skipped around. Looking around, there were restaurants, bars, casinos, and gambling machines. Real-life gambling. Coming to a gambling machine, Yang Bo gently tapped the machine and found that it was actually purely mechanical, and took a closer look at the instructions. It turns out that the spinach company, to avoid the suspicion of cheating, all the use of pure mechanical without a little circuit board or something. That is, pure luck. Earn some money to spend? Yang Bo just reached out to shoot a little. Sonic discovered the construction of this machine, contact with the machine, but also found that the metal control can perceive the more complex and fine design inside. Machinery is machinery, but the probability of machinery can also be adjusted. But Yang Bo did not gamble. This thing is easy to get addicted. and can open this kind of company, are shameless. You lose slow. You win also slow. Cough. Arriving at the gaming area, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. There were entertainment facilities similar to Earth's gunfighting consoles. Enter inside a separate small room. Put on a gaming helmet. Hold a simulated laser gun in your hand. And then start the adventure. This game is free. It's a single-player kind of game. Yang Bo entered the small room, closed the door, and then followed the prompts. Put on the helmet, and then picked up the laser gun. The original laser gun used like this. Yang Bo now knows how to use the laser gun. Not to mention, before contact cannot touch these. Now the game actually contact. Many of the toys are made to look real. Bring it on. Laser gun fire has no sound, but the game comes equipped with sound and is on a planetary adventure. The floor is a treadmill-like setup, but with 360-degree steering, and people on it are walking, steering away, and so on, which will be reflected in the game. At first YB was unfamiliar with it, but slowly became familiar with it and the dynamic vision came into play. The laser gun also has an advance for this different distances, but it's very, very small, and it's hard to get a good handle on it. An hour later, Yang Bo thoughtfully exited the game. The single-player game is a single-player game, but the game's setting, it seems to be true, because there are some things that have been seen inside the mecha game. Just no mutants, especially when hunting some mutated beasts. Some of them have special abilities. You have to hit the weak points to make it work. Hardcore won't work. It looks like it's going to be more fun. Yang Bo's eyes lit up again. There was also the mecha game. The operation room looked just like the mecha operation cabin. TSK, these game companies, overbearing. This makes Yang Bo think of the toy company of Ame on Earth. Dared to sell nuclear reactor toys. Let some bear child almost destroy the city. And sell nuclear submarine toys. Let people know the internal layout of the submarine. And even radium has just come out. Sell blowing glass. Could it be that these game companies are also the government's layout? In case they wait until the day when mutated creatures appear, at least a group of people will have some skills? However, Yang Bo's mind was spinning fast now and quickly thought of another possibility. Picked another doomsday game with all sorts of mutants. Mutant creatures, gathering supplies, and having to survive. Who cares if these games are going to happen for real? There's nothing going on for himself anyway. With the fat boss's other subordinates, Yang Bo is also not familiar with. The others seem to be a little bit looked down on themselves. After all, the other old employees may have cooperated with each other. Wu Bing is not here, do not know where, and their own strength is the lowest. Any business, company, the old staff will not be too friendly to newcomers, and even some of the old workers intentionally hole away from the new workers, for fear that the boss has a new worker do not want their own. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo playing games every day. There was nothing he could do. When he arrived at the March Star, even if Yang Bo just didn't have the genetic evolution talent, the company had enough ordinary task lists. How could he lose? However, the fat boss was still ready to talk to Yang Bo, so the two sat down together again, and the fat boss asked, "How is it? Interstellar travel is okay, right?" "Thank you, boss. It's a lot better than I thought it would be." Yang Bo picked up a cup of drink and took a sip and said. The fat boss asked again, "Do you have any insights from reading books?" "Boss, I can't read it. I recognize the individual words, but I can't understand them together." Yang Bo shook his head with a bitter expression. The fat boss hemmed and hawed. "That's right. Secret ancient martial arts all need to be taught by someone. That's why ancient martial arts are becoming more and more declining. The requirements for a person's individual talent are too high. But while there is no limit to ancient martial arts and secret method growth, genetic potions have a limit." When Yang Bo heard this, he was surprised and asked, "Why is that?" "Because the gene potion itself raw materials have an upper limit. The genetic changes that are stimulated with these raw materials also have a limit. The ancient martial arts and secret methods rely on their own power to activate. Of course, most people don't actually need to worry about it because everyone has an upper limit, and those with a high upper limit are few and far between." The fat boss continued. Yang Bo nodded. "Yes, everyone starts out thinking they are different. And what happens? Most of them are just bummed out." Yang Bo took the opportunity to ask the question that he had wanted to know for a long time. "Boss, the level of the genetically evolved person. And what is the difference? How is it determined?" Chapter 73. Hello, everyone. Genetically evolved person. This is actually not accurate. The accurate one should say superpowered person. The reason why we say genetically evolved person is that we don't want other people who don't have the ability to think that they aren't in the same world as superpowered people. Superpowers are determined mainly by examining the blood, the strength of the cells, the energy of the cells themselves. The cells of living things possess many incredible abilities. Some are highly poisonous, some emit light, some discharge electricity, and others release sonar and so on. There are about 3 classifications of superpowers. The first is the power class. That is, the overall physical quality enhancement. This distinction is much simpler. Directly test the power. E-level 1 punch minimum to reach a ton of power. Of course, some awakening is 3 tons. 4 tons are there. D-level minimum 5 tons. C-level minimum 30 tons. B-level minimum 1 punch 150 tons. A level 1 punch minimum 500 tons. Of course there are others. A level power attribute person. Body defense is also very perverse. In addition, speed also reaches an incredible point. The specific depends on the individual, because everyone is different. Some bias towards speed, some bias towards defense. There is also a kind of elemental controller. This category such as controlling fire, water, electricity, earth, air, ice, metal and so on, some material things. This kind of people encountered in the future to be careful. This kind of the most troublesome, because these guys' registration test is likely to test the power. So when you think the other party is a class E genetic evolutionist, the next second this guy may be a ball of fire to you to hit, the next second the guy might just hit you with a ball of fire. This kind needs to draw blood, and there is not a strict definition of what it is. For example, I know a wind attribute superpower. One word, fast. Fast that most mechs can't catch up with. But elemental controllers are probably only about 5% of all evolvers. So run as fast as you can when you encounter one of these. The last kind, the mysterious ability person. That is, no one has the ability so far. This kind of person is the most troublesome. Didn't I say earlier that someone gained access as soon as they touched the fighter? So after that all the weapons and equipment showrooms were shielded and the energy sources were removed at night, such as the batteries of the mechs and whatnot. This kind of person someone reckons should be an extremely rare electronic type of superpower. It's okay for this kind of person to control warplanes. If they control people, especially those with chips, do you think it would be a breeze? When Yang Bo heard this, he asked in shock, chips aren't supposed to be this fragile? Oh, you also said it's a chip. High voltage is going to be a problem. Even if it's a biochip, not to mention a chip. High voltage, the human brain can't stand it. That's why the appearance of the energy battle armor. A man's brain is his greatest weakness. Look at those guys at the red count. Why do they wear helmets? The high energy rays in the universe. High energy particles hurt the brain as well. Unless it's a mysterious evolver in the direction of intelligence. Yang Bo, you may not know. There's a class of people. People with their spiritual power. They can release a few tons, dozens of tons of pressure. I've known people who have destroyed a mech with their spiritual power. This category is rated A+, a grade that doesn't exist on any paper. The barrier formed by the mental power of such people is comparable to an energy shield. Yang Bo heard this and nodded. That's terrible. There is also a class of people, the legendary S-class. It is said that 3 countries, each country has one of these people. I do not know if it is true. This type of people are said to have been completely energized. You think about it, how fast the energy transfer. Even a fleet, you cannot do anything about it, because you cannot lock the other side. Your weapons are more advanced. Cannot lock it is also a blind man. The reason why the fat man is willing to say so much, is to let Yang Bo know more, then later to a new place. The company will begin to set up. Fat man, this kind of company. What points for things? What company training? For what? Is not to set up you? Yang Bo was shocked, then asked, body energization. Isn't this immortality? I don't know, but with my many years of experience, it shouldn't be so, because there is a limit to the energy within the body. It's the energy as big as a star that has to be extinguished one day, let alone a human being. Fatty shook his head. Yang Bo thought it was right, they all need to charge. No energy in the body, what skills cannot be used? Without energy, no superpower can be utilized, which is a major shortcoming of superpowered people. Mechs, battleships have almost unlimited energy. How can people compare? You'd better read more books. The main thing is that you have to choose for yourself. No matter if it's a secret method or an ancient martial art. One success rate isn't great. That one over there, 9 times before success. Fatty looked towards a person. Yang Bo took a look. Not the guy who lives upstairs in his own building. This big injustice seated 9 times. I do not know how much money I spent and how many points I used. Now that guy's highest income is tens of millions of credits a year. The fat boss drew big cakes for Yang Bo from time to time. Yang Bo is also envious. Of course, it is pretending. On the earth was drawn a lot of big cakes, but a cake is a cake. If you don't come to the March Star, you will cancel the contract with the company. Anyway, you are a resident, and the liquidated damages and so on will not be too much. Yang Bo is ready to live a good life. Fat man, this dry dirty work, in case of entering the circle, quit if, is not an accident. The company will have a plan to train you. You guys have to work hard yourselves. There are many benefits to becoming an evolutionary. These employees have all failed at injecting genetic agents before. You have to trust the company. The company won't treat its outstanding employees poorly. This time when you arrive at the place as soon as possible you will be allowed to undergo a genetic evolution. And if you succeed you will be able to take advanced orders. This time the company will not charge you any points as well as money. So you might as well read the books. Especially the basic ones on ancient martial arts. And give me a heads up if there's anything out of the ordinary. Yang Bo pretended to have an excited face and said, "Thank you boss. Since I came out with you, I'll be working under you from now on." Good, good, good. Fatty was satisfied with Yang Bo's reaction and said yes in a row. A month time. Yang Bo also got used to it. Free food and drink. Free games. And go home to sleep at night. Although this night is a big screen show. What's going on? One night a month later, Yang Bo was sleeping when he realized that the fake window, which was supposed to be dark, lit up all of a sudden. Hello everyone. It's good to see you all here. We, the Silver Moon Interstellar Pirates. The entire transport ship is now under our control. We hope you will cooperate for the rest of the journey. I know there are a lot of superpowered people amongst you, but we have battle armor, mechs, and fighters, and most crucially, we have a battleship. We don't want to hurt any of you because we sell each of you for a good price. Ha ha. What had been a window turned into a large screen with a man in black energy battle armor. Even his helmet visor was black, with a silver crescent symbol on his chest. Yang Bo froze, hurriedly climbed up, rushed out of the room. The good thing is that the door can be opened, and was not locked by the system, and found that there are already a lot of people outside, and the fat boss's face is dark looking at the big screen. No, all the screens are this picture. Chapter 74, Ferocious Pirates. Everyone's face was pitch black as they looked at the battleship in the distance. Battleships are divided into sizes, but this kind of transport ship is no longer big enough to be a battleship's opponent. Don't look at the other side of the battleships as small. The other side has energy shields, laser cannons used by battleships and even other energy weapons. Yang Bo cannot figure out how these pirates got on the transportation ship to play. Sure it is not a trap? How hard is it to intercept a transport ship in the vast sea of stars? This is not the ground, just one road. Boss, I suspect a conspiracy. A youth spoke up, and when Yang Bo looked at him, it was the guy who lived above his dormitory building. The fat boss took a deep breath. Mostly those scumbags from planet Pardo. I said how the approval was so easy this time. Those sons of ES. Boss, our company? You all wait here. I'll think of a way to negotiate. And if it really doesn't work, we'll do it again. Lu Jie thought of taking a look at the company's reputation. Just at this time, the big screen started broadcasting live, and the pirate inside arrogantly shouted, "Below is a top-class cabin. There are 2 Class B genetic evolvers registered here, and more than 20 other levels of genetic evolvers. Let's see who's against it." Pirates opened the hatch. Yang Bo a look. Good guy. Inside is actually lawn. Garden. Look at the height of the space, at least 400 meters. There are a few ancient fortress-like buildings. The area of 4 or 5 square kilometers. There are some pets on the grass. I do not know if it's true. The rich man's world surrounded by blue sky and white clouds. Pirates, one of them laser gun a laser hit a cow. The cow was broken apart. Found that the inside is a metal structure. The bandit leader followed behind the mecha. And a dozen pirates wearing energy battle armor. I'll give you a minute. If you don't come out in a minute, we'll kill you. And I'll smash the hatch so that this garbage will go into space with you and become a pile of space trash. The bandit leader said arrogantly. Silver Moon Pirate Corps, the most mysterious pirate corps. This pirate corps robbed the transportation ship. People are missing. Lu Jie opened his mouth. 30 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. The bandit leader shouted on the big screen. I have money. I have a lot of money. Someone inside the ancient castle walked out and shouted, "Everybody out." Just when Yang Bo and the others thought that the people inside here would come out to surrender, suddenly 2 silhouettes rushed out from inside the ancient castle. Energy battle armor. Energy weapon. Fatty boss all exclaimed in a low voice. That's right. The 2 were like medieval warriors in leather armor. Both of them with very snug, glowing battle armor and one-handed swords in their hands that looked like they had flames blazing through them. The 2 of them were extremely fast. Almost a flash was a distance of several hundred meters. But in the next second, a laser. One look at the thickness of the laser showed that it was a mecha's laser cannon. And the mecha's laser hit these 2 people's energy battle armor, stopping them in the air. In less than a second, the 2 together were burst into flames by the mecha laser cannons, which had at least hit hundreds of lasers in this short period of time. And this was the power of technology. There were also high-frequency laser cannons. How could the energy of a human body fight against technology? Two B-class genetic evolvers with energy battle armor and energy weapons were just gone. This kind of frontal ability is not as good as assisting. After Yang Bo looked at it, he was even more certain that fighting these frontal hard battles with mechs was not the way to go, or he needed some special abilities. Yang Bo watched and then pondered inside his head. What should he do when facing this situation? What should he do? Time. The leader of the bandits, who had been very calm, looked at the time and shouted. Then the big screen image shifted, and the pirate battleship outside was seen, with a laser shot from the battleship's laser cannon. In the next second, this rich man's space that Yang Bo envied, a big hole broke at the bottom, and the vacuum environment of space erupted into a huge suction, and all the things in the entire cabin were instantly sucked out of space. Quite a few robots flew out, and behind these robots one by one, people were stuffed into the life pods by the robots. The old castle, the turf, the trees, were sucked inside space in a flash. But the life pod had just been turned on in automatic mode when a spacefighter, which was whizzing by, shot out a laser and blew it right up. Some of the genetic evolvers opened their life pods, but the next second they were also shot out. The genetic evolvers had energy inside their bodies that would burst into flames once they were hit by the lasers, and the bandits had energy battle armor, organic armor, and weren't afraid of this vacuum at all. Yang Bo saw women, children, over 160 people, just gone. The life-saving system of the transport ship was separate. In the event of a problem in the individual sealed compartments, the life-saving system would stuff people into the life-saving compartments before they suffocated. Unfortunately, life pods have little defense against spacefighters. The rest of them sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 100 people were gone. How much wealth did these people have? These people also had energy weapons, energy battle armor. Unless we have mechs too. It's definitely a conspiracy this time. The transport ship guards are armored. I just don't know where the mech is. It was probably sabotaged by pirates in the first place. It's no use having a mech. Mechs have secret key systems. Ugh, is screwed this time. Everyone was talking and watching what the bandits were doing down there. Very well. Next, the leader of the bandits shouted in a cold voice as he looked at the empty chamber. All that could be seen were dark metal walls except for the screen at the top which still had a bright light. Transports are honeycomb structures, like watertight compartments, where the damage to one compartment doesn't affect the others. And that's because there are some high-speed moving things in space, and it's trivial for a transport to get hit. Actually, we're pretty busy. We were going to shoot down this transport ship, but someone offered you guys money. Do you know why there are no survivors in our pirate group? Because they all became space junk. Maybe hundreds, or thousands of years one day someone will find these space junk. Maybe they will even bring them back as antiques to study. And don't you dare think that a battleship will come to your rescue. It's impossible. The transports have changed course. And as for the escorts you're asking about? See, on the big screen, one by one, dead people could be seen, thrown inside space, looking like they were indeed wearing the uniforms of the transport ship's staff. There's definitely a mole. Lu Jijie took a deep breath. These people's faces are heavy. Silver Moon Pirates ruthless a place where people do not follow do. All get dead. Everyone, it looks like we only have to make peace with each other. I will find a way to sabotage the system. There are places to hide in such a big transport ship, and the life pods are a separate system, and the design of the life pods itself takes into account the threat of the battleships. The survival rate is actually very high. Lu Jijie took a deep breath and said, "Boss." The others looked confused. Didn't the boss just see that? And the survival rate? Chapter 75 Rift Sky reappears? Let's meet again at March Star. I'll destroy their system first. Lu Jijie's heart is also dripping blood but once he thought that these subordinates of his died, then the claim is also a large number. Right. No matter whether it is looking for March Star, or looking for the transportation company can claim, the loss will not be too much. Boss, this isn't right. Once we provoke the other side, we're all doomed in this cabin. That's right. The other side has sold us out. Our lives won't be in danger for a while. We should think of a way to take the risk of confronting these ruthless pirates. What about our families? Boss, don't act rashly. These pirates sold us. They should be selling us to other pirate groups. For the time being our lives won't be in danger. Yeah boss, we're the first immigrants. The planet that received us should have gotten the message and a warship will be coming to rescue us soon. Fatty had just finished speaking when someone immediately objected, and it was Fatty's subordinate. Yang Bo on the one side but did not panic, but there is a feeling of eagerness to try. Feel their own ability to take out and use? However, Yang Bo did not open his mouth. Here he had the lowest seniority and the lowest strength. It was not his turn to open his mouth. You know what you are talking about. These pirates can easily control the transportation ship. This is a long time ago with premeditation. It is likely to be those guys from the planet of Pardo. And what we have done, You do not know yourselves those dignitaries in order to keep it a secret. May want to get us killed. These pirates are the target of these pirates. It may be us. Fatty Boss heard this, immediately fuming said, not waiting for the others to reply. At this time the bandit leader on the big screen said loudly, Fatty of the Anji Jie Company, you'd better not play small mind. We also know your bottom line. You'd better be honest. Don't try to run away. We've arranged space fighters around the transport ship. Not one of you will be able to escape. And we know where your dead fat family is. If you spoil our good deed, believe it or not, we go to find your family? The pirate leader said loudly again. When the fat boss heard this, he knew that his side had been watched and said loudly, in that case, how much would it cost to please let us off the hook? Fatty, it's not a matter of money or not. It's a matter of our credibility. I can tell you one thing here. The buyer will not hurt you if he buys you to go. Instead, he will treat you with good food and drink. The pirate leader opened his mouth and refused. You're going to sell us to the anti-government forces? The fat boss asked with his mouth open when he heard this. That's right. It's the anti-government army that wants to buy you. You've gotten lucky this time. Otherwise, you would have become space trash long ago. And your every word and action is under our surveillance. Who made this transport ship well designed? The system intelligence on it is so high. And the fact that we can control the transport silently. You don't think we can hack into the transport systems easily, do you? Think again with your brains. Since we are able to do this, will anyone come to your rescue? Even if a battleship came, it would certainly be in the wrong direction. Hearing this, everyone was apathetic. Yang Bo saw that everyone's face did not look good, and this pirate's words directly took away these people's resistance. Everyone wanted to resist because they thought that there would be a warship to come to the rescue. Black. So damn black. Yang Bo spat in his heart. Son of a, maybe some people from Patasun had a hand in the Red Count's attack, or else the Red Count could easily control what is known as the most advanced casino in the world? Yang Bo thought of another possibility. Everyone below step out of your rooms so I can see you. Anyone inside any cabin that does not match the number of people registered, then we will eliminate the entire cabin. The pirate leader issued a new order. Don't look at the fact that you have more than 10,000 people, but it won't take more than a minute to kill them all in front of our mechs. For once, we don't want to kill anyone. Don't make us throw you out into space. Then maybe hundreds or thousands of years from now someone will find you inside the space junk. You all have families. You all have loved ones. You all have children. And it would actually be nice to go over to the resistance and live over there. There is also another opportunity to join us. We need some people on our side right now. The lowest ranked mechs. We need 3 to 5 people. And the families of those 3 to 5 people can live with us. The pirate leader's words made Yang Bo feel that not resisting was the best choice. The key was that the transport ship was controlled by someone. If the other battleship started fighting, everything inside the entire cabin would be sucked out by the vacuum of space. Supernatural person is also a person, not a cold machine. And space inside the temperature difference between day and night. There are all kinds of dangers, or a vacuum environment. Even if the supernatural person can briefly adapt to this environment, their own energy consumption is finished, will also become a corpse. Very well, the men inside this hatch are just fine. The pirate leaders went into a hamper, and inside these men were waiting. This is a kind of collar bomb that imprisons superpowered people. Once a superpowered person uses energy that exceeds a certain energy value, then this bomb will explode. The pirate leaders took out one collar after another and put them on the people inside this cabin. Everyone's face was not good, but no one dared to say anything, and Yang Bo's side didn't know what to do. In public, everyone watched as the pirates put one collar after another on each individual's head. Yang Bo was keenly aware that some of the children were not collared and the rest of the men and women were, but that was understandable. The men were driven, escorted by pirates, with their baggage, presumably to the battleship. In the face of mechs, in the face of pirates wearing energy battle armor and holding energy weapons, no one dared to resist, because everyone knew that the result of resisting would be to be cut into pieces. In the age of technology, the strength of an individual cannot fight against technology at all unless it reaches a perverted level. The number of people with perverted superpowers is again rare, and if superpowered people were able to crush technology, the world wouldn't be so peaceful a long time ago. The world was ruled by superpowered people a long time ago, and now that it's still technology that rules the world, it's clear why. What to do? What to do? Yang Bo was also anxious in his heart, looking at the faces of these people around him. It seemed like they were not prepared to resist. How come no one is resisting? These guys resisted so that they can fish in troubled waters. Yang Bo didn't know how long it took for the other side to get to his side, but that collar was definitely not something good. Wow, everyone is very cooperative. Very good, very good. Pirates are quite a lot of people. You can see that there are 5 or 6 pirate squad, almost more than 100 people, are opening one cabin after another, to the adults inside to put on the collar. Of course, organic armor on the side of the tiger eyeing. The pirate leader is in a very good mood, clapping his hands and said. Just at this time, the big screen shook, and in the next second, the screen changed to a different image, and the huge transport ship was seen, suddenly moving, suddenly accelerating, and directly crashing into a battleship on one side. Visible to the naked eye, the battleship was a huge transport ship. The dent shrunk into a large section. The transport ship also then a huge force to the battleship slapped out. This time the battleship was ready to pick up the hostages. So not only is the distance from the transport ship is relatively close, and the energy shield is not open. Cruising 2 fighters, one of which was the transport ship, tumbled for fear of the explosion. A large chunk of the transport ship was also damaged, and a single robot was rescuing people before dozens of life pods flew out in all directions. And the pirate's one remaining fighter gave chase before the screen flickered with images. Silver Moon Pirate Corps, haven't you ever inquired about who pioneered the March Star? Accompanied by a voice. Inside the image displayed on the large screen, inside the main control room of the transport ship, an icy blue light flashed, and the 7 or 8 pirates wearing energy battle armor inside the main control room were instantly sliced into countless pieces. Rift, Yang Bo exclaimed. Chapter 76, Sudden Change of Events, First Shift. P.S. 3 rivers today. Starting 3 shifts. Planet Guardian. Someone else exclaimed. On the big screen, a shimmering blue rift glows mesmerizingly, cracking the sky. Is the last time Yang Bo saw the advertisement. Muttering more powerful than the flying sword thing. Yang Bo also know it is cracking the sky. The rest do not know anything. It's not a Planet Guardian. This rift in general. It should be some kind of super revolutionary. Most likely some high-level military official of the March Star. The fat boss then shook his head and said, "We are saved. That's it. How awesome is that?" Exactly. Looks like the right place to go to the Marching Star. Everyone was talking about it, and Yang Bo was relieved. With this kind of powerful person, there must be no problem. But at a glance, the fat boss's face became even more gloomy, and his heart thumped. The fat boss shook his head and said, "A cramped environment like an airship isn't really suited for rifts, and the Mech's automatic laser cannon system reacts much faster." Just then, a voice rang out, "Citizens of the planet March, I apologize for the danger this time. Remember what I said below. Next I'll open all the passages linking the passenger cabin to the cargo hold. Everyone try to go to the cargo hold to escape the pirates. There's a pirate mole on the transport ship, and I can't trust anyone right now to force the following measures. I've released a distress signal star beacon and expect a fleet to come to our rescue within 3 days. In the meantime, I'll turn on the transport ship's spin system to prevent pirate warships from closing in on the transport ship. In addition, I will destroy the battleship's main system light brain and cut off all intelligent monitoring equipment to prevent the pirates from using the intelligent monitoring system to find everyone. Everyone can turn on the escape pods as a last resort, and when the rescue fleet arrives, everyone will leave in the pods. This one transport ship can't be approached by any battleships as well as any fighters and will keep spinning. The Silver Moon Pirate Corps only has 100 or so people on this transport ship, and in the face of the huge space of the transport ship, there is still a great hope for everyone to survive. Silver Moon Pirates, the only way for you to leave now is to utilize the escape system. You've messed with the wrong people you shouldn't have messed with. I'll be hunting you in the shadows. Citizens, take care." As soon as the words were spoken, a blue rift was seen spinning up in the main control room before the image disappeared. Then the passage into the hatch opened. Dumbfounded, escape pods are a separate system. Even if a transport ship spins, it's no problem to use an escape pod. Life pods, escape pods are a thing. Everyone was dumbfounded as the fat boss leapt to a security camera and said with a touch of his hand, "It's been cut off." Everyone hurry to the cargo warehouse. The way to the cargo bay already had green arrows, and everyone swarmed towards the access road coming in. Most of a transport ship of this size was actually cargo bays, and Yambo reacted. That is, the marching stars did send people to protect themselves, the immigrants, and were still very strong, but couldn't trust anyone else because of the mole. Just let this transport ship spin up in this space, so that the pirate warships, fighters cannot close. Of course, given enough time, the pirate warships can also, that is to say, within 3 days' time only rely on themselves. Yang Bo also hurried to squeeze with other people, incidentally gleaned a few teenage girls' and boys' hair, ready to camouflage with. Unsurprisingly, Yang Bo was at the end of the line. The fat boss was the first to disappear again, and the others were even using their superpowers to run wildly with their families. Ha! Yang Bo saw a sign and walked over with a heartbeat. Maintenance entrance? As soon as Yang Bo looked at the standard, he understood that it was a maintenance entrance. Battleship repair capability working? although this is not a battleship. Yang Bo put his hand on this door, which was locked from the other side. But fortunately, it was a dual structure of mechanical and electronic, and the door opened with a movement in his heart. Yang Bo hurriedly went in, closed the door and locked it, before carefully surveying this maintenance entrance. The head of the Silver Moon Pirates and the others came to the main control room and looked at the dead members, because all the main systems were shut down and all the elevators were unusable. The mechs and people were climbing the stairs. The main control room was a mess. The light brain control center was cut to pieces, where the transporter could be seen spinning. This kind of high-speed rotation, other warships want to get close to. The difficulty is very big. General docking in space high-speed rotation target is to have a docking system, both sides of the speed of the same can be. But the main system is gone. The pirate core cannot be docked with the outside world at all. Lao San, what the hell have you been doing? The pirate leader looked at the man in silver battle armor and shouted angrily. Big brother, I checked the freight list and found something good. It's more than 1,000 energy weapons and energy battle armor. I personally went to look at it. The one called Lao San was a bit depressed and opened his mouth to explain. The pirate leader froze and asked, from Mickey Resource Recovery? Aha. Big brother, why don't we go? Big brother, whose family pioneered this March Star? The rest of the pirate corps felt cold behind their backs. A guy who manipulated the Rift Hollow was hiding in the shadows. The pirate leader immediately drank. What are we afraid of when we are pirates? Old 5. Go outside the transport ship and use the mech to contact our battleship. Try to synchronize the data as much as possible. As far as I know, it will take at least a week for the nearest battleship to come. And within that week, as long as our battleships are docked, we'll be fine. Also we have 76 people, 36 mechs, 6 mechs to a team. Find the people first, those we find will be gathered together and those who resist will be killed. So what if he cracks the air? Under the mech's automatic fire, let him destroy one mech at most. The pirate leader droned in a cold voice. Big brother, you are this. The rest of them were right when they heard it. Pirate Head even hated said, after the battleship docking, bring the people found on the battleship, and then burst this transport ship. Let this son of a bastard die. Actually dare to kill so many of us. Do not go to the other side. Looking for people. We received money from the anti-government armed forces. Do not give a batch of people. These crazy dogs are only afraid of entangling us. Yes, when we get out, let's specialize in robbing the son of a March Star. What's that? Set off. Remember, those who resist, kill. Yes, the pirates were divided into 6 teams, 5 of which were equipped with 6 mechs each, and 4 pirate members, who went looking for people. The remaining 6 mechs and the others were inside one of the cabins of one of the watch shows, looking at the people who had already put on their confinement collars, and subsequently the others they found were housed here. Pirate Head is also here, looking at his men on the side with laser guns to beat the racehorses, looking at the hostages who were scared and cried. The Pirate Head shook his head disdainfully. What kind of bull **** animal protection law? The alliances those mother **** scares used to fool the little cutie. Here the view is open, and the site is large enough to watch over enough people. 6 mechs turned on the alert system, forming a crossfire network, unless the other side also has a mech. Otherwise, no chance. Besides the Pirate Head, but no, there is no B-level evolver in here. Even if there is a hidden B-level is just that. As long as it is not an A or a plus level genetic evolver. Come here is looking for death. Yang Bo looked at the wide passageway, which was the maintenance passageway. Yang Bo looked at a hair in his hand. His heart moved, and then in the next second, Yang Bo touched himself. Feeling. Yang Bo found himself changed, turned into a teenager, touched the bottom, also changed. A bad idea popped up. If it becomes a female, then, cough, and then found that his voice also changed. I suppose so. After all, the vocal cords have changed in construction. Let's go to the maintenance center first. Just in time to find a place to practice mechs. With a slight thought, Yang Bo changed back to his own appearance, as the disguise required energy consumption. Chapter 77, Calamity Physique, Second Shift. Yang Bo walked in the wider maintenance channel. There was also an elevator and other automatic equipment here, but unfortunately the main system stopped. It should have been shut down. On both sides of the channel was a tall metal skeleton. On the metal skeleton was the various chambers. The walls of the chambers were made of multi-layered composite materials as well as metal. High strength, good toughness, thermal insulation, a variety of ventilation equipment. Lines are taken this maintenance channel. TSK, this radiation protection. Radiation protection measures could be seen on both sides of the passage. A padding material, kind of like a sponge kind of thing. Transportation ships, warships have several control systems. wireless control systems, wired control systems, and even the most primitive hydraulic manual control systems. At the very beginning, mankind had actually reached the wireless control system, and then realized that the cosmic storms, high-energy particle rays, etc., were even more powerful, and inside these areas, using wireless control would be a waste of time. Fiber optic control was then restored, and it was found that in certain regions of space, there was also interference, so the oldest hydraulic manual systems were finally arranged in key locations. 99% of the time, the fiber optic controls are fine. The entire transport ship relies on the fiber optic system to transmit information, as does the signal transmission system, which is now cut off, so the chambers lost contact with each other, and because of the superb anti-shielding measures, even the Mech's radar had no way of detecting farther. The key point is also that the Silver Moon Pirate Corps didn't even carry biometric radar on their own mechs. After all, they were out for a robbery. Wouldn't it be good to replace the biodetection radar module with something else? This led to the fact that the Silver Moon Pirate Corps squads were acting individually with each other, and there was no way for them to link up through wireless signals, or else the boss wouldn't have sent the mechs outside the transports to contact the battleships because the communication system had been damaged. Yang Bo didn't know this yet. After all, Yang Bo used to be a resident and received limited information. Yang Bo came here to a maintenance hub that was stocked with all kinds of tools, and all kinds of robots, but unfortunately the robots were no longer usable. Taking off all of his clothes and hiding them first, he changed into a suit for a ship repairman. Most of the work here could actually be done with robots, so there weren't many actual staff members. The repairman's shirt serves the same purpose as the front shirt. Yang Bo chose a storehouse where accessories were piled up, and with a movement in his heart, he released his mech, then opened the cockpit of the mech and came out. At 8 meters high and 108 tons, it's a bit lighter than the original factory, as it was changed. Mechs have gravity systems that don't float, but of course they float with the gravity system turned off. TSK. With this guy around, Yang Bo felt a lot more secure. When Yang Bo's heart moved, he put his hand on the mech. Metal mastery. Oh. Yang Bo originally thought that this mech deformation should be very difficult, did not think that once he got his hands on it, in his heart, as long as a thought, this mech shape changed. Originally square-headed, now looks streamlined, like a smaller teenage mecha. Of course only the shape. The interior is still a third-generation machine, just like that what tie, far from the Porsche, close to the cough. Good. Yang Bo watched as the mech's makeover was successful, so that he wouldn't be afraid of being recognized if he did bad things in the future. Looking at the red count set of battle armor inside the cockpit, Yang Bo was suspicious in his heart. This thing was taken in with the mech last time. Put it on and tested it. It didn't work. That means you can put things inside the cockpit of this mech and then you can put them away? What about the mech's storage box? Yang Bo also knew that mechs had storage places. In that case, if you obtain certain good things in the future, you won't lose them? Yang Bo didn't understand the reason for this, but it didn't stop himself from using it as all. Looking at Earl Red's battle armor, he put the thing into the mech storage place. This thing might be of great use later. Entering the cockpit, Yang Bo suddenly realized that he and this mech seemed to be one. This was the effect brought about by the metal control, and the homologous energy. First familiarize yourself with it. Go, run. 5-meter-long energy weapon. This thing Yang Bo last time thought it was the plasma knife of the third-generation machine, but it turned out not to be. This is also energy metal, and the power is hundreds of times higher than the plasma knife. The Red Earl attack is not simple. A wave of stocks of the Sub-Zero Company went up quite a lot. The key is that after this incident, the Sub-Zero Company has several more super shareholders. It can't be ruled out that some people know about the Sub-Zero Company's super technology and then set up traps? Or is there some conspiracy by those politicians in Podostar? The more Yang Bo now thought about the last time the red count thing was not that simple, but it was just a thought. The master will hide here for a few days. Yang Bo trained for 2 hours, then put the mech away and went into the repairman's duty room, which was secluded and had an open area and a good lounge condition. Yang Bo also discovered that his energy weapon could be invisible, but the mech couldn't. As if the battery energy inside the mech wasn't the same as his own. It's also rechargeable, and there are quite a few robots with batteries that can suck up some power to replenish themselves. What the hell is this? Yang Bo looked at one of the safes inside the duty room, actually the old manual kind. In his heart, Yang Bo's own energy weapon that he bought appeared in his hand. This kind of safe, although it is the hardest metal, but under the energy weapon that emits blue light, it is just like tofu. Inside the safe, inside a transparent container with a diameter of 100 millimeters and a length of half a meter was a blue viscous liquid, and inside this liquid was a well-fixed triangular column with a diameter of 50 millimeters and a length of 30 centimeters. Battleship Energy Stone. Yang Bo recognized it at a glance. This was the battleship repair skill playing a role. At the same time, Yang Bo also instantly understood that this is a battleship-only energy stone. A weight of up to 10 kilograms, battleships are usually used in the fusion energy system. Encountered in the battle, energy shield, laser cannon and other full power open time, it will need to support the energy stone. The defense method of the battleship's energy shield is automatic. The greater the external attack, the stronger the energy shield released. If it encounters a steep saturation attack of the enemy's attack strength, then the energy shield system will instantly release a powerful shield. And this time it would require the extraction of a large amount of energy, an explosive extraction that the reactor system could not provide, and would have to rely on energy stones. It's not right. This thing is banned by the major alliances. Yang Bo suddenly realized that something was wrong. Just at this time, Yang Bo heard a movement, hurriedly took off his clothes and stuffed them inside a corner. The whole person then stealthily floated and stuck to the side of the ceiling. Because this is a space environment, without the roll of the clothes, the person floated. Stealth. Just as he was stealthy, he heard someone open the door to the duty room. What bad luck this time. How did I meet such a strong person? How is it not? Recently this job is getting worse and worse. Might as well go to open a live broadcast. Last time open a live broadcast half a day earned tens of millions of dollars. I wonder how many we'll catch this time. Battleship Energy Stones. 3 men in energy battle armor entered, and the 3 were talking when they suddenly stopped as they saw the safe that had been sliced open. There is a situation. The 3 of them shouted out at the same time, and the energy battle armor on the 3 of them instantly erupted with fluorescence. Quickly look. Energy stone lost or not? This is most of our family belongings. One of the 3 people backed out. The other 2 people, one of them shouted. 3 people cannot see what looks like helmet all wrapped. Yang Bo is cursing in his heart. No wonder he heard the commotion has been too late to go out. Are superpowered. Doggone, don't know who gives these pirates to provide such strategic materials, but also the parliament. Maybe these pirates are behind those big consortia. Chapter 78, What a World, third shift. Not missing. The man checking it out rushed to open a couple other safes, all of which contained the stuff. Yang Bo sucked in a breath of cold air. So many. Who had the guts to be so big? Hurry up and take it away. Hearing this, the other party's companion hurriedly shouted. No, we need to find someone first, otherwise I'll be exposed. I have a large family. They can find out the source of the energy stone if they check my trail. The person inside the house hurriedly said. The cut was just opened. The man must not have gone far. Hurry. The people in the room took a closer look at the safe incision shouted. Shift the stuff first. This stuff is most of our brother's fortune. The doorway disagreed and said loudly. The man outside shouted. There are marks here. I don't know what they are. Yang Bo was speechless. Most likely where he had just trained the mech himself. You hurry to report to Big Brother, and the 2 of us will look for someone first. Take the energy stone first. Maybe someone else will come back for it. The traces on the ground are most likely ready to use the device to transfer the energy stone away, and ran away when they realized we were coming. All the more reason to find someone. When Yang Bo heard the heated argument outside, he snuck out, ready to bolt. No, the people on the ship can't be left behind. Later we'll take the escape pod and go. Then we'll blow up this transport ship. Otherwise our supply channel will be exposed. Yes, and the energy stones are thrown out with the escape pods as well. Yang Bo was going to go. Heard this, immediately do not want to go. These guys really do this. They are not the end of the calf. In his heart, he cursed the dog for seeking death. So he returned inside the small house he had just been in. The 2 reached an agreement to take the energy stones and go first, without looking for anyone else. You go get a transporter over here and I'll go inside and carry the stuff out first. One person then comes in to carry the energy stone, a container that makes the fluctuation of the energy stone undetectable. The man was about to open a safe door when he suddenly froze. Well, a floating shirtless man? Then a blackout as the energy weapon was just a millimeter in front of the eye socket on his own helmet. Battleship repair +8. Yang Bo's hand was shaking slightly, hurriedly took off this person's armor, then stuffed this person inside the locker where he put his clothes in the duty room, changed his energy weapon into the same as this person, pulled off a hair of this person, and moved in his heart. Disguise. Look at yourself. Changed. Putting on someone else's armor again, and then also dropping the door of the safe he had just cut open next to the door of the cabinet where the body was hidden under pressure. Want me to help? Outside, the one looking for the transportation truck came and opened his mouth and asked. Aha. Yang Bo hummed, and then the 2 of them began to carry 100 of them. After 2 people moved, Yang Bo led another person to control the car. The next step Yang Bo has not thought of what to do, is to follow these people to the pirates' warship? It seems to work. At least it's safe. Yang Bo has some regrets. Originally thought that no one was here. Who knows that the mole is here? No wonder the doggone pirates can control this transport ship. The repairman wants to do tricks. It's too simple. Soon 2 Mechs as well as 4 men in battle armor met up with the 2 Yang Bos, and a group of people escorted the items. Yang Bo also did not know where to go. Walked for half an hour. Because everyone is a genetic evolutionary. Walking very quickly. Ordinary people to be in this 18 kilometers long, high hundreds of meters inside the warship with the legs to move. Enough. This is here? When Yang Bo appeared from a passageway, he saw what seemed like a stadium layout, with a lot of people squatting in the center, surrounded by 12 mechs, and 20 or so people. The next step Yang Bo did not know what to do. Far away from the stands to see a man. Yang Bo heart surprised, pirate head? Cough. Yang Bo saw that the person he was just with went to say something to the pirate leader, so he coughed and used sonic detection to listen to see what the two were saying. Can't go now. Kill him is? These years this good brother of ours has eaten a lot of our brothers selling money. After I go out I'll send a message to the other side. His family will disappear. Pirate head said in a low voice. This is what Yang Bo heard. Although the distance is at least several hundred meters away, the voice is even lower and lower. But unfortunately, Yang Bo's voice control is already at the level of the Grand Master. Yang Bo's face is green. How is this self so unlucky? But also said to mix to the other side of the battleship. Find the opportunity to run again. At this time one of the mechs that had just come along. The pilot came down and headed to one side of the passage. I'll go too. Yang Bo looked at the passage marking that it was a restroom and hurriedly shouted before going with the other party. Yang Bo thought the other pirates would be suspicious. The other pirates did not suspect. Because the pirates have been together for a long time, the relationship is very good, as if they are iron brothers. Pust. Just entering the restroom, Yang Bo swung down the energy weapon in his hand and cut the other party to death. Mech piloting +8. Son of a. We'll see. Then Yang Bo scattered and ran away, directly back to the place where he just moved things first, returned the armor to the other person to put on, and then released the electric energy to make this person into a charcoal. Destroy the body. Otherwise the other person, if the body is found later, to die first, maybe it will expose his ability. Now this way the other person thought that this guy came back to do something and suffered an attack. Yang Bo does not know is, just after he left 10 minutes, ready to solve. Yang Bo disguised this person's guy. The heart wondered how this person is not yet back, is ready to go to the restroom. By the way, listen to the big brother's solution to this person. I didn't expect to go into the restroom and see the hacked up mech pilot. 2-5. This dog days. Big brother in the restroom frantic. Mech division a mech division or their own good brother The key is that the mech is basically configured according to the user. What habits, what command procedures and so on. The pirate group this side, although it is not so much as a secret key, but with other people's inconvenience. Big brother, kill Airwoo first. Big brother, this man knows too much. Yeah, big brother, leave 3 mechs, 5 men, the rest must find this bastard. If you can't, clear the hatches one by one, break one by one, make all these damn bastards space junk. Big brother said through gritted teeth. Big brother, this is a good idea. Yang Bo side came to the warehouse. The warehouse is very large. Inside the goods piled up. Here the goods are fixed. Because in space, so it is floating. The warehouse is very high, very large. The warehouse is surrounded by a rotary ladder. There is an elevator cannot be used. The warehouse are robots handling. Find a cargo container to hide in. Yang Bo was ready to find a cargo container to hide in. Yang Bo also heard the sound of someone arguing and cursed in his heart before moving away from these people. Using his metal control, Yang Bo opened a random cargo container and was dumbfounded. A good number of energy weapons were fixed on the shelves inside the container, and Yang Bo saw the battle armor he saw at the energy weapon store at that time at a glance. Ha ha, buddy, the time has come. Yang Bo hurriedly went in and prepared to take the battle armor. It was a good thing. Chapter 79 Metamorphic Ability, First Shift. Yang Bo put on the energy battle armor, which is not easy to find. In general, the genetic evolution of the battle energy battle armor is the most easily damaged. Genetic evolution of the battle armor damage rate is the highest, because the battle time by the mecha or other attacks, but also the first to hit the battle armor. The energy weapon can be saved by the chances of a lot more. With a movement of his heart, the energy battle armor fit tightly on his body, and with the energy battle armor, there was no need to wear a gravity suit or anything like that, so he could walk freely on this airship. Yang Bo controlled the energy battle armor change, exactly the same as the battle armor of these pirates outside, plus his own current appearance after the change of energy weapon. Live is another pirate. It wasn't that Yang Bo hadn't thought about how to target these pirates, But what about the dozens of mechs and dozens of other people? These people are specialized in doing this. Their strength is definitely not low. Yang Bo himself has camouflage and stealth, 2 super skills. But if once these 2 skills were exposed, once the news was leaked, then the entire ship would probably be checked one by one, and would probably be locked up somewhere. Yang Bo will never expose his 2 skills. Just turned back to deal with that repairman. It is afraid of exposing his camouflage skills. If these 2 skills are exposed, Yang Bo will only be an interstellar tramp. Besides, there are so many passengers. There must be powerful characters inside. There is also that person who manipulates the rift. People must have their own comprehensive plan. Will not make empty words. Let so many people in danger. And to put it mildly, if all these people died, it wouldn't have much to do with Yang Bo. Preserving himself was the main thing. And the big deal is that in the end, they will be captured by the pirates on top of the battleship, and then find a way on the line. It is very easy to survive if you have organic armor. Yang Bo looked at so many energy weapons inside this cargo container and his heart moved. Hurry! It's right in front. There are more than 1,000 energy weapons in there. And energy battle armor. These are all good things. Big Brother is also really. Do not look for the good things inside the container first. Those hostages are not good to bring. And not worth a few dollars. Just at this time, a voice of talking came. What day? Yang Bo was really speechless, feeling that his physique was a calamity physique. How did he encounter these things? Just now. He only delayed here for a while, and then he encountered pirates again. Not good. Someone got there first. After a cry of alarm, a person wearing silver battle armor appeared at the entrance of the cargo container. And this person's energy battle armor was obviously more advanced than the other pirates around. Behind the silver battle armor were 3 more people. All 4 of them could not be seen what they looked like. And the energy battle armor wrapped these people tightly. There's a battle armor missing. The man in the silver battle armor opened his mouth upon taking a closer look. Third brother, it's just a piece of energy battle armor. It won't get in the way. Let's move these things away first. Third brother, that's right. These things are worth a lot. Even on the black market they can be sold for millions a handful. Third brother, do it. If Big Brother doesn't like it, we'll do it ourselves. Exactly. Let's pack these energy weapons and throw them out with a life pod. The brothers outside will definitely intercept this life pod. And then we'll just split the money. Yang Bo hid inside the corner, listening to these people talk, only to know that these people are behind the pirate head to come here to make extra money. Heard that these energy weapons in the black market only sold million a hand. Yang Bo is also speechless. They're owned by 10 million. But it couldn't be helped. The Mickey Recycling Company was said to have a military background. Otherwise, where could it have collected so many energy weapons? Every time the battlefield was cleaned up, this company went first. Be careful. If someone takes the energy battle armor, then someone must have an energy weapon. I'll just tell Big Brother to leave first and forget about it. This time the deal is off. He has to arrest someone. The man in silver battle armor spoke. Third brother, Big Brother's worry is also justified. Those guys from the anti-government armed forces are not reasonable. In fact, we shouldn't do business with them. It's much better to do business with the big consortiums on this side of the alliance. Even though the price is lower on this side, there's none of that crap. The 3 people who followed then began to move the energy weapons, placing these weapons inside a specialized container. The man in the silver battle armor shook his head and said, Big Brother must have his ideas. Let's do it first. There is another person on this ship who uses rift. Everyone be careful. Third brother, I feel that using the rift, this kid doesn't have much strength. If there really is a planet guardian that strong, we would have been cut down long ago. Another person said while taking an energy weapon, Rift, this thing is good, but there are many restrictions on its use. First of all, it requires a lot of hardware conditions. On the planet there is a communication system augmented. Of course there is no problem. On this transport ship, the conditions for the use of the Rift are limited, and the key is to look at the user himself. A C-class evolver and an A-class evolver. The effect of 2 people using the Rift is completely different. Sango, I wonder if the mech's docking with the battleship outside will work. If it works, we'll be able to move a lot of stuff, and it's too much of a hassle to move things with the life pods? It shouldn't be a problem. Since Big Brother is doing this, Yang Bo was hidden inside the corner. When he heard this, his heart thumped. Once the battleship docked with this airship, then the trouble would be big. The battleship must still have a steady stream of pirates on board. Son of a. Yang Bo cursed in his heart. The 3 of them moved very quickly, and all of these 1,000 plus energy weapons inside the cargo container, as well as the energy battle armor, were loaded into one box after another. But since none of the machines and equipment had a way to be used automatically, these people manually maneuvered the 2 machines to transport the dozens of boxes. Yang Bo is not without the intention to take action, but there is silver battle armor that guy has been vigilant looking around the body of the battle armor, but also vaguely emit fluorescence. This is the battle armor charging state, proving that this person has been vigilant. Yang Bo could certainly attack from a stealthy state, but if one of the four escaped, then the news that he was able to be stealthy would definitely be leaked out. Yang Bo once again entered into the maintenance channel. With the battle armor, directly control the energy battle armor, so that the energy battle armor no longer have gravity reaction. The person will be directly in the channel inside the weightless state. Directly to the top is, arriving at the exit position of the transport ship. Yang Bo took a deep breath. He had come over here to conduct a very significant test as well. Go inside the sealed compartment and close the door on the maintenance access side. Janbo then metallized his skin. Then taking a deep breath, he gently opened the outside hatch. Ah ha ha. A few seconds later, Yang Bo almost laughed out loud. Now this sealed cabin could be said to be a vacuum environment, but he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable at all. Suffocation didn't exist. In fact, Yang Bo had long had this feeling that after his skin was metallized, he should not be considered a real human being. Then as long as there was energy in his body, he could definitely survive in a vacuum environment. There is another very important experiment. Yang Bo took a deep breath. Chapter 80, Mechanic? Second shift. Light energy mastery. It really allows one to increase energy, which means that in the future, if one wanders into space, one can completely absorb the light from the surrounding stars to provide oneself with energy. Yang Bo stretched his hand out of the spaceship and felt the hot sensation of the sunlight shining on his hand, and at the same time, he also felt a trace of energy entering his body. I wonder what kind of state it will be after metallizing my whole body. Yang Bo now called out the skill and could only see a 5% with a series of question marks in front of it. Yang Bo thought that it might be a super awesome state, but where did this 5% come from? Was it his own metallic skin? First, solve the mechs outside here that are in contact with the pirate battleships. Yang Bo returned to the place where the maintenance channel had just appeared and looked around. He didn't find the other party, so it was in a few other places. Looking at the signboard inside the maintenance channel, Yang Bo moved quickly inside the channel. The speed of the genetic evangelist was extremely fast, and Yang Bo's current state was in weightlessness. The energy released by the energy battle armor made Yang Bo inside this maintenance channel just like swimming quickly inside the water. Jamboree felt like he had inspired swimming skills. Coming to another place where he could come to the surface of the ship, he gently opened the hatch and saw a place in the distance where a mech was standing. Yang Bo hurriedly shrunk his head back and then returned to the maintenance channel. After 10 minutes, Yang Bo felt that the position above his head was where the mech was. What should we do next? Yang Bo hadn't thought about how to solve it. Smashing this transport ship for this mech didn't fit his idea. After smashing here, the air inside would circulate quickly. Maybe it would cause huge damage to the whole ship, at least within these few days. Yang Bo didn't want to become an interstellar vagabond himself. The key was that this mech carried a long-range weapon. When Yang Bo trained inside the mech game, he fought with a mech with a long-range weapon, and was abused like a vegetable chicken, and had some psychological shadows towards long-range weapons. There, Yang Bo had seen other people's mechs and knew what the other mech looked like, so he turned his own mech into the others. Neither can I. The other mechs are armed with energy cannons, and you're armed with a big sword yourself. Yang Bo placed his hand on top of the metal and carefully sensed the location of the mech above him. This time, Yang Bo felt something strange, as if he could control this mech. Yang Bo metallized his body so that he could increase his perception. Not expecting such an unexpected effect, this illusion made Yang Bo feel a bit unbelievable. This was someone else's mech. How could he control it? Afterwards, Yang Bo didn't pay any attention to the mech and hurried to a maintenance hub. After Yang Bo was metallized, he gently put his hand on a maintenance robot. Yang Bo then gained access to this robot. The feeling as if he was able to manipulate this machine to do anything? Asterisk. Yang Bo thought of what Fatty Boss said about stealing the warplane. This guy who stole the warplane definitely had some metal superpowers. It was at this time that Yang Bo realized that his skills had changed. Originally a series of question marks followed by a 5%. It now becomes, mechanic, 5%, non-complete. Complete can control any metal machinery as well as metal beings. That is to say, it is now possible to gain access to some of the machinery? Yang Bo instantly understood in seconds. Yang Bo left the place, and the robot that had just gained access returned to its original state, as if no one had ever come before. Good stuff. Yang Bo looked at the rows of mechs. This is the mechs of the airship escort. In fact, every such large airship employs a security company's guards. All of them are equipped with mechs. But unfortunately, this place was betrayed by the mole. These mechs are not too advanced. Only 7 or 8 generations only. Basically with the pirates are similar. But here there are as many as 10. As soon as he reached out, Yang Bo had a feeling that it was going to be a little harder for this mech to gain access, but the continuous output of energy allowed Yang Bo to gain access to this one mech with a laser cannon after 3 minutes. Awesome! At this moment, Yang Bo felt that he had completely grasped the usage of this mech. The unmanned mechs took 3 minutes to gain access, so the manned mechs are estimated to be very difficult to gain access to, but how do you upgrade this 5% on your own? Isn't it possible to instantly gain access to these battleships by upgrading to 100% later? But after using these mechs, you have to destroy them, or this ability of yours might be exposed. Yang Bo looked at several other mechs and muttered in his heart. Yang Bo didn't know how he was so proficient in the structure of this transporter. With his own skin metallized in mechanic state, this mech was as if he had been using it for a long time, with all kinds of commands in it, all kinds of buttons. I don't know what it took to get this ability. It's definitely not just metal mastery. Does it have something to do with a few of my Grandmaster skills? The mechanic can control the battle armor light brain. Could it be that there is a bonus to electrical energy control? After all, the light brain is also data and the energy source is electricity? Yang Bo came all the way to an exit side and carefully opened the sealed compartment, which was the place where the exit transitioned to the outside world. Slowly opening the outside door, the mech leapt up. The rocket pack instantly activated, and the entire mech instantly rushed towards the enemy mech. Transportation ship outside the mech on the pirate is a little bored. The mech itself in this spin on the transport ship. The movement speed, angle data transmission to the battleship. The battleship side of the calculation can be the same speed with this docking. That is, everyone to spin, to achieve a relative speed of stationary. After all, spin has an axis. Let's put it this way. In two large trucks both traveling side by side at 100 km per hour, the two vehicles opposite each other are as if they are standing still, and the battleships are ready to dock at this time. The pilot was a bit bored. After all, there is no mech on this transport ship. Just a rift is no big deal. This kind of weapon manipulated by their own energy. All depends on the strength of the individual. Suddenly the alarms blared. The mech's laser cannons instantly opened fire, and before the pirate mechmaster had time to react, he was pounced upon by a tremendous force. The next second the cockpit went black, and through the cockpit's lookout window, the mechmeister saw the feet of the massive mech. Ah! The mechmeister screamed in despair. Yang Bo controlled the mech and ruthlessly stomped on this cockpit, directly flattening it. Mech piloting plus 16. It's still a high-grade item. Yang Bo looked at his own mech with 2 holes punched in his shoulders and also sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Yang Bo used mech piloting, mech maintenance, flying, and pouncing on his own laser cannon the moment he hit this mech's weak point, picked up this wrecked mech and threw it straight up, then slapped to smithereens by the spinning transports. Far away, the pirate warship suddenly ran out of mech signals and rushed to reconnoiter. At this time, Yang Bo also discarded his own mech. Directly electrical energy to burn the light brain. The mech will have no gravity system. Levitation. By Yang Bo make a push, the mech floated out, and then by the spinning transport ship slapped to smithereens. Keep on screwing. Yang Bo was now seething with adrenaline, feeling like he could fight 10 of them alone. But of course, it had to be sneaky. Chapter 81, Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack. Third shift. Hey, you're it. This time, Yang Bo came back to the place where the escort put the mechs, and this time, the mech chosen had a more powerful laser cannon. A mech similar to a heavy sniper or something like that. If it was usual, Yang Bo would never dare to choose this type of mech. This type of mech has a high demand for operators. But Yang Bo is now in this state. It feels like he has been using this mech for many years, and his proficiency is pulled full. Old woman eating persimmons. Don't blame your buddy for picking the soft one. Yang Bo maneuvered the mech and started searching. Because the location where the other party's boss was, Yang Bo already knew it. So with that place as the center, the surrounding passages were the places those mech squads had to pass through. Just when he came near a hatch, Yang Bo heard someone shouting from inside. The people inside hurry up and come out. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't come out in 10 minutes, we'll break this hatch, and make you become space trash together with these goods. Here was a cargo warehouse. There were 4 mechs here, and 5 pirates in energy battle armor. These people didn't actually notice if there was anyone hiding in the cargo warehouse. They just shouted loudly. Anyway, these people were here to destroy these cargo warehouses, no matter if there was anyone else inside. The pirate who operated the 4 mechs felt a bit bored, because in this environment, the mechs were almost invincible, unless the guy who operated the rift appeared. But the firepower network formed by the 4 mechs could definitely suppress the other party, not to mention the several people wearing energy battle armor. Just at this time, the alarm systems of the 4 mechs suddenly sounded a sharp alarm, before the pilots of the 4 pirate mechs had a chance to turn on the laser automation system. they felt their mechs become unsteady and then fell heavily to the ground. The mecha didn't turn on the automatic system of the laser cannons at this time, because everyone was here to capture the hostages. And if they turned on the automatic system of the laser cannons, those hostages that just appeared would be beaten into a ball of charcoal by the laser cannons. A few pirates wearing energy armor had not had time to react. They were taken away by a laser. These pirates were the most unlucky. The energy armor was not inspired at all times, because the energy armor would consume its own energy. A few pirates thought that there was no danger at all with the 4 mechs on the side. It turned out that Yang Bo's entire mech was propelled by the rocket backpack, and the mech impacted almost horizontally against the ground towards the 4 mechs. And the 4 mechs, like bowling balls being hit, instantly fell to the ground. The laser cannons on Yang Bo's mech had already been programmed to attack before, prioritizing the people wearing energy battle armor over the mech. So the 5 pirates were blown up into a cloud of fireworks in less than a second. The 4 pirates reacted quickly, turning on the laser cannon's automatic defense system the moment they fell to the ground. But this defense system had a weak point, and that was the several mechs, now entangled together. After Yang Bo impacted a few people, he manipulated the mech with both hands, and with one hand, he broke the laser cannon launch tube of one mech, and then the melee weapon of the other hand was ruthlessly inserted into the driver's compartment. And this mech mechanic just happened to have only just turned on the defense system of the laser cannon, and was penetrated through the driver's compartment by the huge mech cold weapon. Mech piloting +8. The laser cannons of the other 3 mechs turned on automatic defense. Yang Bo grabbed the mechs on the ground and ruthlessly smashed them. The 3 mechs' laser cannons, which had just been recharged, suddenly didn't know who to hit because the enemy recognition system recognized his companion's mechs. That's one of the shortcomings of the intelligence system. The enemy recognition system, which simply can't tell if that friendly target is dead or not. And the laser cannon on Yang Bo's mech also instantly opened fire. Yang Bo's laser cannon was a circle bigger than a few people's, and the attack frequency was a bit lower, but the laser's attack power was a bit higher. After Yang Bo smashed the mech in his handover, his entire body also operated the mech and rushed towards the 3 mechs. Of the 3 mechs, 2 of them were smashed to the ground again by Yang Bo's smashing over, and the other one rolled on the ground to dodge it, then stood up all of a sudden. Punch! Behind Yang Bo's mech, the rocket backpack instantly activated, and the entire mech crashed into it with a single charge. Just like when spelling bayonets, Yang Bo's mecha was hit several times by the other party's laser cannon. The alarm beeped inside the cockpit, but it didn't matter anymore because the huge propulsion brought by the rocket backpack instantly brought Yang Bo to the other party, and the cold weapon in his hand was ruthlessly inserted inside the other party's cockpit. Mech piloting +8. Yang Bo's hand pulled out a trail of shadows inside the cockpit, maneuvering the laser cannon to attack towards the other 2 mechs. At the same time, the mech disengaged the gravity system. Stomping his foot with force, the mech instantly catapulted to a height of hundreds of meters, and in the next second, Yang Bo made an elegant turn, and the rocket backpack instantly activated. The laser cannons of the other 2 mechs fired fiercely, and Yang Bo's mech had almost lost control. But the huge propulsion from the rocket backpacks at this time made Yang Bo look like a huge steel monster, and ruthlessly smashed into the 2 mechs. Mech piloting +8. As he swooped, the cold weapon in his hand was aimed at a mech, which was nearly split in half. There was just one mech left, and this one mech pilot subconsciously called frantically for Big Brother inside the radio system. But unfortunately, the transport ship's cabins were well shielded. Before this mech pilot who was smashed down could maneuver his mech to stand up, he saw one of the other mech's legs hammering hard into his cockpit. Mech piloting +8. It turned out to be Yang Bo's mecha lying on the ground, and one mecha's leg was lifted up fiercely and smashed into the other party's cab, and the other party was also smashed to the ground. Yang Bo's hands are still shaking. Just now this scene of fighting down their own mech damage rate of more than 50%. It can be said that a lot of places cannot be moved. Even the laser cannon is no way to move. Just now this last is simply Yang Bo calculated to the extreme. It could be said that if the other side had one more mecha, then Yang Bo would be finished. The whole fight was long to say the least, but it took less than 5 seconds. Asterisk. It's more exciting than gambling. No wonder so many people like to become mechs. Yang Bo maneuvered the mechs to stand up, barely throwing the few mechs that were broken inside a channel before moving a certain hydraulic switch. A few mechs were sucked out by the huge vacuum suction outside the transport ship, and then smashed to pieces by the spinning transport ship. And as for the few pirates in energy armor, I guess they swept and swept. Can still get some crumbs back. Again, played a game of Yang Bo already have confidence. The other side is just so, and Yang Bo himself in the dark. Others absolutely cannot think of this transport ship. There is the existence of mecha. Not sure to run is. Afraid of what? Yang Bo also found out that there was almost no way to communicate between the mechs on this transport ship because the shielding was too strong. Should I go and screw their boss first? A crazy idea appeared inside Yang Bo's mind. Others might think it's not good to mess with them, but Yang Bo thought he could give it a try, because he could hit the other party with a laser cannon through the wall. And wasn't the other party in the bleachers? He used his metal control ability to find the other party's location, and fired directly under the other party's ass? Chapter 82, The Pirate Leader's Regret, First Shift. The second mech of the escort that had been used by Yang Bo was also thrown into space, and the mech light brain was also burned directly by Yang Bo with a huge amount of electrical energy. Yang Bo was absolutely unable to let anyone know that he had the ability to control other mechs. Looking at this place where the escorts were storing their mechs, Yang Bo was ready to wait until the time came to smash this place, so that everything in here would go inside the space, and no one would know about it. After gaining access to a mech again, Yang Bo was ready to go ahead and finish off the boss. The pirate leader could not have imagined that he had lost 5 mechs and even more people, and because of communication there was no way to communicate in a timely manner. Of course, the pirate leader would never have guessed that there were people on the transport ship who could manipulate the mechs. If he had known that there were people who could manipulate the mechs, definitely not so careless, because with 4 mechs plus a few pirates, it would be hard for a single mech to win even with this strong configuration. In fact, Yang Bo also had a little underestimated himself. Yang Bo's performance inside the mecha training, he felt unsatisfied, but the mecha training this is programmed, because your reaction, the light brain already knows. He was reacting to your reaction, and it felt like there was just a little bit of suspicion that the other party was cheating, which means that the opponent inside the mecha training was that much ahead of time, knowing that you were going to go left or right, because mecha training is mainly about training the reaction of the mecha master. In reality, the mechs don't even know what the other side's reaction is when they fight each other, and they can't respond until the other side has a reaction. Do not underestimate this time difference. This is why the last time Yang Bo and the Red count a match, many people think that Yang Bo is an ace mech artist. Reaction speed, the ability to anticipate are first class. As for that time it looks like the mech is a little bit inappropriate. Was considered by everyone to be a third-generation machine. It is precisely because of the third-generation machine to fight out of this level, to truly reflect the ability of the mech artist itself. The others had no idea that inside was a rookie who was new to mechs. Yang Bo in the mecha game inside can use a few meters long big knife in the air to chop 10 centimeters the size of the bird, can be in the distance of a few hundred meters in a leap to drop feet to step down on a rat. This kind of precise manipulation ability is actually very difficult. The bird has a direction in flight, but the bird it also has its temporary reaction, so hitting the bird is much more difficult than hitting a moving target. The third mech arrived. This one still took 3 minutes to gain access. And Yang Bo also charged himself this time, and he was much calmer after charging himself. Moreover, Yang Bo found that after his skin was metallized, his mind had to be a bit extra calm, and his reaction had to be a bit cooler. Just like the last time when he used his leg to directly smash someone's cab, he himself felt unbelievable when he thought about it later, and he was just reacting subconsciously at that time. Mechanic, this shouldn't end up evolving into a killing machine, right? While manipulating the mech, he muttered in his heart. Yang Bo actually didn't know how many mechs were on the other side, but estimated that there were no more than 50 mechs, and he had already solved 1/10 of them. This time, Yang Bo simply took the maintenance channel, directly lifting the mech's gravity system, so that the mech was in a weightless state, and both hands grasped the walls of the maintenance channel inside. Moving quickly through the maintenance channel, it was possible to avoid many places. Yang Bo didn't know how many mechs the other side had. For fear of colliding with the other side's large force, Yang Bo came to an ambush site of his choice. Yang Bo himself first stealth out, everywhere to scout a circle. Wait to see if there is the other side to come. Wait until the other side of someone to come. He operated the mech to wait for rabbits. I have to say, the Silver Moon Pirate Corps this time fell on 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Meta pervert like Yang Bo can manipulate the mechs not to mention, but also stealthy pass to check out the situation of others? Yang Bo had actually wanted to hide. After all, so many capable. Put it this way, Yang Bo would rather be captured by the pirates than reveal that he can summon mechs out of thin air, camouflage, and stealth, because the above 3 abilities are exposed. It's pretty much the same as being dead, and there's no need to go and see how the pirates react first. What's the point of seeing it? These pirates are professionals. Yang Bo own a mech contact a few days of rookie, do not want to take their own space inside the mech to touch, even if it is a pirate line. Was sold line, organic mech in the turnaround is still relatively easy. The latter part is forced by pirates on the one hand, and on the other hand it feels much better to be able to manipulate other mechs. After all, it's not your own mech, so it won't hurt if you break it, right? Then it was really dry again and the confidence came up. Where is this man? Where are these pirates? Yang Bo first searched towards the outside with the stadium as the center, but after searching for a while without seeing each other, he decided to take a look towards the stadium. Once again came to the stadium, because he knew where these people were located. Yang Bo sneaked a look from other places and found that there were 6 Mechs and a dozen people here. The number of hostages bound on the ground was even higher than the last time, and the other party's boss was still in the stands. These Mechs are experienced in battle, and stand at an angle that allows for easy fire support. Yang Bo still had time to analyze the position of these pirate mecha fighting forces. At the beginning Yang Bo didn't understand this, but after reading it he had relevant information inside his head. Yang Bo actually knows his own skills, just to say that it represents his upper limit, and the real application is still to be practiced constantly by himself. While Yang Bo was on guard, the pirate battleship was in chaos. It's bad. We've detected mech debris again, and most of those mech debris are our mechs. What exactly happened on the transport ship? And why did the mech that was in contact with us lose contact as well? Right now the data transfer is less than 20% and we can't contact the boss. What should we do now? Inside the command room on the pirate battleship, everyone's face was not looking good. The battleship had suffered a huge damage, which itself had a certain impact on the battleship itself. The energy consumption was relatively high. Another was that the shielding ability of the transport ship itself made it impossible for those on board the battleship to communicate with the pirate group leader at all times. The pirate battleship had recently detected several violent fluctuations, and then it had detected a lot of debris. And by detecting the debris it found that all of them were actually mech debris from its own side, the number of which accounted for about 80% of the entire debris. Every kind of mech, as long as you know its material composition, then even if it becomes a fragment, you can analyze what kind of mech fragment it is from the data just by detecting it. Without these mech fragments, the people on the pirate battleship wouldn't have panicked, but the appearance of these mech fragments proved something, proved that the losses on their side were mounting. 10 minutes to go. The boss agreed that we would contact each other once every half hour. 10 minutes to go. If the boss can't contact us, we should realize that something is wrong, the battleship commander said in a calm and collected manner. Chapter 83, All Enemies, Second Shift, Brother 9. So far we have captured 145 life pods. 22 of them contain energy weapons, which were thrown out by Brother 3 and told us to collect them and take them to everyone for a drink later. The rest are hostages. Another message came in at this time. There was no problem with the communication system on the pirate battleship side, since it was ordered by Third Brother. Put it away for Third Brother. The battleship commander was the oldest 9 inside the pirate group, and naturally knew that this Third Brother of his liked to sneak around and get some goodies, but Third Brother often gave everyone a share as well. 9. Where are those captured hostages? The other party inside the communicator asked. Check their data first, face recognition, then put them under guard and put collars on all of them. The battleship commander spoke up. Understood. The pirate battleships were around to capture the life pods that were trying to escape. The lifeboat itself collects the current state of the transport as it disengages from it, and then the lifeboat is out of the danger range of the transport spin the moment it ejects. The pirate's battleship lost a large chunk of its head from the collision, and the captured hostages were watched by a few of the pirate's mechs before a pirate came over to compare the transport ship's data to see what kind of people these people were. Although I don't know who is the mole inside the transport ship, I know that this battleship is full of pirates. An ordinary-looking youth was inside the crowd, waiting for the pirates to take the information to check their identity. Looking at the 4 mechs around him, and a dozen pirates, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Bo waited for a few more minutes and watched as a pirate hurriedly walked towards the pirate leader. And then the pirate leader stood up in a flash. And then the energy battle armor on his body erupted alight, and the whole person instantly moved hundreds of meters away. Awesome! This scene is to see Yang Bo is also surprised. This pirate leader's supernatural ability is very strong. He almost did not capture the image of the other party. Good thing that his dynamic vision is not low. This guy is more than likely A or A+ level supernatural ability. The pirate leader walked out of the passage in front of him, followed by 2 pirates in battle armor. And then there was a mech together and they walked towards the passage, not knowing where these people went. Could it be that the mechs on the ship were found to be missing? Yang Bo had a bold guess. What will the other side do next? Will they evacuate? And then get pissed off and blow up the transports? Why don't buddies pretend to be captured first, and then be sent to a pirate battleship, and go to other people's homes to raid them first? A bold idea that startled Yang Bo himself, but it felt like a way out. I wonder what the collar around that hostage's neck does, and if you can manipulate it yourself? And that guy who manipulated the rift, is he really hiding? That guy wouldn't have gone to the pirate battleship, right? Yang Bo suddenly realized this, since he was manipulating the rift. that guy was able to make such a plan? It must be so that the pirate battleships were not able to blow up the transport ship. What's the safest way to keep a pirate battleship from blowing up a transport ship? Going to a pirate battleship and destroying it, of course, and if we go to the pirate battleship, there is another advantage. That is, we don't have to worry about who is the mole. Yang Bo realized that this guess of his was probably the plan of the guy who manipulated Rift, and the reason why that guy destroyed the main control room and left was probably a deliberate show of weakness. Save people even if these guys with collars, in case the pirates have any measures, don't get these people killed. I'm still going to search for other pirates pinch soft. Yang Bo also turned around and left. Regardless of what the pirates have in mind, weakening the pirate strength now is the only way. It's not about upgrading skills or anything, right? The last time he killed 5 guys in battle armor, he didn't pay attention to what skills he gave? Yang Bo then thought of the last few guys he killed with his laser cannon. It seems that it didn't give abilities? Looking carefully, he found that the battleship repair skill had increased. These people are also yes. Will warship repair? Legitimate find a job is not good. Buddy when a cleaning a month is several tens of thousands. Yang Bo also feels sorry for others. If the pirate boss withdraws, I also follow the pirate boss to go to his battleship to mess with the east and the west, to see who the hell is powerful. Anyway, buddies have organic armor, and metal skin, can survive inside space. Yang Bo left, ready to search for those guys. Those guys are separated inside the cargo warehouse. The pirate leader came outside the battleship. The mech made contact with the pirate battleship, and the pirate leader's face darkened as he listened to the words of the commander on the battleship. Big brother, you have to be more careful. We detected a lot of debris scattering and overflowing. All of them are fragments of our side's mechs. It should be the guy who manipulated the rift that attacked our people. Come back early as soon as you can. The voice of the commander on the pirate battleship came over. I know. On your side pay attention to intercepting the escape pods. All the people should be arrested. We have received money from the anti-government forces this time. If these mad dogs don't get enough heads for him, they can do anything. This time it was my mistake. I shouldn't have traded with them. The pirate leader was also in pain. Originally thought it was a very normal robbery. And this time or someone gave detailed information. There is a mole to help. There is no reason not to succeed, only to be ready to sell this batch of people. According to the previous virtues, would have long been the death of the people. Silver Moon Pirate Corps in the pirates inside the strength is good, but also just pirates. To know the anti-government armed forces but dared to fight with the government's battleships have a sound. Pirates are simply as happy as colors to those anti-government guys. Once offended by the anti-government forces, those guys casually bounty Silver Moon Pirates and the pirates this piece of no way to mix. Big brother, don't worry, we're intercepting them on our side, and we've all checked their profiles before imprisoning them. The voice of the commander on the pirate battleship made the pirate leader feel a lot more at ease. You two stay here. Mech laser cannon system on. We'll radio connect to you first when our own people come. The pirate leader left the 2 mechs on the surface of the transport ship, and then hurried back with the other 2. Pirate leader Heart in the blood-dripping warship detected mech debris must be their own people. Do not know how many squads were attacked by the other side. The pirate leader is now even more regretful. These squads are now spread out in this transport ship. Who knows where? There are thousands of cargo bins here. Yang Bo maneuvered the battle armor inside the maintenance channel and soon realized that something was wrong. Some cargo bins showed no pressure over there. These dogs actually broke the cargo bins one by one? Yang Bo looked at the pressure gauge. This was the most primitive hydraulic operating system. The reason why modern airships have these systems is because in certain areas of magnetic explosion radiation, no matter if it's light control or wireless, it will be affected. After taking a close look at the place where the cargo bins were broken, Yang Bo maneuvered his mech and rushed towards the vicinity. The other party would definitely go from one cargo bin to another to do damage. Chapter 84, I'm in bad luck, third shift. Yang Bo was just inside the maintenance channel, moving quickly. The main task of many carriers is actually freight transportation, and not a lot of passenger transportation. But the price of passenger transportation is still good because there are many items that need to be serviced by passenger transportation. The inside of the warehouse is also heated, just not by gravity, as many goods still need to be stored at a certain temperature. Yang Bo took a closer look. There were already dozens of cargo bins that had lost pressure, proving that these dozens of cargo bins had been broken. The damaged cargo bays were all in the bottom row, though, which meant near the side of the battleship, and the ones in the center were very unlikely to lose pressure, since the perimeter was sealed. I'll give you 10 minutes to come out. If you don't come out, we'll have to destroy this cargo bin? Yang Bo had just come out of the maintenance port when he heard someone shouting in the distance. Just as Yang Bo was about to leave the mech and stealthily go to the front to see what was going on, he suddenly saw 2 people in the distance emerging from the next cabin. 2 pirates wearing battle armor. chatting as they walked. The two were the same pirates who had just followed the pirate leader to check out the Mech missing pirates. Yang Bo was the first to discover the two, and now it was too late to hide, so he simply stood to the side in a direct manner. I don't know where exactly that rift manipulation guy is hiding. We need to pay attention. That is. But the other party looks like they might not be strong. If they are strong, they dare to fight us head on. The two pirates wearing energy battle armor, chatting as they walked, didn't even anticipate that there was a mecha right beside them, mainly because the two subconsciously thought it was impossible for a mecha to appear, as the escorts on the transport ship were taken care of by their own people, and there was no way for the mecha to be manned by anyone else. The two had already walked past the location where Yang Bo stood his mech, and suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. There seemed to be something different about the place where the two of them had just passed by. The two pirates felt their bodies float lightly before they were plunged into unconscious darkness. Yang Bo directly turned on his laser cannon, knocking the two into two clouds of sparks, and then scurried straight through the hatch where the two had just come from. 2 mech repairs +8. The reason why Yang Bo had to run was because of the sound made when the laser cannon hit the two men and the two men burst into flames. And just now he himself had heard the pirate squad screaming, so the other side could definitely hear it as well. The reason why he came to the other cabin was because just now Yang Bo had not realized the two people in the other cabin, or else they would not have met. Sure enough, the pirate squad that heard the sound of bursting flames abandoned the destruction of the cargo warehouse swiftly to the scene. The only 2 energy weapons left at the scene were still intact. The rest were nothing. But the pirate squad were experienced guys and knew at a glance that one of their own had been blown up. After them, the pirate squad of 4 mechs. The 4 of them didn't even put the murderer of their teammates in their eyes, subconsciously assuming that someone had sneaked up on one of their own and ran. The pirate squad swiftly rushed to the next cabin, and the moment the entire squad rushed into the next cabin, a series of lasers directly hit the 4 pirates wearing energy battle armor and burst into flames. Yang Bo maneuvered his mech just above the entrance to the passageway, and instantly attacked when he saw 4 mechs with 4 pirates wearing energy battle armor rushing over from below him. For Battleship's repair +8. Laser cannon fire is a laser cannon. Yang Bo's own mech also jumped down at once. The rocket backpack instantly launched originally not far away, instantly smashed the 2 mechs on the ground. One of the mechs is more by Yang Bo control mech hand of cold weapons chopped into 2 halves. Mech piloting +8. The other 2 mechs activated the automatic attack system of their own mech laser cannons the moment Yang Bo's laser cannons opened fire. Yang Bo had just solved one mech when the other 2 mechs turned on their laser attack system, and a laser hit Yang Bo's mech at close range. Ignoring the mech's automatic alarm system, Yang Bo made a sideways turn, and his entire body lay on the ground. The rocket backpack instantly activated, and his entire body rushed horizontally towards the 2 mechs at the entrance of the passageway that were firing. The 2 mechs at the mouth of the passage subconsciously avoided it, but unfortunately the passage between the chambers was that high, hindering the two from avoiding it. The 2 mechs were not able to dodge well on their own, and they were also knocked over on the ground. One of them was even split by the cold weapon in Yang Bo's hand from the bottom up in the driver's cab, and the person inside was instantly in 2 halves. Mech piloting +8. The other mech that had just been smashed down, all of a sudden, climbed up, and saw the cold weapon in Yang Bo's hand, from underneath the other mech, all of a sudden, chopping up, and felt a coldness underneath his butt. The other mech that was knocked over rolled on the ground and then stood up with a leap, but the next second Yang Bo directly threw out the cold weapon inside the mech's hand, and the cold weapon was inserted in the operation room of the mech that had just climbed up at once. Mech piloting +8. Ace Mech Mechanic. The pirate mecha mechmaster who had just been brought down from above by Yang Bo and smashed on the ground was the one who saw the scene, screamed, operated the mecha to turn his head and ran. And the guy's laser cannons were still constantly and automatically attacking towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo is going to vomit blood. You run and Agar run. I just used the mech for your mech. This is also Yang Bo in the training learned a trick. The other side of the laser cannon fire is to lock their own weak parts, but as long as they find a way to avoid the weak parts, then the mech is generally not all of a sudden to be crippled. In both fights, Yang Bo had traded a non-critical position for time. How did he know that this guy would actually turn his head and run away? Yang Bo directly rushed into the maintenance channel. The rocket backpack opened to its maximum, and the whole person quickly swam inside the narrow area of the maintenance channel. The reason why it is said to be swimming is because the mech is now weightless. The pirate pilot, who had been running scared in the other compartment, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no mechs were coming after him, and then realized that he had peed his pants. Too scary. The mechmaster who piloted this pirate mech shivered all over, just in a single glance. His side lost 4 people and 3 mechs, while the other party was actually still able to move. This was the strength of an ace mechmaster. How to say? This is like a group of soldiers on the battlefield. Hear each other as a so and so sharpshooter. Absolutely no one dares to take their own head to try to see. Is the other side of the gun fast or their own head hard? Absolutely hiding in a place, shrinking their necks. Afraid of their own by the other side saw. Ace mechs were such in existence, and an ace mech could even change a small localized battle. However, in the very next second, a black shadow flashed, accompanied by an ear-piercing alarm of the mech. The pirate mech was then sent flying by the impact of a black shadow. This time, Yang Bo's mecha stood up. Just now when it impacted over, one of the mecha's fists hit the other party's driver's cab. Just now Yang Bo's mecha was like a cannonball with the rocket backpack at full power. Mech piloting +8. Destroying the corpse is the most troublesome. Yang Bo shoved the mech inside a channel, then pulled the hydraulic switch, and the mech was sucked out by the vacuum outside the transport ship. Yang Bo handled 3 other mechs. Right after shoving the 3 mechs into the channel and depressing the hydraulic switch, he heard the mech alarms go off and then turned his head. Why am I so unlucky? The pirate leader just happened to appear from another cabin. A mech, a pirate leader in energy battle armor, and 4 eyes. Chapter 85, counting on each other. First shift. P.S. Sorry, something came up 2 shifts today. We'll see what happens tomorrow. The two were like that, staring at each other for at least 5 seconds, and then both of them instantly pulled out their legs and ran. Yes, both of them ran. The reason why the pirate leader had to run was because no matter how strong an individual was, he couldn't beat a mech. Not to mention the fact that this mech had come so suddenly and mysteriously. Are there any other accomplices? The reason why Yang Bo had to run was because this mech had been basically ruined. Except for being able to walk as well as move one hand, the laser cannon was broken, and walking didn't even feel like it would work. After this run by the two parties, the pirate leader suddenly froze before instantly realizing, not good. Been cheated. The pirate leader now carefully recalled. Just now the other party's mecha was covered with wounds. Was doing something, obviously just experienced a big battle. And the reason why he had looked for it, because there was a team of mecha squad that was destroying the cargo warehouse here. And now it seemed to be a vicious one. The pirate leader instantly chased back. Because a mech with a mech, that is an existence not to be messed with. And a mech without a mech, that is a vegetable chicken. Casually cut. It's a little bit like one of those game players who was a god himself inside the game, but a geek outside of it. Although the analogy was a bit inappropriate. After all, mechs still had a certain degree of combat power, and mechs were also genetically radicalized. But the direction of mech's genetic evolution was operation and calculation, and the direction was different from that of genetically evolved people in actual combat. The pirate leader reacted quickly and came after him just to see a shadow. Yang Bo's side reacted quickly as well, but the mech was damaged, so it couldn't move as fast, and the energy transfer was also affected. Just now the pirate leader ran. Yang Bo also froze, hurried to also run, directly opened the flight backpack, but unfortunately, the flight backpack is now running is not very stable. Yang Bo manipulation of the battle armor instantly drilled into the maintenance channel inside. The pirate leader happened to turn back to see Yang Bo manipulating the mech to drill into the maintenance channel. The pirate leader looked at the sign of the maintenance channel. This bastard actually hid inside the maintenance channel? The pirate leader thought for a moment that it was the ship's mech operator inside. After all, there was no way to access the maintenance lanes without being a member of the transport ship's crew. It's safe to say that only professional maintenance people have access to this, and that's with permission. With a wave of the energy weapon in his hand, the pirate leader directly tore a large hole in the entrance of the maintenance channel, and the whole person drilled into it. The repair lanes of a transport ship are much larger than those of a battleship, and the repair lanes are generally for robots, with very little manual use. Yang Bo also noticed the pirate leader catching up. After all, the pirate leader tore open the entrance to the maintenance channel and made a sound that Yang Bo heard. Run! Hurry up! Run! Hurry up! Yang Bo ran directly towards the place where the mech is stored. As long as the place has a mech, the pirate head is nothing. As for that, Yang Bo's own mech will not be taken out until it is absolutely necessary. The pirate head looked at the maintenance channel and felt a little numb, because the pirate head was not sure if Yang Bo was alone or not. In the next second, the pirate head drilled out of the maintenance passage. The pirate leader moved quickly throughout the inside of the transport ship, almost a cabin, just needing a flash to get past the place. Subsequently, when the pirate head came to the place where the transport ship's escorts kept their mechs, he saw that a few mechs were missing. What's going on here? The pirate leader knew that there were 10 mechs here, and now there were several missing here? The pirate leader opened the cockpit of the mech, then destroyed the light brain inside, and closed the cockpit again. A few remaining mechs all operated, and then also to the leader was hiding off to the side. Vaguely the pirate head felt excited, because according to the analysis of the current situation, there was definitely someone who could gain access to mechs, and a superpowered person who could arbitrarily gain access to other people's mechs. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? With such a person, then one could rob other people's mechs in the future, and would never again watch a high-level mech being reduced to garbage by oneself. The mechs all have tight control systems. Not that anyone can crack them. It's not that no one has tried to crack the mechs, but once they are known, they will be hunted down by the military as well as the bounty from the mech companies, as the mechs are mainly used by the military. No matter what society, when capital reaches a certain volume, any malicious behavior against that capital will be met with a backlash from the capital. Inside the entire interstellar society, one of the most unprovoked is the mech company, which is equivalent to the military-industrial complex on Earth. Sinister and despicable, cunning and shameless. Yang Bo disposed of the mech in his hand and came here in a hurry, just in time to see that the pirate leader was destroying the mech's light brain, and then also hid on the side, looking like he was preparing to keep watch. To solve this guy, if you don't solve this guy, the news that you can get mech access will be leaked, although others don't dare to be sure that this person is himself. As long as this news is leaked, everyone on this transport ship might be sliced up and examined. Yang Bo secretly resolved in his heart to solve this guy. In fact, Yang Bo has always had a bad guess. That is, since alien beasts can be used as raw materials for genetic agents, can genetically evolved humans be used as raw materials for genetic agents? If they could, then would genetic potion come in and do this? This idea is a little bit crazy, but Yang Bo knew there were times when the reality was far worse than the thought. If one's ability was exposed, regardless of what level of citizen one was, it was expected that one would end up having no good fruit to eat, and unless one had a very powerful force as a backer, one would only be reduced to a pawn to be manipulated by others for their destiny. If it is just a pawn to be manipulated by others, it still does not matter, but I am afraid that it is what I want to do, using myself as the raw material for genetic potions. There, Yang Bo quickly thought of a way. After stealthily entering through the maintenance entrance elsewhere, Yang Bo utilized the ability of sonic control to search inside the cargo hold, and soon found a few ordinary people who were hiding inside a corner and shivering. Yang Bo then obtained a hair from among these people. The person whose hair was pulled thought it was a companion who touched it, and twisted his head to look at himself, and no one was there. The reason why he did not disguise himself as other people out of thin air is that Yang Bo is not sure if this pirate leader has a biochip. Once there is a biochip, this guy is likely to remember the information of these people on board. Then Yang Bo intentionally opened the maintenance exit from near the mech storage place, where there was also a maintenance exit, with a maintenance worker's clothes on his body, and sneakily opened the maintenance exit, and then also looked carefully from left to right. So it's him? Hiding in the shadows in the hands of the pirates, looking at the probing Yang Bo. Some surprise, this guy's information registration is just an ordinary person. This guy is not the people on the ship, but also get a repairman's clothes to make a fake. TSK. The pirate leader watched Yang Bo. The whole person was out of the maintenance exit. The corner of his mouth showed a hint of a smile. The next second he saw Yang Bo suddenly close the maintenance exit. Don't run! The pirate leader froze himself. This was discovered. Roared angrily. The whole person rushed over. The closed maintenance entrance was torn open by the pirate leader with the energy weapon. The energy battle armor shone with a glittering light, and rushed in. Chapter 86 Stomping, Second Shift. The pirate leader had just rushed into the maintenance channel when he saw Yang Bo drilling inside another maintenance channel, which was even smaller. The pirate leader didn't dare to be careless. His body's battle armor glowed even more. The energy weapon in his hand was placed in front of him, and the whole person quickly chased after him. Yang Bo at this stage was mainly utilizing his superpower to move quickly, and using the advantage of the terrain to temporarily avoid the pirate leader's pursuit. Yang Bo had already chosen a good place. As long as he was in that place, this guy would definitely not be able to escape his own mech. Now Yang Bo is going to give the pirate hand a message difference. That is, he is not able to do in terms of superpower, can only operate the mech. When this pirate leader finally realized the mistake, he is facing a mech when it is already too late. Yang Bo predicted is very right. The pirate head although closely followed Yang Bo. On the one hand, the pirate head is not familiar with the environment here. The second does not know the bottom of Yang Bo. Simply do not dare to rashly launch an attack at this time. After all, this place is more restrictive. The pirate leader waited until there was an open area where he could cast at will. The last time Yang Bo saw the pirate head's movements, he guessed that the other party might be related to the speed aspect of the superpower. And related to the speed aspect of the superpower must have a space to perform. The maintenance channel itself wasn't very spacious, which would limit the opponent's play, and the opponent would never rashly launch an attack without knowing their strength. Of course, if Yang Bo's own guess is wrong, the pirate leader has to come to force himself to kill himself now. Then Yang Bo also has a way to deal with it. The big deal is to put out the mecha, and fight a one-on-one fight here is it. After chasing for a few minutes, Yang Bo felt that he had arrived at the place and exited the maintenance entrance, and the whole person quickly ran towards the front. However, just in the next second, a shadow flashed behind him, and Yang Bo's entire body dodged to the side. Ha ha ha, the pirate leader didn't want to kill Yang Bo, because the pirate leader had a lot of doubts in his heart, and the superpowers shone on Yang Bo's side. If it was really the case that he could control the mechs at will, then it didn't matter if some of the other good brothers died. Anyway, it was all about the development of the pirate group. What are you laughing at? Are you sick? Yang Bo is now wearing overalls on his body, and his speaking voice is also the voice of a middle-aged man, and in his hand, an energy weapon even appeared, which is why Yang Bo was not afraid of his voice leaking out, because disguised as another person's vocal cords and whatnot have changed, and naturally, he speaks into someone else's voice. I'm glad to meet you. I'm the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. I'm very interested in Mr. Ma's superpower. From the information, Mr. Ma is an ordinary florist. I didn't expect that this florist can control other people's mechs, and he even has energy weapons in his hands. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Ma still has energy battle armor inside his overalls? The pirate leader stood at a distance of 30 meters from Yang Bo and looked at Yang Bo with a smile on his face. Because at this distance the pirate leader had 100% certainty of inflicting fatal damage to Yang Bo instantly. How did you know about me? Yang Bo's voice was a little panicked as he opened his mouth to ask. Because we have the information of everyone on the transport ship. I also know that you have a daughter, a son, and a wife, and I am now going to ask you one more time. What are your superpowers? If you don't tell me, I will first break your legs and feet, then I will confine you, and then I will bring your son, daughter, and wife to you. If you don't tell me, I'll kill one of them. If you don't tell me again, I will kill the second one. Wait until you say it. If you really don't say it in the end, then I will implant a slave chip inside your brain. This is the latest development of the Aquamarine Empire. Implanting this kind of chip, then you won't be able to disobey any of the orders of me, your master. The energy weapon in the pirate leader's hand shone with a faint fluorescence, and the words that came out of his voice with a smile made people feel cold at the back. When Yang Bo heard this, he gained one more point of knowledge. That is, the Aquamarine Empire actually still had the existence of slaves, and had already developed a slave chip? This is something that Yang Bo had not heard of before, and while thinking about it, he said in a cold voice, "Are you dreaming of something? You haven't even fought? You want me to tell you what my superpower is? If you have the ability, come and try? Ha 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 ha. How dare the little mongrels amplify their words here? I'm an A-ranked superpower." The pirate leader laughed out loud when he heard this. In the next second, Yang Bo's body energy battle armor released light, and the whole person rushed towards the pirate leader like a bolt of lightning. The pirate leader was also surprised. The energy fluctuation in this guy's body was not small, and his body dodged with a flash. The pirate leader wants to see what Yang Bo can do. Then in the next second, Yang Bo ignored the other party and directly flashed to another cabin. The pirate leader froze, then his entire body instantly rushed up as well. Then the next second the pirate leader flew backward at an even faster speed. The body energy battle armor broken. The whole person dented into the bulkhead of the transport ship. Unbelievably looked at the mech that appeared in front of him. The mech in front of him was a model that he had never seen before. To say that the tall and mighty could not be counted, but the whole was very smooth. This mech was holding a glowing cold weapon in his hand, and just now it was this cold weapon that had ruthlessly slapped his own body. Just now, the pirate leader had just rushed to the next cabin, and had just rushed out from the passageway below, when he was slapped hard on by this cold weapon, which was hovering above the exit of the passageway. In fact, the pirate leader himself has energy armor protection. Energy armor protection is mainly by energy, and unfortunately, the energy of the mech's energy weapon is much stronger. Coupled with the power of the huge weapon, the pirate leader's armor directly shattered. Of course it is also careless. Just like you go down to the water to touch the fish, the result of touching a patterned in fact on the hands of a touch to know. This pirate head is completely open blind box, is not it? Touch the fish until it's not slippery and a little brown. Hurry up and stop touching it. This thing just comes with a pattern. Customized mecha. The pirate leader looked at the strange mech and tried to stand up, then spat out a mouthful of blood before sliding softly to the ground. Just now, he didn't die right away because he was slapped by the cold weapon of the other mech, and if he was slashed by the other mech's cold weapon, he would definitely be split in two. But that's a mech. It's a mech of more than 100 tons, and a mech energy weapon. What kind of person would be heartless enough to equip a mech with an energy weapon? The pirate leader thought that Yang Bo had ambushed the mech in advance, mainly because the shape of the mech had changed, and the shape of the mech's energy weapon had also changed. or else he would have immediately recognized the Mech as the Mech from the Red Count incident. That's right. This is Yang Bo's plan. Take the pirate leader to slip around, and then take the opportunity to fight for their lives. Look, which Yang Bo has a gambling component, for fear that the pirate leader really want to fight with their own use of the reason for the shielding between the two chambers, and directly come to the next door chamber. Then put the mechs out of the suspended in the channel on the top of the exit. It's not that Yang Bo doesn't want to chop the other party to death, but if the energy weapon shoots, the chances are greater. And if he chopped, maybe the other party can escape. The pirate leader was about to say something when in the next second he was stomped on the body by this mech with a leap. The villain has to be killed first. And those who listen to the villain's pussyfooting around mostly don't have a good ending. Yang Bo didn't listen to the other side's pussyfooting around anymore. Battleship piloting plus 32. Chapter 87, The Imposter Boss is online, first shift. What the hell is this? Yang Bo painstakingly cleaned up the pile of garbage on the ground. Imagine what would be the end of being stepped on by a 100 plus tons mecha? It really is just a mess of meat pie. Yang Bo, who forced himself to finish cleaning up, found a strange card, which was actually not deformed and did not know what material it was made of. Whatever him, clean it up first. The reason why Yang Bo cleaned this up, mainly because Yang Bo was going to disguise himself as the head of this pirate and get things going, and now the advantage is mine. The pirate leader's clothes, pants, boots and all these things were thrown into the washing machine for cleaning. As for the other pieces of rotten meat and so on, all of them were thrown into space together with the broken mechs of those transport ship escorts, which had no way to be used after being destroyed by the pirate leader. The floors and walls were cleaned, making sure not to leave a single biological sample of this pirate leader. Yang Bo felt that he didn't have much ability to manipulate machines now. He could only gain access. Maybe if the percentage of mechanic reached a certain percentage, he could create some machines himself. An hour later, the skin-changing pirate leader appeared. And the original pirate leader is exactly the same as the original pirate leader, because Yang Bo used the other side of the hair. And Yang Bo felt that the pirate leader's identity can be used for a long time. And in the future, if you look at anyone who is not good, the pirate leader will be online. What to do with these pirates? Directly get them killed. But the other side is too many people. Yang Bo, in his heart, now did not know what to do. Things were too sudden. Yang Bo continued to walk on this side of the cargo warehouse, soon heard someone's voice. Came to the side to find a pirate squad inside the cargo warehouse to find a lot of people. Big brother, big brother. The pirate squad's people saw a silhouette that instantly landed on the ground. The battle armor on their bodies still letting off a hidden energy glow, and they opened their mouths to shout. This was something Yang Bo did on purpose. After all, if he walked over, he couldn't show his identity. Now, Yang Bo was all dressed up in the exact same way as the pirate leader. The other thing is that the pirate head's communication system was broken by Yang Bo's foot just now. Now all of a sudden to a few people to talk without using the communication system. You guys be careful. We have already lost several mechs. We don't know who is secretly targeting us. After this time, don't come over for a while. Yang Bo looked at the scene. He felt a little bad luck. There were dozens of residents riding the transport ship at the scene. If they fought now, all of these people might have been killed. The mecha's fight was very bloody. It was hard for these people around to escape, especially the laser cannons. Once the automatic attack was turned on, there was no hope for these people to survive. Boss, is it the guy who mastered the rift? A few pirates heard this and immediately asked. I don't know. You guys hurry back, I'll go find the others. Yang Bo shook his head and left. Yang Bo knew this cargo warehouse very well and soon found the second team of pirates. These people suddenly saw a silhouette flash and arrived subconsciously picking up their energy weapons before seeing that it was their own boss before dropping their guard. Boss, what are you doing here? Big brother, is there something wrong? The pirates opened their mouths and asked. 4 mechs, 4 pirates in energy battle armor, opened their mouths and asked. You guys be careful. Someone is secretly hunting our mechs. Now go back over to the stadium. There are more people. I'll inform the others. Yang Bo directly spoke. Big brother, then should this cargo warehouse still be destroyed? The pirates all asked. There's no hurry for now. Let's wait until the other brothers are on board. Yang Bo shook his head and spoke. When this small group of pirates heard this, they nodded their heads. And then they watched as their boss figure flickered and disappeared over the passage they came from. Who do you think is more powerful when the one with the rift meets our boss? It must be our boss. The guy holding the rift sky is most likely not strong enough on his own. Or else he would have come out to find us trouble. And still have to hide in the shadows. Exactly. Boss is an A-ranked powerhouse. It should be more than that. I have a feeling that the boss will be an A+ level powerhouse in 2 more years. With that, the people of this pirate squad left together and walked towards the direction that the boss had just gone. As that side was the way to the stadium side. Just moments before the pirate squad went from this hatch into another, a shadow descended in a flash, followed by a shining light. Walking in front of the 4 pirates wearing energy battle armor, 2 of them were directly smashed into a meat cake by the huge black shadow. The other 2 were even chopped into 2 halves by a light directly, and the 2 mechs that were right behind them were even cut into 2. The 2 mech pilots in the back were stunned. A mech they had never seen before fell from the sky, and then the 2 mechs in front of them were chopped in half. The other 2 mech pilots subconsciously maneuvered their mechs to avoid it, but this was in a narrow passageway, and the next second the mysterious mech rushed up, and then the 2 mech pilots were plunged into the darkness for a moment. For mech pilots +8. For battleships repair +8. The whole process is just a second. Yang Bo's mech dropped, stepped on 2 dead, a casual chop chopped off 2 mechs, and incidentally chopped off 2 pirates in battle armor, and then the mech incidentally charged, and the other 2 also finished. The few pirates who died felt so wronged. After all, his boss had just come and left from this side. Who would have thought that there was a mech ambush on this side? And it was also a mech that used energy weapons. This was simply bullying people to their grandmother's house. Mecha's energy weapon is simply heartless. Yang Bo looked at the 5-meter-long energy weapon in the mech's hand. This is much stronger than the mech's cold weapon used inside his own game. Of course this energy weapon consumes a lot of energy. If the mech doesn't change the energy system of the 3rd generation machine has no way to use this 5-meter-long energy weapon. 4 of the pirates' 8th generation mechs were treated like tofu and sliced right in half. In fact, as far as Yang Bo's current mech, this energy weapon is more powerful than the current dozen generations of mech cold weapon. Dozen generations of mech cold weapon is no longer powerful, but also cannot all use energy metal. It seems that killing or laser cannon this knife chopping is simply like a slaughterhouse, forget it. Yang Bo probably cleaned up a bit. Looking at the blood stains all over the place, it is really this time to get too bloody, especially the 4 wearing energy battle armor. 2 people were smashed into meat cakes by the mechs, and 2 were chopped into 2 sections. Very well, continue. After Yang Bo cleaned up the scene, he decided that he, as the boss, would care about his pirate subordinates again. Chapter 88 Good Brothers Righteousness, Second Shift. Behind within 2 hours there are 3 more pirate squad by Yang Bo's special care. These 3 pirate squad death method with the first is also similar. Just in the middle of a pirate mecha is the reaction is fast enough to open the automatic attack system of the laser cannon. Yang Guang's mecha was hit by the laser cannon. Gain a litany of mech piloting skills as well as battleship repair skills. The dog thing is actually a B-rank mecha master. Yang Bo looked at his own mech being pitted, and was heartbroken. The good thing is that energy metal can absorb energy and repair itself automatically. It just takes time. Yang Bo simply put the mech away, as this was the last team Yang Bo had found. In fact, Yang Bo found several teams of pirate mechs in the middle, but unfortunately there are hostages in the hands of the other side, and it is not good to start if there are hostages. And it is impossible to kill these hostages as well. The news of an extra mech on the transport ship must not be leaked. Yang Bo pondered for a while and headed outside the transport ship. There must still be a pirate's mecha outside the transport ship that was in contact with the battleship. So let's take care of that guy first. Yang Bo had just arrived outside the transport ship when he saw 2 mechs, and next to these 2 mechs were several pirates, which were also wearing energy battle armor. A few people made some gestures. Yang Bo led a few people to the inside of the transport ship. The transport ship outside, although the communicator can be used, but it is a vacuum environment. Talking voice what cannot be, unless the use of energy battle armor isolation, but Yang Bo's energy attributes and the pirate old big is not the same, close to the distance for fear of being found by others. When he came inside the transport ship, the other man said eagerly, "Big brother, it's bad. Our battleship is occupied by the dog days." Inside the communicator came the voice of the other party. Yang Bo, this is the captured communicator. Although this communicator has a recognition system, but now Yang Bo, this body in addition to the soul is not the pirate head. Biological samples of the entire body, all of which belong to the pirate leader, easily gained access to the communicator, which wasn't anything highly sophisticated after all. What? Lao San, what did you say? Yang Bo knew this pirate in silver battle armor who spoke. Someone called this person third brother, but Yang Bo heard it. Boss, look. The oldest pirate then took out a device and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a look at this as a virtual image player. Greetings, pirates of the transport ship. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Supreme Magistrate of the planet March. Now this one of your battleships is under my control. Now I will order the battleship to grab all the escape pods. Don't you dare try to slip out from under my nose. I will take you to the planet of March to be judged by the law. In addition, I have notified the fleet through the communication system to go to your lair. Your families and wealth will be captured by our planetary fleet. If you want your crimes to be less, then please treat the other citizens well. and this battleship has been taken over by us. Not just by me. Don't forget that there are other citizens of the planet March on board. Inside the picture an ordinary-looking youth, sitting in the cockpit of the battleship. Behind the rest of the original pirate battleship have a collar around their necks. Isn't this the collar that pirates give to others? A fat man inside the picture is also particularly conspicuous. Yang Bo recognizes this fat man. This is not his own boss? This guy actually ran to the pirate battleship, whether because of fear of death or because they want to go to the other side of the battleship to fish in the water. Most conspicuous was a blue rift, which was emitting a faint blue glow in the man's hand. Big brother, what to do? On the scene, these pirates were already at 6s and 7s. After all, the battleships were occupied by others, and it would be too difficult to run away now. In the next second, Yang Bo's action was out of everyone's expectation. The energy weapon in Yang Bo's hand was lifted from the bottom to the top. Battleship repair plus 32. Wear silver armor pirates. Unbelievable look at their own big brother. And then the whole body instantly floats up. A stream of red-white liquid sprayed out, forming a floating blood-red traces. People die. Energy armor gravity system is useless. The body is in a state of weightlessness. A few other pirates were dumbfounded. What was going on? This is the third brother. It's Big Brother's good brother. How the do you have the nerve to ask what to do? Every time you come out you think of yourself. And this time if it wasn't for you leaving the main control room privately it would have been sabotaged by someone else? The brothers are in so much trouble this time because of you scumbag. For the sake of his own petty gains, he has put a bunch of our brothers in a dangerous situation. The wealth of our brothers' families is gone. And what will be the result of our brothers being tried by the law? It's all because of you. This dog? Soon. The other pirates' communicators had their family bosses' angry voices coming from inside. Yang Bo was also surprised in his heart, not expecting the other party to be an A-class reinforcer just like that to be killed by himself. Isn't that bull asterisk? Who's going to defend themselves against their boss? When the other pirates heard this, they were vaguely angry. If it wasn't for Sango running off to look at the energy weapon midway through this robbery of the transport ship, the main control room wouldn't have been destroyed by someone else, and there wouldn't have been the current result. The big guys are getting ready to split the money right now if the main control room of the transport ship wasn't destroyed. This scene was also seen by the people on the pirate battleship, and they were also a bit surprised, while the voice inside the communicator rang out. And this supreme magistrate of the March Star understood at once. No wonder when he went to the main control room of the transport ship, it was full of small fishes, not a single one that could fight. So it was this money-grubbing guy who bailed out in the middle of the day. And if there was a good fighter in there, he definitely didn't get it that easily. Come on, everyone, come down with me for a moment and discuss the situation. You guys send word to that scumbag on the battleship. It's best not to mess with me, or everyone will be finished together. Yang Bo didn't know what to do now. The only thing he wanted was to count one pirate as one if he could get killed. After all, the pirates added quite a lot of skill points. And Yang Bo vaguely felt that now that the battleship was occupied by the other side, a peaceful solution was entirely possible under the pour. Did someone say against it? It's over if you don't happen to get killed. A few other pirates nodded, and the two Mechs and a few other pirates followed Yang Bo to the stadium in a hurry. After seeing the video, the pirates in the stadium were silent. The transport ship is now out of control in this way. Even if they kill all these hostages themselves, these people of their own cannot escape. And if you tie your hands and actually get tried by the law, the consequences are even worse. Perhaps dying of old age inside a prison. Brothers, this matter is all my fault. Lao San, this person. Originally I was very optimistic, but this time the trouble brought is too big. It's also my fault for not restraining well before. Yang Bo looked at everyone being silent, so he opened his mouth and said, Big brother, it's not your fault. That's just the way third brother is. In fact, we wanted to say it a long time ago. It's okay for third brother to love money, but it's okay to get it after things are done. Big brother, we also know you're sad. After all, third brother has the best relationship with you, and no one expected this incident. When Yang Bo heard this, he silently said in his heart, more good brothers like this. Chapter 89 Really good big brother, third shift. Big brother, now it's just the few of us. The others are gone. We searched a bit and saw traces of a fight and some blood. The other companions should be in a bad way. Boss, there should still be several powerful guys on this ship. Otherwise, our squad configuration wouldn't have been so easily wiped out by all the others, and we wouldn't have been able to escape a single one. Hearing this, Yang Bo nodded and asked, Brothers, what kind of thoughts do you have now? Should we wait for the other side's warships to arrive? Or should we find a way to escape first? I just don't believe that the other side will be able to intercept all of our life rafts. Big brother, why don't we stuff these hostages along with the others into the life pods and then we escape? Counting how many we can get away with? Some pirates heard this and immediately agreed with what he said, and thought of a good way. I don't feel right about it. First of all, there aren't any airships in this part of the airspace, and there's a greater chance of being discovered by official airships. I think we can negotiate with the other side. After all, we have so many hostages in our hands. Big brother, I also think we can negotiate. The big deal is that we will be the tainted witnesses, but only if they protect our families. Yeah, big brother, we know quite a bit about the other pirates. Plus I think we've been duped this time. Big brother, the scumbags over on the planet Pardo more than likely didn't have any good intentions to give the wrong information to cause this situation. Big brother, I also feel as if there's something abnormal on the Paddlestar side. Was it that easy for the Red Earl to attack last time? The Red Earl has been silent for hundreds of years. I don't know where he has infiltrated. Anyway, I feel that it's not peaceful lately. Why don't big brother we go to the March Star to hide for a while first? He can't sit in jail for many years as a tainted witness. Big brother, we are pirates. There is no such thing as surrender. Let's take these hostages and let the other side send their warships over. If they don't, we'll all kill this man and then run for our lives individually. I don't think it's a good idea. Communication is cut off on our side now. The outside world doesn't know our news at all. If we piss the other side off, we might just have an accident and let us end up with this transport ship. Big brother, what do you say? Yang Bo looked at it and pointed out a few people. You guys go with me to contact the people on the battleship. We're going to talk about the conditions. Make sure to guarantee the safety of the brothers. I personally don't care. When the time comes I'll find a way to escape. You guys put all the blame on me. Big brother can't. You can't leave us. It's big brother. Big brother, I killed all the people. I'll take the blame. Yang Bo looked at the pirates actually on their own like this is also a little touched. But the pirate head of this identity there is still space to utilize. Surely to choose to disappear. Do not say. You are not qualified. And you accessories cannot be sentenced to many years. I go out alone. Maybe when you come out, we can come out together again to have a good time. How can Yang Bo let the pirate leader still stay? By then what about his identity? Have to think of a way to get rid of the golden shell. Pirate side. Everyone's mind also has their own ideas. Now almost to the end. Some want to surrender, and want to finally live a fast life. But want to finally live a fast life. Heard Yang Bo said so, but did not have the idea just now. After all, put the blame on the body of the boss. Then their own culpability must be much smaller. Anyway, when the time comes if the boss is caught together, then the big deal is to go to jail together. If the boss can get away with it, then they are those who can get away with it. At least the punishment can be reduced. Big brother, the pirates were moved to hear this. Go, I'll go and make a deal with you guys. I'll take all the charges in front of each other. You guys be smart then. I'll wait outside for you guys to come out and continue to create a great cause together. This revenge we must avenge. I think this time things are also very weird. The information given by Pattison must be problematic. Yang Bo said, these are just east and west, but also in order to leave a way out for himself in the future. In case he can't get along in the future, it's okay to come out and become a pirate. After all, who can say what the future holds? An hour later, Yang Bo had contacted the battleship with a few pirates. Directly put a signal repeater outside the transport ship. Yang Bo several people on the inside of the transport ship and the other side video up. Video inside the two sides of the people are eyeing each other. Shameless, even ran to the top of our battleship. Yang Bo first opened his mouth to accuse the other party. Yang Bo was actually still very touched in his heart. The other party risked going to the battleship is still in some danger. But now that he is a pirate's identity, he must take out a certain amount of momentum. The youth on top of the battleship who was playing with the rift in his hand looked at the pirate leader on the screen playfully. Seeing how you're furious, I know you don't have any good ideas right now? Yang Bo sneered and said, I don't know if you're sick in the head, actually connecting with me in front of so many people. Let's kill everyone on the transport ship immediately now. We pirates will certainly be judged by the law. But what about you? Shameless. The youth who had just said that the others were furious also squeezed out two words from inside his teeth when he heard this. The youth knew that he would have absolutely no future that way, and might have to go to jail. After all, so many people had died. It was normal for someone to take the blame. Ha ha ha, looking at your exasperated look, I knew you don't have any good solutions right now. Yang Bo's side followed the other party's example and laughed. A few other pirates saw this and admired their big brother even more. Without further ado, I'm here to negotiate with you this time. If the conditions are good, there won't be any problems with these hostages on the transportation ship. If the conditions are bad, we'll kill them all. Yang Bo said lightly. You say, first of all you call all the other people what March Star citizens over here. I'm going to let them do a justice between you and me. I'm sure you won't kill and exterminate the dozens of citizens over there. Yang Bo said lightly. Although Yang Bo did not think of any good way, but watched a lot of movies and TV moral abduction and so on. Who will not Opposite the youth heart gritted teeth. If I had known that the other side of the pirate leader is actually so shameless, should have been placed in these citizens to some other place. As for these pirates is nothing. First of all, these pirate subordinates of mine are following my orders. The past killings and robberies were all ordered by me as the big brother. Here I am in front of many citizens. I plead guilty. Yang Bo spoke first. Hearing this, several pirates shivered with excitement. With the words of the boss, even if they go to court, their own prison will not be too long. The accessory is not the same. I want you to use your identity as a magistrate to guarantee that we will all receive a fair trial. Yang Bo morally kidnapped the other party again, although he now knew that the other party hated to kill himself in his heart. But there was no way he was the magistrate. I guarantee. Youth did not expect their own surefire situation will actually be the other side of such a blackmail. The heart-gritted teeth must find a chance to get this guy dead. To say that the law who was more proficient than themselves. Sometimes the dead is no way to defend. It goes up tomorrow at 12 noon. Received a notice. Tomorrow September 8th. 12 o'clock noon shelves. Tomorrow morning you do not have to wait. Tomorrow at noon shelves 5. After the shelves every day at 7 a.m. Update. When the time to ask for a first set. Thank you everyone. Interstellar, it started with the janitor hits the shelves tomorrow at 12 noon. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Interstellar, from the cleaners. Chapter 90 Big Brother is missing, seeking first order. First shift. Well then, I'll also make sure that everyone else on the transport ship will be properly protected up until now. In addition, we ask to be turned into tainted witnesses. Keep our identities secret. We know quite a few pirates, know quite a few of their other identities, and even more so, we know the anti-government forces, and you have to guarantee the identity as well as the safety of these family members of ours. After all, the probability is that our family members will be citizens of March Star in the future. The reason why Yang Bo said this is actually to give credit to this magistrate. In Yang Bo's opinion, this time these people on the transportation ship turned out to be safe, all because of this magistrate. It's nothing to send some credit to these magistrates. The youth on the opposite side did not expect such a good thing, to know that tainted witnesses are not casual, and these pirates mixed in the starry sky for so many years, they must have a lot of secrets. One's own credit was even greater this time. The youth silently thought again in his heart. When the time comes to beat this guy up just to spare his life and let him sit through the bottom of the jail, well then, it's a deal. I'll have someone synchronize the data with your fleet and wait for your fleet to board the transports. And the mole is dead. The mole was a maintenance worker. Yang Bo said that was pretty much it. There was nothing else to talk about. There is nothing else. You personally have no demands? The youth was surprised to hear that the other party's posturing was completely at odds with the outcome of the talk. With so many hostages on the other side. You don't think we're going to use these hostages and demand that you give the battleships or give the others? I believe that's absolutely impossible. If the communication system on this transport ship hadn't been destroyed, then I would have demanded that, because then you'd be faced with public opinion and would have to do that. Now this ship of ours is like a coffin. If we ask for too much, I suspect you might just blow up the transport ship. After all, a battleship lost has more impact than these citizens. As for those watching on your side right now, they might just get disappeared. Yang Bo said with a laugh. When Yang Bo said this, the hearts of those on the opposite side who were witnesses thumped. Especially the fat boss face changed. If the other pirate leader made any particularly unreasonable demands, then everyone present would disappear and the transport ship would explode. After all, there was no way the military would risk losing a battleship by compromising with these pirates. And if the pirates actually took the battleship, the fun would be over. We are pirates are good, but we are not stupid. And I'm a person in jail just a little longer. The other brothers are accomplices. Cannot sit for much longer. And then there are some credit. Maybe not directly without jail. Just anonymity to continue to live. Well, that's the end of the matter. And I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. Let's get this side of the hostage settled first. After saying that, Yang Bo's side cut off the communication and then returned to the stadium with a few pirates. The rest of these pirates who stayed behind saw the video footage and looked at Yang Bo with excitement. Brothers, it's not that I want to compromise now. There are still powerful guys inside this transport ship. Just look at the brothers who aren't here. It just so happens that the one on the battleship doesn't know that our side is actually also in danger. If their side knows that we lost so many people on this side, they definitely won't compromise easily. The reason why Yang Bo acted like he was going to be nice to these pirates was to find a way back for himself. Big brother. Sure enough, this crowd of pirates all showed great excitement. As for whether it was true or not, Yang Bo did not care at all. I have a way to leave. Don't worry. I just don't have a way to leave. But also big deal, I'm alone in jail. In fact, in jail over the alliance. Is no freedom, other good food and drink. And your boss, I'm a class A evolver, is even more good food and drink. Yang Bo also pretends to have a face of love. Big brother, don't worry. We'll make arrangements on sister-in-law's side. That's right, sister-in-law's side. We'll take care of it. Good. All good brothers. Yang Bo just now hadn't been talking about his family. That is, he didn't know if this pirate head had any. And now he was just casually fooling around. Those hostages were just a little bit confused. They had just been guarded here. And now they were actually all let go. And they were allowed to live well on this transport ship. The pirates had gathered by themselves and were not with the men. For the pirates had to be tainted witnesses and could not be seen to be what they were. The pirates now have mixed feelings. But with the hope of survival, there isn't much pressure. Just the fear of facing the law. Soon, everyone realized their big brother was gone. The transport ship is so big that people don't know where to look for it. Some speculated that Big Brother was already preparing to sneak away, or had changed his identity to something else. Yang Bo found an opportunity to stealthily leave and then found a cargo warehouse and hid. This cargo warehouse was relatively remote, just quietly waiting for the fleet to come over here. Yang Bo looked at his skills, and this time the additions were mech piloting, and battleship repair. Battleship repair, advanced 420/1000. Mech piloting, advanced 302 of 1000. There was also a battleship pilot, which was given by that pirate boss, a class of genetic evolver, or one that could pilot a battleship, a talent that was also quite explosive in the entire human society. Battleship piloting, intermediate 57 out of 100. Yang Bo hides here, and does not intend to train any ability to have a hiding look. Training is able to leave traces. Yang Bo closed his eyes, recalled his battle this time and again, found that when the old six is too good, especially stomping the pirate boss, and then by the way, slaughtered what is the third brother. Each of these two people, want to fight head-on, can be said to be very difficult, and in the end, maybe they run away. Yang Bo also examined himself. Stealth was powerful, but once he used other abilities, he couldn't be stealthy. Instead, the somewhat unimpressive-looking disguise becomes the first skill to blow up in combat, as the biosample is someone else's after the disguise, and you can still use your own abilities. Yes. Could it be because the camouflage has reached the level of Grandmaster? Stealth to the level of Grandmaster. Will it be able to penetrate through walls or something like that? So looking forward to it. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. At the same time, Yang Bo carefully recalled the fight with the other pirates, and found that the pirates were still careless. If these pirates are alertsome, they are not so easy to get. No wonder Lu Jijia said that the ability of the genetic evolver itself is not important. What is important is the equipment. One's own strength like this can actually kill an A-class evolver easily. Yang Bo also realized that in this technological society, equipment is number one. Even if you are a rank, you are a dish in front of the mech. Updates will be made every morning at 7 a.m. From now on. Thank you. Chapter 91 Boss Fatty's Comfort, Second Shift. Yang Bo will not take the initiative to come out. After all, he is just a small resident, hiding in the depths of the cargo hold, only in line with their own persona. Everywhere out skulking. That is conspicuous bag. Not to be suspected, only strange. While thinking about all the things you've done, is there any chance you've exposed yourself? It was much more reassuring to find that there was no sign of exposure, and that anyone who had seen his mech was dead. Then Yang Bo waited inside the cargo hold at ease. His heart was happy. Afterward, one more identity. It's much better. Ha ha. Whoever dares to mess with me in the future. 2 identities now. A red count. A pirate head. Planting evidence. Assassinate each other can. Ah ha ha ha. 4 days later, Yang Bo was wondering whether or not the pirate battleship had docked with this transport ship, when suddenly he heard the radio inside the cargo hold make a sound. Citizens of the planet March, you can come out now. We've taken care of the pirates. Now you are safe. When Yang Bo heard this, he didn't have the slightest intention of going out. After all, a broadcast is a broadcast, and who knows if it's true or not. Of course, YB knows it's true, but a lot of citizens in hiding won't come out. After waiting for another half a day, suddenly there was a light in front of him. Yang Bo. The fat boss's voice sounded at the same time. Boss? Yang Bo was a picture of scowling, his eyes blind. Lu Jijia had actually been on the transport ship for a while, but the light brain on this side of the transport ship had been repaired for a while, and then the main system of the entire transport cabin was turned on, so he could view where the inhabitants were inside through the transport ship's intelligent equipment. Lu Jijia was looking for the past one by one, because now strangers come to find. These people who come will certainly not believe. It's me. It's all right. The fleet is already here. Also temporarily repaired the light brain in the main control room. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo's careful and woeful face, and sighed in his heart. Fortunately the person is fine. This young man is also unlucky to have met such an unlucky thing. Boss. Yang Bo's voice was a little choked. Cough. The disguise ability worked. It's okay, it's already safe. Fatty Boss looked at Yang Bo this way. In this dark cargo warehouse hiding inside this corner. And look at the ground, there are some leftover things. Also feel some sorry for Yang Bo in his heart. After all, he ran away faster than anyone at that time. The Fat Boss is traveling in a cargo robot. This kind of robot can transport all the containers and stuff inside this cargo hold. Because in this weightless environment, these containers don't need much dragging power. It's actually like a hovering flatbed trailer. And the robots use that flatbed to attach the cargo container when the time comes. There were a few more people on top of the robot. And these people were also subordinates of the Fat Boss. Because now no one would even believe it if they didn't come looking for someone if they weren't acquainted with them. It's alright. This pirate incident has been perfectly solved. And there's even a huge alliance fleet coming from outside. The Fat Boss walked while whispering to pacify a few people. We'll have a big payout this time. It's enough for everyone to buy a house and live well in March Star. The Fat Boss painted a pie for everyone while pacifying them. Not to mention, everyone was much better at the thought of compensation. On the other side, the March Star's top magistrate's face was a bit gloomy, because the pirate leader had already disappeared. And even after the surveillance and detection equipment inside the transport ship was repaired, not even the slightest trace could be found. On the contrary, the pirates on the transport ship were several dozens less. Even the pirates' mechs disappeared quite a lot. I don't know who struck, able to eliminate so many pirates. The Supreme Magistrate felt that this man was strong, 10 times stronger than himself at the minimum anyway. Inside the transport ship there were just a few traces left from the battle. You could tell the battle was intense. There were also some traces of mecha fighting. The transport magistrate's brain buzzed. There were still people up here manning the mechs? Unfortunately, the main system of the transport ship suffered damage and there was no record of what was going on. On the pirate battleship, quite a few pieces of pirate mechs were detected at that time, but His Excellency the Magistrate was not going to pursue it, because the fact that the man did not show up meant that the other man did not want to show up. In case it is some mysterious department of people, their own tracing will instead bring trouble to themselves, not to mention, now the credit is their own. If they trace the credit to certain departments, it will be taken away by others. Your Excellency the Sheriff, please hurry, we have an urgent mission for our fleet, and if it weren't for the presence of over 10,000 citizens, we wouldn't even show up. A cold voice rang out from inside the communicator. Your Excellency Commander, give us half an hour more. Within half an hour, we'll all evacuate, and then I'll trouble Your Excellency Commander to smash this transport ship. Not only was the magistrate not prepared to track down the mysterious strongman, he was also prepared to cover up the traces so that there was no way for his own merits to be questioned by others. Since the leader of the pirate crew is still missing, I suspect that this man is hiding somewhere inside the transport ship. And also, much of the cargo on this transport ship has already been exposed to space radiation due to the bulkheads being broken to avoid being used by others. His Excellency the Supreme Magistrate stated his reasoning. Yes, a voice came from across the room. Boss, where is our luggage? Yang Bo looked at the Fat Boss and actually took himself and the others directly away, and hurriedly asked, the luggage can no longer be taken, because the bulkhead of the transport ship was broken, resulting in the effects of space radiation. All of the goods inside can't be taken, including our luggage, but the insurance company will pay for these. In addition, this time we suffered such a huge mental stimulation. The company where the transport ship is located will also pay for it. March Star's side will also pay out an additional amount for mental pacification. The Fat Boss spoke directly. Yang Bo, you to the March Star. You have enough of these compensation to allow you to buy a house. After buying a house, pay the remaining funds on. You can find a woman to have a baby. The biological company will be based on the sperm provided by you couples. Egg screening of healthy embryos, transplanted into your wife's stomach to ensure that the baby is healthy. The Fat Boss said again. Yang Bo knows that people who have failed in genetic evolution contain some pollutants inside their genes. That is, the consequences brought about by the injection of genetic agents. So they are not allowed to get married and have children privately. And they must have healthy embryos through a series of measures such as genetic interference through a biological company. This time we were lucky to come across a fleet. Or else we'd be finished. This way you'll go with them and change over there while I pick up 2 more people. The people in the hide don't trust anyone else right now. The Fat Boss pointed to a passageway and spoke. Chapter 92 King Kong Class Main Battleship, 3rd Shift. Yang Bo and a few others then got out of the maintenance truck and headed for a passageway just as the staff pointed them out. This side of the passageway first goes through an intelligent identification system. That is, after each person's face, eyes, etc. are identified, then a card is issued to hang around the neck. It goes into a sterilization system, which is a blowing wind kind of thing, but the wind has some other substance in it that removes some of the radiation that you carry on your body. Space transports sometimes destroy cargo by the shipload, as there is no way for the transports themselves to block space radiation while passing through some high radiation areas, which can lead to cargo contamination. Then it was time to change into new clothes and head out towards the passageway under the direction of the staff. Yang Bo and a dozen people then got on the contact boat, which was about 50 meters long, 5 or 6 meters wide, and 5 or 6 meters high, just a little bit like some ferries on Earth, but it was fully enclosed. What a big battleship! This is our Alliance's Vajra-class main battleship. A main battleship. This fleet doesn't know which fleet it is. Yang Bo had just entered the liaison boat when he heard someone exclaim an alarm and hurriedly sat down, after which he looked out through the modest porthole. Inside the black starry sky were 5 huge warships, one of which was roughly 8 or 9 kilometers long, and the other few were 4 or 5 kilometers long. Unlike normal transports that looked squishy, these battleships were more like a nail. These battleships were between 7 and 800 meters in diameter. Don't look at this battleship as much smaller than the transportation ship, but this battleship has laser cannons, plasma cannons, and even annihilator cannons. Every weapon is powerful, and a battleship also carries a lot of space fighters, and space fighters are divided into manned and unmanned ones. In addition, it also carries a varying number of advanced mechs, multi-purpose mechs that can fight in space as well as on the ground. Not the kind you see on the market today. The mechs of the escorts on the transport ship were only 8 or 9 generations old, while the military was said to have 18 or 19 generations of mechs already. Yang Bo didn't know this before and heard it from the side of the person speaking. We're actually going up on a battleship up there? How exciting! We actually get to board a battleship ourselves. It's a shame we can't take pictures. Otherwise we'd have taken pictures to show the rest of our friends. It's so cool. No, why did the one in front of us go to the pirate battleship? That's just it. Why did we go over there together? When Yang Bo saw this, his heart thumped. Could he have been exposed? The speed of the contact boat was still quite fast, but the distance between the transport ship and the battleship was relatively long, at least tens of thousands of kilometers. And in general, battleships had a safety warning circle. The distance of the warning circle set according to different levels is different. The specific Yang Bo does not know. Yang Bo realized that his side was the first contact boat to come over, and the rest went to the pirate battleships. Turning back to look okay, the second contact boat came again. Yang Bo's heart then breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it is not targeting himself. An entrance appeared on the huge battleship. The contact boat slowly entered within this entrance, and then docked next to a passageway. The outside robot connected a connecting corridor-like device to the hatch of the contact boat, and then the contact boat opened the hatch. Yang Bo followed the others and entered the interior of the battleship under the guidance of the staff. Citizens, because of the limited capacity of the pirate battleship, you citizens will just have to be on our battleship for the time being. So please keep quiet and just stay in the cabin you are in right now. Please don't walk around freely. The rest of the place is highly classified military secrets. Once you enter rashly, you citizens will be investigated and even tried by the judiciary and military court. A captain in battle armor said to Yang Bo and these people. Someone immediately asked, how soon do we get to the Marching Star? This is inconvenient to tell, because our fleet is on a secret mission, and after the secret mission is over, the battleship will send a special ship to send everyone home. The captain couldn't see what he looked like either, and his head was encased in battle armor. The soldiers around them were also wearing battle armor. It was hard to see what they looked like or who they were, just from the shape of the armor. Some of them were still female. What about the others? The ones who were traveling on the pirate warships? Some people felt a little bad when they heard this. The mission carried out by the military might be dangerous. They will be traveling to the planet March, but all of them will be isolated and will not be boarding the planet until our warships arrive. So everyone will be boarding the planet with them then. This captain opened his mouth to explain. Because of their higher civic rank, it is not convenient for them to come over here, and anything you see over here has never been shown to the outside world. This one captain continued to explain. Yang Bo understood at once. There is a chip cannot come to this side. The memory is too good. A lot of details can be remembered. Report the traces of the movements of these soldiers. It is likely to analyze the identity of the soldiers. Yang Bo heard this, but there is no feeling. This warship feels safer. The pirate warship on that raggedy look. In case you meet other pirates along the way, everyone go to their respective cabins to rest, and remember to never go anywhere else to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The captain spoke again. Yang Bo was led by a soldier to his room. which was much smaller than the one on the transport ship, with a single bed, a desk, and a computer, and a bathroom, and the rest. It's not the same on a battleship. It has an anti-gravity system, which means it's the same here as on the planet. This thing passenger ship also has, but that is a high-grade passenger ship. This set of systems is said to be very energy-consuming, will also interfere with some data information, to be configured very high to be able to do. The specific system is what it looks like. Yang Bo is not clear, even if at that time to listen to the back of the can not be remembered. Who let himself before the residents it? But everything here has that magnetic quality to it, and the cups are automatically secured when placed on the table, presumably to prevent the anti-gravity system from failing. Although the environment is not as good as the transport ship, but Yang Bo heart is very relaxed. In this kind of warship security burst, this thing not to mention the pirates, that is, the planet can also be broken. This is the human race so far, in addition to the strongest fighting force in addition to the space mothership. First in the room inside the wash some bubble hot bath, waiting to the destination is Yang Bo heart not to mention how cozy, gorgeous. We can buy a house after arriving at March Star, and then settle down for the time being. Yang Bo actually didn't like fighting and killing, he liked to live quietly, and this world's income wasn't low. Chapter 93, Too Happy Too Soon, 4th Shift. In fact, the bottom of the world pays a little more, just like the residents' salaries compared to the average other citizen's salary, although it's about the same. However, residents have very favorable conditions, taxes are much lower, the deed tax on housing is also much lower. In addition, residents can also have a lot of subsidies, such as maternity funds, which can be paid by themselves, a very small portion of the government's subsidies most of the time, while as a citizen, it is all their own full payment, so the combined income of the population is even more. Fatty himself was also a genetic evolver, but he was a minimum citizen, or resident, and if he opened a company, he paid the least amount of taxes, and there were all sorts of subsidies from the government, and all sorts of concessions. The government is not mandatory to do genetic evolutionary verification. Of course, the premise is not injected genetic agents, not illegal or anything, their own awakening or private injection of genetic agents, this nobody cares. As for where this private injection of genetic agents came from, it is not good to ask more, and Yang Bo can probably guess it. The genetic agent that Yang Bo used to be injected with was provided by the government, so the subsequent government has to conduct a medical examination. You can play games here too? Yang Bo went to a toilet and washed up. Then in his pajamas, he saw the virtual helmet. Yang Bo is not going to play the mecha game. Play other games. Anyway, there is nothing going on right now. If you eat, go outside the room. Eat and drink whatever you want. There is no restriction, as long as you don't run around. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that right after the magistrate withdrew, a warship stretched out a huge gun barrel, and then a red energy gathered on the gun barrel, and then this red energy reached dark red and then fired out. The dark red energy hit the transportation ship, and the transportation ship seemed to be attracted by some kind of huge force and collapsed into it. The transport ship, which was more than 10 kilometers long, collapsed to only half a kilometer in size, and then the whole thing shone with a red light and burned violently, looking like a small sun. The pirate leader actually tried to hide inside the transport ship, to be able to be destroyed by the Empire's most advanced gravity cannons. I believe you're worth it. On the pirate battleship side, the magistrate muttered in his heart when he saw this scene. Not many people who saw this scene, because just like Yang Bo this kind of, although it seems that there are windows inside the room. In fact, that is just a piece of projection, looking like living on the planet. It was here that the fleet and the pirate battleships parted ways, the battleships disappearing quickly towards the depths of the starry sky, and the pirate battleships traveling towards the top of the route after repairs. Your Excellency the Magistrate, there are still a dozen or so of my other subordinates? The fat boss hurriedly found the magistrate who was in the command room of the pirate battleship and asked, because of the limited capacity of our battleship, some of the residents have been transferred to the top of the battleship, but the battleship is on a routine mission. By then they might reach their destination before us. After all, the battleship is faster. The sheriff opened his mouth to explain. This was also the explanation given to the supreme commander from the battleship side. That's good. That's good. The fat boss did not have the slightest doubt, knowing that with a chip, to get on the battleship is not possible. That is, the residents can only get on the battleship with a chip of the citizens with a very good memory. Some chips also have a special function, may be able to collect some information about the battleship. Yang Bo played the game that the original owner used to play inside the game for a while and felt a bit bored. It's an adventure game, similar to the monsters and upgrades and bosses kind of thing. It felt similar to the way World of Warcraft used to be played on Earth. The quests were programmed and not as realistic as a mech game. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know what to do. There was no way to do anything especially superpower related stuff on top of this warship? Yang Bo guessed that there must be detection equipment inside this room. After all, it was inside the warship. Yang Bo decided to go out to see if there were any entertainment facilities. And if not, he would come back and continue to play these games that didn't have any feeling at all. Battleship this side does not look as spacious as the transport ship side. Comfortable. At a glance. Basically white. Silver. Cabin height is only a dozen meters looks a little bit like a larger prison. Surrounded by a cabin. The middle piece is some entertainment facilities. I'll go. Yang Bo sat down after taking a drink. Anti-gravity system is good. The previous gravity suit feels as if the clothes are a little sagging feeling. Look up and see a laser cannon. Look at the diameter of the polymer tube. Then the mecha with a few times larger. What people mecha I guess a cannon on the end of the calf. Yang Bo looked carefully. There are 6 doors. The whole of this space without perspective. And some ritual monitoring places. The robots serve drinks and food here. So just ask for anything you need. The food was of the pre-made dishes kind. Similar to what Yang Bo used to eat when he lived in welfare housing. TSK. It looks like the company that provides food to the welfare house has a lot of energy behind it. Yang Bo didn't feel much fun after eating it, but it gives a feeling of safety. And there are all sorts of games here, too, just like what Yambor watched on the transport ship. In addition to a channel in the distance with a few soldiers on duty, the rest of Yang Bo feels pretty good. Looking for a place to watch a movie. Is a place similar to an internet cafe room, but bigger? 360-degree holographic experience. Some intense war movies. Watching Yang Bo is also a heartbeat accelerated. The point is, the movie on this is not rated, and the wristwatch is directly blocked, using a temporary badge. TSK. Yang Bo watched an action movie, the kind with simple scenes and somewhat pompous acting, but this 360-degree holographic experience was still great. Yang Bo just treats himself as an ordinary resident, eats on time, goes to the movies on time, and gets to see a lot of documentaries, and Yang Bo knows a lot of things. The small life is very comfortable. Yang Bo decided to march star to buy a house, and then buy a companion robot. Companion robots and real people know too. Find a real woman trouble a whole lot, to have a child after their own money, want a few to be a few. But companion bot 1 doesn't like it anymore and can be replaced with another one and special customized. Ahem. On this day, Yang Bo was about to go to eat when he casually glanced at a soldier with the rank of captain who was on duty in the passageway. Although this captain's whole body was also shrouded in battle armor, the temperament as well as the movements on this guy made Yang Bo recognize this guy at once. Yang Bo almost twisted his head back to his cabin, forced to endure the horror in his heart to sit down and ask for a lunch. His heart cannot be calmed for a long time. This is a battleship. This is the Alliance's main battleship. Glancing at it again as he went back after eating it, Yang Bo was even more certain. True as the red counts man. Chapter 94, No Room for Optimism, the 5th shift. What a calamity. Yang Bo returned to his dormitory room and sat there in a daze, his heart flying over like 10,000 grass mud horses. The unique temperament of those of the Red Earl was like seeing those antiquated aristocratic butlers in the West on Earth. No matter what kind of dress this butler wore, all he had to do was stand there, and you'd be able to tell that he was the butler of some aristocrat. Although Yang Bo also did not want to believe that this was on top of the Alliance's battleships, there were actually people from the Red Earl, but according to the last time Yang Bo killed the Red Earl's people, the ones that came out of it were skills like battleship repair. There's about a 99% probability that they are all Red Counts people. It's too unlucky. Hopefully these guys are just lurking around and not trying to make a mess. Yang Bo had no way at all now. How tightly defended is the interior of such a warship? Just look at all the laser cannons and stuff. And there are all these strangers living here. If I had known this, I wouldn't have left Pardo Star. What kind of things have I encountered along the way? If something happens on Pardo Star, I can still run to the outskirts of the countryside. And this battleship is just this big. What should I do when the time comes? Maybe the Red Earl's people are just lurking and won't screw up now. Or is one's camouflage so strong that one can tell by looking at it that these guys from the Red Count have this kind of aura? What bad luck. Now let alone playing the game. Sitting here felt like something was going to happen at any moment, but there was no way to walk around. There must be detection equipment in the room. After sitting on pins and needles for an hour, Yang Bo made a bold decision. Stealthily go out and take a look. As long as it's not to the core area of the battleship, I guess the defense detection system isn't that perverted. And at the same time, this is the time to test my stealth ability. Looking at the closed door of the room, Yang Bo then opened the door of the room first, then went out to find a book, then came back to open the door of the room to read. This one is a definite do-over. And looking at the book in his hand, it's actually a book about plants. describing a wide variety of plants. Forcing myself to calm down, I read the book and wondered what I would do if there were really too many red earls. Yang Bo guessed that the probability that the red townspeople would not do anything. After all, it was not easy to infiltrate the army, but at the same time, Yang Bo was worried about the status quo of the alliance. The army was infiltrated by the Red Count. Then what about inside the government? There's definitely a problem on the Padu Star side. This time, Yang Bo was even more certain that there were Red Count's people inside the army, so it would be even simpler inside the government. For 2 consecutive days, Yang Bo opened the door of his room and read for a few hours. And on the 3rd day, Yang Bo opened the door for a large part of the day again, and then made it seem like he was reading a book inside. After that, Yang Bo went into the restroom. The battle armor was inside the mech space. Yang Bo was not going to take it, so he just went out naked and stealthy. Yang Bo first stealthily went out little by little. There was nothing unusual, and then walked towards the passageway with soldiers stationed there. The door of the passage was closed, but according to Yang Bo's observation, they should have changed their shifts, so he waited for a few minutes on this side, and sure enough, these soldiers changed their shifts, and taking advantage of the time when the soldiers were changing their shifts, Yang Bo went to take a look with whoever was changing their shifts. The probability is that these soldiers are going to eat, and each shift lasts about half an hour, and after half an hour, these soldiers will continue to come back. Upon entering the passageway, it was surrounded by metal walls that glowed silver-white under the light. Following the 2 soldiers, they did come to the dining room, where several hundred people were eating on this side of the restaurant. This time to see these soldiers to take down the battle armor helmet, but also have their own differences. Not all handsome, beautiful. Genetic evolutionists also have uncontrollable things, like their own boss is fat, bald, because of your genetic enhancement. Maybe you were originally bald gene stronger. Fat is also the same. Most of the people were handsome and beautiful, and these blondes, with their yellow and white skin, were very eye-catching to look at. Yang Bo carefully observed the restaurant, which was more than 10 meters in height, and also had several laser cannons and whatnot, and began to skulk around inside the restaurant. 5% Red Count members. Yang Bo took a glance at the people who were eating, and then took a closer look at the percentage of Red Count members. I don't know what's going on. There are a lot of redheads and blondes, occupying roughly half of the ratio, but just Yang Bo could tell at a glance. Yang Bo felt that although these people are also red hair blonde hair, but this extreme of temperament is how to cover up, just casually to that side of a seat. The action next to look the same, but Yang Bo felt that this guy is the Red Count of the people. Yang Bo came to the 2 soldiers with higher ranks, and the 2 over here were eating and talking at the same time. It's really true too. We picked up so many residents on the road, and we have to send them back when the time comes, giving us a lot more to do. One of the 2 spoke up. It's just that we also don't know what kind of mission we're going on this time, and the higher-ups don't say anything about it, so it makes us all have no idea what's going on in our hearts. With such a huge formation and maintaining communication silence throughout, the mission level should not be low. I don't know. There was no meeting to tell us anything. I got the notice and went on board. This time it was very urgent. I think there was some kind of emergency route and I don't know where to go. Whatever. With this configuration of our fleet it's enough to fight other countries. These residents are also unlucky to have encountered the Silver Moon pirate group. But this magistrate of March Star is still very powerful. He actually single-handedly cleaned up the pirate group. These pirate groups are like rats. If we could find them, we'd beat them all into space junk with a random battleship. Yeah, the advantage of pirates is that they can just hide. But I heard that this time it involves the immigration policy of 2 administrative stars. Mostly it's those consortiums of the parliament that are behind the things. These pirates, if they weren't inextricably linked to those consortiums, would only have been purged long ago. This I have also heard that some pirates seem to be from certain agencies that specialize in robbing some strategic materials. Don't say that. Be careful. Yang Bo heard the 2 people's conversation. His heart was even more a little muttering. This is to carry out what secret mission? Then took the opportunity to survey the cafeteria, which over here just looks very minimalist. Nothing fancy, all metallic colors. Still, the equipment that should be there was music as well as entertainment, and these pawns ate the pre-made dish kind. Another with 2 was on-duty soldiers, again out of the passage, and then Yang Bo returned to his room, carefully thinking about what he saw. A scene is seen. Now for the time being there is no more method, only every day when the mealtime to follow the 2 people to sneak around. Look at the surrounding terrain. 5 shifts are done, and will continue tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 95 Offline Hanging, First Shift. Yang Bo is going to see how much time he has available and then feel around. More intel would be better. Let's hope that the Red Earls guys don't mess things up. Otherwise I'll only have to strike first. With these guys lurking here, It looks like the Alliance's army has been infiltrated pretty badly. After I return to the administrative star, I'll hurry up and bolt. Yang Bo was already thinking of a way to decide to leave the country. The Alliance's army was now infiltrated by extremist organizations. The rest of the country could be imagined, because there was no day and night inside space. So if a soldier was on duty, he basically went to eat once every 8 hours. And Yang Bo used this time to expand his search area. Warships are also constructed as a separate honeycomb of compartments divided into many areas. Functional areas for cafeteria, accommodation, weapons, and so on. Yang Bo also found the place where the mechs and fighters were stored. And there were soldiers training here. And the training was on simulation equipment. Unfortunately, Yang Bo every time to come to eat, simply did not see how the soldiers operate. They did not learn how to operate. The lowest of the mechs are 13 generations. The most advanced is 15 generations. 16 generations of mechs. These mechs and a variety of hangings. Yang Bo look at it as drooling down. However, in front of the massive battleships, these mechs and fighters were simply mosquitoes. And in the area where the mechs and fighters were stored there were guard laser cannons. This thing knew how powerful it was just by looking at the power of the tubes. No mech or fighter could withstand a hit from this thing. I don't think the Red Earl will mess up, right? The defense level inside this battleship is so high. Because there was only half an hour, Yang Bo had to set aside 10 or so minutes, so it was only 20 minutes to be able to map out the area of the surrounding area, which was just this big. Just this is still Yang Bo utilized 5 days to figure out. There is already a rough map inside his brain. As long as something goes wrong, he can go to other places to hide at the first time. Electricity control +4. Electricity control +4. Yang Bo was worrying about his future over here inside his cabin when suddenly a message appeared right inside his head. This. Yang Bo instantly understood again. This was the result of his own messing around inside the mecha game that finally came to fruition. Didn't he dismantle the hydrogen bomb in the underground world last time and throw it inside the lake? There is no radiation after a hydrogen bomb explosion, but there are materials inside the hydrogen bomb. And at that time there were those mutant electric eels that swallowed the radioactive materials in one bite. And they themselves were dumbfounded at that time. That's a good idea. Next time. How wonderful this feeling is. Especially in this kind of crisis right now. Electrical energy control. This ability Yang Bo guessed that it has something to do with the mechanics percentage evolution. Yang Bo was happy. Some people were speechless. The tiger-faced king looked at his subordinates who were hunting a mutated electric eel. Originally, the Tiger King's camp was next to this underground lake. But one day a mutant electric eel appeared inside the underground lake. And these electric eels have almost no natural enemies in the natural world. Not only does it say that it hunts down other creatures inside the lake, but it also attacks the tribal people living next to the lake. Which is why the tiger-faced king migrated to another place. Tiger-faced king used to think of cleaning out this underground lake. Cleaned it up once before. Then the mutant electric eels appeared again. Finally tiger-faced king investigated and found that it was raining on the ground. Some mutant electric eels entered into the underground dark river system through the water system of the lake. Originally, this underground lake provided a lot of fish food for the tiger-faced king. But with the mutant electric eel there were no fish. And the mutant electric eels will attack the lower tribal populations of the tribe, which have no way to fight the mutant electric eels. And this time, the mutant electric eel actually evolved again and was able to stay above the land for a short time. And many of the tribal people were attacked when they came out to collect materials. The tiger-faced great king had to lead his subordinates to clean up this underground lake. The tribal populace of the tiger-faced Maharaja would go out and gather food as well as some other materials. Something is happening every day on this side of the underworld. Some rocks collapse. Some caves collapse, and these collapsed out caves have some gems or other materials. In addition, the flora and fauna of the underground world is not very rich though, but the underground world is connected to the surface, and heavy rains above and below the surface will wash many plants or fish, or even some animals, into the dark underground rivers, which will be collected by the tribal populace. Even inside some special underground dark rivers, there were some rare materials similar to energy metals. And these were also one of the materials the tribe needed to build weapons and equipment. Great King, there are a lot of mutated electric eels in here, and all of them are still very strong. Most of these electric eels are class C or D. This is very good food. I don't think we should kill them all. After hunting and killing a bunch of mutated electric eels, the subordinate of the tiger-faced Great King opened his mouth and said, "Then hunt these mutated electric eels systematically and distribute the meat of these mutated electric eels to those teenagers of the tribe. The meat of the mutated animals will allow these teenagers to awaken their abilities earlier." The tiger-faced Great King nodded and commanded, "Then this is the place we're going to look. The next-door neighbors have suffered so much this time. If they know there are mutant electric eels here, they'll surely come and sneak up on us and mess with us." "Okay, You'll send someone here. How come that Calamity isn't on the game anymore? Tiger-faced Great King looked forward to Calamity coming out for activities. This Calamity came out a few times. Although Tiger-faced Great King himself was grimy, but 2 of his neighbors died and lost a lot. If this Calamity came out, Tiger-faced Great King was very happy. According to the reports of our scouts on the Alliance side, Calamity has suffered a great loss this time as well. And Calamity's counterpart hasn't gotten all of his mechs together yet. More than likely he's waiting for his counterpart to get his mechs together before he'll come in. Your Majesty, this Calamity really has a great life. Twice framed by so many high-level mechs, he actually managed to run away. The subordinate of the tiger-faced Great King said, how else could it be called the name Calamity? Tell your subordinates to avoid this fellow when they see him in the future. And not to taint it, the tiger-faced Great King said with a laugh. Great King, that's for sure. We need to keep it a strict secret on our side. It's best if we wait for Calamity to come out. We'll reveal the news of Calamity to our neighbor and let him go up there to seek death. By that time, his territory and population will be ours. And then a few times more. We'll be the biggest tribe within these tens of thousands of miles. The tiger-faced Great King's subordinate also suggested. That's the truth. It's a pity that Calamity is only in our part of the world. If only he had gone deeper. The tiger-faced Great King felt some pity. Great King, I have a suggestion. This Calamity's mech is so trashy. Can't we find a way to help him upgrade his mech? The subordinate of the tiger-faced Great King said in a low voice. Chapter 96, The Deterrent Power of a Major General, Second Shift. What do you mean? The tiger-faced Great King was also moved in his heart. The tribe's side also had a plan to improve their mechs. But the tribe's side used biological mechs with energy battle armor. But it's still no problem to improve a third-generation mech by adding some extra attributes to the mech. Your Majesty, you can think about it and next time we can talk directly to this Calamity. And then Calamity can make his own money and we can screw our neighbors. And just one Calamity won't give the Alliance much of a boost. This Calamity's behavior is strange. Not at all like the alliance of some bastards. Come up to look for our trouble. You see Calamity, this guy in the human side of everyone shouting. We enhance his strength. His behavior will be even more annoying. Wait until one day if this person's identity is exposed. The king and then reach out to save him a hand. This person does not become ours? The Great King heard here is very heartwarming. A third-generation machine to increase some special attributes consumption is not very big. This Calamity in the human world, everyone shouting, more than likely personality problems. The Alliance sinful criminals is not nothing. Getting on good terms with him first would not only screw the neighbors over here, but it would also be a good choice to come over here in case the man couldn't hang out on the Alliance side later on. Great King. In fact, let's be nice to him first. It's best to inquire about some basic information. If not, we'll find someone to frame him. Anyway, the Alliance side doesn't know the specifics of our side, and frame him to go to jail or whatever. Then we'll make a move to rescue him. There are a lot of organizations and agencies that do these things within the Alliance. They just recognize money. We still have a lot of rare materials on our side. And it's not like we don't have exchanges between our side and these organizations on their side. It's still very simple to frame someone or save someone. The subordinate of the tiger-faced Great King continued. I'll think about this matter. The tiger-faced Great King was very moved. Yang Bo's side didn't know that he was missed by a group of mutants. And the group of mutants had complex identities. However, if Yang Bo knows, may also be very happy, because Yang Bo on this alliance simply do not have any feelings. Anyway, what place to mix is not mixed it. Has prepared the pirate identity, really cannot mix in the alliance. Are ready to go to be a pirate, not to mention to go to the mutant side of the mix. As far as the coalition is concerned, Yang Bo is tempted to emigrate to other countries in a hurry. And there are extremist elements in the army. Yang Bo knew very little about the upper echelon structure of the entire alliance as well as the military organizational structure, although they had already mapped out the terrain around them. Further away time constraints were not suitable for them to go, and it was more a matter of listening to the content of these people's conversations and learning a lot of information, especially information that they had no access to at all in their previous resident status. Somewhat similar to Ami on Earth. These planets within this alliance are basically controlled by various large families. The various states of the United States of America in the last life, in fact, also have a family each. These families influence all aspects of the entire state within. This day, Yang Bo again took advantage of the soldiers on duty to eat. Stealthy sneak out. This time slipped out to the mecha storage room as well as the warplane storage room. Warplanes, which used to be very small in the sky when you looked at them. In actuality, this thing is bigger than a fighter jet on Earth. The Mechs and fighters on this battleship are divided into manned and unmanned, and the unmanned Mechs and fighters. The reason why fighters and mechs have to be manned is because of their inherent low electronic protection, and this very low is in comparison to battleships and the like. Unfortunately, none of these devices were used by anyone. Yang Bo wanted to touch them with his hands to see if he could gain access, but he still thought about it and forgot about it, and seeing that it was almost time, Yang Bo quickly left the place. Just after arriving at the cafeteria, Yang Bo noticed that the people in the cafeteria were standing together, and a major general with a golden star on his shoulder was speaking. When Yang Bo stealthily probed to take a look, he found that the major general actually turned his head to look at his side, frightening Yang Bo to hurriedly retract his head and then hurriedly left. I**. Yang Bo came to a storage room near the entrance of the passageway guarded by the soldiers. Feeling his heartbeat about to come out, this major general didn't know what kind of supernatural ability he had, actually almost saw through himself. Sixth sense superpower? Or is it spiritual power superpower? Yang Bo was not sure. This world was big and there were many types of superpowers with superpowers. The ability of stealth was very strong, but Yang Bo guessed that there must be a restraint. It was impossible that there was no superpower without any restraint. Everyone must be careful on this mission. There are still 2 days to go before we enter the mission airspace. When that time comes, we will enter the highest state of alert. Those residents will not be allowed to go out at that time. Got it? The Major General spoke inside the cafeteria. Understood. Below, thousands of soldiers replied in succession. And these soldiers, depending on the clothes they wore, had mechs, fighter pilots, and all kinds of other personnel. Battleships. This is actually one unit at a time. And each unit has its own independent backup system so that if the middle of the battleship is hit, it won't cause the entire battleship to be incapacitated. That is, the length of the battleship, which is an individual combat unit, from the energy supply system to the weapon system and so on, so as to prevent the battleship from being hit by someone else and then causing the whole thing to be paralyzed. Also, this has the advantage that once the war is over discarding the destroyed parts, the rest can still be formed into a fighting force. After the Major General finished speaking, he frowned slightly. He clearly felt as if there was something just now, but then there wasn't. Could it be that this mission had put too much pressure on him? The Major General also rubbed his forehead when he thought of this mission. S-Class Secret Mission. This is only second to the mission level of going to war with an enemy country, and I don't know what exactly this secret mission is. He himself only received instructions to the mission airspace, and he doesn't have the authority to know what this secret mission is at all. This one gets the message to escort an item and head back to the Alliance's highest military research base, and the rest of it is completely uninformative. Could it be that an S-Class mutant creature has been discovered? The Major General left this combat mission unit and traveled to the next one. Thinking about the area where the mission was being carried out in his heart, an incredible thought suddenly popped up inside his head. The Rear Admiral is sort of the operations officer of this battleship, not yet the captain. As for the Major General feeling someone just now, he didn't even bother to look deeper. The alarm system inside the battleship is by far the most advanced in mankind, detecting 100% of known energies. Of course there was no way to detect the unknown ones. Even a major warship like the human race would sometimes suffer some unknown impacts inside space. How can I put it? It's like humans on Earth feel like they have a lot of detection means already. But many times some meteorites are not known to humans until they wash into the Earth's atmosphere. As to why no one knows, perhaps scientists will discover these reasons in their ongoing quest. Chapter 97, First Experience of Spaceleap, Third Shift. Any technological products are upgraded little by little, just like the radar on the Earth. The previous detection distance, detection range, detection of the target size, detection is not that is really not detectable. Sonar detection of enemy submarines is the same. In do not know the enemy submarine sound pattern. As long as the enemy submarine sound does not exceed the noise of the sea, it is not detectable at all. But once you have mastered the enemy submarine sound pattern characteristics, even within the noise of the sea, you can easily detect the other side of the submarine, which is a submarine. It's too scary. Don't go skulking around. As long as nothing happens, one is umatba. Something happens then say. Yang Bo returned within the room. Scared cold sweat came out. Nope. Still need to find a way to get biological samples of these soldiers. Superpowers basically do not lose their own hair, as well as other biological samples. Yang Bo's own hair will not fall out a single one. Want to collect other people's biological samples? Unless hard on the hands, there is simply no other good way. A few days ago, Yang Bo had been trying to find a way to obtain biological samples, but unfortunately, none of them had been obtained, and he hadn't thought of exposing himself at that time. But this time when he encountered a major general, Yang Bo felt more and more that something was not good, afraid that this guy will just see through himself. Yang Bo knows that there is a kind of superpower in this world, similar to the kind of mental power is very strong guys. These guys have a very sharp perception, sharper than a lot of advanced detection equipment. What kind of people's biological samples are going to be messed with? Since Yang Bo decided to mess with biological samples, of course he had to choose the target. There are a lot of people to choose from on top of this battleship, and there are many types of jobs for these soldiers, ranging from repairmen to mech masters to fighter pilots and then to weapons operators. Repairmen here mainly operate machines to make repairs, and the battleships are all very large, with different damages requiring repairmen to operate machines to repair them, because during the war, once the battleship shell was broken, the other side's electronic interference was likely to interfere with the automatic repair robot, and at this time, it was necessary for the repairman to manually operate and give orders. Let's go see it first. If it's not possible, we'll choose one of the Red Earl's people, and then launch an attack first, so that the Red Earl's people will be exposed on their own initiative. Yang Bo's side was thinking clearly and had a response plan. Not that a single one was just waiting here. The last resort is, aren't you Red Earl's people hiding here? Buddy will first give you the initiative to expose. See how long you can hide. See if you can control this fleet? Of course, if the battleship could be controlled by the Red Count's people, then Yang Bo also shifted and could become the Red Count's people. Now this kind of dangerous time, save life first important, no matter what means. The big deal is to turn back to be a pirate is. Yang Bo, who had a way to retreat, was a little nervous in his heart, but was more rational. Yang Bo waited until the soldiers on duty changed shifts, then waited for the opportunity on this side of the cafeteria. But unfortunately there were many people eating here, but they were all organized. All of them were sent to the side by robots. Throughout the whole process, although Yang Bo was anxious, he didn't find any opportunity, and the corridor outside the toilet was also arranged with a separate laser cannon. Vaguely Yang Bo felt that the battleship's design like this might involve a big secret, but what exactly was not clear to himself. It's all so tight internally? Yang Bo didn't understand it very well, but there must be a reason for others to do so. Soon, Yang Bo found a bug, a system vulnerability that could be exploited. That's the area where these residents live, and if certain goods are missing afterward, the robots will replenish them from elsewhere, and at this time, the passageway where the soldiers are stationed will open. Yang Bo then began to observe closely and found that people liked a favorite drink, similar to coffee. This kind of drink is basically restocked once a day. Yang Bo did some calculations on his own and realized that there were still a few boxes of the drink, and by this time it was almost time to start the meal. This time Yang Bo followed the soldiers who ate, and then came to the mech, the cabin where the fighters were repaired, and waited here, and after half an hour, sure enough, the soldiers came back one after another. The men wore battle armor, which protected the soldiers from surviving in a vacuum and prevented the destruction of the ship and huge damage to personnel. The following train according to the program. The captain in the lead gave the order. Yes, sir. A dozen soldiers immediately began to repair it. Watching the captain go off to one side of the hatch, Yang Bo approached one of the men drilling into the fighter for repairs, memorized the soldier's number on the guy's battle armor, and gleaned a couple of hairs along the way. The soldier felt his hair fall out, but didn't care. After all, he was dealing with these lumps of metal, so maybe it was hanging up somewhere. Here's another one of the Red Count's guys. This one was dismantling a mech. Looked down, felt like his hair was hanging up, looked up and realized he was too close to the mech. He was a bit suspicious, but seeing as everyone else was doing their own, he touched his battle armor helmet as well. Yang Bo got the biological samples of the two men and rushed off. I came to the place where I went to my place of residence and waited for about 10 minutes, and sure enough the restocking automated robots came, following the restocking robot back to the place where he lived. Yang Bo looked at the hair in his hand and carefully put it inside the inner pocket of his clothes, tying the hair in a knot along the way. 1 knot is a pirate leader, 2 are war machine repairers, and 3 are Red Countess men. 1 used to have only the Red Earl's battle armor. This time even the people have. Hey, if the Red Earl gets power, it is also one's own people. Yang Bo's heart relaxed a lot. No matter who is in power, they are not afraid. As for the Red Earl to act in the style, this first to save his life is important. It was at this time that the radio went off inside the cabin. Citizens, please do not go outside. The battleship is preparing for a space leap. Citizens, please enter your cabins and remain calm. The battleship is preparing for a space leap. 15-minute countdown for the leap. Yang Bo was a bit excited when he heard this voice. Battleship leap. Space jump? Space wormhole? What is the principle of this thing? Yang Bo does not know at all. Anyway, very powerful technology is. The door to Yang Bo's cabin also closed automatically, and then Yang Bo realized, all that about the inhabitants being unfit for space travel before was just the government not wanting any trouble. Because residents traveling in space, the cost will be higher, and then the residents will see, Egu, we are all citizens. Why is my ticket price 3 times that of others? This company is discriminating against us. Sue him. This kind of thing inside the reality have. Some bought a ticket without a seat, and then get on the car and sit down. The owner of the seat of others came. Do not get up. What I also spend money. Everyone the same blah 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 blah. Not to mention, people say also have a reason. What does the leap look like? Yang Bo listened to the voice inside the radio with some anticipation in his heart.